My math teacher fainted in the middle of class after she opened my lunchbox. It was fifth period, and I'd forgotten my lunch at home, so my mom dropped it off at the front office. Mrs. Callahan saw the lunchbox on my desk during a quiz and told me to put it away. I said fine and slid it to the corner. But 10 minutes later, she walked back and picked it up herself to move it to her desk. That's when everything went wrong. She opened the lid to check it wasn't leaking, looked inside, and just collapsed. Her knees buckled and she hit the floor so hard her glasses flew off. The whole class screamed. Tyler jumped up and ran over, and Mrs. Callahan was shaking on the ground, not unconscious, but crying in this weird, silent way, clutching her chest. Tyler yelled, "What's in the lunchbox?" And I said, "I don't know. My mom packed it." He grabbed it off the floor, looked inside, and his face just went blank. He closed it slowly and put it on the desk. Bro, you need to call your mom." I asked what was in it, and he wouldn't tell me. He literally backed away from me. By now, Mrs. Callahan was whispering something over and over into the floor. I leaned closer, and she was saying, "It can't be him. It can't be him." The kid next to me, Brianna, had already run to get the vice principal. He came sprinting in, saw Mrs. Callahan on the ground, and immediately looked at the lunchbox. He didn't even ask what happened. He just picked it up, opened it, and I watched his whole face change color. He turned to me, and his voice cracked. "Son, where did you get this lunchbox?" I said, "My mom packed it this morning." He asked what my mom's name was. I told him. He went completely still. Then he pulled out his phone, walked into the hallway, and I heard him say, "I need you to come to the school, right now. Don't ask questions." Mrs. Callahan was sitting up now, but she still wouldn't look at me. She kept glancing at the lunchbox and then away, like it hurt to see. Brianna whispered, "Dude, what did your mom do?" I didn't know. I genuinely didn't know. 10 minutes later, my mom walked in, and second Mrs. Callahan saw her, she stood up and said one word, "Sarah." My mom froze in the doorway. Her face went white. She said, "Emily?" They knew each other. The vice principal closed the door behind my mom and told the class to go to the library, but we didn't move fast enough. I heard Mrs. Callahan say, "You told me he didn't make it." My mom started crying. I didn't know how to tell you. I was still sitting at my desk. I didn't understand what was happening. Tyler grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the door, but I shook him off. I opened the lunchbox myself. Inside, on top of the sandwich, was a folded napkin with handwriting on it. It said, "Happy birthday, my love, 15 years. And underneath the sandwich was a small framed photo, a baby, wrapped in a blue blanket, with a hospital bracelet that said, "Baby boy Callahan." I looked up at Mrs. Callahan. I looked at my mom. My mom was shaking. She said, "I was 17. I couldn't keep him. Your Aunt Rachel's sister adopted him. I send her that photo every year on his birthday. I must have grabbed the wrong container this morning." Mrs. Callahan was staring at me like she was trying to memorize my face. She whispered, "You're the same age as my son would have been." And my mom said, "Emily, he is your son." The vice principal had to sit down. Mrs. Callahan made this sound I've never heard a person make before. She walked across the room and just stood in front of me, shaking, not touching me, just looking. My mom said Rachel had given her the baby because she couldn't take care of him. Mrs. Callahan said she'd been told he died at 6 weeks old. That's what the agency told her when she came looking. My mom had no idea. She thought Mrs. Callahan knew he was alive. For 10 years, I've been in this woman's classes. She taught me in 3rd grade. She taught me again this year. And she said the reason she became a teacher was because she lost a son. I'm 17 now. I'm writing this from her apartment. My mom is here too. We've been talking for 6 hours. Tyler keeps texting me, asking if I'm okay. I don't know what I am yet.
My sister uninvited me from her wedding after I paid for most of it. Then she remembered every vendor was booked under my name, and 2 weeks before the ceremony, her perfect day started falling apart. I'm Nate, 34, and for years I was the reliable one in my family. If rent was short, I got the call. If a car died, I showed up. If Emily made another dumb financial choice, I covered it. She was 27, irresponsible, and the golden child. When Emily got engaged to Caleb, I offered to help because my parents were broke. Emily had expensive taste, and Caleb brought almost nothing to the table. I covered the venue, catering, flowers, DJ, and most of the planning. Then my mom texted me on a Thursday. "Emily and Caleb think it's best if you don't come. Caleb feels like you being there might make things awkward." I read it once. The smiley face made it worse. No call, no explanation. Just a neat message telling me I wasn't welcome at the wedding I was funding. I wrote back, "Funny, I was the one paying for awkward." Nobody answered. So the next morning, I called the venue, then the caterer, then the florist. I told each one the same thing. I was no longer welcome at the event booked under my name, so everything needed to be put on hold. By Sunday, the family group chat was melting down. Not because they felt bad, because the machine had stopped. Emily texted first. "Can you confirm you're still good for everything?" That was it. No apology. Just checking whether the credit card still worked. Then my dad called and told me not to be dramatic. He said Emily was stressed, Caleb wanted peace, and maybe I could just come to the reception. I said, "You kicked me off the guest list and still expect me to pay?" The next day Emily texted, "If you're going to be petty, just say so. Don't ruin my wedding over one misunderstanding." One misunderstanding. That line settled it. I called every vendor back and canceled what I could. I lost deposits. I didn't care. The money hurt less than the truth. They didn't see me as family. They saw me as a resource. The next morning my phone exploded. Mom, Emily, Caleb. Suddenly everybody cared once the venue, food, and flowers were gone. My mom wrote, "It's not too late to fix this. We'll still let you attend if you apologize." Let me attend. Then Caleb texted, "You're being immature, man. This is Emily's day. Be an adult." I said nothing. I just screenshotted everything. Then Emily sent the text that burned the last bridge. "I shouldn't have to explain why you'd be a bad fit at the wedding. You always make things about you. If you cared about me, you'd do the right thing." So I sent back 5 words. "Tell Caleb to pay up." Because here was the part they never thought through. The venue was in my name. The food was in my name. The flowers, music, rentals, all of it. They were so used to using me, they forgot I could stop. My cousin Tori forwarded me a mass email titled, "Help Save Emily's Wedding." It had a crowdfunding link asking guests to donate $250 each. No honesty, no accountability, just online begging. Then Caleb's best man posted some vague nonsense about how some people destroy weddings things when they aren't the center of attention. Tori commented, "You mean the guy who paid for everything and got kicked out?" The post disappeared fast. That night, I told the truth. Tori got me the guest list. I emailed everyone invited. I explained that I had funded most of the wedding as a gift, then was told not to attend because I might make things awkward. I said I withdrew my support and would not pay for an event I was banned from. By noon, my inbox was full. Shock, support, a few apologies. Some guests said they were skipping the wedding. Emily replied to everyone with a furious message calling me bitter, jealous, and manipulative. Then wedding day came. Tori sent me photos. The ceremony moved to a public park. Folding chairs sat uneven in the grass. A beige pop-up tent stood behind them. The DJ was a Bluetooth speaker. The cake became grocery store cupcakes. Emily looked beautiful. She also looked like she wanted to disappear. A few days later, my mom showed up at my apartment and knocked until she gave up. She left a note in my mailbox that said, "This isn't what family does." That almost made me laugh, because this is exactly what my family does. They take, they guilt, they use. Then when you finally stop bending, they act shocked that something broke. By the end of the summer, I was done. No more money, no more rescue calls, no more pretending. I blocked Emily, stepped back from the rest of them, and my life got quiet. They wanted me out of the picture. Fine. They just forgot I was the one holding the camera. Tell me, was I wrong for shutting it all down?
My sister, who has a prosthetic arm, treated me to a meal with her first paycheck. Then we ran into her boss, who told her, "A defect like you doesn't belong here." So I told him, "You're fired as of today." Isabel lost her arm in a car accident when she was 19. I was driving. A truck ran a red light and T-boned us on her side. She spent 4 months in physical therapy, another 6 in counseling. The whole time she never once blamed me, even though I could barely look at myself in the mirror. When she said she wanted to work, wanted independence, I made it happen. I pulled strings at the factory my dad left me when he passed 3 years ago. Nobody there knew I owned it. I was just Matthew from corporate, the guy who occasionally showed up for safety inspections. The prosthetic cost $8,000. Isabel wanted to save up for it herself, working odd jobs with one arm. I couldn't watch her struggle like that, so I paid for it and told her she could pay me back whenever. 6 months later, she handed me an envelope with her first paycheck inside, $320, every cent she could spare after rent and groceries. "I'm paying you back," she said, little by little. I tried to refuse, but she wouldn't hear it. Then she insisted on taking me to Coastal Catch, this upscale seafood place we'd seen on some food show. Reservations were hard to get. Entrees started at $45. "Isabel, this is too much," I told her in the parking lot. "You paid $8,000 for my arm," she said quietly. "Let me buy you one dinner." The restaurant was beautiful. We sat at the counter watching the chef work. Isabel ordered the chef's special, both of us plus appetizers. She was glowing, happier than I'd seen her since before the accident. "How's work really going?" I asked between courses. "You can tell me the truth." "It's fine," she said, but I'd noticed the bruises. Small ones on her right arm, a bandage on her hand last week. She'd blamed it on being clumsy, still adjusting to the prosthetic, but something felt off. "Isabel, Matthew, I'm handling it. Please, just let me handle it." I dropped it. We were having such a good night. That's when her shift supervisor walked in with his wife. I recognized him from the few times I'd visited the factory floor. Frank Donnelly, been there for 12 years, managed the assembly department. He spotted Isabel immediately. His expression changed. "You work tomorrow," he said, walking straight to our table. No greeting, no acknowledgement of me, just a command. Isabel's fork clattered against her plate. "I requested tomorrow off 2 weeks ago. It's my brother's birthday and I don't care what you requested." His voice was loud enough that other diners were turning to look. "We're short-staffed and you're already our slowest worker. You should be grateful we even hired someone like you." The words hung in the air like poison. "Someone like me?" Isabel's voice was barely a whisper. His eyes flicked to her prosthetic arm, then back to her face. The disgust was unmistakable. "A defect like you doesn't belong in my department. You want time off? Find another job. You're replaceable." Isabel's hand was shaking. She pulled her prosthetic arm closer to her body, trying to hide it. That small gesture, that shame in her eyes, ignited something in me. I stood up slowly, carefully placed my napkin on the counter. "Your department?" I said quietly. "That's interesting." He finally looked at me. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm Matthew Brooks." I pulled out my phone, opened my company email. The header read, "Brooks Manufacturing Group, owner." "And that factory you're talking about, the one with your department? I own it." His face went from red to white in about 2 seconds. "I've been getting reports about you," I continued, my voice steady, "about how you assign my sister the most dangerous tasks, how you forget to give her safety equipment, how you told other workers not to help her because she needs to prove herself." His wife grabbed his arm, pulling. "Frank, let's go. Those bruises Isabel comes home with?" I stepped closer. "That's not her being clumsy. That's you putting her in positions where she's bound to get hurt." "I didn't know she was," he stammered. "You didn't know she was my sister." I cut him off. "But you knew she was a person. You knew she was working hard. You knew she deserved basic human decency. That should have been enough." The restaurant was dead silent. "You're fired. Effective immediately. Security will escort you out Monday morning. I'll have HR contact you about final pay." "Wait, please. I have a mortgage. You should have thought about that before you called my sister a defect." His wife was crying now, dragging him toward the exit. He stumbled, tried to say something else, but she got him out the door. I turned back to Isabel. She was crying, hands covering her face. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't want you to know. I didn't want to seem weak." "Isabel." I sat back down, took her hand. "You worked 6 months to pay for that arm yourself. You took a job in a factory where your boss tormented you, and you never complained once. You're the strongest person I know." The chef placed 2 fresh plates in front of us. "These are on the house," he said softly. Then he started clapping, slow at first, then faster. The couple next to us joined in, then the table behind them. Within seconds, the entire restaurant was applauding. Isabel was crying and laughing at the same time, and for the first time since the accident, I saw her hold her prosthetic arm up with pride instead of hiding it.
The same simple food I grew up with, and my mother tells me she's proud of how I'm standing up for myself. She says she knows it's not easy, that she raised me to be polite and avoid conflict, but sometimes you have to fight for your own dignity. My father looks at my husband and says he's glad I married someone who actually values me, someone who doesn't care that we lived in shelters when I was little, or that we struggled to make ends meet. After dinner, my parents and I sit on their back porch while my husband helps with dishes inside. My mother asks how I'm really doing, and something breaks open inside me. I tell her about the shame I've carried for years, how I've always felt like I had to prove I was good enough, like my poverty was something I needed to apologize for. I tell her about every cruel comment Valentina made, every time Francine looked at me like I was beneath them, every moment I felt small and worthless because I didn't grow up with money. My mother takes my hand and reminds me that she and my father worked every day of their lives, that they loved me and gave me every opportunity they could manage. She says that's what matters, not the opinions of people who think bank accounts determine someone's worth. My father adds that they're not ashamed of how we lived, and I shouldn't be either. He says they did the best they could with what they had, And that's more than a lot of wealthy people can say. Sitting there with my parents, I realized something that should have been obvious all along. I've been carrying Valentina and Francine's judgments around like they were facts, like their opinion of me was somehow true. I've spent years trying to prove I'm good enough for this family, instead of recognizing that their standards were garbage from the start. My worth isn't determined by my parents' income or whether we had stable housing when I was a kid. The problem was never me or my background. The problem was always their snobbery, their need to feel superior, their inability to see value in anything that doesn't come with a price tag. 3 weeks after the initial confrontation with Valentina, my husband's phone rings. It's Russell calling with an update. He tells us that Valentina violated the cease and desist letter by creating a fake social media account to monitor our posts. The private investigator we hired has been watching for exactly this kind of thing, and he documented everything. He tracked the account through IP addresses and posting patterns that link directly back to Valentina. My husband picks up his phone and calls Russell right away. His voice is flat when he tells Russell to prepare a formal harassment lawsuit against Valentina. He's done with warnings and second chances. He explains about the fake social media account, how the private investigator documented everything, how Valentina can't seem to stop herself from trying to interfere in our lives. Russell says he'll draft the paperwork and have it ready to file by the end of the week. My husband thanks him and hangs up. He looks exhausted, like this whole situation has drained something essential out of him. I tell him I support whatever he needs to do, that I'm tired of living under constant surveillance from someone who claims to want reconciliation. He nods and pulls me close, and we sit there on the couch not saying anything for a long time. The next morning, my husband's phone rings while we're eating breakfast. It's Corbin. My husband puts it on speaker, and Corbin's voice comes through sounding panicked and desperate. He begs us to hold off on the lawsuit, says Valentina has agreed to go to therapy, that she wants to write us a real apology this time. Corbin explains that Valentina broke down crying after she found out we hired a private investigator, that she finally realized how serious this has become. He's asking for one more chance to handle this as a family before lawyers and courts get involved. My husband looks at me and I can see he's conflicted. Part of him wants to move forward with legal action because Valentina has proven she can't be trusted. But another part of him still cares about his family and wants to believe change is possible. He tells Corbin we'll think about it and call him back. After we hang up, my husband and I spend the rest of the morning going back and forth about what to do. We have a therapy appointment that afternoon, and we bring this new development to our therapist. She listens carefully as we explain Corbin's phone call and Valentina's supposed commitment to therapy. Our therapist asks us what we hope to gain from either option. Legal action would set clear consequences and protect us legally, but it would also burn bridges with my husband's family permanently. Giving Valentina another chance might allow for actual healing, but it also risks being manipulated again if she's not genuine. Our therapist helps us see that we're not choosing between right and wrong, but between two different kinds of risk. She suggests we give Valentina a specific time frame with clear conditions. 2 weeks to start therapy and provide a written apology. If she follows through, we can consider what comes next. If she doesn't, we move forward with the lawsuit without guilt. My husband and I agree this feels like a middle path that protects us while leaving room for possible reconciliation. 10 days go by and I check the mail every day expecting nothing. Then a registered letter arrives with Valentina's name in the return address. My hands shake as I sign for it. I wait for my husband to get home from work before opening it. We sit at the kitchen table and he carefully tears open the envelope. The letter is 3 pages long, handwritten on nice paper. My husband reads the first paragraph out loud and then stops. His expression shifts from guarded to surprised. He hands me the letter and I start reading. Valentina acknowledges everything she did. The fake Tinder profile, the year of pretending to be my friend, the fake social media account to monitor us. She admits she was jealous and insecure, that she couldn't handle seeing her brother happy with someone she considered beneath their family. She takes full responsibility for the harm she caused. She doesn't make excuses or try to shift blame onto anyone else. She says she understands if we never forgive her, but she wanted us to know she's working on herself and recognizes how wrong she was. The second page of the letter goes deeper. Valentina explains that she's been seeing a therapist 3 times a week since our last confrontation. She's been diagnosed with anxiety and something her therapist called an unhealthy attachment to status and wealth. She writes that she saw me as a threat because my presence forced her to look at her own shallow values. When I came into the family without money or connections, it made her question what really mattered. Instead of examining her own beliefs, she tried to push me out so she wouldn't have to face those uncomfortable questions. She admits this sounds like psychology talk, and maybe it is, but her therapist helped her see patterns she'd been blind to her whole life. The way she treats service workers, the way she judges people based on their clothes or cars, the way she uses money as a measure of someone's worth. She says seeing it written out in therapy made her sick to her stomach. The third page reveals even more. Valentina writes about feeling inadequate her whole life despite having everything money could buy. She talks about comparing herself to other wealthy women and always coming up short in her own mind. She admits she projected those feelings of inadequacy onto me because it was easier than dealing with her own issues. She targeted me because she saw me as vulnerable, someone she could push around to make herself feel powerful. She acknowledges this explanation doesn't excuse what she did, but she hopes it helps us understand why she became so fixated on destroying our marriage. She ends the letter by saying she doesn't expect us to respond or accept her apology. She just wanted us to know she's genuinely trying to change and that she's sorry for the pain she caused. My husband and I read the letter 3 more times that night. We keep looking for signs of manipulation, phrases that shift blame or make excuses. But the more we read it, the more genuine it seems. The next morning, we bring the letter to our therapy appointment. Our therapist reads it carefully and then goes back to certain paragraphs. She points out specific language that suggests real self-awareness. The way Valentina takes responsibility without qualifying it with but statements. The way she acknowledges the harm without making it about her own suffering. The way she gives us permission to not forgive her instead of demanding we accept her apology. Our therapist says this doesn't mean Valentina has completely changed, but it does suggest she's doing actual work on herself, rather than just trying to smooth things over. My husband and I spend the next few days discussing how to respond. We finally decide to write our own letter. We acknowledge Valentina's apology and tell her we appreciate the honesty. But we also make it clear that rebuilding trust will take a long time and consistent changed behavior. We outline specific boundaries. No unsolicited contact with us. No comments about my background or my family ever again. No interference in our marriage or our decisions. Respect for our relationship and our choices. We tell her that if she can maintain these boundaries and continue working on herself, we're open to slowly rebuilding some kind of family relationship. But if she violates any of these boundaries, we'll move forward with legal action without hesitation. My husband mails the letter and we both feel like we've done what we can do. A week later, another letter arrives. This one is from Francine. It's shorter than Valentina's and less detailed, but it still surprises me. Francine admits she enabled Valentina's bad behavior because she didn't want to see her daughter as capable of cruelty. She writes that it was easier to blame me for being too sensitive than to acknowledge Valentina was being cruel on purpose. She says she started seeing a therapist too and working on her own issues around status and family loyalty. She doesn't ask for forgiveness, just says she's sorry, and hopes we can find a path forward eventually. 2 days after Francine's letter arrives, Corbin calls again. This time his voice is calmer, more measured. He suggests a family meeting with our therapist present to discuss how we move forward. My husband asks what the ground rules would be. Corbin says he's been talking with Valentina's therapist and they both agree certain conditions need to be in place. No ambushing us with surprise family members, no ganging up on either of us. Everyone gets to speak without being interrupted. The focus stays on future boundaries, not rehashing the past. My husband tells Corbin we'll discuss it with our therapist and let him know. After the call ends, I realize something has shifted. We're not just reacting to Valentina's chaos anymore. We're setting the terms for how any reconciliation might happen. And that feels like progress. The family therapy session happens 2 weeks later in a small office with gray walls and comfortable chairs arranged in a circle. My husband and I arrive early and sit together while our therapist sets up. Valentina walks in 10 minutes later looking smaller than I've ever seen her, her eyes red and swollen. Francine and Corbin follow, along with my husband's aunt and uncle who asked to be there. Everyone settles into their seats and the therapist starts by explaining the ground rules. No interrupting, no attacking. Everyone speaks for themselves using I statements. The room feels thick with tension as Valentina clears her throat and begins talking. She admits to creating the fake Tinder profile and explains how she spent months planning it, gathering my photos, building the account slowly so it would look real. She describes the jealousy that ate at her every time she saw us together, how she convinced herself she was protecting her brother from someone unworthy. Her voice cracks when she talks about the year of fake friendship, how exhausting it was to pretend while hating me the whole time. Francine shifts in her seat but stays quiet. Valentina continues, talking about growing up with money and how it became her measure of worth, how she learned early that wealth meant superiority. She says she knows now how wrong that is, how therapy has shown her the damage those beliefs caused. My husband's aunt speaks up next, saying she's noticed the family's attitude about money for years. She talks about comments made at gatherings, little jokes about people who shop at certain stores or drive certain cars, remarks that always seemed harmless but added up to something ugly. Her husband nods and mentions a cousin who married someone from a working-class background, and how the family treated them until they eventually divorced. The therapist asks me if I want to share my experience. My hands shake as I start talking about the years of small cuts, the comments about my clothes being from discount stores, the questions about whether my parents ever tried to better themselves. I describe the barbecue where Valentina said my parents didn't try hard enough at life, and how that moment broke something in me. I talk about other relatives making jokes about my used car, about someone asking if I knew how to use the fancy silverware at a formal dinner, about being treated like I should be grateful to be included in their world. Several relatives look shocked, and one of my husband's cousins actually gasps. Others look down at their hands or shift uncomfortably in their seats. My husband's uncle says he never realized how those comments sounded from my perspective. The therapist guides the conversation toward the bigger picture, asking the family to consider how their wealth has shaped their view of people without it. She talks about class prejudice and how it operates differently than other forms of discrimination, but causes real harm. She asks them to think about assumptions they make about people based on economic status, about whether they truly believe money makes someone more valuable as a person. Francine finally speaks, her voice tight with emotion. She admits she made excuses for Valentina because facing the truth meant admitting her daughter was capable of cruelty. She says she told herself I was too sensitive, that Valentina was just being honest, that family dynamics were complicated. She acknowledges now that she was wrong, that she enabled behavior she should have stopped years ago. The session lasts 2 hours and ends with the therapist giving everyone homework assignments about examining their own biases and practicing different ways of thinking about class and worth. Walking out to the parking lot, my husband squeezes my hand and tells me he's proud of me for speaking up. Over the following months, things slowly change. We start attending some family gatherings again with clear boundaries in place about acceptable behavior. Valentina is there sometimes, quieter than before, more careful with her words. She doesn't try to hug me or force conversation, just nods politely and keeps her distance. At Thanksgiving, she actually compliments my pie without any hint of condescension. Christmas, she asks genuine questions about my job without that familiar edge in her voice. The awkwardness between us remains, but the active hostility is gone. Francine makes different kinds of efforts, inviting me to coffee and asking about my work with what sounds like real interest. She wants to know about my childhood, my parents, what I studied in college. She tells me stories about her own mother who grew up poor during the Depression, how that history got buried under generations of wealth. She's not perfect, and sometimes old patterns slip through, but she catches herself now and apologizes. A year after everything exploded, my husband and I sit on our couch on a quiet Sunday morning drinking coffee and talking about how far we've come. The family relationships aren't perfect and probably never will be, but they're built on honesty now instead of polite silence. I've learned that my worth comes from who I am, not where I started, and that the opinions of people who judge based on bank accounts don't define me. My husband has learned that protecting our marriage sometimes means disappointing his family, that loyalty to me has to come first. We're building our own family culture based on respect and authenticity, choosing to value people for their character instead of their status. That feels like the real victory, not changing his family completely, but refusing to let their old patterns shape our life together. Feel small because of where I started. After we hang up, my husband suggests we contact someone he knows who's an attorney. His name is Russell Zimmerman, and he's a family friend who helped my husband with some contract issues at work last year. My husband wants legal advice about our options. He wants to know if his sister's actions count as harassment or defamation under the law. He wants to know if obtaining my employment records illegally gives us grounds for legal action. He picks up his phone and sends Russell a text, asking if he has time to talk about a family situation that might need legal guidance. Russell responds within 10 minutes saying he can meet us this afternoon at his office. My husband confirms the time and writes down the address. We spend the rest of the morning gathering all our documentation. We print the screenshots of his sister's confession. We save the fake Tinder profile images. We organize the news articles about the convenience store manager. We wait for Jolene's email with her documents. Everything feels like it's building towards something bigger, and I don't know if I'm ready for it. Jolene's email arrives around noon with everything she promised. She scanned the letter from the district attorney's office, the one that cleared both of us after the manager got arrested. She also wrote out her own statement about what happened, how the manager was taking money for weeks, and blaming different employees each time. She signed it and dated it. I save everything to a folder on my computer and feel some of the weight lift off my chest. Having proof matters. Having someone who remembers the truth matters even more. Russell's office sits in a newer building downtown with glass doors and polished floors. We arrive 15 minutes early and wait in the lobby until his assistant calls us back. Russell stands when we enter, shakes both our hands, and gestures to the chairs across from his desk. He looks about 50 with gray at his temples and wire-frame glasses. My husband starts explaining everything while I sit there trying not to fidget. He tells Russell about the fake Tinder profile, shows him the screenshots of his sister's confession, explains about the old job firing and how his mother tried to use it against me. Russell listens without interrupting, his face getting more serious as the story unfolds. When my husband finishes, Russell leans back in his chair and asks to see all the documentation. We hand over our phones and he scrolls through everything slowly, zooming in on certain parts, reading the confession multiple times. He pulls up the news articles about the convenience store manager on his own computer, and reads those too. After about 10 minutes of silence, he sets our phones down and looks at both of us. Russell explains that what his sister did could count as identity theft, because she created a profile using my name and photos without permission. The harassment part is clear too, since she spent a year pretending to be my friend just to set me up. He says the fake profile combined with her confession shows she planned this for months, which makes it worse in legal terms. The employment records are trickier because we don't know exactly how she got them, but if she paid someone at my old company to share private information, or if she accessed records she wasn't supposed to see, that could be illegal too. He writes notes while he talks, underlining certain phrases. My husband asks what our options are. Russell says we could file a police report for identity theft and let them investigate. We could also sue his sister for damages if we wanted to go that route. But then he stops, and his expression changes. Russell warns us that taking legal action against family gets messy fast. He says even if we have a strong case, it will take months and cost money and drain us emotionally. Court dates, depositions, lawyers, all of it becomes this weight you carry around. He suggests we try setting clear boundaries first, and keep legal action as a backup plan if she doesn't stop. He says sometimes just knowing you could take legal steps is enough to make someone back off. My husband asks what kind of boundaries he means. Russell suggests a cease and desist letter that spells out exactly what she did and tells her to leave us alone completely. He says he can write it in legal language that makes it clear we're serious and that we know what crimes she might have committed. That way, if she keeps harassing us, we have documentation showing we warned her first. My husband thinks about this for a minute, then asks Russell to draft the letter. He wants it to list everything his sister did wrong and explain what could happen legally if she continues. Russell agrees and says he'll have it ready in a few days. He'll send it certified mail so we have proof she received it. He also suggests we document everything from this point forward. Save any texts, emails, or social media messages. Keep a log of any contact attempts. If this ends up in court later, having a clear record of her behavior will help our case. We thank him and schedule a follow-up appointment for next week. Walking out of his office, I feel like we actually have a plan instead of just reacting to whatever his family throws at us next. That evening, my husband sits on the couch with his phone in his hand for almost 20 minutes. He keeps opening the family group chat, then closing it again. I sit next to him and wait. Finally, he takes a deep breath and sends the screenshot of his sister's confession. He types out a message explaining that she admitted to making the fake Tinder profile, that her accusations about my job are based on something from 7 years ago that was proven false. When my manager got arrested for theft, and that we need space from family contact for a while. He hits send and puts his phone face down on the coffee table. We both stare at it like it might explode. The responses start coming in less than 5 minutes later. His phone buzzes constantly. I watch the screen light up over and over. Some messages are short, just question marks or confused emojis. Others are longer. His cousin sends 3 messages saying she can't believe his sister would do something like this. His uncle asks if we're sure about what happened. Another cousin takes his sister's side and says there must be more to the story. Someone suggests we all just sit down and talk it out like adults. The messages keep coming and my husband doesn't respond to any of them. He just watches them pile up. His father sends a private message that pops up as a separate notification. My husband opens it and reads it out loud. Corbin says he's disappointed in what his daughter did. He admits he knew she had issues with jealousy, but never thought she would plan something this cruel and calculated. He says he doesn't know what to say except that he's sorry, and he understands if we need time away from the family. My husband types back a simple thank you and nothing else. His mother floods the group chat with messages defending his sister. She says everyone needs to calm down and stop overreacting. She claims his sister was just worried about her brother's marriage and made some bad choices, but that doesn't make her a terrible person. She says families work through problems. They don't air them out in group chats for everyone to judge. She types in all caps that people need to stop attacking her daughter. My husband reads each message as it comes in, and his jaw gets tighter. He finally responds in the group chat. He writes that making a fake dating profile and spending 12 months manipulating someone isn't a bad choice or a mistake. He calls it deliberate emotional abuse. He says he's disappointed his mother cares more about protecting his sister than admitting what she did was wrong. He types that his sister confessed to everything and there's no other side to the story. Then he mutes the group chat notifications because his phone won't stop buzzing. Private messages start coming in from other relatives. His aunt sends a long text saying she's always known his sister was spoiled and that his mother enabled her behavior for years. She shares a story about how his sister once got a coworker fired because the woman didn't compliment her outfit. She says his sister has a pattern of going after people she thinks are beneath her or threatening to her somehow. She tells us she supports whatever we decide to do. 2 more cousins send similar messages. One admits he stopped bringing his girlfriend to family events because his sister made rude comments about her weight. Another says his sister once told her she dressed like she shopped at thrift stores and should try harder if she wanted to fit in with the family. Reading these messages makes me realize his sister's cruelty wasn't personal to me. It's just who she is to anyone she decides isn't good enough. My phone buzzes on the kitchen counter later that night, and I pick it up to see a wall of text from Valentina. The message goes on for paragraphs, switching between saying she's sorry and explaining why she did what she did. She writes that she was trying to protect her brother from making a mistake. She claims she really believed I was hiding something from him. She says she never meant for things to go this far, and that she just wanted him to see the truth about me before it was too late. The apology parts sound rehearsed, like she copied them from somewhere. The justification parts sound more like her real voice. She ends by asking if we can please talk this through as a family. I show my husband the message without saying anything. He reads it twice and shakes his head. We sit at the kitchen table for a while discussing what to do. Part of me wants to respond and tell her exactly what I think of her fake apology. Part of me wants to block her number and never hear from her again. My husband suggests we don't engage with her at all. He says responding will just give her an opening to keep pushing. We decide to let Russell handle everything from now on. My husband calls Russell the next morning and explains about Valentina's text message. Russell says he'll draft a formal cease and desist letter and send it certified mail so there's proof she received it. He tells us the letter will make it clear that all future communication needs to go through him as our legal representative. Russell asks if we want to include anything about potential legal action if she continues. My husband says yes. He wants Valentina to understand there will be real consequences if she doesn't stop. Russell says he'll have the letter ready by the end of the week. 2 days pass quietly. My husband and I try to focus on normal life, but the tension sits heavy in our house. We both know his family won't just let this go. On Thursday afternoon, I'm working from home when I hear a car door slam outside. I look out the front window and see Francine walking up our driveway. My stomach drops. I call for my husband, who's in the other room. He comes to the window and his whole body tenses when he sees his mother. The doorbell rings 3 times in quick succession. My husband walks to the door but doesn't open it. He calls through the wood asking what she wants. Francine's voice is muffled but loud. She says she needs to talk to us right now. My husband tells her we're not ready for a conversation and asks her to leave. She refuses. Her voice gets louder and I can hear her starting to cry. She says she's not leaving until we talk to her. My husband looks back at me and I can see him weighing his options. He tells me to stay inside and opens the door just enough to step out onto the porch, pulling it shut behind him. I move to the living room window where I can see them better. Francine is already grabbing at my husband's arm. Her face is red and tears are running down her cheeks. I can't hear everything they're saying, but I catch pieces. Francine keeps saying something about forgiveness and family. My husband has his arms crossed and he's shaking his head. Francine gets more upset and starts gesturing wildly. She points at the house, probably meaning me. My husband steps back and holds up one hand like he's trying to get her to calm down. The conversation goes on for several minutes. Francine shifts between crying and talking rapidly. At one point, she grabs both of my husband's hands and I can see her begging. He pulls his hands away gently but firmly. She wipes her face and tries again. She's saying something over and over. My husband's posture stays rigid. He's not giving in to whatever she's asking. My husband starts talking more and Francine's expression changes from pleading to defensive. Her mouth opens like she's shocked by what he's saying. She tries to interrupt, but he keeps going. His hands move as he talks, emphasizing his points. Francine's tears stop, and now she looks angry. She says something back, and my husband's jaw clenches. I can see him getting more upset. Whatever she just said made things worse. He points toward her car. She doesn't move. He points again, more firmly this time. Francine crosses her arms and plants her feet. They're both standing stiffly now, neither one backing down. Francine starts talking again and my husband cuts her off immediately. His hand comes up in a stop gesture. She tries to keep going, but he talks over her. Even from inside, I can tell his voice is getting louder. Francine's face goes from angry to hurt. She says something else and my husband takes a step back like she just hit him. He responds with what looks like one word. No, Francine reaches for him again and he moves further away. He points at her car one more time. This time his whole arm extends and his finger stabs toward the driveway. Francine stands there for a moment looking at him. Then she turns and walks quickly to her car. She gets in and sits there for a minute before starting the engine. My husband stays on the porch watching until she drives away. When he comes back inside, his hands are shaking. He goes straight to the kitchen and gets a glass of water. I follow him and wait for him to be ready to talk. He drinks the whole glass before setting it down on the counter. He tells me his mother begged him to forgive Valentina and give her another chance. She kept saying family should stick together no matter what happens. She said Valentina made a mistake, but she's still his sister and cutting her off is too extreme. My husband told her that family loyalty doesn't mean accepting abuse and manipulation. He explained that what Valentina did wasn't a mistake or a misunderstanding. It was a deliberate campaign that took a whole year to plan and execute. He said that has to have consequences or she'll just do it again. Francine didn't want to hear that. She kept insisting we were overreacting and that families work through problems. My husband told her we are working through it by setting boundaries and protecting ourselves. Then Francine brought up my employment history again. She suggested maybe Valentina's concerns weren't completely wrong. My husband says he cut her off immediately. He told her that bringing up false accusations from 7 years ago proves she's more interested in defending Valentina than understanding the real problem. He said if she can't see the difference between being wrongfully accused as a teenager and deliberately framing someone for cheating, then she's part of the problem. That's when Francine got really upset. My husband tells me he gave her a choice. He said she needs to leave and think seriously about whether she wants to enable Valentina's behavior or have a relationship with us. He told her the choice is hers, but we won't accept being treated this way anymore. Then he asked her to leave. My husband sits down at the kitchen table and puts his head in his hands. He looks exhausted. He says this is harder than he expected. He admits he loves his family, but he can't ignore how they've treated me. He's struggling with the guilt of choosing between his wife and his mother. I can see how much this is costing him. His family has been part of his whole life, and now he's having to cut them off. I sit down next to him and tell him we should find a family therapist. Someone who can help us figure out how to handle these boundaries and process everything that's happening. He looks up at me and nods slowly. He says he thinks he needs professional guidance on how to maintain his own mental health while dealing with his family's problems. He admits he doesn't know how to do this on his own. I spend that evening searching for therapists who work with family conflict and toxic relationships. I find several options and narrow it down to 3 who have good reviews and experience with situations like ours. My husband and I go through them together and pick one whose approach seems like the best fit. I call the next morning and explain our situation briefly to the receptionist. She gets us an appointment for the following week. The days leading up to the appointment feel long. My husband is quieter than usual. He's processing everything, and I give him space to do that. We don't hear from Francine or Valentina. The family group chat stays quiet. Russell calls to confirm the cease and desist letter was delivered and signed for. He says if Valentina contacts us again after receiving it, we have grounds for a restraining order. The day of our first therapy session arrives. We drive to the office in silence. The waiting room is small and calm with soft lighting. The therapist comes out to get us right on time. She's middle-aged with kind eyes and a warm smile. She leads us to her office, and we sit on a comfortable couch while she takes a chair across from us. She asks us to tell her what brought us in. My husband and I take turns laying out the whole situation. The years of Valentina's cruelty, the fake reconciliation, the Tinder profile, the confession, Francine's phone call and the accusations about my past, the family group chat explosion, Francine showing up at our house. All of it comes pouring out. The therapist listens carefully and takes notes. She asks clarifying questions, but mostly just lets us talk. When we finish, she sits back and looks at us thoughtfully. She says she can already see some patterns forming that we might not have fully recognized yet. She asks if we're ready to explore those patterns, and we both say yes. She starts by talking about family systems and how they work when one person gets all the blame while another person gets away with everything. The therapist uses words like scapegoat and golden child, explaining that these roles get assigned early and stick around because they serve a purpose for the family. She says I became the scapegoat the moment I entered this family because I was different, because I came from poverty, because I represented something that threatened their sense of superiority. The therapist looks directly at my husband and tells him that his mother's enabling isn't really about protecting Valentina. It's about keeping the whole system running smoothly, maintaining a structure where certain people can be treated badly, as long as they're the right targets. She says Francine needs someone to look down on just as much as Valentina does, which is why she defended her daughter's actions instead of calling them what they were. Now, my husband asks if his mother will ever change, and the therapist pauses before answering. She explains that change is possible, but requires Francine to examine beliefs she's held her entire life, to admit that wealth doesn't make her better than anyone else, and that's incredibly hard work most people avoid. The therapist helps us create a list of boundaries we can actually enforce. We write down that we're willing to see family members who treat us with respect, but we won't attend events where Valentina will be present until she demonstrates real change over time. We decide that if anyone makes comments about my background, we leave immediately without explanation or argument. We agree that our home is a safe space, and anyone who violates that loses the privilege of being invited back. 2 days later, my husband's phone rings during dinner. It's his father asking to meet for lunch, just the 2 of them. My husband looks at me and I nod, telling him I think he should go. The next afternoon, my husband drives to meet Corbin at a restaurant downtown. When he comes home 3 hours later, he looks tired but less angry than he's been in weeks. He sits down and tells me everything. Corbin admitted that he's watched Valentina act entitled and cruel for years without doing enough to stop it. He said he always told himself she would grow out of it, that it was just a phase. But he knows now that his silence made things worse. My husband says his father actually apologized for not standing up for me earlier, for letting Francine and Valentina make me feel unwelcome in the family. Corbin told him that he's been having serious talks with Francine about her part in all this. She's defensive and keeps trying to minimize what happened, but Corbin thinks she's starting to understand that this isn't something she can smooth over with time. He asked my husband what it would take for us to consider fixing things with the family. My husband tells me he laid out exactly what we need. First, a real apology from Valentina that doesn't make excuses or try to justify what she did. Second, Francine has to admit she enabled bad behavior and take responsibility for that. Third, the whole family needs to commit to treating me with respect, no matter where I came from or how much money my parents had. Corbin didn't promise anything but said he would work on it. The next few weeks pass quietly. We stay in touch with Corbin through occasional texts and one more lunch meeting. A couple of my husband's aunts and uncles reach out privately to say they support us and think we're handling this the right way. The family group chat that exploded with messages after the Tinder incident has gone silent. It seems like everyone finally understands this isn't going to be fixed with a quick conversation and some forced apologies. My mother calls one evening and invites us over for dinner on Saturday. We haven't seen my parents much during all this chaos, and I realize I've been avoiding them because I felt ashamed that my husband's family thinks so little of where I come from. When we arrive at their small house on Saturday, my mother hugs me tight and my father shakes my husband. FIL's lawyer had reached out offering a deal: immunity from prosecution in exchange for testimony against MIL. The lawyer claimed FIL was ready to tell everything about what happened to the 1953 twins and other daughters throughout the family history. My husband paced the cousin's living room while Hank explained the offer over speakerphone. FIL would provide details about burial locations, names of family members involved in the murders, and documentation he'd kept hidden for decades. Hank said the prosecutors were interested because FIL's information could help them build cases on multiple cold case murders, but he wanted us to understand this was probably self-preservation rather than genuine guilt or remorse. My husband stopped pacing and stared at the wall for a long moment before responding that he wouldn't speak directly to his father under any circumstances, but the prosecutors could use whatever testimony FIL provided if it helped put Mael away for life. Hank said that was exactly the arrangement he'd recommend, and he'd make sure all communication went through legal channels, so my husband never had to face his father again. After the call ended, my husband sat down next to me on the couch and put his head in his hands. I didn't say anything, just put my hand on his back while he processed what his father's cooperation really meant, that FIL had known about murdered babies his entire adult life and stayed silent until it benefited him legally. The next morning, my husband made arrangements to deal with our actual house since I couldn't go back there yet. He called a locksmith and scheduled a complete rekey of every door and window lock, then contacted a security company about installing cameras and motion sensors throughout the property. A cleaning service was hired to go through the house and clean up the damage from the break-in, the broken door frame and scattered belongings, and the general mess left behind by the police investigation. My husband handled all of this over the phone from the cousin's kitchen while I stayed in bed like the doctor ordered. Between calls, he came in to tell me he thought we should sell the house after the baby was born. I agreed immediately because I couldn't imagine ever feeling safe there again, not after MIL had forced her way inside with the explicit intent to kill our child. The house was supposed to be where we built our family, where our daughters would grow up, but now it just felt like a crime scene. My husband said he'd talk to a realtor once things settled down, but for now the security upgrades were necessary to protect the property and our belongings, even if we weren't living there. 3 days after the home invasion, I woke up at the cousin's house with cramping that felt different from the usual pregnancy discomfort. I tried to ignore it and went back to sleep, but an hour later the cramping turned into actual contractions. My husband was already awake and noticed me breathing through the pain. He timed the contractions for 20 minutes, and when they stayed consistent at 7 minutes apart, he called Dr. Luna's emergency line. She told us to come to the hospital immediately because at 36 weeks the baby was early enough to need monitoring, but developed enough to be healthy if labor continued. The drive to the hospital felt surreal, my husband gripping the steering wheel too tight while I focused on breathing and trying not to panic about having the baby 4 weeks ahead of schedule. Dr. Luna met us in the labor and delivery unit and examined me right away. She explained this was likely stress-induced labor, that my body had been through so much trauma in the past week that it triggered early delivery, but she assured us the baby was developed enough to handle being born now. They hooked me up to monitors that showed the baby's heartbeat strong and steady, even as my contractions got closer together. Dr. Luna said she'd monitor everything carefully and intervene if necessary, but for now it looked like we were having a baby today whether we were ready or not. Labor progressed faster than expected, probably because this was my second delivery and my body knew what to do. 6 hours after we arrived at the hospital, our daughter was born weighing 6 pounds 2 ounces, perfectly healthy despite being 4 weeks early. The nurses placed her on my chest and she let out a strong cry that made my husband start sobbing. He stood next to the bed with tears streaming down his face, reaching out to touch her tiny hand. When the nurses took her to clean her up and check her vital signs, my husband followed them across the room like he couldn't bear to let her out of his sight. After they confirmed she was completely healthy, just a little small, they brought her back wrapped in a hospital blanket. My husband held her for the first time and whispered that she was wanted and loved and would never have to hide who she was. He told her she was perfect exactly as she was, that being a girl made her special and important, not something shameful that needed to be erased. I watched him cradle our daughter and promise her a life free from the hatred and violence that had defined his family for generations. Later that day, after I'd rested and the baby had nursed successfully, we talked about names. My husband said he wanted to name her after his grandmother, the woman who told the cousin the truth on her deathbed. He explained that his grandmother had tried to stop the family pattern, even though it took her entire life to find the courage, and she deserved to be honored for breaking the silence. I loved the idea of giving our daughter a name connected to the one person in his family who'd done the right thing. We filled out the birth certificate paperwork with her name written clearly, a tribute to the woman who'd helped save our lives by telling the truth before she died. The hospital assigned extra security to our room because Hank had warned them about potential threats. He'd learned that FIL was making statements about wanting to meet his granddaughter before he died, using his age and health as justification for why we should allow visitation. My husband told the nurses that his father was absolutely not welcome under any circumstances, and if FIL showed up, we'd get a restraining order immediately. The nurses noted it in their system and assured us that no one would get past the security desk without our explicit approval. A guard was stationed outside our door around the clock, which should have felt like overkill, but actually made me feel safer given everything that had happened. On our second day in the hospital, Violet came by with news that actually made us both smile for the first time in days. Wallace and Chester had both agreed to plea deals in exchange for testifying against MIL. They'd provided detailed statements about how MIL recruited them, claiming we were abusing her, and she needed help rescuing her son from a dangerous situation. Wallace told investigators that MIL had approached him at a bar where he worked security, spinning a story about her daughter-in-law holding her son hostage and threatening to hurt the baby. Chester had a similar story, that MIL found him through a mutual acquaintance and convinced him she was a desperate grandmother trying to save her family. Both men now admitted they should have questioned her story more carefully, especially when she started talking about ensuring the baby didn't survive, but they'd believed her initial claims about abuse. Violet explained that their testimony would be crucial because it proved MIL's premeditation and her explicit statements about intending to harm the baby. The plea deals meant Wallace and Chester would serve reduced sentences for home invasion and conspiracy, probably 8 to 10 years each depending on their prior records, but they'd be convicted felons with significant prison time. Requested Reds is on Spotify now. Check out link in the description or comments. More importantly, their cooperation provided prosecutors with additional evidence showing MIL had planned the attack carefully, recruiting help and lying about her motivations to get people to assist with breaking into our home. Violet said Hank was confident their testimony combined with my recording would make MIL's conviction almost certain, and the historical pattern of violence would push for maximum sentencing. We were discharged from the hospital after 3 days with a healthy baby girl who'd passed all her health checks despite being early. The cousin picked us up and drove us back to his house, where our older daughter was waiting to meet her little sister. She'd stayed with the cousin's wife during the delivery, and they'd prepared her by explaining that the baby came early, but was perfectly fine. Our older daughter approached the car seat carefully, eyes wide with fascination at the tiny baby sleeping inside. She asked 100 questions about when her sister would be big enough to play, whether she could hold her, why she was so small, what her name meant, if she could help feed her. My husband answered each question patiently while carrying the car seat into the house, and I watched our older daughter follow him like she was afraid to let the baby out of her sight. Inside, the cousin's wife had set up a bassinet in our room and stocked it with diapers and supplies. Our older daughter wanted to sit next to the bassinet and watch the baby sleep, so we pulled a chair over and let her stay there while we unpacked the hospital bags. She kept reaching out to touch her sister's hand, whispering that she was going to be the best big sister ever and teach her everything important. Watching them together made me cry, thinking about how close we'd come to losing this, how MIL had tried to prevent this exact moment from happening. But here we were, both daughters healthy and safe, starting a life that had nothing to do with my husband's toxic family, and everything to do with the family we were choosing to build together. The next day, a massive gift basket arrived from my husband's employer with a card signed by everyone in his department. The card had messages written all around the edges saying they were thinking of us and supporting us through everything. My husband opened it in the cousin's kitchen and just stared at all the signatures for a long time before he started crying. His boss had written a note at the bottom saying they'd set up a meal train to bring us dinner every night for the next month so we wouldn't have to worry about cooking while dealing with a newborn and everything else. I cried too because we'd felt so alone and cut off from normal human kindness for so long. It felt weird that people we barely knew were being nicer to us than my husband's own family had ever been. The cousin's wife helped us set up a calendar to track who was bringing food each night, and made sure they all had the correct address since we weren't at our regular house anymore. That afternoon, Hank called with an update that made my stomach drop. FIL's testimony had led investigators to 3 potential burial sites on the family property, where he claimed his mother and grandmother had buried infant daughters over the decades. Forensic teams were getting ready to excavate once they got the proper warrants, and brought in cadaver dogs to confirm the locations. My husband's hands shook while he was on the phone, and he had to sit down at the kitchen table. Hank explained the process would take several weeks because they needed to document everything carefully for potential murder charges, even though the people who did it were already dead. The idea that there might actually be baby bodies buried on his family's land made my husband physically sick. He ran to the bathroom and I heard him throwing up. When he came back, he looked pale and asked Hank if they really thought they'd find anything, or if Phil might be lying. Hank said Phil had given very specific details about locations and methods that suggested he was telling the truth, which made it worse somehow. 2 weeks later, Hank called again. The forensic teams had discovered remains at 2 of the 3 sites. My husband answered the phone and I watched his face go white as Hank explained what they'd found. DNA testing would take months to confirm identities, but the preliminary evidence suggested the remains were consistent with infant females from the 1950s timeframe. That meant FIL had been telling the truth about at least some of the family's crimes. There were actually dead babies buried on the property, babies who'd been killed just for being girls. My husband hung up and sat on the couch staring at nothing for almost an hour. Our older daughter asked him why he looked so sad, and he told her he'd just learned something very bad about his family from a long time ago. She climbed into his lap and hugged him, which made him start crying again. That night he couldn't sleep, and I found him sitting in the nursery watching our baby daughter sleep in her bassinet. He whispered that he couldn't believe his own grandmother and great-grandmother had actually murdered babies, that it wasn't just family stories or exaggerations, but real, actual murders. Around the same time, Neil's lawyer tried to argue that she was mentally unfit to stand trial because of her age and possible dementia. Hank told us about it over the phone and said he wasn't worried. He'd already brought in psychiatric experts who evaluated MIL thoroughly and determined she was completely competent and had been acting with clear premeditation and intent. The evaluation showed she knew exactly what she was doing when she came to our house and tried to hurt me and the baby. Her memory was fine, her reasoning was clear, and she understood right from wrong. She just believed killing daughters was the right thing to do for the family. The mental fitness defense was destroyed before it even really started. Hank said the evaluation actually helped the prosecution because it proved MIL was dangerous in a calculated way, not just confused or sick. A few days after that, we got a letter forwarded from our old address. It was from someone named Margaret who said she was the granddaughter of the 1917 adoption daughter. She'd found us through news coverage of the case and wanted us to know that her grandmother had lived a good life with her adoptive family, but her grandmother had always wondered about her birth family and died never knowing the truth about why she was given up. Margaret included a photo of her grandmother as an old woman, and I stared at it for a long time. She had the same nose as our older daughter, the same smile. My husband looked at the photo and started crying again because it proved his family had been lying about everything for so long. We called Margaret back and arranged to meet her at a coffee shop halfway between our towns. When we walked in with our older daughter, Margaret stood up and gasped. She looked at our daughter and then at the photo she'd brought of her grandmother, and you could see the family resemblance immediately. Same nose, same smile, same way of tilting her head when she was thinking. Margaret started crying and said it was like seeing a ghost of her grandmother as a child. She told us her grandmother had been happy with her adoptive parents, but always felt like something was missing, always wondered why her birth mother gave her up. Now Margaret understood it wasn't a choice. It was the family forcing it to hide an unwed pregnancy and maintain their lies about not having daughters. Meeting her felt strange and sad and good all at the same time. She looked remarkably like our older daughter, which proved she was definitely part of the family bloodline despite Mill's claims that daughters couldn't come from their side. The genetics didn't lie even if the family did. Margaret asked if she could stay in touch with us and meet both our daughters as they grew up, and we said yes because she was the only decent connection to my husband's family history that existed. 2 weeks after our baby was born, the preliminary hearing happened at the courthouse. My husband went while I stayed home with both girls. He came back 3 hours later looking shaken and pale. He sat down at the kitchen table and told me Phil had testified in detail about how his mother and grandmother killed infant daughters by suffocation and buried them on the family land. FIL described the methods they used, the locations of the graves, and the years when it happened. He testified that he'd known about it his whole life because his mother told him when he was a teenager, explaining it was family tradition to handle daughters this way. My husband said listening to his father describe baby murders in a calm, matter-of-fact voice was the most horrible thing he'd ever experienced. FIL's testimony revealed that the whole no girls mythology was deliberately created in the 1920s to explain why daughters kept disappearing from the family. The family elders decided it was better to claim genetic impossibility than risk questions about missing babies. They spread the story at family gatherings, told it to neighbors and friends, and eventually everyone just accepted it as fact. By the time my husband was born, the mythology was so established that nobody questioned it anymore. It became family pride instead of family shame, this idea that their bloodline was so strong and male that it couldn't produce females. The truth was they'd been producing females all along and killing them. During FIL's testimony, Mill's reaction was caught on the courtroom cameras. She started screaming at Phil that he was betraying everything they built together. She yelled that he was weak and pathetic for telling the truth, that he should have protected the family legacy no matter what. The bailiffs had to remove her from the courtroom while she was still screaming at him. Hank told my husband later that her outburst actually helped the prosecution because it showed her complete lack of remorse and her view of the murders as justified family tradition rather than crimes. After the hearing, the judge denied bail again and ordered MIL to undergo psychiatric evaluation at the state facility. The evaluation took a week and confirmed everything we already knew. She was competent and understood what she'd done, but she genuinely believed killing daughters was necessary to preserve family honor. The psychiatrist's report said she showed no remorse, no understanding that her beliefs were wrong, and posed an extreme danger to any female children in the family. The evaluation concluded she would absolutely try again if given the opportunity, which made her too dangerous to ever release. 2 weeks after the evaluation, we started seeing a therapist who works with families dealing with cult-like thinking and abuse. Her office was small and comfortable with soft chairs and toys in the corner for kids. She explained that MIL grew up hearing this mythology about no girls being born and truly believed daughters brought shame to the family. It didn't excuse what MIL did, but it helped us understand how deep the belief went. The therapist said MIL wasn't crazy in the legal sense. She was brainwashed by generations of family lies and violence. Our older daughter started having bad dreams about a scary grandma, even though she wasn't there when MIL broke into our house. She would wake up crying and asking if the mean lady was coming back. The therapist told us that kids pick up on their parents' stress even when we try to hide it. She suggested family play therapy where our daughter could act out her fears with dolls and toys. We went twice a week, and slowly our daughter started sleeping better. Meanwhile, Hank called with news about a plea deal. The prosecution offered MIL life in prison with a chance at parole after 25 years if she pled guilty to attempted murder and conspiracy. Her lawyer told her to take it because the evidence against her was overwhelming. MIL refused. She told her lawyer she did nothing wrong and demanded a trial because she wanted to prove daughters shouldn't exist in their family. Hank said her refusal actually helped our case because it showed she had zero remorse and still believed killing babies was justified. The trial got scheduled for 3 months away. Hank explained this was faster than normal because the judge understood the urgency with our baby's safety and the historical pattern of violence. Plus, the evidence was so strong that both sides needed less time to prepare than usual. During one of our therapy sessions, my husband and I realized we couldn't keep living in the house where MIL attacked us. Every time I walked past the bedroom where I hid while she tried to break in, I felt sick. We decided to sell and move somewhere his extended family didn't know about. The realtor we found was really understanding when we explained we needed good security and total privacy. She showed us houses in a town 40 minutes away and found a perfect place with a gated entrance and new locks on every door. We made an offer the same day. Moving into the new house felt like starting over completely. My husband and I painted the nursery together in soft yellow and hung pictures of flowers on the walls. He built shelves for both girls' rooms using wood he picked out himself. Every nail he hammered felt like building something good with no connection to his family's awful history. Our older daughter adjusted faster than I expected. Within 2 weeks, she made friends with kids who lived on our street. I would watch her play outside laughing and running around, and it made me believe we could actually move past the trauma. She was just a normal kid again, instead of a scared one. The genealogist we hired finished her research 6 weeks after we moved. She came to our new house with a thick folder and presented us with a complete family tree going back 100 years. It showed at least 12 daughters born into my husband's family during that time. Only 2 survived to adulthood. One was the girl from 1917 who got adopted out. The other ran away when she was 16 and was never mentioned in family records again. The genealogist had tracked down the runaway girl through census records and old newspaper articles. We reached out to her descendants through a letter explaining who we were and what we'd discovered. Her daughter called us 3 days later. She told us her mother had built a good life far from the family, but refused to ever talk about where she came from. The only thing she ever said was that her birth family were dangerous people who hated women. Now her daughter understood it was literally true. She thanked us for finally exposing what happened and said her mother would have been relieved to know the truth came out. 3 months passed faster than I expected. Our baby was growing and healthy, and our older daughter was thriving in her new school. Then Hank called to say jury selection was starting the next week. He explained he was being careful to screen for jurors who could handle disturbing content about violence against kids. He needed people who would understand that the historical pattern mattered, even though the main charges were about the attempted murder of our baby. He walked us through what to expect, and promised he had built the strongest case possible. The trial was finally beginning, and we were as ready as we would ever be. The trial started on a cold Monday morning with dolls and toys. We went twice a week, and slowly our daughter started sleeping better. Meanwhile, Hank called with news about a plea deal. The prosecution offered MIL life in prison with a chance at parole after 25 years if she pled guilty to attempted murder and conspiracy. Her lawyer told her to take it because the evidence against her was overwhelming. MIL refused. She told her lawyer she did nothing wrong and demanded a trial because she wanted to prove daughters shouldn't exist in their family. Hank said her refusal actually helped our case because it showed she had zero remorse and still believed killing babies was justified. The trial got scheduled for 3 months away. Hank explained this was faster than normal because the judge understood the urgency with our baby's safety and the historical pattern of violence. Plus, the evidence was so strong that both sides needed less time to prepare than usual. During one of our therapy sessions, my husband and I realized we couldn't keep living in the house where MIL attacked us. Every time I walked past the bedroom where I hid while she tried to break in, I felt sick. We decided to sell and move somewhere his extended family didn't know about. The realtor we found was really understanding when we explained we needed good security and total privacy. She showed us houses in a town 40 minutes away and found a perfect place with a gated entrance and new locks on every door. We made an offer the same day. Moving into the new house felt like starting over completely. My husband and I painted the nursery together in soft yellow and hung pictures of flowers on the walls. He built shelves for both girls' rooms using wood he picked out himself. Every nail he hammered felt like building something good with no connection to his family's awful history. Our older daughter adjusted faster than I expected. Within 2 weeks, she made friends with kids who lived on our street. I would watch her play outside laughing and running around, and it made me believe we could actually move past the trauma. She was just a normal kid again, instead of a scared one. The genealogist we hired finished her research 6 weeks after we moved. She came to our new house with a thick folder and presented us with a complete family tree going back 100 years. It showed at least 12 daughters born into my husband's family during that time. Only 2 survived to adulthood. One was the girl from 1917 who got adopted out. The other ran away when she was 16 and was never mentioned in family records again. The genealogist had tracked down the runaway girl through census records and old newspaper articles. We reached out to her descendants through a letter explaining who we were and what we'd discovered. Her daughter called us 3 days later. She told us her mother had built a good life far from the family, but refused to ever talk about where she came from. The only thing she ever said was that her birth family were dangerous people who hated women. Now her daughter understood it was literally true. She thanked us for finally exposing what happened and said her mother would have been relieved to know the truth came out. 3 months passed faster than I expected. Our baby was growing and healthy, and our older daughter was thriving in her new school. Then Hank called to say jury selection was starting the next week. He explained he was being careful to screen for jurors who could handle disturbing content about violence against kids. He needed people who would understand that the historical pattern mattered, even though the main charges were about the attempted murder of our baby. He walked us through what to expect, and promised he had built the strongest case possible. The trial was finally beginning, and we were as ready as we would ever be. The trial started on a cold Monday morning in a courtroom that smelled like old wood and cleaning products. My husband and I sat behind Hank at the prosecution table, while MIL sat across the aisle with her lawyer, staring straight ahead like she was at church instead of facing attempted murder charges. The jury filed in and took their seats. 12 people who would decide if MIL went to prison for trying to kill our baby. Hank stood up for opening statements and walked to the jury box with my phone in his hand. He pressed play, and Miles' voice filled the courtroom, clear and cold through the speakers. Every word she said that night came through perfectly. Her threat to kill the baby, her statements about family tradition, her claim that she was handling things the way the family always had. Several jurors looked shocked, and one older woman actually put her hand over her mouth. Hank let the recording finish before he spoke. He explained that this wasn't just about one night of violence. It was about a century of daughters being murdered and hidden to protect a family myth. He told them they would hear testimony about infant remains found buried on family property, about historical documents proving the pattern, about 3 people breaking into our home with the specific goal of ending my pregnancy. Mill's lawyer objected twice during the opening, but the judge overruled both times because Hank was just outlining what the evidence would show. The next day, I took the stand and my hands shook, so bad I had to grip the armrests to keep them still. Hank asked me to describe the comments MIL made during my first pregnancy, and I told the jury about her questioning my daughter's nose, her hints that the baby wasn't really from their family. Then he asked about the second pregnancy, and I walked them through MIL's breakdown when we announced another girl, her accusations of cheating, the escalating threats. I described the restaurant assault in detail, the slap across my face, the snow globe hitting my head, MIL trying to kick me while I was on the ground protecting my belly. Several jurors were taking notes, and I could see their faces getting more serious as I talked. Then Hank asked about the home invasion, and I explained how terrified I felt locked in that bedroom, 8 months pregnant, listening to MIL threaten to kill my baby while she tried to break down the door. The whole time I testified, MIL stared at me with this look of pure disgust on her face, like I was something dirty she'd stepped in. The jury noticed. I saw 3 of them glance at her, and then look away quickly, and one man actually frowned at her reaction. When the defense lawyer cross-examined me, he tried to suggest I was exaggerating because I was upset, but Hank objected and reminded everyone that I had recordings and medical records proving everything I said. My husband testified right after lunch, and he looked exhausted before he even started talking. Hank asked him to explain what he was taught growing up about daughters in his family, and my husband's voice cracked when he described believing the no girls thing was genetic fact, something he'd heard his whole life from everyone in the family. He told the jury about his pride when our first daughter was born, how he thought we'd beaten some kind of genetic odds, and then the confusion when his mother started making those comments. When Hank asked about discovering the truth, my husband broke down describing the moment he realized his family had been murdering baby girls for generations and his mother knew about it the entire time. He talked about the horror of learning that daughters weren't impossible, they were just killed, and how that knowledge changed everything he thought he knew about his family. Mill's lawyer tried to paint my husband as biased and emotional, but it backfired because the jury could see he was genuinely devastated by what his family had done. The cousin came next with his folder of documents and he was calmer than I expected, like he'd been preparing for this moment since his grandmother died. He described her deathbed confession in detail, how she cried while telling him about the twin girls, and begged him to stop it if it ever happened again. Hank had him walk through each document, the birth certificates that proved the twins existed, the newspaper clippings about adoptions that were actually forced separations, the letters between family members discussing how to handle the girl problem. When the cousin read parts of those letters out loud, 2 jurors were visibly crying, and one woman looked like she might be sick. The letters were specific about methods and burial locations, written in casual language like the writers were discussing gardening instead of infanticide. Miles' lawyer barely cross-examined the cousin because there wasn't much he could challenge when the documents were right there in black and white. FIL took the stand after the cousin, and he looked 20 years older than the last time I'd seen him. Hank asked him what his mother told him about the family tradition, and FIL described conversations where she explained that daughters brought shame to the family, that they had to be handled quietly to preserve the bloodline mythology. He gave specific details about burial locations on the family property, and described methods his mother said were used, information he couldn't have known unless someone told him directly. Miles' lawyer attacked him hard during cross-examination, pointing out that he was testifying to save himself from harsher charges, suggesting he was making things up to get a better deal. But Hank came back on redirect and had FIL describe exact locations where remains were later found, proving he was telling the truth because the police hadn't released those details publicly. Wallace testified that MIL approached him at a bar and told him her daughter-in-law was abusing her son and keeping her away from her family. He said she cried and begged for help, claimed she just wanted to talk to us, but we'd gotten a restraining order that wasn't real. She promised him money and insisted they were doing the right thing by helping her get into our house. Chester's testimony was almost identical, describing how MIL recruited him through Wallace and convinced them both that we were the bad guys. Both men admitted she told them specifically that she needed to handle the baby before it was born, though they claimed they didn't understand she meant killing it until they were already at our house. The jury didn't look sympathetic to either of them. The forensic anthropologist brought photographs and reports about the infant remains found on the family property. She explained that DNA testing confirmed the remains were related to my husband's family line, and that the bones were consistent with female infants who died in the 1950s timeframe. She described the burial methods and locations, which matched exactly what FIL had described in his testimony. Miles' lawyer tried to suggest the remains could be from natural deaths, but the anthropologist shut that down by explaining that the burial locations and methods were consistent with concealment, not normal infant burial practices from that era. The defense put on almost no case, just MIL's lawyer standing up and arguing for 20 minutes that she was a confused old woman who loved her family and made bad choices trying to protect them. He claimed she was scared and irrational, that she didn't really mean the threats on the recording, that everything got blown out of proportion. The jury looked completely unconvinced, especially after sitting through days of testimony, and evidence showing MIL was coherent and purposeful throughout everything. Hank's closing argument took 3 hours, and he walked the jury through every single piece of evidence showing Miel planned this, intended to kill our baby, and had zero remorse about any of it. He played the recording again and pointed out how clear and rational MIL sounded when she threatened to kill my baby for the family legacy. He reminded them about the historical documents, the buried remains, FIL's testimony about family tradition. He argued that attempted murder charges existed specifically for people like MIL, someone who tried to kill a baby and would absolutely try again if given any chance. The defense's closing argument lasted maybe 30 minutes, and mostly repeated the confused elderly woman angle that nobody was buying. The jury went out to deliberate at 2 in the afternoon. We waited in a victim services room down the hall, me and my husband and our baby girl who had no idea how close she'd come to never being born. 4 hours later, the bailiff came and said the jury had reached a verdict. We walked back into the courtroom and I felt sick with nerves even though Hank said 4 hours was a good sign. The jury foreman stood up and read guilty on every single count: attempted murder, conspiracy, home invasion, terroristic threats, assault. Miel didn't react at all, just sat there staring at nothing while the judge polled each juror individually to confirm their votes. My husband grabbed my hand and squeezed it so hard it hurt, but I didn't care because it was finally over. Sentencing happened 2 weeks after the verdict, and we were back in the same courtroom with the same judge. Mill sat at the defense table looking smaller somehow, like the guilty verdicts had physically shrunk her. The judge reviewed the case file for what felt like forever, before he finally looked up and started speaking. He said the historical pattern of violence against infant daughters in the family, combined with MIL's complete lack of remorse throughout the entire trial, made her too dangerous to ever be released back into society. Life in prison without possibility of parole for 40 years, which at her age meant she would die behind bars. Mill didn't react at all when he said it, just kept staring straight ahead like she was somewhere else entirely. My husband grabbed my hand under the table and I felt his whole body relax next to mine. Wallace got sentenced next and received 8 years for home invasion and conspiracy. The judge said he'd be eligible for parole after serving 2/3 of the sentence if he demonstrated genuine rehabilitation, which meant just over 5 years if he behaved. Chester got 10 years because he had a prior criminal record for assault. Same parole eligibility after 2/3. Both men looked relieved compared to what MIL got, and Wallace actually apologized to us when the judge asked if he had anything to say. Chester just nodded and said he made a terrible mistake trusting MIL. Hank told us afterward that FIL was charged as an accessory after the fact for helping MIL make bail when he knew she intended to harm us. FIL took a plea deal the following week and got 5 years probation plus mandatory counseling. Part of his deal required him to testify in any future cases related to the historical murders, which Hank said was important for the cold case investigation. That investigation wrapped up about a month later, with the district attorney filing murder charges, posthumously against MIL's mother-in-law and grandmother-in-law for the deaths of at least 6 infant daughters. Hank explained that even though they were dead and couldn't be prosecuted, the official charges provided closure and created a historical record of what really happened to those babies. The forensic team had found enough evidence at the burial sites to confirm the deaths weren't natural or accidental. We decided to hold a memorial service for all the lost daughters once the investigation concluded. It was small, just us and the cousin and his wife, plus the granddaughter of the 1917 adoption and some relatives from the runaway daughter's family. We planted a flowering cherry tree in our backyard and installed a bronze plaque at its base listing every daughter's name we'd been able to identify through the genealogy research and historical records. 12 names total spanning over a century of family history. The 1917 descendant brought flowers and photos of her grandmother, who had lived a good life, but never knew why she'd been given away as a baby. The runaway daughter's son talked about how his mother refused to ever speak about her birth family, except to warn him that some bloodlines carried darkness. Standing there with all those people who shared my daughter's DNA felt surreal, like we were reclaiming something that had been stolen and buried for generations. 6 months after the trial ended, our older daughter asked why we didn't see Grandma anymore. She was 4.5 by then, and starting to notice that other kids had grandparents who visited or sent birthday cards. We sat down with her in the living room and explained in the simplest terms we could manage that Grandma had made very bad choices that hurt people. We told her that sometimes when adults make dangerous choices, they have to go away to a place where they can't hurt anyone else. And that's what happened to Grandma. She asked if Grandma would ever come back, and my husband told her no. Grandma would be staying in that place for the rest of her life because the choices she made were so serious. Our daughter seemed to accept this and went back to playing with her toys, though she brought it up occasionally over the next few weeks before finally stopping. Our younger daughter turned 8 months old around the same time and was thriving in every way. She hit all her developmental milestones early, rolling over and sitting up and starting to crawl like she was in a hurry to explore everything. Her personality was already showing through fierce and determined and completely her own. My husband joked constantly that she was proving the family mythology wrong just by existing, being strong and healthy and unmistakably herself. Watching her grow without any shadow of that toxic legacy hanging over her made me feel like we'd actually won something important. A letter arrived from a women's advocacy organization in early fall, asking if we'd be willing to share our story to help other families recognize patterns of gender-based violence. They explained that our case had made regional news during the trial, and several people had reached out to them saying they saw similarities in their own family situations. We talked it over with our therapist for a few sessions before deciding to do an anonymous interview. The organization published it on their website with all identifying details changed, but the core story intact about how family mythology can hide systematic violence against daughters. My husband legally changed our family surname to my maiden name the same month. He said he didn't want our daughters growing up with a name connected to so much violence and hatred toward women, and he wanted to honor my family instead of his. The paperwork took a few weeks to process, but eventually we all had new social security cards and updated documents with my family name. Our older daughter started kindergarten at the school near our new house that September. She made friends easily on the first day, and came home excited about her teacher and the playground and everything she'd learned. Watching her thrive in a normal, safe environment where nobody questioned her existence or her worth made me cry with relief that we'd actually broken the cycle and given our daughters a different future than the one my husband's family had planned. The 1-year mark since the conviction came and went without any big deal on our part. We spent that day having a picnic in our backyard, while both girls ran around playing tag and squealing with laughter. Our older daughter was 5.5 by then, and our younger one had just turned 18 months old and was toddling everywhere trying to keep up with her big sister. Watching them play together without any shadow of that horrible family history hanging over them made me feel like we'd actually won something real and lasting. My husband grilled burgers and we ate on a blanket spread out on the grass, while the girls picked dandelions and brought them to us like precious gifts. Nobody mentioned the anniversary out loud, but I caught my husband watching our daughters with this expression of fierce protectiveness, mixed with relief that we'd gotten them out of that situation before any real harm could touch them. A few weeks after that, my husband came home from work with news that his boss had called him into the office for what turned out to be a promotion announcement. He'd been given a senior position with a significant raise, and his boss told him the decision was based partly on his excellent work performance, but also on the tremendous character and leadership he'd shown while protecting his family through everything we'd been through. His boss apparently told him that watching him maintain his professional responsibilities while dealing with such a serious family crisis had impressed everyone in the department and shown the kind of person they wanted in leadership roles. My husband cried when he told me about it because he'd been so worried that the whole situation with his mother would damage his career or make people see him differently at work. The promotion meant we could finally start planning things we'd been putting off, like that beach vacation we'd been talking about for months. We booked a week at a rental house right on the ocean for next month, and both girls got so excited when we told them. Our older daughter started asking a million questions about what the beach would be like and whether she could build sand castles and collect seashells. Our younger daughter didn't fully understand yet, but she picked up on her sister's excitement and started clapping and bouncing around the living room. Planning that trip and thinking about making happy family memories that had nothing to do with my husband's toxic relatives felt like we'd finally built something good and solid from all the ashes of that horrible history. Our daughters were going to grow up knowing they were loved completely and celebrated exactly as they were without any shame or violence attached to being girls. And that's the story. I always try to make these moments something you can actually use in real life. If it helped you think or reflect, that's what matters most. My MIL attacked me at 8 months pregnant because we're having another girl. No girl has been born to the men in my husband's family in over a century. It's their pride, their bloodline, can't make females. Wedding night, my mother-in-law grabbed me. Now make us our son, don't let us down. We had a daughter. MIL made comments when my husband wasn't around. Wonder where she got that nose. Not from our side. I kept quiet. She was old, sick. Why ruin their relationship? Second pregnancy, another girl. When we announced it, Mill started sobbing. Not ours. Those girls are not ours. She's a cheater. She turned to me. I let the first one slide, but I will not allow it again. My husband exploded. Told her she'd never see us again. As we left, he yelled, I love that little girl more than I ever loved you. 3 months no contact. At 8 months pregnant, we gave her one chance to apologize. I want paternity tests first, she said at dinner. I stood to leave. She grabbed my shirt. You're not running from this, cheater. She slapped me across the face. My husband jumped between us. As we headed for the door, she threw a snow globe at my head. It connected. I fell, blood running down my neck, holding my belly. She tried to kick me while I was down. My husband pushed her back, got me out. 6 stitches. 4 days monitoring. Baby was fine. Police came. MIL had broken fingers from being pushed, wanted my husband arrested. When forced to tell the truth, FIL admitted what happened. She got arrested. Now FIL's begging. Drop the charges. She's elderly. She assaulted my pregnant wife, my husband said. She's lucky it's only assault charges. We're getting paternity tests. Not because we need them, to mail to her in jail. Here's your proof. You'll never meet your granddaughters. Then my husband's cousin called with the real story. There's something you need to know. My grandmother told me before she died. What? The no girls thing is a lie. Your husband's great aunt had a daughter in 1917. Gave her up for adoption to hide an unwed pregnancy. The family invented the no girls myth to avoid questions. You're kidding. There's more. In 1953, another relative had twin girls. The family sent them away, claimed they died. That's insane. Your MIL knows. She's always known. She called me from jail, said she's not the first to handle daughters properly. Handle? Check your mail. A package had arrived. No return address. Inside, 2 tiny hospital bracelets from 1953. Names scratched out. A note in Miles' handwriting. Some family traditions are worth preserving. My husband went pale. These are baby hospital bracelets. From the twins who died, I whispered. His phone rang. FIL. Son, your mother made bail. What? How? My brother put up the money. Listen, she's not well. She keeps talking about fixing things the old way. I don't know what that means, but the line went dead. Our doorbell rang. Through the peephole, MIL stood there with 2 men I didn't recognize. Call 911, my husband whispered. I dialed. Mile called through the door. We're family. We just want to talk about the baby. Mom, go away. The police are coming. The police can't stop family traditions, son. We've been handling daughters for over a century. Your wife will understand soon. The 2 men started working on our lock. They're breaking in, I whispered to dispatch. That adoption story was the nice version, Emil called out. Want to know what really happened to the twin girls? Their mother learned to keep quiet after. The lock clicked open. My husband grabbed a baseball bat. Get to the bedroom. Lock the door. We don't want to hurt anyone, Mill said, stepping inside. We just need to ensure this baby doesn't survive. For the family legacy. I ran, 8 months pregnant, up the stairs. Heard my husband shouting, fighting. Locked myself in our room. Called 911 again. They're in the house. She said she's going to kill my baby. Please hurry. Through the door, Miles' voice. Every woman who brought daughters into this family learned their place. Dead or disappeared. Your turn to choose. Sirens in the distance. Her voice got closer. Police won't help. We have family in the department. How do you think I made bail so fast? The doorknob turned. I grabbed my phone to record, hands shaking. Come out, dear. Let's handle this like the family always has. The door started opening. The door crashed open and MIL lunged straight at me with her hands reaching for my stomach. My husband appeared behind her and grabbed her shoulders, yanking her backward with enough force that she stumbled into the hallway. Wallace and Chester were suddenly there too, grabbing my husband's arms and trying to pull him away from her. Mill was screaming something about me ruining everything the family built. Her face twisted up in a way I'd never seen before, like she wasn't even the same person anymore. My husband twisted free from Wallace and shoved him back against the wall. Chester tried to grab my husband from behind, but got an elbow to the ribs that made him double over. Mile kept trying to get past my husband to reach me, clawing at his arms and face. The police sirens were so loud now they had to be right outside our house. I could hear officers shouting commands from downstairs, telling everyone to get on the ground. Mile froze in the middle of trying to lunge at me again. Her whole face changed in like 2 seconds, going from that crazy rage to something cold and smart-looking, like she just remembered something important. She looked at my phone in my hand, still recording everything, and I saw her realize what that meant. She'd been caught saying she wanted to kill my baby, caught trying to break into our house, caught with witnesses and proof. Heavy footsteps pounded up the stairs and suddenly 4 police officers were there with their guns drawn, yelling at everyone to get their hands up. Wallace and Chester got shoved hard against the bedroom wall and handcuffed, so fast I barely saw it happen. Mael started crying immediately, these big loud sobs, and pointed at my husband while telling the officers that he attacked her first. She kept saying he'd always been mean to her, always been violent, that she was just trying to check on me because she was worried. My husband's face went white with anger, but he didn't say anything. Just stood there with his hands up while an officer patted him down. One of the officers stayed with me, asking if I was hurt, if the baby was okay, while the others dealt with the 3 people who'd broken into our house. Another woman arrived a few minutes later, moving fast up the stairs and flashing a badge at the officers. She came straight to me and held out her hand for my phone. "Detective Violet Holcomb," she said, and I needed to give her my phone right now to protect the recording as evidence. I handed it over with shaking hands. She pulled out earbuds and listened to the audio right there in the bedroom, her face getting harder and harder as she heard Mail's voice saying she needed to make sure the baby didn't survive. When the recording finished, Violet looked at the officers and told them to read MIL her rights for attempted murder and conspiracy. MIL started screaming that it was all lies, that I'd made it up somehow. But Violet just stared at her until the officers dragged her out of the room. The EMTs showed up next and wanted to check me over right there in the bedroom because I was shaking too hard to walk down the stairs safely. One of them put his hand on my belly and asked me to tell him when I felt the baby move. It only took a few seconds before I felt her kick against his palm. He smiled and said that was a good, strong kick. Exactly what he wanted to feel. They checked my blood pressure and said it was high, but not dangerous high, just stressed high, which made sense given everything that just happened. The other EMT said they still wanted to take me to the hospital for real monitoring, though, because I was 8 months pregnant, and I'd just been through a physical struggle, and they weren't taking any chances. My husband climbed into the ambulance with me, sitting on the little bench seat and holding my hand so tight it almost hurt. His knuckles were already turning purple and swelling up from fighting off Wallace and Chester. He kept saying he was sorry, that he should have protected me better, that he should have never let them get that close to me. I told him he literally fought 3 people at the same time to keep them away from me and our baby, and that was more than most people would ever do. He started crying then, just quiet tears running down his face while the ambulance drove us to the hospital. At the hospital, they took me straight back to a room and a doctor came in almost right away. Dr. Scarlett Luna introduced herself and said she was going to do an ultrasound to make absolutely sure the baby was okay after all the stress and fighting. She squeezed cold gel on my belly and moved the wand around, and within seconds our daughter's heartbeat filled the room, strong and steady. Scarlett pointed at the screen and showed us the baby moving around, stretching her little arms and legs like nothing had even happened. She explained that babies are protected really well inside the mother's body, surrounded by fluid and muscle and everything else, so even when the mother goes through something scary, the baby is usually just fine. But she wanted me on bed rest for 48 hours anyway, just to be extra careful, especially since I'd already had one head injury a few weeks ago. Detective Holcomb showed up about an hour later with a man she introduced as her partner Edwin. They pulled chairs up next to my hospital bed and asked us to tell them everything that happened, starting from when FIL called to say MIL had made bail. My husband did most of the talking, explaining about the package with the hospital bracelets, the phone call warning us that Mael was talking about fixing things the old way, the doorbell ringing with Mill and two strange men outside. I added the parts about being upstairs, hearing the lock break, calling 911 again, recording Mill's threats through the door. Violet wrote everything down in a little notebook, stopping us sometimes to ask specific questions about exact words or times. When we finished, she explained that MIL, Wallace, and Chester were all being held without bail this time. The charges were serious, she said. Home invasion, attempted assault, conspiracy to commit murder, and terroristic threats. Edwin leaned forward and said they were also looking into MIL's claim about having family in the police department, who helped her make bail so fast. He said if there was corruption involved, internal affairs would handle that part separately. Right now, their main job was building a case so strong against all three of them that no judge would ever let them out again. Violet added that they had my recording. They had the forced entry evidence. They had multiple officer witnesses who heard MIL's statements, and they had Wallace and Chester who would probably flip on MIL to save themselves. It was as solid a case as she'd ever worked, she said, and we should try to rest and focus on the baby while they handled the legal stuff. After the detectives left, a hospital security guard came to my room and said he'd been assigned to stay outside my door. Violet had called down to warn them that FIL was calling the main desk over and over, trying to find out what room I was in, and the hospital wasn't taking any chances with more family members showing up. My husband pulled out his phone and called his cousin back, the one who'd told us about the family history and the murdered daughters. He asked if the cousin could come to the hospital because we needed to know everything, every detail about what really happened to all those baby girls over the last 100 years. The cousin showed up around 7 that evening carrying a thick manila folder that looked like it had been stuffed with papers for years. He pulled a chair up to my hospital bed and set the folder on the rolling table, his hands shaking a little as he opened it. He explained that his grandmother told him everything right before she died about 3 years ago, made him promise that if anyone in the family ever tried to hurt another daughter, he had to stop it no matter what. She spent her last days crying about the babies, he said, about how she knew what happened and never spoke up because she was too scared of the family. He started collecting documents after that, searching through old family records and courthouse files and newspaper archives, building evidence of what really happened over the last 100 years. My husband leaned forward and asked what was in the folder. The cousin pulled out the first document, a birth certificate from 1953 for twin girls born to my husband's great-aunt. Their names were listed as Mary and Margaret, born on June 14th at the county hospital, both listed as healthy full-term babies. He set that aside and pulled out a death certificate dated just 3 days later, claiming both babies died of sudden illness, signed by a family doctor who lost his license 2 years after that for falsifying medical records. Then came newspaper clippings about the 1917 adoption, except the articles told a different story than the family version. The birth mother had tried to keep her baby girl, fought the adoption in court, claimed her family was forcing her to give up a healthy child for no medical reason. The judge ruled against her because her father and brothers all testified she was unstable and unfit, and the baby disappeared into the adoption system with all records sealed. My husband picked up one of the clippings and read it 3 times, his face getting paler each time. The cousin kept pulling out more papers, letters written between family members in the 1920s and 30s and 40s. One letter from my husband's great-grandmother talked about how to handle the girl problem, suggesting that quick action after birth was easiest because nobody asked too many questions about newborn deaths back then. Another letter discussed sending older girls away to homes for troubled women where they could be kept quiet and controlled. A third letter actually used the word disposal when talking about a 6-month-old baby girl born in 1931. My husband started crying while reading through the letters, just silent tears running down his face and dripping onto the hospital blanket. He looked up at his cousin and asked how many daughters did the family kill or disappear over the years. The cousin said he found evidence of at least 12, maybe more, going back to the early 1900s, when record-keeping was less careful and deaths were easier to hide. Violet came back the next morning with Edwin and a woman from the forensics team who photographed every single document in that folder. Violet explained they were opening a formal investigation into possible cold case murders based on the evidence the cousin provided. She said the district attorney Hank Madden was taking over the whole case personally because of how serious it was, the pattern of violence against baby girls spanning more than a century. Edwin carefully placed each document into evidence bags after the photographer finished, logging everything with case numbers and chain of custody forms. Violet told us Hank wanted to meet with us as soon as I was discharged from the hospital to go over the legal strategy. She said between my recording of MIL threatening to kill the baby, the forced entry evidence, the officer witness statements, and now this historical pattern, they had enough to pursue attempted murder charges, and possibly even conspiracy to commit murder going back generations. My husband asked if the family members who killed those other babies could be charged too. Violet explained that most of them were dead now, but they could file charges anyway for the historical record, Make sure the truth was officially documented, even if nobody could be prosecuted. A hospital social worker showed up around lunchtime to talk about safety planning for after my discharge. She sat down with a clipboard full of forms and explained that given what happened, given MIL's clear willingness to use violence and her knowledge of our home address, we needed to think seriously about temporary relocation. She asked if we had family or friends in other areas who could take us in for a while, somewhere MIL and her relatives wouldn't know to look. My husband mentioned his cousin, and the social worker nodded and said that sounded like a good option, as long as it was far enough away, and the address was kept completely private. She went through a whole checklist of safety measures, things like changing our phone numbers, not posting anything on social media, varying our routes if we had to go anywhere, keeping the hospital and police informed of our location at all times. My husband's phone rang while the social worker was still there. His boss was calling to check on us after hearing about what happened through the police report. My husband stepped into the hallway to take the call, and came back 15 minutes later with tears in his eyes again. He told me his employer was giving him immediate remote work arrangements for as long as he needed. No questions asked about timeline or when he might return to the office. His boss said the company would pay for a complete security system installation at whatever address we ended up staying at. Cameras and motion sensors and professional monitoring. Everything. My husband sat down on the edge of my hospital bed and cried into his hands because he said he felt like his whole life was falling apart, but at least some people were being kind when they didn't have to be. The social worker handed him some tissues and added the security system information to her notes about our safety plan. We got discharged exactly 48 hours after arriving, with a whole packet of instructions about bed rest and stress reduction and warning signs to watch for with the pregnancy. Scarlett came by one more time before we left to do a final check on the baby. She did another ultrasound and said everything still looked perfect, strong heartbeat and good movement, and the baby was measuring right on track for 36 weeks. She told me to take it easy and avoid any physical stress or emotional upset as much as possible, which felt almost funny given everything that was happening. My husband's cousin met us at the hospital entrance with his car. He had already arranged everything, cleared out their guest room and made up the bed and told his wife we were coming to stay for a while. He lived 2 towns away in a quiet neighborhood where MIL had never been and wouldn't know how to find. He helped me into the back seat and my husband loaded our overnight bags that someone had brought from our house. The cousin's house was small but felt safe the second we walked in. His wife met us at the door and gave me a careful hug, telling me she was so sorry about everything and we could stay as long as we needed. She had set up the guest room with extra pillows and a little table next to the bed with water and snacks, and my phone charger already plugged in. She showed us the baby monitor system she installed, 1 unit in our room and 1 in their bedroom, so they could hear if I needed help during the night while my husband was dealing with police calls and lawyer meetings. My husband thanked her about 5 times, and she just waved him off and said, "Family helps family," even if his blood family turned out to be monsters. I spent most of that first day in bed resting like the doctor ordered while my husband dealt with phone calls in the living room. I could hear his voice through the door, talking to Violet and Edwin and lawyers and his work. The same conversations over and over about what happened and what came next. Detective Edwin called late that afternoon with news about the corrupt officer. My husband came into the bedroom to tell me they had identified who expedited MIL's bail, and he was suspended pending a full investigation by Internal Affairs. Edwin said it turned out the officer was actually FIL's nephew, not some random family connection in the department, which explained how MIL knew exactly who to contact for help. The suspension was immediate, and the investigation was looking into whether he had helped cover up other family crimes over the years. My husband said Edwin sounded confident they would find more corruption because a guy willing to help his aunt make bail after assaulting a pregnant woman probably wasn't too careful about following rules in general. The next morning, Hank Madden drove out to the cousin's house to meet with us in person. He was younger than I expected, maybe 40, with a serious face and a briefcase full of documents. He sat down at the kitchen table with us and laid out the legal strategy in clear terms. He was bringing attempted murder charges against MIL, conspiracy charges against Wallace and Chester for helping her break into our house, and he was pursuing the maximum possible sentences for all 3. He explained that the pregnancy made it attempted murder of an unborn child, which carried serious penalties, and the historical pattern of violence against daughters would be presented as evidence of premeditation and motive. Hank said he wanted us to understand this would be a long process, probably several months before trial, and we needed to be prepared for MIL's lawyers to try every possible defense. My husband asked what kind of defenses they might use. Hank said they would probably claim mental illness or diminished capacity due to age, try to paint MIL as a confused old woman who didn't understand what she was doing. But he had my recording where Mel sounded completely clear and purposeful when she threatened to kill the baby, plus the evidence of planning and recruiting help, which would destroy any claim that she wasn't in her right mind. He pulled out a legal pad and walked us through the timeline. Preliminary hearings and discovery and motions and jury selection. All the steps between now and an actual trial. Hank explained that my recording was the most important piece of evidence they had. Mael explicitly stated her intent to kill the baby on that recording. Used the exact words, "ensure this baby doesn't survive." She also referenced the family's history of handling daughters, which connected her current actions to the historical pattern of murders. Combined with the physical evidence of the forced entry, the tool marks on our lock, the officer testimony about what they heard. When they arrived and the witness statements from Wallace and Chester, who would probably flip on her to save themselves, Hank said he was confident about getting a conviction. But he wanted us ready for a hard fight because MIL's family had money and would hire expensive lawyers who would drag out every possible procedural challenge. 2 days later, Hank called with news that made my husband's face go hard. FIL's lawyer had reached out offering a deal: immunity from prosecution in exchange for testimony against MIL. The lawyer claimed FIL was ready to tell everything about what happened to the 1953 twins and other daughters throughout the family history. My husband paced the cousins' living room while Hank explained the offer over speakerphone. FIL would provide details about burial locations, names of family members involved in the murders, and documentation he'd kept hidden for decades. Hank said the prosecutors were interested because FIL's information could help them build cases on multiple cold case murders, but he wanted us to My MIL pushed me down the stairs because I refused to name my baby after her. I was 7 months pregnant, standing at the top of my mother-in-law Diane's staircase when she cornered me about baby names. So, are you finally going to tell me what you're naming my granddaughter, or do I have to keep guessing? She had been making little comments like this all night, and I kept dodging because I knew she wasn't going to like the answer. My husband Blake and I had already decided on Rose after my grandmother, who raised me while my parents were going through their divorce. Now there was no escaping telling her. We're naming her Rose. She repeated it back to me like the word physically disgusted her. Rose, not Diane? The name means everything to me. I carried Blake for 9 months. She cut me off. I raised him by myself after his father walked out. I gave up everything for that boy, and you can't even give me this one thing? It's not personal, Diane. It's my grandmother's name. Diane laughed, but there was nothing funny about it. Your grandmother. Some woman I never met matters more than the woman who created your husband? That's not what I meant, I stuttered out. Then what do you mean? Because it sounds like you're telling me I don't matter. That 32 years of sacrifice mean nothing to you. Her voice was getting louder, and I made the mistake of saying, let's talk about this later when you've calmed down. Calm down? You're standing in my house telling me my name isn't good enough for your disgusting baby and I need to calm down? She stepped closer and I stepped back, but there was nowhere to go. Just the stairs behind me. You know what I think? I think you've been trying to push me out since the day you met Blake. You want him all to yourself. You want to erase me completely. Diane, that's not true. Please understand where I'm coming from with this. I could feel the sweat beads on my forehead. Then prove it. Change the name. Diane, you can't ask me to do that. Her eyes went cold in a way I'd never seen before. Wrong answer. Before I knew it, her hand was on my chest and she pushed me hard and I lost my balance and started falling. I grabbed at nothing. My hip cracked against the stairs and my arms wrapped around my belly because my brain could only scream one thing: protect the baby. When I hit the bottom, the wind left my body and I just lay there staring up at 40 frozen faces. Diane was still at the top with her arm extended, and for half a second I saw it. Satisfaction. Like she did exactly what she meant to do. Then it vanished and she came rushing down the stairs sobbing. Oh my God, she slipped. I tried to grab her. Someone called 911. Blake pushed through the crowd and dropped to his knees beside me. Baby, are you okay? Can you move? Is the baby okay? Diane was right behind him, wailing about how scared she was and how she tried to catch me and I couldn't take it anymore. She pushed me, Blake. She pushed me. The crying stopped. Diane stared at me with this wounded animal expression. Blake, do you hear this? Do you hear what she's accusing me of? She grabbed his arm and her voice went high and hysterical. I would never hurt my grandbaby. I tried to catch her. She's confused, Blake. She hit her head. She doesn't know what she's saying. Nobody said anything. Blake looked between us like he was watching his whole world split in half. Mom, just give her some space. Oh my gosh, how is this happening to me? She wailed as she went to sit down on the couch. The ambulance came. Blake rode with me, holding my hand the whole way. He kept asking if I was okay and telling me everything was going to be fine. But he had this look that told me he couldn't figure out which version of the story to believe. At the hospital, they hooked me up to monitors, and after what felt like forever, we got news that the baby was okay. I started crying so hard I couldn't breathe. Blake cried too. He kept whispering thank God over and over, and I thought, okay, now he believes me. Now he sees what his mom really is. But then he asked me what really happened up there. I told him again. He went quiet for a long time, and my stomach started sinking. She was upset about the name, I know that. But she wouldn't physically hurt you? You probably lost your balance. Blake, she put her hand on my chest and she pushed me. He squeezed my hand like he was trying to comfort me through my own delusion. You're exhausted and you just went through something traumatic. Maybe your brain turned her reaching for you into something else. I could see it in his eyes. He needed this to not be true. He needed his mother to still be the person he thought she was. And I was so tired. The monitors kept beeping and my hip was throbbing, and our daughter's heartbeat filled the room and I just wanted it all to stop. So I said maybe it happened fast. Maybe I wasn't totally sure what I felt. Blake's whole body relaxed and he kissed my forehead. Let's just focus on the baby being okay. I let him believe it, because I didn't have the fight left in me to force him to see something he was desperate to unsee. That night, I lay awake in the hospital bed, with my hand on my belly, replaying it over and over, her palm flat against my chest, the half second of nothing beneath my feet. I knew what I felt, and I knew Diane was at home right now, calling every family member, rehearsing her version until it sounded like the truth. By morning, the story would become something I couldn't recognize anymore. I had maybe 12 hours before her lie became the only thing anyone remembered. By the next morning, Diane's version had already spread. I woke up to 17 text messages from people I'd met maybe twice. Blake's aunt asking if I was feeling better after my fall. His cousin saying she heard I'd been struggling emotionally and hoped I was getting help. Another cousin saying Diane had called her at midnight crying about how worried she was about me and the baby. Not worried that she pushed me. Worried about me. Like I was the problem. I called Blake's aunt because I needed to hear exactly what Diane was saying. Oh, honey, she's just so worried about you. She told me you've been hormonal and erratic this whole pregnancy. That poor woman was sobbing on the phone saying she doesn't know what she did wrong. She said Blake's been struggling with your mood swings for months and she's been trying to support him through it. And then to be accused of something so horrible in her own home? She made a tisking sound. She asked me if I thought you were stable enough to be a mother. She's not trying to be cruel, sweetheart. She's genuinely scared for that baby. I couldn't feel my hands. She said that? That she's scared for my baby? She's just concerned, we all are. You know there's no shame in getting help. I hung up and immediately called my sister Val and rambled on. Listen, Marie, she said sternly when I finished. You need to get Blake's head out of his ass before this baby comes or you're going to be co-parenting with that woman for 18 years. Screenshot every text. Record every conversation. This is only going to get worse. In the moment I was thinking, how worse could this possibly get? I didn't know just how worse it could get. When Blake got home that night, I was ready. We need to talk about what your mother is telling people. He sighed and set his keys down. I already talked to her today. She's really hurt by all this. My jaw actually fell. She's hurt? Blake? She's telling your entire family that I'm mentally unstable. She told your aunt she's worried I'm not fit to be a mother. That's not what she said. She's just worried about you, about the stress you've been under. What exactly did she say to you? He sat down across from me and his whole face softened. She was winning him over. She told me about her childhood. Her mom abandoned her when she was 6. She just left a note and never came back. She grew up feeling like she didn't matter to anyone, like she was invisible. And then she had me and finally she felt like she existed, like she meant something. He looked at me with tears in his eyes. I could see where this was going and I wanted to scream. She said naming the baby Diane would have meant she finally mattered enough to be remembered. He reached for my hand. She said she feels like you've never respected her place in this family, like you've been trying to push her out since we got engaged. Did she talk about the push at all? She said she would never hurt you. That you know that. That's not an answer. She said she reached for you when you started to fall. She said she's been replaying it in her head over and over and she doesn't understand how you could think she'd ever hurt her own grandchild. I pulled my hand back from his. So she spent the whole conversation crying about her childhood and never once talked about what she actually did to me. She talked about it. She said she didn't do it. And you believe her. I believe she had a terrible childhood and loves her son and made a mistake in how she reacted to the name thing. But I don't believe she pushed you. I can't believe that. If I believe that, then everything I know about my mother is a lie. There it was. The truth underneath all of it. He couldn't believe me because believing me would break something inside him. And Diane knew that. She'd spent 32 years building herself into the center of his world. The sacrificing mother. The abandoned child who gave everything for her son. She wasn't just denying the push. She was making it impossible for Blake to see the push without destroying his entire foundation. She's telling your family I'm mentally unfit to be a mother. She's just scared. She thinks you're going to take me away from her. The air left the room. You're defending the woman who almost took our daughter away from us. He stood up and grabbed his keys off the counter. I can't do this tonight. Diane was making a plan, but she had also made a mistake. She thought I'd keep the peace and let this go. What she didn't know was that something changed in me when I hit the bottom of those stairs. She wasn't dealing with the woman who married her son anymore. She was dealing with a mother. And I was done waiting for anyone to believe me. If I wanted the truth to come out, I was going to have to find it myself. Someone at her house saw something. Someone always sees something. Tomorrow I was going to start making calls. The next morning I started making calls. Blake's cousin Jan had been at the party, and she was the only one who hadn't texted me with fake concern or asking if I was getting help. So I figured I could trust her. I sent her a message asking if we could talk and she called me within 10 minutes. I was wondering when you'd reach out, she said. I wanted to say something, but I didn't know if you wanted to hear from anyone in the family right now. I need to know if anyone saw what happened at the stairs. She went quiet and I could hear her breathing. I didn't see the push, she finally said. I felt helpless at that. I didn't know how I was going to win this war. But then Jan spoke. But I saw her face right before you fell. Her expression, Marie. She stopped. She didn't look shocked when you went down. She looked satisfied, like she'd done exactly what she meant to do. Then it was gone, and she was rushing down crying. I actually felt relief at that because I saw it too. I wasn't crazy. Would you tell Blake that? She laughed bitterly. He won't believe me. None of them ever do. What do you mean? When I was 16, Diane told everyone I stole $200 from her purse at a family barbecue. I didn't take it, but she was so convincing, crying and shaking and saying she couldn't believe her own niece would do this to her. Jan's voice got tight. My parents believed her. They grounded me the whole summer and made me get a job to pay her back for money I never took. If she'd lied about Jan at 16, lying about me now was nothing to her. She probably still believes I took it to this day. Jan sighed heavily. She decides something happened, and then it becomes real to her. Doesn't matter what actually went down. I felt sick that a person like this was my mother-in-law and grandmother to my future daughter. When Blake got home, I showed him everything. Jan's text about the expression on Diane's face, the story about the money, the warning about her delusion. He read through it all twice, and his face changed in a way I hadn't seen before. Not defensive. Not making excuses. Shaken. He sat there staring at his phone like he was seeing his mother for the first time. I wanted to feel like I'd won something, but all I felt was scared. If Jan was right about the pattern, then this wasn't going to end with Diane crying on the phone to relatives. This was going to get worse. 2 days later, my phone rang and Diane's name stared back at me. I don't know why I answered. Maybe I thought she was actually going to apologize. Maybe I just didn't want to give her another reason to call me difficult. She skipped the pleasantries altogether and said, "I know you've been talking to Jan." My jaw clenched. "I know you're digging around, trying to turn my own family against me. I'm just trying to get people to see the truth." "The truth?" She laughed. "The truth is that you fell down the stairs and decided to blame me because you've never liked me. You're trying to steal my son from me, and I won't let that happen." Then her voice got cold and dark. "I know things about postpartum depression, Marie. I know how to describe the symptoms. I know exactly what CPS looks for when they get a call about an unstable new mother." I couldn't move for a second. "Are you threatening me? I'm warning you. You want to keep playing this game? Keep asking questions. Keep turning people against me. And I will make sure you never have a moment alone with that baby." I could hear the smile on her face as she told me, "I'll call every agency. I'll talk to every doctor. I'll make sure everyone knows how erratic and paranoid you've been. Blake already told me about your mood swings, your crying, and your obsessive worrying." She hummed low. "It paints quite a picture, doesn't it?" My hands were shaking, but I didn't cower away. "Listen to me, Diane. If you ever threaten me or my daughter again, I'll make sure Blake hears every word you just said." She chuckled condescendingly. "Who do you think he's going to believe, sweetheart? His mother who's loved him for 32 years? Or the woman who accused her of trying to hurt her grandbaby?" She hung up and the silence filled the room. She'd actually said it out loud. Threatened to call CPS. Threatened to take my baby. And she did it over the phone because she knew I couldn't prove it. No witnesses. No recording. Just her word against mine like always. And if she was already thinking about CPS, then she'd probably already started laying the groundwork. The question wasn't whether Diane was coming for my baby. It was how much of a head start she already had. And that thought terrified me. 2 weeks passed with nothing. No calls, no texts, no Diane showing up at my door with a new threat wrapped in a smile. The silence should have felt like relief, but it just made everything worse. I tried to focus on getting ready for the baby, washing the tiny clothes and folding them into the dresser we'd painted pink, setting up the crib and hanging the little mobile with the stars and moons that played a lullaby when you wound it up. Normal things, safe things, but every creak in the house made me flinch. Every time a car slowed down outside, I'd find myself at the window. Blake said maybe his mom was finally thinking about what she'd done, but I saw him checking his phone constantly, waiting for something he wouldn't admit he was waiting for. At my baby shower, Val made sure it was just my side of the family, no one from Blake's side. But the whole time I kept watching the door, expecting Diane to walk in with that calm smile that means she's about to detonate. Val caught me looking and squeezed my hand and told me things would be okay. I tried to smile, but my face wouldn't let me because I knew this wasn't over. Diane doesn't let things go. She doesn't forgive and she doesn't forget. She just waits. 3 weeks later, I was at my OB appointment, and something felt off the second I walked in. The receptionist, who usually smiled and asked how I was feeling, barely looked at me. She just checked me in and told me to wait without making eye contact. I sat in the when they get a call about an unstable new mother. I couldn't move for a second. "Are you threatening me? I'm warning you. You want to keep playing this game? Keep asking questions. Keep turning people against me. And I will make sure you never have a moment alone with that baby. I could hear the smile on her face as she told me, I'll call every agency, I'll talk to every doctor, I'll make sure everyone knows how erratic and paranoid you've been. Blake already told me about your mood swings, your crying, and your obsessive worrying. She hummed low. It paints quite a picture, doesn't it? My hands were shaking, but I didn't cower away. Listen to me, Diane. If you ever threaten me or my daughter again, I'll make sure Blake hears every word you just said. She chuckled condescendingly. Who do you think he's going to believe, sweetheart? His mother who's loved him for 32 years? Or the woman who accused her of trying to hurt her grandbaby? She hung up and the silence filled the room. She'd actually said it out loud. Threatened to call CPS. Threatened to take my baby. And she did it over the phone because she knew I couldn't prove it. No witnesses. No recording. Just her word against mine like always. And if she was already thinking about CPS, then she'd probably already started laying the groundwork. The question wasn't whether Diane was coming for my baby. It was how much of a head start she already had. And that thought terrified me. 2 weeks passed with nothing. No calls, no texts, no Diane showing up at my door with a new threat wrapped in a smile. The silence should have felt like relief, but it just made everything worse. I tried to focus on getting ready for the baby, washing the tiny clothes and folding them into the dresser we'd painted pink, setting up the crib and hanging the little mobile with the stars and moons that played a lullaby when you wound it up. Normal things, safe things, but every creak in the house made me flinch. Every time a car slowed down outside, I'd find myself at the window. Blake said maybe his mom was finally thinking about what she'd done, but I saw him checking his phone constantly, waiting for something he wouldn't admit he was waiting for. At my baby shower, Val made sure it was just my side of the family, no one from Blake's side. But the whole time I kept watching the door, expecting Diane to walk in with that calm smile that means she's about to detonate. Val caught me looking and squeezed my hand and told me things would be okay. I tried to smile, but my face wouldn't let me because I knew this wasn't over. Diane doesn't let things go. She doesn't forgive and she doesn't forget. She just waits. 3 weeks later, I was at my OB appointment, and something felt off the second I walked in. The receptionist, who usually smiled and asked how I was feeling, barely looked at me. She just checked me in and told me to wait without making eye contact. I sat in the waiting room with my hand on my belly trying to figure out what changed. Maybe she was having a bad day. Maybe I was being paranoid. But then I noticed one of the nurses glancing at me from behind the desk and looking away when I caught her. By the time they called my name, my stomach was in knots, and it had nothing to do with the baby. The appointment itself was fine. Baby was healthy, heartbeat strong, 2 to 3 weeks until my due date. But when we finished, my doctor asked if she could speak to me privately for a moment. She closed the door and sat down across from me with this careful expression on her face. I need to tell you something and I want you to stay calm. My whole body went cold. Is something wrong with the baby? No. The baby is perfect. This is about something else. She paused like she was choosing her words carefully. We've received several calls over the past 2 weeks from someone claiming to be a concerned family member. They've been asking questions about your mental health history, whether you've shown signs of instability or paranoia during your pregnancy, whether you've had any psychiatric episodes. I couldn't breathe for a second. What did you tell them? Nothing. We don't release patient information to anyone. But I wanted you to know because the calls have been persistent and specific. Whoever this is seems to be trying to build some kind of case. I knew exactly who it was. I didn't even have to guess. I need to put a password on my file. No information goes to anyone including family without that password. My doctor nodded. I was going to suggest the same thing. I'm also documenting these calls in your chart in case you need a record later. I thanked her and walked out of that office with my hands shaking. Diane wasn't just talking anymore. She was making moves. 2 days later, my boss called me into her office. She looked confused and a little uncomfortable. I got a strange call this morning. Someone claiming to be a friend of yours. They asked if you'd seemed erratic or unstable at work lately. They mentioned you were pregnant and suggested someone should check on you. My jaw clenched. Did they leave a name? No. They said they wanted to stay anonymous because they didn't want to upset you. But they were very insistent that I should be watching for warning signs. She looked at me carefully. Is everything okay? Is someone harassing you? I told her it was a family issue, and I was handling it. She nodded, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. That's what Diane wanted. She didn't need anyone to believe her completely. She just needed to plant seeds, get people asking questions, create a trail of concerned calls so that later if anyone investigated, they'd find a pattern of people expressing worry about my mental state. I called Val on my way home and told her everything. She was quiet for a long time, and then she said she'd been doing some digging. She'd reached out to Blake's aunt, the one who'd asked if I was feeling better after my fall. She told me Diane has been calling her every week crying about you, saying you've been having psychotic episodes, saying she's terrified for her grandbaby. I pulled over because I couldn't drive and hear this at the same time. There's more, Val said. She asked the aunt if she'd be willing to be a character witness. If something happens. Those were her exact words. If something happens. I sat there in my parked car staring at nothing. Diane wasn't just trying to make me look crazy. She was recruiting people. Getting witnesses lined up for whatever she was planning. When Blake got home, I sat him down and told him all of it. The calls to my doctor. The call to my work. What his aunt told Val. I watched his face change as I talked. First confusion, then disbelief, then something I'd never seen on him before. Fear. She's trying to take the baby, he said quietly. I didn't say anything. I just let him sit with it. He pulled out his phone and called her. I watched him put it on speaker. She answered on the second ring, all sweet and warm. Hi, honey. I've missed your voice. Mom, have you been calling Marie's doctor? Silence. A long one. Then her voice came back different. Careful. I'm just worried about the baby. You know your wife hasn't been stable. You've told me yourself how emotional and paranoid she's been. Blake hung up. He sat there staring at his phone with his face pale. I realized then what had happened. Blake had been venting to his mother the way he always did. Telling her I was tired and emotional and worried about the birth. Normal pregnancy stuff. And Diane had taken every word and turned it into ammunition. She didn't call back. She didn't text. I almost wished she would because the silence was worse. That night, Blake went to check the mail and came back holding a single envelope from his mom. He handed it to me and I opened it. Inside was a piece of paper with neat handwriting. Blue ink. The letters slightly slanted to the right. It said, all you had to do was name her after me. Enjoy these last weeks together. I read it 3 times. My hand started shaking so hard the paper rattled. Blake took it from me and read it, and I watched his face go white. Neither of us said anything for a long time. That night, I couldn't sleep. I just lay there with my hand on my belly, feeling my baby's kick and thinking about that note. Diane had walked up to our house, put that envelope in our mailbox with her own hands. While we were inside living our lives, she was right there, close enough to touch our door. She wasn't hiding anymore. She wanted me to know she could get to me whenever she wanted. The birth was 2 weeks away, maybe less. And Diane had made it clear she wasn't going to miss it. I went into labor at 39 weeks on a Friday morning. My water broke in the kitchen while I was making toast, and for a second I just stood there staring at the puddle on the floor, thinking this is it. Blake drove me to the hospital going 20 over the speed limit the whole way. When we got there, Blake reminded the nurses that his mom was not allowed in under any circumstances before I could. Her name is Diane. If she shows up, you call security. Don't talk to her. Don't let her talk to anyone. Just get her out. The nurse looked a little startled by his tone but nodded and made a note. He turned to me and took my face in his hands. She's not getting anywhere near you, I promise. I finally felt supported throughout this whole thing. After the note his mom left, he completely changed his tune and admitted to himself that his mom was a cruel person. 6 hours into labor, I was gripping Blake's hand through contractions that felt like my whole body was being torn apart from the inside. The pain came in waves that made it impossible to think about anything else. I'd squeeze Blake's fingers until I could feel his bones grinding together, and he never complained once. He just kept telling me that I was doing amazing, and our Rose was almost here. Then I heard yelling. It was distant at first, coming from somewhere down the hall. I couldn't make out the words, but I knew that voice. I'd know it anywhere. Blake's head snapped toward the door. No, 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 no! The yelling got louder. She was screaming about her rights, about her grandbaby, yelled that we were keeping her away from her own family. Blake was out the door before I could stop him. Another contraction hit, and I couldn't do anything but grip the bed rails and try to breathe. I could hear Blake's voice now mixing with Diane's. His was low and hard. Hers was high and hysterical. You need to leave. Right now. Blake, honey, I'm just worried about the baby. You know she's not stable. You've told me yourself. I said leave. I'm your mother. I have every right to be here when my grandchild is born. You have no rights. You lost them when you pushed my pregnant wife down the stairs. I didn't push her. She fell. Why won't anyone believe me? I'm being treated like a criminal when all I've done is love this family. You threatened to call CPS on her. You called her doctor. You called her job. You left a note in our mailbox telling her to enjoy her last weeks with our baby. You're not a concerned grandmother. You're a stalker. How dare you speak to me like that? After everything I sacrificed for you. I gave up my entire life for you, Blake. And this is how you repay me? By choosing her over your own mother? Yes, I'm choosing her. I'm choosing my wife and my daughter. And I'm telling you right now, if you don't leave this hospital, I will call the police myself. The nurse came back in looking shaken. Ma'am, your husband is handling it, but she's asking to speak to a social worker. She's telling people you've threatened to hurt yourself. I laughed. Actually laughed even though another contraction was building. Of course she is. 20 minutes later, a woman in a blazer came in and introduced herself as a social worker. She said she had to do a wellness check based on concerns that had been reported. What concerns? I asked through gritted teeth. Someone claimed you have a history of mental illness and have threatened to harm yourself. They said your husband is too afraid of you to speak up. Blake came back in right then. His face was red and his hands were shaking. That someone is my mother, and she's lying. She's been harassing my wife for months. She's been calling her doctors and her workplace trying to make her look crazy. Every single thing she told you is a lie. The social worker looked at me. Is this true? All of it. Check my medical records. Check the notes from my OB. It's all documented. I put a password on my file because she was calling pretending to be family. She looked at my nurse. Has she shown any signs of instability? None. She's been completely calm and cooperative. The only problem we've had is the woman in the waiting room. Then we heard Diane again. Louder this time. Screaming. You can't make me leave. That's my grandbaby. She's poisoned all of you against me. You don't know what she's really like. Security had arrived. Ma'am, you need to come with us. Don't touch me. I'm not going anywhere. Blake, don't do this to me. I'm your mother. I'm your mother. Her voice cracked into something that didn't sound human. She's going to destroy you. She's going to take that baby and leave you with nothing. I'm trying to save you. I heard scuffling. Heard her screaming about lawyers and rights and how everyone would be sorry. This isn't over. Do you hear me? This isn't over. Her voice got further and further away until finally there was nothing. She screamed all the way to the parking lot. Blake came back to my bedside. His eyes were wet. He took my hand and pressed his forehead against mine. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I didn't see it sooner. I didn't have the energy to respond because another contraction hit and suddenly it was time to push. Rose was born at 12:01 that night. They put her on my chest and she was so warm and so small and everything else just stopped. Blake was crying. I was crying. She had dark hair and tiny fingers. And when she opened her eyes and looked at me, I forgot Diane existed. I forgot the screaming and the threats and the months of fear. It was just us. Me and Blake and Rose. Our daughter. Named after my grandmother who raised me. The woman who made me feel like I mattered. Diane didn't get to take that. She didn't get to take anything. Not anymore. Blake and I filed a restraining order 3 days later.
My mom left when I was 12. My stepfather stayed. The stranger became my only family, and only after he died did I learn what he left me. My mother came back with a lawyer. In court, she smirked. Then someone revealed he kept letters every year for 23 years. He wasn't my dad. He never tried to be, not in any loud or obvious way. He was just the quiet man my mom married when I was 9, the kind of person who learned which brand of cereal I liked and made sure it was always in the cabinet. He didn't show up to things with balloons. He did smaller things. He turned the TV down when I was doing homework without being asked. When I had a nightmare at 10 and wandered out to the living room at 2 in the morning, he was already awake, and he just slid over on the couch and handed me the other end of the blanket without making it a whole thing. When my mom left for someone else on a Tuesday with 2 suitcases, he sat me down at the kitchen table and told me the truth as carefully as I've ever heard anyone tell it. He said adults sometimes make choices that hurt people they love. He said it wasn't about me. He said he was going to stay, not as a reassurance, as a fact. He adopted me when I was 14. I signed the papers in a small wood-paneled room that smelled like old paper, and the judge asked if this was what I wanted, and I said yes, and I meant it more than I had ever meant anything. We weren't a dramatic family after that. Dinner most nights, nature documentaries on Sundays. He taught me to drive in an empty parking lot. When I graduated, he shook my hand, then pulled me into a hug that lasted about 4 seconds longer than either of us expected, and we both pretended not to notice. I moved 3 hours away for college, then stayed in the city. We talked on Sunday mornings. He visited every April and always brought the same brand of coffee because he'd noticed once, years ago, that it was the kind I kept, and he never forgot a detail like that. He died in February. Heart. Quick. A neighbor found him. I drove those 3 hours in just under 2.5 and spent a week in his house handling what needed to be handled. I didn't fall apart until I found the notepad on the refrigerator, the one he kept for things he meant to fix. The broken window latch was still on the list, and at the very bottom, in smaller handwriting, was my name, with a question mark next to it. I have never figured out exactly what he meant by that. 11 days after he died, his attorney called. I was eating a granola bar over the break room sink when I found out he'd left me the house and $1.9 million in savings. He had lived quietly and spent carefully his entire life, and I had never thought to wonder what that added up to. I cried in my car for 20 minutes. Then I went back to my desk and got on with the afternoon, because that's what he would have done. 6 weeks later, I got a certified letter. My mother was contesting the will. Undue influence, her lawyer said. The claim was that I had manipulated a man with a civil engineering degree and 40 years of meticulous record-keeping into leaving me his estate. I read it twice in the parking lot of my apartment building, then went inside and made tea and sat at the kitchen table for a long time. For 2 months, I watched paperwork move back and forth. I gathered documents, birthday cards, phone records, evidence of a relationship that needed no evidence to me, but apparently had to be demonstrated to a court. In June, there was a mediation session. My mother sat across a table from me for the first time in 8 years. She looked older. She did not look sorry. Her attorney suggested my relationship with my stepfather had been strategically cultivated. He used the word strategically 4 times in 1 hour. When it ended, I walked to my car and thought about the couch at 2 in the morning. The notepad, 4-second hugs and April visits and the right brand of coffee. I was not afraid of losing. I was afraid of how ugly it was going to get before we won. The hearing was set for September. A week before it, my attorney called and said he'd found something in my stepfather's files that the other side hadn't known existed. For 8 years, my stepfather had been writing what he called letters of record, not addressed to anyone, just placed in a folder in his filing cabinet, labeled by year. They were dated and specific. The Sunday calls, the April visits, the time I drove through a snowstorm because he said he was fine, and I knew he was only half fine. He had kept them the way he kept everything, because he was an engineer, and engineers document, and it was simply who he was. The hearing lasted less than 3 hours. My attorney laid out 23 years of a man's life exactly as it had been lived. The judge looked up from the letters and said to opposing counsel, "I'm having difficulty identifying the legal basis for the influence claim given the documentary record before me."
My mom promised my dream house to my brother and disowned me after I said no. The house is in my name. I paid for it, every dollar. And my brother has been living in it for 14 months, while my mother tells the family I'm the selfish one. I bought my house at 28. I had been saving since I was 19, 9 years. I worked 2 jobs for 6 of them. I ate rice and frozen vegetables 4 nights a week for 3 years. I drove a car with no air conditioning for 2 summers because the repair cost was money that could go into the fund. I didn't take a vacation. I didn't buy furniture. I slept on a mattress on the floor of a rented room for 4 years because every dollar that didn't go to rent or food went into the savings account. I opened the week I turned 19. The day I closed on the house, I sat in the empty living room on the floor and cried for 20 minutes. Not because I was sad, because the floor was mine. The walls were mine. Nobody gave me this. Nobody co-signed. Nobody helped. The week I moved in, I planted a garden in the backyard. My grandmother Celestine taught me to garden before she died. Tomatoes, basil, peppers, marigolds along the fence. I built a raised bed out of cedar planks I cut myself. I spent every Saturday morning in that garden for 2 years. It was the quietest place in my life. 6 months after I moved in, my brother Derek's marriage fell apart. My mother Clementine called me. She said, "Derek needs a place to stay. Just a few weeks. He can sleep in your spare room." I said yes, because he's my brother. Because a few weeks is a few weeks. Derek moved in on a Sunday. By Wednesday, his clothes were in my hallway closet. By Friday, his PlayStation was connected to my living room TV. By the second week, his kids were leaving toys in every room and eating food I bought without replacing it. A little more time became 3 months, then 6, then a year. His kids pulled up my basil. They knocked over the raised bed. They left a bicycle in the middle of my tomato plants. And when I asked Derek to move it, he said, "They're kids. Relax." At month 8, I told Derek he needed to leave. He called my mother. My mother called me within the hour. She said, "You are not putting your brother on the street." I said, "He's been here for 8 months. He doesn't pay rent. He doesn't buy groceries. His kids destroyed my garden." She said, "That garden is not more important than your family." I said, "It's my house, Mom." Then she said, "I need you to add Derek's name to the deed for security, so he knows he has a home." I said, "Absolutely not." She said, "And you'd let your brother be homeless over a piece of paper?" I said, "The piece of paper is a deed to my house." The answer is no. The following Sunday was my cousin Cash's birthday dinner. 22 people at my Aunt Ilaria's house. My mother stood up in the middle of dinner and said, "I need to say something about my daughter." She said, "I raised her to put family first. When her brother needed a roof over his head, she chose a garden over her own blood." She looked at me. She said, "Until you change your mind, you are not my daughter." 22 people staring at me. Nobody said a word. Not my aunt, not my cousins, not my uncle Arjun who had borrowed money from me twice and never paid it back. I stood up. I said, "Okay." I walked out. I drove home. Derek was on my couch watching my TV. I said, "You have 30 days. He said, "Mom told me you'd come around." I said, 30 days. I'm putting it in writing." He laughed. He actually laughed. I filed a formal eviction notice the next morning. Legal, documented. Derek filed a dispute claiming an oral lease. The eviction was delayed. I hired a lawyer. My lawyer Zelda pulled the county records. She called me the next day. Her voice was careful. She said, "There's something on your title that shouldn't be there. A quitclaim deed filed 4 months ago. It added Derek's name to the title of my house. My signature was on it, except I had never signed it. I had never seen the document. My brother forged my signature on a quitclaim deed and filed it with the county and has been legally co-owner of my house for 4 months." Zelda said, "This is real estate fraud. This is a felony." I said, "Did my mother know?" She said, "The notary who witnessed the signature is listed on the document." She turned her laptop toward me. The notary's name was Patricia Delgado. She lives 3 houses down from my mother. She has been her neighbor for 11 years. My mother's neighbor notarized a forged signature on a document that stole half of my house. Derek is still in my house. He does not know I've seen the quitclaim deed. He does not know my lawyer has referred the forgery to the district attorney. My mother is hosting a barbecue at my house this Saturday. She organized it as a celebration of the family coming together. She invited the same 22 people who watched her disown me. Derek told my mother the house was theirs now. Clementine has been telling relatives I came to my senses, that the deed was added with my blessing. I have been invited. I am going. I sat across from Zelda's desk and she laid it all out. Patricia Delgado didn't deny notarizing the document. She said my mother told her I had agreed to it over the phone. My mother went to her neighbor and lied to her face so Patricia would stamp a fake signature and make it look real. Clementine didn't just let this happen. She made it happen. I said, "Could my mother face charges?" Zelda said, "If Patricia testifies that your mother presented the document and vouched for your consent, your mother is looking at conspiracy to commit real estate fraud. That's a felony." Then I opened the family group chat. Derek had posted a picture 2 days ago. My backyard. And the garden was gone. All of it. The raised bed, the soil, the marigolds, everything. He had paved over it. Gray concrete pavers laid flat where my garden used to be. A new grill and a folding table sitting on top. My grandmother's garden was under concrete. I called my closest friend Bo. I told him everything. He said, "Don't go angry. Go calm. The calmer you are, the louder the papers talk." Friday I picked up the folder from Zelda's office. The original deed. The forged quitclaim. The notary log entry. The DA referral confirmation. Everything. Zelda held it out and said, "Last chance. I can file a motion Monday and handle this through the courts." I said, "They made it public when my mother stood up at that dinner table. They made it public when 22 people watched and nobody said a word." Then she said, "One piece of advice. Don't explain. Don't argue. Hand him the documents and let the paper do the talking. The moment you start defending yourself, they make it about your tone instead of the truth. I've lived that my whole life with Clementine. Every fight ended the same way. It didn't matter what she did. It mattered how I reacted. If I raised my voice, I was disrespectful. If I cried, I was dramatic. If I was calm, I was cold. The point was never the response. The point was control. Saturday, I got dressed. Plain top, jeans. I picked up the folder and drove to my house. Cars lined up along both sides of the street. 14 at least. Music from the backyard. Laughter. In my house. In my yard. Over my grandmother's garden. I walked up my own front path. I didn't knock. I wasn't going to knock on my own front door. The house was full. Relatives in the living room, packed into the kitchen, spilling through the back door into the yard. Derek's clothes were still crammed in my hallway closet. His PlayStation hooked up to my TV. His blanket bunched on my couch. My house rearranged around someone else's life like I had never lived here at all. I walked through the kitchen and out the back door, and I saw it up close for the first time. The garden was gone. Gray concrete pavers covering every inch where my garden used to be. A massive new grill in the middle of them, still with a price sticker on the side shelf. Folding tables with plastic tablecloths and paper plates. And standing right next to the grill, spatula in one hand, tongs in the other, flipping burgers like he was hosting a block party, was Derek. He saw me. His face opened into a wide grin. He lifted the spatula and waved it at me. He shouted, "There she is! Glad you came!" Loud, like an announcement, like the host welcoming a guest, like this was his house and his yard and his party. Then Clementine appeared. She came from behind a group of cousins, beaming. She walked straight to me with her arms open and wrapped them around me. She whispered in my ear, "I knew you'd come around. Family always wins." I did not hug her back. My arms stayed at my sides, the folder pressed against my ribs. I said quietly, "We need to talk." Something shifted behind her eyes. She said, "Not today. Today is about family." I said, "Yes, it is." Derek walked over, spatula in hand, grease on his fingers. He said, "You want a burger?" I said, "Derek, I need to talk to you and Mom. Inside. Now." He laughed. That same laugh from the night I said 30 days, and he sat on my couch and said, "Mom told me you'd come around." He said, "Can it wait? I'm grilling." I said, "It can't." The laugh stopped. The smile just left. We went inside. I didn't close the door. I didn't lower my voice. Relatives were already drifting closer from the living room. I set the folder on the kitchen counter and opened it. I pulled out the original deed and laid it flat. I said, "This is the deed to this house. My name. Only my name." I pulled out the forged quitclaim deed and placed it next to the original. I said, "This is a quitclaim deed filed 4 months ago, adding Derek's name. That is supposed to be my signature. I didn't sign this. I have never seen this document." Derek's face went flat. Everything fell off him like a mask hitting the floor. Clementine said, "Let's talk about this privately." 3 cousins were in the kitchen doorway. Arjun right behind them. Someone turned the music off. I pulled out the notary log entry. I said, "The notary who witnessed my supposed signature is Patricia Delgado. She lives 3 houses down from you, Mom. She told investigators that you brought her the document. She told them you said I had agreed to it over the phone." The warmth drained out of Clementine's face. She said, "Patricia said that?" I said, "Yes, and it's on record." Derek spoke. His voice was tight, thin. He said, "Mom said you were okay with it. She said you agreed but didn't want to deal with the paperwork." He turned and looked straight at Clementine. "That's what you told me. You said she said yes." Clementine didn't answer. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. Then she said, "I did what I had to do for this family." Not a denial, not an apology. A room full of people heard her say it. I pulled out the DA referral and slid it across the counter. I said, "This is the referral to the district attorney. Real estate fraud is a felony. Forging a signature on a deed is a felony. This is all going to court." Derek picked it up. His hands were shaking. He looked at Clementine. He said, "Mom, you said this was fine. What did you do?" Clementine looked around the room. Every face was looking back at her. Then she looked at me. She said, "A real daughter wouldn't have to be asked. A real daughter would have given her brother the house without a fight. Everything I did because you were too selfish to do the right thing." The kitchen was so quiet I could hear the grill still popping outside. I didn't cry. I didn't yell. I said, "I worked 2 jobs for 6 years. I ate rice 4 nights a week for 3 years. I drove a car with no air conditioning for 2 summers. I slept on a mattress on the floor for 4 years. I saved every dollar for 9 years to buy this house, and you stole it from me and called me selfish." I closed the folder. I said, "You have 72 hours to vacate Derek. If you're not out, the sheriff will remove you. The fraudulent deed is being voided by court order. This house is mine. It has always been mine." I looked at Clementine. "And I am still your daughter, but you are no longer welcome here." I walked through the kitchen, past every relative standing still with plates in their hands. Ilaria reached out and grabbed my arm. She said, "I didn't know." I looked at her hand on my arm. I said, "You were at that dinner. You watched her disown me. You didn't ask what happened. You just believed her. All of you did." I pulled my arm free. I walked out the front door of my own house. 3 weeks later, Derek was gone. He left on day 2, moved back to Clementine's house. Patricia Delgado's notary license was suspended pending investigation. The DA filed charges against Derek for forgery and fraud. Clementine hasn't been charged yet, but Patricia's statement naming her is on record. The fraudulent deed has been voided. The title is clean. Only my name. I tore up the concrete pavers myself. It took 2 full weekends. Underneath, the soil was compacted and gray, but it was still soil. I built a new raised bed out of cedar planks. I planted tomatoes, basil, peppers, and marigolds along the fence. I did it on a Saturday morning, alone, in the quiet. The garden won't look like Celestine's garden for a while, but it's mine. The house is mine. The floor is mine. And this time, nobody is taking it.
My mom spent my whole childhood demanding I give her grandsons, so I made sure she spent her final years in prison. Growing up, my parents never hid their disappointment that they had 6 daughters. Every time Mom looked at us, I could see it in her eyes, the failure we represented. Dad would joke at family dinners about how he kept trying for a boy until the money ran out, and everyone would laugh, except we all knew we were unwanted consolation prizes. When I got my first period at 12, Mom sat me down in the kitchen with this serious look on her face. I thought she was going to explain what was happening to my body, maybe comfort me. Instead, she grabbed my hands and said, "When you find a husband, make sure he has brothers. Lots of brothers. Men from big families make sons." I just nodded, not even sure what I was agreeing to. From that moment on, every boy I I dated got the same interrogation from my parents. How many siblings? How many brothers? I dated this one guy in college who had 4 brothers, and Mom actually smiled at me for once. Good stock, she said, like we were breeding mares. Then I met Fred. Fred was kind, patient, and made me laugh until my stomach hurt. He was also an only child. When I brought him home, Mom's face went flat. Only child? She repeated. Well, I suppose we'll see what happens. We got married anyway, and I convinced myself things would change. Then I got pregnant. We decided to do a gender reveal party because Fred's family was excited. When Fred popped the balloon and pink confetti exploded everywhere, his parents cheered and hugged us. My parents stood up without a word and walked straight out the front door. Mom didn't call for 3 months. Didn't answer when I tried reaching her. I gave birth to my daughter Alice, with only my husband in the delivery room and his parents in the waiting room. Then 18 months later, I got pregnant again. When the ultrasound showed a boy, suddenly my phone was ringing. Mom was crying, saying she was sorry, saying she wanted to be part of our lives. I believed her because I wanted to. When my son Evan was born, my parents transformed into different people. They visited constantly, brought gifts, offered to babysit, but the gifts were always for Evan. The attention was always for my son. Alice would show Grandma her drawings, and Mom would glance at them for half a second before turning back to coo over her brother. 2 weeks before my life blew up, I came home to find 4-year-old Alice alone in the backyard while my parents were inside with Evan. Alice had been out there for over an hour in the July heat, and her shirt was coated in sweat. She wanted to play outside, Mom said, shrugging. We could see her from the window, but that's a lie. They couldn't see the backyard from where they'd been sitting. I should have banned them from visiting ever again, right then and there. I wish I had, but I also don't know if it would have changed what happened. I came home early from a doctor's appointment. The babysitter's car wasn't there, but my parents' car was in the driveway. I walked inside calling for the kids and found Mom and Dad in the living room. Mom was cradling Evan while Dad made funny faces at him. Where's Alice? I asked. Mom didn't even look up. Oh, she kept saying she was hungry and interrupting us with Evan. We put her in the kitchen with some crackers to keep her busy. I walked toward the kitchen. Then I realized the house was too quiet. I pushed open the door. The first thing I saw was the overturned step stool. Then Alice's pink light-up shoes, motionless on the tile. Then a Windex bottle on its side, bright blue liquid pooling across the floor. My parents had been cleaning earlier, and they'd left a bottle of Windex right there on the counter. Alice must have climbed up looking for something to drink because her sippy cup was empty. She probably thought the pretty blue liquid was juice. My daughter was on the floor, white foam spilling from her lips, her eyes wide open and staring at nothing. I screamed so loud the neighbors heard me. I dropped to my knees, shaking her, begging her to wake up. My parents walked in slowly, Mom still holding Evan like nothing was wrong. She's probably just faking for attention, Mom said, annoyed. She always was dramatic like that. I called 911 with hands I couldn't control. Get out of my house! I screamed at them. I grabbed Evan from my mother's arms. The paramedics arrived in 8 minutes. It wasn't fast enough. Alice was pronounced dead at the hospital 45 minutes later. I filed a police report that same night. My parents were arrested at their home the next morning. At their court hearing, Mom kept sighing like this was all an inconvenience. Their lawyer argued it was a tragic accident, that they couldn't have known a 4-year-old would get into cleaning chemicals. But when Mom took the stand, she said, Your Honor, they still have their son. That's what matters most. The entire courtroom went silent. The judge removed her glasses and stared at my mother for a long moment. In my 23 years on this bench, she said, I have never witnessed such callous disregard for a child's life. She sentenced both my parents to the maximum allowed. Criminal negligence resulting in death. They'll die in prison. I buried my daughter on a Thursday morning.
My mom spent years forgetting me every Christmas. This Christmas Eve, she showed up with a locksmith and my brother's crowbar. They broke into my house. They left in handcuffs. Last Christmas, I drove 5 hours with pricey gifts and got greeted like a problem. My mom opened the door, looked past me at the bags and said, Oh, you're here. Inside was laughter and music and zero space for me. That was the moment I stopped pretending it was accidental. I bought an old manor in rural Vermont because I was tired of being reachable. Iron gates, a long drive, historic district rules that made things complicated for everyone except me. I bought it through a trust, changed my number, and went quiet online. I wanted one holiday where silence was a choice. On December 23rd, I heard engines where nobody drove by accident. I killed the lights and watched 2 SUVs crawl up, followed by a locksmith van. My mom stepped out dressed like she was headed to church. My dad followed with his calm face. My brother started unloading bins like he owned the place. I walked to the gate and stopped behind the bars. My mom did the soft voice. Open up, sweetheart. It's freezing. I said, How did you find me? My dad shrugged. Your brother found a photo. You should have been more careful. My brother slid paperwork toward me. A family use agreement, guest wing access, long-term occupancy, event hosting. My signature was faked at the bottom. I said, That's forged. My mom turned to the locksmith and sighed dramatically. She's confused. We're just trying to help. And the locksmith raised his drill. I pulled out my phone and started recording. Evidence, I said, because I knew the next move was making me look hysterical. A deputy arrived and immediately listened to the calm liar. My mom talked about me being unwell. My dad handed over the fake paper. I said I lived here, they had no permission, and the signature was fake. The deputy called it civil, like a drill at my gate was a misunderstanding. Then my brother got cocky and said the quiet part out loud. He needed my manor for a holiday content business. That's what the bins were. That's why they brought a locksmith. I called my lawyer on speaker. She emailed the deputy the title documents and asked one question. If I signed as owner, why was the property held by a trust? My dad froze. My mom's face went blank. The deputy's tone changed. He told them to leave. They left angry, not sorry. That night my utilities called about a service change I never requested. 2 of my exterior cameras went to static. My brother wasn't done. I froze my credit, filed reports, and saved everything. By morning, my mom posted on Facebook first. We checked on our troubled daughter. Lots of sympathy for her, lots of nasty guesses about me. I didn't argue. I archived. Evidence doesn't need a comment section, so I set a trap for Christmas Eve. The house looked dark from the road. Inside, I had witnesses, a reporter, and an officer on standby. At 7:14, my drive sensor pinged. Headlights off, a rental truck behind the SUV. Sneaking, not visiting. My My brother jumped out with a crowbar. My dad carried a thick folder. My mom stepped out last, hair perfect. Nobody opened the door. Then the first hit landed. Next, the frame splintered. Then the drill whined. After that, the crowbar pried. And finally, the door cracked open. Cold air rushed into my foyer. My brother stepped inside, crowbar still up. For 1 second, he looked proud. Then the lights came up, just enough to show everything. The retired locksmith said, "That's forced entry." The officer and deputy moved in. Hands, now. My dad tried, "We're family. She's unstable." The officer cut him off. "Family doesn't break in with burglary tools." My mom hissed, "You set us up." I said, "No, you did this." I documented it. Handcuffs clicked. My brother first, my dad second. My mom tried crying like it was a performance review. Nobody bought it. The reporter already had her Facebook post pulled up. My lawyer had the forged paper and the utility call log. Turns out tears don't beat video. By the next week, my brother's little venture collapsed. Vendors backed out. Accounts got reported. My dad spent New Year's paying attorneys. And my mom learned what it feels like when the whole town stops believing her. That night, I stood by my tree with a glass of wine and a boarded up door, and the silence finally felt safe. No one had a key anymore. What would you have done in my place? Drop your take in the comments. My mom's crystal wine glass shattered on the ballroom floor, and nobody moved. She'd just opened the sleek black gift box I brought for the family. Her face went gray. My dad went dead silent. And the investors watching finally understood one thing. I owned their house. I'm the other daughter. The one my parents forget exists until they need something. My older sister was the golden child, and her husband was her pet visionary. I built a high-end logistics company from scratch. Rare bourbon, high-value cargo, zero mistakes. To my parents, it was still a little delivery hobby. 3 weeks before my 32nd birthday, my mom called with no hello. "Your sister's launch party is on the 24th. Handle the catering." The 24th was my birthday. My dad jumped on the line. "Don't be difficult. Family builds wealth together." That phrase tasted like ash. When I was 12, he made me bus tables at his investor dinner. An investor tipped me $20. Dad took it. Family money stays together. So I asked for the venue contract. I didn't argue. I read. And the fine print screamed. My dad had signed as guarantor. Their estate was collateral. The insurance requirements were massive. I called my sister-in-law, a corporate attorney. She confirmed it fast. My parents had liquidated their retirement and taken a hard money loan against the house. And my dad had personally guaranteed the liability bond tied to my brother-in-law's brand new company. Then my sister stormed into my office like she owned it. "Call your top chef. Tell them to cater for exposure." I told her no. She snapped, "You're just bitter. You run a glorified delivery service." Then she hissed, "Don't even come. And if you do, stay in the kitchen." That night, my sister-in-law called again, voice tight. My brother-in-law wasn't launching consulting. He'd filed a carbon copy of my logistics operation, same routes, Sama protocols, Sama formatting. He'd stolen my binder after a holiday dinner. Then he undercut my biggest distillery client by 40% and told the board he'd revolutionize transport. My client postponed our renewal and said, "We'll decide at the launch." I didn't panic. I insulated. I moved money into a blind trust. Then I bought my parents' distressed loan through that trust, quietly, legally. The bank didn't care who paid. By Thursday, on paper, I was their landlord. Party night came. My birthday, no texts, no call, just their event of the season. The room was full of sharp smiles. My mom barked orders like I was staff. My sister floated in designer green, acting like a queen. My brother-in-law grabbed the mic and lifted a rare vintage bottle for a toast. I saw the tax stamp and knew it was fake. I said it out loud. The air changed instantly. Then the waiter placed my black box in front of my mom. She tugged the ribbon. Then she lifted the lid. Then she found the thick card. Then her eyes scanned one line. Then her fingers started shaking. Then the glass slipped from her hand. Then crystal hit marble and exploded. Then red wine splashed her dress. Then my dad reached for the papers. Then he stopped breathing like a normal person. He read the deed transfer. He read the lease. He read the ledger showing every dollar they drained from my sister and her husband. He hit the bank transfer page, the one with his forged signature. He looked at my brother-in-law like he'd never seen him before. Me dad tried one last trick. He grabbed my arm and announced, "We're merging. She's our logistics titan. This is a family network." The distillery executive stepped forward, cold as steel. "Stop talking. There is no merger. She warned us. You just confirmed everything." And they walked out. Investors followed like the building caught fire. I took the microphone. "Today is my birthday. You forgot it." Again, I nodded at the box. "You have 30 days to sign. Rent and deposit are due Monday. Miss it, and the sheriff removes you." They left voicemails for days. Demands, tears, threats, begging for just a little extension. They couldn't pay. The investigation into my brother-in-law's wire fraud and insurance fraud froze what little money was left. The deadline hit. Then the eviction did too. Deputies packed my parents' life into cardboard. They moved into a small condo on the edge of town. My sister ran back to them, desperate for a safety net. Then she discovered there was no net left, no money, no status, so she got a job. Not branding, not vision, warehouse fulfillment, 8 hours a day taping boxes for delivery. 3 months later, my wealth manager pinged me. Someone tried to access my blind trust. Still locked. What would you have done in my shoes? Warn them or let them fall? My mother doesn't accept your income level. Quit your job or go find yourself another husband, my husband said. I replied with exactly one sentence. His expression changed completely, and my mother-in-law almost fell off her chair. The smell of garlic and rosemary was still hanging in the air, a ghost of the perfectly roasted chicken I'd made for dinner. When my husband looked me in the eyes across the oak table I'd bought with my first major bonus and told me to quit my career. Not suggested, not floated as a hypothetical. Told. He stood up, leaned forward with both palms flat on the wood and said, "This is what family does, Sarah. They make sacrifices. This is your chance to finally be a real wife and daughter-in-law instead of just playing CEO in a pantsuit. My mother needs a full-time caregiver, and you are the obvious choice. Playing CEO. 14 years of sleepless nights, licensed exams, structural calculations, and award-winning designs, reduced to a costume and a job title he thought I was pretending to deserve. His mother, Brenda, had been whispering this into his ear for weeks. I knew it. He knew I knew it, and neither of them cared. He expected me to cry, to argue, to negotiate down to something livable. Eventually, he expected me to break. He was not not expecting what I did next. I took one slow breath. I let the silence stretch until it became uncomfortable. And then I said, in a voice so calm, it unsettled even me, "Okay, Mark, you're right. Family makes sacrifices. I'll do it. I'll quit." The flicker of triumph in his eyes almost made me laugh. He had no idea he'd just signed off on his own dismantling. I need to back up, because the ultimatum didn't come out of nowhere. It came out of 15 years of a marriage I thought was a partnership, and a mother-in-law who'd spent every one of those years trying to reclaim her son. My name is Sarah Langford. I'm a senior architect at Callaway & Burke, one of the most respected firms in the city. I've been with them for 14 years. Started as a junior associate drafting bathroom renovations for suburban clients, and worked my way up to lead architect on a $240 million waterfront mixed-use development that was, at the time of this story, the largest project in the firm's history. I earned that position the way most women in male-dominated industries do, by being twice as prepared, half as loud, and willing to review blueprints until midnight while everyone else went home at 6. Mark was a project manager at a mid-tier marketing firm. Good job, decent salary, about $74,000. But let's be honest about the math. My salary was $168,000 plus performance bonuses. I was the primary breadwinner. I had been since year 3 of our marriage. Mark had always claimed to be proud of that. "My wife's the genius," he'd say at dinner parties, raising his glass. I just try to keep up. People would laugh. I'd smile. It felt real. It wasn't. It was a performance he maintained as long as the dynamic served him. As long as my income funded the lifestyle and his ego remained unbruised in public. The moment those two things came into conflict, the performance collapsed like wet drywall. The catalyst was Brenda. Brenda Holloway, Mark's mother, 72, retired school secretary, and the most passive-aggressive woman I have ever met in my life, took a bad fall down the stairs in late October. Broken hip, concussion, a cascade of complications that come with being elderly and fragile. I felt genuine compassion for her. Despite 15 years of thinly veiled hostility, the comments about my cooking, my clothes, my decision not to have children yet, the way she called me dear like it was a synonym for temporary. I held her hand in the hospital. I fluffed her pillows. I coordinated with Dr. Evelyn Nash, her orthopedic surgeon, 22 years in practice, chief of joint reconstruction at St. Luke's, on the rehab plan. I organized a rotation with Mark's sister, Lisa, so Brenda was never alone. For the first week, the system worked. Then Brenda started dismantling it. She hated the rehab facility. "Strangers," she whispered. "I don't want strangers touching me. I want my family." Her eyes always found Mark when she said it, a silent plea that hit him like a gut punch every time. Then she started aiming at me. "Oh, you're so good at this, dear," she cooed while I adjusted her blankets. "You have such a natural touch. A real woman's touch. A compliment wrapped around a blade. Classic Brenda." I suggested in-home care nurses. Mark rejected it. I suggested meal delivery and safety modifications to her house. Rejected. I suggested a part-time aide covered by her supplemental insurance. Rejected. "It's not the same, Sarah," he said. "She needs family. She needs one of us." He didn't mean him. His job was demanding, he said, even though he was home by 5:30 most days while I was still up at midnight reviewing structural load calculations for a building that would house 3,000 people. The confrontation came a month after the fall, the night of the roasted chicken, at the oak table, with the dishwasher humming and a reality show flickering in the background like the universe's cheapest irony. And when he said those words, playing CEO in a pantsuit, something inside me didn't break. It rearranged. I told him I had one condition. His smug expression turned almost comical. He folded his arms and leaned back like a man who'd already won the war, and was now generously allowing the losing side to choose the color of its surrender flag. He clearly expected something small, a spa day, a cleaning service, something he could grant magnanimously and then hold over me for the next decade. "A condition?" he said, with a patronizing smile. "All right, Sarah, I'm listening." I let the silence hang one beat longer than comfortable. "It's a simple matter of logistics, Mark. You said your salary could support us. I believe you. But it cannot support this house. The mortgage is $3,400 a month. Property taxes, utilities, HOA fees. This home was built around my income, not a mid-level project manager's salary." Each word landed exactly where I aimed it. "So my condition is this. Before I resign, we sell the house. We liquidate our primary asset and eliminate our primary expense. We can't afford to live here on your salary, and I refuse to burn through my savings to maintain a lifestyle for you while I become an unpaid caregiver." He was stunned. I could see the gears grinding. He loved that house. He loved telling people his wife was the architect who designed the award-winning rear extension. He loved the granite countertops, the heated bathroom floors, the walk-in closet he'd filled with golf shirts. Giving it up was unthinkable, but he couldn't argue without admitting he'd never thought his grand plan through, without admitting he needed my money. "Sell the house?" he stammered. "But where would we live? That's the most practical part," I said, and I smiled the way you smile when you've already counted every card on the table. "We move in with your mother. It makes perfect sense. I'll be there around the clock. No commute. We save on housing costs. The proceeds from the sale cover living expenses and any modifications Brenda's home might need. It's exactly what a family that believes in sacrifice would do. Checkmate." If he objected, he'd be arguing against his own speech. He'd look selfish, wanting his comfortable life while his frail mother needed help. He'd be contradicting every word he'd used to corner me. His face went white. living under Brenda's roof, her endless criticism, her suffocating presence, her 1985 decor and doily-covered surfaces. But pride is a strange animal. His wouldn't let him back down. Fine, he choked. You're right, we'll sell the house. He thought he'd won. He didn't realize he'd just stepped onto a board I'd already designed. The next morning, I moved with the kind of efficiency that only becomes possible when you've stopped hesitating. While Mark sat staring into his coffee, I'd already called our realtor, Patricia Devlin, 18 years in residential real estate, someone I knew professionally through development projects. I told her we wanted a fast sale, cash offer preferred. What I didn't tell Mark was that I'd also instructed Patricia to coordinate all paperwork through my personal attorney, Victoria Chen, family law specialist, 13 years in practice, former associate at Kirkland & Ellis, a woman who smiles rarely and wins constantly. I'd retained Victoria the morning after the ultimatum, before I agreed to anything, before I said okay, because my okay was never a surrender. It was a detonation sequence. That same day, I walked into my boss, Richard Calloway's office and closed the door. Richard, founding partner, 31 years in architecture, the man who'd mentored me from junior associate to lead architect, looked genuinely stricken when I explained. Quit? Sarah, you're leading the waterfront project. You can't just quit. I know, I said, and I don't want to. Here's what I'm proposing instead. I take a 6-month unpaid sabbatical. Officially, I'm stepping away for a family medical situation. Unofficially, you keep my position open. I'll sign whatever you need. NDA, non-compete, anything. I just need time. And when this is over, I come back. He studied me for a long moment. And in the meantime, he asked, if I needed someone to consult remotely on the waterfront schematics, off the books, I'd be available. At your usual rate, I wouldn't insult either of us by suggesting otherwise. He almost smiled. All right, Sarah, your seat will be here. And so will I. When I got home, I told Mark I'd resigned effective in 2 weeks. He looked relieved and faintly disappointed. I think some part of him had hoped my firm would refuse, forcing a dramatic choice that would somehow prove his importance. Instead, it was just happening, quietly, cleanly, on his terms, he thought, on mine, in reality. The house sold in 9 days, thanks to Patricia's network and a bidding war between 2 developers who wanted the lot. We closed $47,000 over asking, cash offer, no contingencies. The wire transfer hit my account, the one Victoria had helped me set up separately, on a Tuesday afternoon at 3:12. On our last night in the house, we sat on the bare floor eating pizza out of a box, the way we had when we first moved in. Mark was trying to sound noble. This is for the best, he said. A fresh start. I'm proud of you, Sarah. My phone buzzed. I glanced at it. Bank notification. Wire confirmed. I smiled. It must have unsettled him because his bravado cracked. What is it? Who's that from? I locked my screen, slid it into my pocket. Oh, nothing. Just tying up a loose end. Moving into Brenda's house felt like being buried alive in potpourri. Doilies on every surface. Framed photos of Mark at every awkward stage of adolescence. His childhood bedroom preserved like a museum exhibit. Sports trophies, a faded Bon Jovi poster, a twin bed with a plaid comforter that smelled like mothballs and regret. Watching a 42-year-old man stand among the relics of his teenage self was the first real crack in his noble son performance. No master suite, no walk-in closet, no heated bathroom floors, just his mother calling his name from downstairs every 5 minutes. Brenda, naturally, was thriving. Oh, Sarah, dear, she cooed as I unpacked my single suitcase into a narrow strip of closet space. You let me know if Marky's old bed is uncomfortable. We could always set up a cot in the living room. The implication was clear. I was the outsider, the guest, the help. My days became a masterclass in invisible labor. Up before dawn for Brenda's low-sodium, high-fiber breakfast. Physical therapy exercises she complained about constantly. Medication management, 14 pills across 3 schedules, which I tracked on a spreadsheet because her previous system was a sticky note that said morning ones and night ones. Doctor's appointments with Dr. Nash every 2 weeks. Grocery runs, laundry, cleaning, and through it all, a steady stream of Brenda's commentary. That's not how you fold a towel, dear. Are you sure about that much seasoning? It upsets a man's stomach. Marky always loved it when I ironed his shirts with extra starch. Mark, meanwhile, contributed nothing. He left for work each morning in a shirt I'd ironed, with extra starch, and came home late claiming his workload had intensified. He kissed his mother's cheek, asked me how her day was in a tone that expected a one-word answer, and disappeared upstairs to play video games. He had outsourced his devotion to me and recast himself as the man making sacrifices. The financial reckoning came 2 weeks in. Honey, Mark said one evening, my car's making a noise. Can you transfer me $1,000 from the house money? I looked up from the medical bill I was decoding for Brenda. What house money, Mark? He stared at me. The money from the sale. The money that went into your account. Oh, that, I said slowly. Mark, that wasn't our money. That was my money. Silence. The down payment came from my grandmother's inheritance. $62,000. Documented and traced. For the past 10 years, my salary covered every mortgage payment, every renovation, every property tax bill. Victoria has the records, every receipt, every transfer. Legally and financially, the equity in that house was mine. His mouth opened, closed, opened again. But we're married. What's yours is mine. Is it? I said quietly. Is my career yours to order me to give up? Is my time yours to command? You wanted me to make a sacrifice. I have. I sacrificed my home, my independence, and my daily life. That money is my safety net. It's what allows me to do this. We're living here rent-free, and we're living on your salary. salary, just like you said we could. So things are going to be tight. You'll need to learn how to budget. He erupted, sputtered, called it theft, called it betrayal. Brenda hobbled in on her walker to back him up. Sarah, how could you be so selfish after everything Mark has done for you? I looked at them both, mother and son, united in entitlement, vibrating with outrage. And I did not raise my voice. I returned to the medical bill and let them simmer. The power had shifted so completely, they hadn't even recognized it yet. They thought they still held every card. They had no idea I owned the table. Over the next month, Mark's lifestyle collapsed in slow motion. He sold his BMW 3 Series and bought a used 2017 Honda Accord, dropped his golf club membership, $285 a month, stopped going to poker nights, started packing lunch because he couldn't afford the $14 salads he used to buy every day. Brenda complained that he'd switched to store-brand coffee. Both of them kept glancing at me, waiting for me to rescue them with the money they believed I was hoarding. I suggested generic brands and smiled. Meanwhile, every night after Brenda fell asleep and Mark disappeared into his video games, I retreated to the windowless guest room I'd claimed as an office. I opened my laptop and I went back to work. Richard's consulting assignments came steadily. Structural reviews, schematic notes, design revisions for the waterfront project. I was still part of the biggest build in the city, and no one in that house knew it. The consulting fees went into a second account, the one Mark had never heard of, the one Victoria had helped me set up before we'd even left the house. Right under their roof, I was building my exit. Mark got passed over for a promotion in January. He came home and slammed his briefcase onto the hall table hard enough to rattle Brenda's ceramic angel collection. Later, in the cramped bedroom, he hissed through his teeth, "It's this place. I can't think. I can't focus. My whole life is falling apart." "This is the life you chose, Mark," I said gently. "The one you demanded. You're doing the right thing for your mom." He glared at me with a kind of bewildered hatred, the specific look of a man who expected his victim to be suffering and instead found her strangely calm. It drove him insane. What he didn't know was that his breaking point was already scheduled. My sabbatical was ending in 6 weeks. Brenda had made a remarkable recovery. She walked with a cane now, managed most daily tasks independently, and Dr. Nash had officially downgraded her from high needs to periodic monitoring. She didn't need a full-time caregiver anymore. I waited for the right moment. It came on a Sunday evening. Mark and Brenda were bickering over the TV remote, their nightly ritual of mutual irritation, when I walked in and stood in front of both of them. "I have some news," I said. Mark straightened immediately. "Are you finally going to be reasonable about the money?" "It's not about money. It's about what comes next." I took a breath. "Let the room settle. I'm going back to work." Mark's face collapsed. "What? But Mom? Who's going to—" "Your mother has made a wonderful recovery. Dr. Nash confirmed she no longer needs full-time care. A part-time aide covered by her insurance will be more than sufficient. I've already arranged it. Angela Torres, certified home health aide, 11 years of experience, excellent references. She starts next Monday." "But Mark, you asked me to sacrifice my career to take care of your mother." "I did. For 6 months, I cooked her meals, managed her medications, drove her to every appointment, and handled her recovery. She is better. The job is done. And now I am going back to the work that actually defines me. Because unlike some people in this room, I never stopped being good at it." Brenda's mouth opened. Nothing came out. Mark looked like a man watching the walls close in. "And one more thing," I said. I reached into the folder I'd been carrying and set a document on the coffee table. The header read, "Divorce Petition. Langford vs. Langford." The room went airless. Mark picked up the document, read the first page, put it down, picked it up again, as if the words might rearrange themselves into something less final. "Divorce?" he whispered. "You can't. After everything you did, Mark." My voice was level, controlled. The voice of a woman who'd had 6 months to choose every word in advance. "You stood in our home, the home I designed and paid for, and told me my life's work was me playing CEO in a pantsuit. You ordered me to throw away my career, my identity, and my financial independence to become an unpaid servant for a woman who has spent 15 years undermining me. You didn't ask for a partnership through a difficult season. You issued a command. You saw me as a resource to deploy. You thought my ambitions were disposable." I leaned forward. "So I gave you exactly what you asked for. I quit. Or you thought I did. I sold the house. I moved into your mother's home. I became her caregiver. And I watched you crumble under the exact life you sentenced me to. You couldn't handle it for a month. The money stressed you. The house suffocated you. You hated everything about the existence you demanded I accept permanently." I slid the papers toward him. "I'm filing on grounds of irreconcilable differences. I'm not asking for alimony. I want nothing from you. The house proceeds are mine. Victoria has documentation going back 14 years proving every dollar of equity was generated by my income and my inheritance. This information has been reviewed by a forensic accountant, Gerald Hutchins, 26 years in practice, court certified in asset tracing. If you challenge it, you will lose, and it will be expensive. My recommendation is that you don't." He just sat there. "You still have your job," I continued. "Your used car, your clothes, and your mother's guest room. I suggest you call her and let her know you're coming home." Brenda, who had been listening from the hallway, because Brenda always listened from hallways, appeared in the doorway. For the first time in 15 years, she was completely silent. Not the strategic silence of a woman planning her next barb, the stunned silence of someone who'd just realized the woman she'd spent a decade and a half trying to diminish had been the only thing holding her son's life together. Mark signed the papers 11 11 days later. I imagine his attorney, whoever he scrambled to find on short notice, told him exactly how hopeless his position was. Victoria had built a case so clean it could have been framed. He moved back into Brenda's house. From what I heard through mutual friends, the arrangement became its own kind of punishment. Without me there to absorb the friction, to serve as their common target, their dysfunction turned inward. The noble son and the devoted mother, trapped together in a house full of doilies and resentment, with no one left to blame but each other. I walked back into Callaway and Burke on a Monday morning in April. Richard met me at the door. He didn't say welcome back. He said, "Your office is ready. Corner suite. And the waterfront project needs you by Thursday." The promotion was official. Lead architect. My name on the building. My designs in the skyline. I threw myself into it with an energy I hadn't felt in years. Not the desperate energy of someone proving herself, but the clean, focused power of a woman who had stopped performing for people who would never clap. The waterfront project won a regional AIA award that fall. My name appeared in Architectural Digest. I bought a condo. Not a house this time, something lighter. All glass and clean lines and a rooftop terrace where I could stand at night and look out at the city I'd helped shape. The money from the old house became the down payment on the rest of my life. My mother-in-law spent 6 months roasting my weight, my job, and my looks at Sunday dinner. Then she cried, "I was just teasing," the second I stopped laughing. The twist was watching her own husband finally call her out in front of everyone. When I married my husband, I thought I'd won the in-law lottery. His dad was quiet and handy, his sister was cool, and his mom, Diane, acted sweet as sugar. The first dinners were fine. I brought dessert. We joked. I relaxed. About 3 months in, Diane flipped. She stared at my plate and smiled. "Wow, someone's hungry. Slow down or he won't afford you." Next week she eyed my dress. Brave to wear it tight when you're retaining water. I wasn't retaining anything. That was just my body. After that, dinner became her sport. My bank job was so easy a trained monkey could do it. My haircut made my face look rounder. Every dig ended the same way. "Just kidding, honey. You know I love you." Like love was supposed to come with bruises. I tried everything. I laughed along and she got meaner. I joked back once and she teared up. "I can't believe you'd be so cruel when I'm playful." My husband apologized to her, for me. Later he told me, that's just how she shows affection. Funny how her affection never hit him, his sister, or his dad. Just me. My breaking point was my birthday dinner. Diane rolled out a cake and announced, "I got sugar-free since you've been looking puffy. Birthdays aren't worth diabetes." Then she added, laughing, "Maybe your metabolism will kick in eventually." His sister left the table. His dad winced. My husband stared at his plate like it was a safe place. So the next Sunday I stopped feeding her. Diane tried again. "At least they promoted your looks, since they couldn't promote your brain." I didn't smile. I didn't react. I just looked at her, silent. Then I turned and asked my sister-in-law about her apartment. Diane tried again 5 minutes later. Same stare, same silence. Then I talked to someone else. At first she got louder. Then she repeated herself. Then she tapped my shoulder. "Did you hear me?" I blinked once and asked her husband about his workshop. Without my forced laughter, her jokes just hung in the air. Pointed. Ugly. Nobody could pretend anymore. Thanksgiving was where it blew up. The whole extended family was there. Diane aimed at my parents. Guess they can't visit because they can't afford it. I set my fork down and looked at her. 1 second. 2 seconds. Her smile twitched. 3 seconds. Someone coughed. 4 seconds. She searched the table for backup. 5 seconds. Then I turned to my husband's cousin and asked about her new baby. Diane's sister whispered, "What the hell was that?" Diane went red. The table went quiet. And for the first time, she looked small. After that, my husband finally admitted it wasn't teasing. He apologized for brushing me off. He promised he was done making excuses. Diane tried a new act, extra sweet, extra fake, until she got tired and slipped again. That's when her husband, the quiet one, finally snapped. She glanced at my hair and said, "Interesting. Some styles just don't work for certain face shapes." Her husband put his fork down. He looked straight at her and said, "That was unkind." Diane laughed, quick and sharp. "Oh my god, I'm kidding." He didn't move. "No, you've been doing it for months." He nodded toward me. Only her, not him, not their daughter, just me. The room froze. My sister-in-law stopped mid-bite. My husband's glass hovered in the air. Diane looked around like someone would rescue her. Nobody did. She tried to play victim. "So now you're all attacking me?" My sister-in-law said. "I've noticed it too." My husband added, calm but firm, "You only tease people you think won't push back." Diane shoved her chair back and stormed out, slamming the back door like that was supposed to fix it. And here's the part that felt like revenge without saying a word. Nobody chased her. Nobody apologized to her. We just sat there and ate in peace. 2 dinners later, she gave me an apology that sounded rehearsed. I didn't realize it was hurtful. "I'll be more careful." She waited for me to comfort her. I just said, "Thank you." Flat, neutral. Then I changed the subject. If she wanted trust, she could earn it with consistent behavior, not one speech. Now dinners are almost normal. Diane sticks to safe topics. She keeps her distance. And honestly, peace beats fake closeness every time. What would you have done, gone silent like me? Or called her out on day 1?
My mother lifted her wine glass at Christmas dinner and smiled like she was offering a blessing. "Your sister bought a house, Anna. When will you finally settle down?" Everyone laughed, until I looked at the house keys in Claire's hand and recognized my mother raised her wine glass at Christmas dinner and smiled the smile she saves for gifts. She was not giving a gift. "Your sister bought a house, Anna." Her voice had the particular warmth of someone delivering news they've been waiting to deliver. The warmth of anticipation fulfilled, of a moment arriving exactly on schedule. She tilted the glass toward me across the table, the way you toast post something you want everyone to witness. When are you finally going to settle down? The table went quiet for exactly half a second, then Claire laughed. Bright and glittering, the laugh she's been deploying since we were children to signal that something is funny at someone else's expense. Her fiancé, Mark, leaned back in his chair with the settled ease of a man who is comfortable and wants you to know it. My stepfather, Victor, sliced the turkey without looking up, which was its own kind of statement. The performance of indifference, of a man so certain of his position that he doesn't need to look at you to diminish you. 32 years old, Victor said to the turkey. Still renting, no husband, no direction. I was sitting at the far end of the table in my black dress, holding a fork I had stopped wanting to use somewhere between the soup and the main course. On the mantel behind my mother's head, in a frame that had been positioned specifically to be visible from the table, was a photograph of Claire standing in front of a house with her keys raised, grinning with the particular brightness of someone who has won something and wants the photograph to prove it. I looked at the photograph, I looked at the keys, and something I had been holding very carefully for 6 months shifted in my chest. I knew that brass number plate on the front door. I had seen it every Sunday of my childhood, polished by hands I loved, on a red door at 17 Willow Lane. They hadn't bought a house. Let me tell you who I am, because the story requires it. My name is Anna Mercer. I'm 32. For 8 years I worked as a forensic accountant, the kind of work that requires sustained, meticulous attention to the gap between what documents say and what the money actually did. I left the firm 2 years ago to consult independently, which is a decision that looks like instability from the outside and looks like freedom from the inside, and I have long since stopped caring which framing other people prefer. My grandmother, Rose Mercer, lived at 17 Willow Lane for 41 years. She was the fixed point of my childhood in the specific way that certain people become. The person whose house smelled the same every time you walked in, who had a specific chair, who made specific food, who said specific things that you didn't write down because you assumed you'd always have access to them, and then one day you didn't. She polished the brass number plate on her front door every Sunday. I watched her do it so many times that the image is simply part of my memory of her. The yellow chamois cloth, the particular care she took with the 5 and the 7, the way the plate caught the light when she was done. She died 3 years ago after a long illness. The kind that moves in stages, each one narrower than the last, until the person you love is occupying less and less of the space they used to fill, and there's nothing to do about it except be present. Claire sent heart emojis from a beach resort in the Maldives. I flew home. I arranged the hospice paperwork. I paid the medical bills that had accumulated beyond what the insurance covered, $1,400 from my savings, which I did not mention to anyone because it was not a transaction I was making in order to be recognized for it. I sat with my grandmother every evening for 6 weeks in a room that smelled like lavender and old books and the particular sweetness of someone's body working very hard to continue. She died on a Tuesday in November, small and quiet and with her hand in mine. At the funeral, Victor stood beside my mother in a charcoal suit and received condolences with the air of a man receiving something he deserved. After the burial, in the car, he told me that Grandma had apparently changed her will near the end. Old people do strange things, he said. He was watching me in the rearview mirror when he said it. The specific quality of the watch, evaluating, measuring, registered somewhere in the part of my brain that had spent 8 years in a profession requiring the identification of tells. I filed it. I didn't react. I looked out the window. I walked away from that conversation, and I did not ask questions. I did not ask questions because I had learned in 8 years of forensic accounting that the most important thing you can do when you suspect something is to not reveal that you suspect it. Questions tip your hand. Silence lets the other person believe they are safe, and people who believe they are safe make mistakes that people who are being watched do not. 2 months before she died, my grandmother had mailed me something, a cookbook, her mother's cookbook, handwritten recipes going back 2 generations, spiral bound in a cover that had been repaired 3 times with electrical tape. I had cried when I opened it. Then I had flipped through the pages and found, tucked between the recipe for walnut cake and the one for Christmas pudding, an envelope. Inside the envelope was a will, her real will, written clearly, witnessed properly, dated 14 months before her death when she was still entirely herself. The house at 17 Willow Lane left to me. Her reasoning, in one sentence she had underlined twice. Anna stayed when others left. I cried over that sentence exactly once. Then I put the will in a fireproof case in my apartment, called an attorney, and started building. The attorney was Rebecca Zhao, 14 years in estate and probate law, the kind of attorney who asks the questions that matter on the first call and doesn't waste time on the ones that don't. I found her through a colleague at my old firm, someone who described her as, quote, the person you want when the other side thinks they've already won. I told her everything. She was quiet for a moment after I finished. You have the original will, she said. In my possession. Dated and witnessed 14 months before her death. She was assessed as competent by her physician at the time of signing. I have the medical records. And you believe a different document was filed after her death? I believe my stepfather filed a fraudulent deed transfer using an expired power of attorney and a forged signature. I haven't pulled the county records yet. I wanted you on the line when I did. Another pause. Anna, she said, I'm clearing my afternoon afternoon. The county records office smelled like dust and printer toner, and the specific staleness of a building where important things are stored without ceremony. I went on a Tuesday in late November, 6 weeks before Christmas, with Rebecca on the phone in my earpiece and a notepad in my bag. What I found took approximately 40 minutes to assemble and approximately 4 seconds to understand. The deed transfer for 17 Willow Lane had been filed on a date 9 days after my grandmother's death. The signature on the transfer document was hers. My grandmother had been physically incapable of holding a pen for the last 3 weeks of her life. I had been there. I had watched it happen. The way her hands had lost their grip. The way she'd asked me to write things for her. The way she'd apologized for it as though it was an inconvenience she was causing rather than something happening to her. The notary stamp belonged to a man named Gary Finch. Gary Finch was Mark's cousin. I found this through a public LinkedIn search that took 6 minutes. The witness address on the document was a building on Hartfield Road that I looked up on my phone while still standing at the records office counter. The building had been a laundromat. It had been vacant for 2 years. The funds used for the so-called purchase, the down payment that had been routed through a title company in a transaction designed to look like an arm's-length sale, had been wired from my grandmother's estate account. Victor had been named power of attorney during her illness. The power of attorney had expired at the moment of her death, as all powers of attorney do. He had used it afterward anyway. I stood in the records office with my grandmother's forged signature on a document in front of me, and I thought about the way she had polished that number plate every Sunday. The yellow chamois, the 5 and the 7, the light catching it when she was done. I thought about Anna stayed when others left, underlined twice. I thought about Victor watching me in the rearview mirror and saying old people do strange things with the evaluating look of a man who believes the person he's looking at can be managed. I did not cry in that records office. I took photographs of every document, emailed them to Rebecca, and drove home. 6 months. That's how long I built the case before Christmas. 6 months of county records and medical documentation and financial forensics and the particular patient discipline of someone who knows that the difference between a case that holds and a case that collapses is the quality of preparation. Rebecca filed the evidentiary documentation with the probate court in November. The hearing was scheduled for January. The criminal referral was drafted and ready. Rebecca had coordinated with Detective James Park of the County Fraud and Financial Crimes Division, 16 years on the force, who had reviewed the file and described the forged power of attorney use as, quote, textbook elder financial abuse. The estate account transfers had been flagged by Meridian Bank's fraud team through a report I had filed in October. Thomas Way, senior fraud investigator, 11 years in financial crimes, who had confirmed in writing that the transfers were inconsistent with the authorized scope of the power of attorney. I came to Christmas dinner with a lawyer's message on my phone and a case that was complete. I came in my simple black dress with a scarf for my mother and a candle for Claire and nothing for Victor. He noticed the nothing immediately. I had wanted him to. The table was exactly as I expected it to be. Claire was radiant in the way of people who are successfully performing a life they've constructed on stolen materials, the specific brightness of someone who has decided that enjoying a thing is the same as deserving it. Mark was comfortable in the way of men who surround themselves with people who confirm their comfort. My mother was warm in the particular way she's warm when she's using warmth as social management. The hostess voice, the curated atmosphere, the Christmas table as a stage for the family narrative she prefers. Victor was Victor, watchful, assured, the calm of a man who has arranged things to his satisfaction and does not anticipate disruption. When my mother raised her glass and said what she said about settling down, the table did what the table was designed to do. It laughed. It confirmed. It situated me in the position I was supposed to occupy, the one without a house, without stability, without direction, the contrast that made Claire's achievement legible as achievement. Claire tilted her wine toward me. Don't be jealous, Anna. You always said you didn't care about money. I said money doesn't make people good, I said. Mark laughed. That's exactly what people say when they don't have any. My mother said enough. It's Christmas, but she was the one who had opened the door and she knew it and I knew it, and we both said nothing more about that. After dessert, they pulled everyone into the living room for the renovation photos. Claire had connected her phone to the television. Marble kitchen, walk-in closet. The heated bathroom floors that Mark described with the pride of a man who considers a feature he did not pay for to reflect well on his judgment. New windows in the living room, fresh paint, then the front porch, red door, Christmas wreath, and beneath the wreath, barely visible in the corner of the frame, the old brass number plate, not new, not replaced. The original plate with the small dent in the bottom left corner of the 5 that I had made with my bicycle at age 11 and that my grandmother had called character rather than damage. 17. Willow Lane. The room kept talking. Claire kept narrating. My mother made approving sounds. Victor sat in the corner chair with the deliberate stillness of a man who has nothing to perform because the performance is already over. I looked at the screen. I looked at the plate. I looked at my phone. Rebecca's message. Filing ready. Fraud claim. Emergency injunction. Criminal referral. Say the word. Outside, it was dark and cold. The Christmas lights on the houses across the street blinked in slow, cheerful cycles. Someone somewhere had a dog dog that was barking at something it didn't understand. I typed one word, file. When I stood to leave, Mark was in the hallway. He had the particular posture of a man who thinks blocking a doorway is subtle, the grin of someone delivering a message they've rehearsed. Don't take tonight personally, he said. Families push each other. No, I said. Predators push. Families protect. His grin adjusted itself. Victor appeared behind him. He had moved quietly. Victor moved quietly when he wanted to, with the practiced economy of a man who understood that arriving suddenly carried its own form of authority. He lowered his voice. Be careful, Anna. Accusations ruin lives. I looked at the hallway wall. My grandmother's photograph, the one that had hung there since before I could remember, her in the garden at Willow Lane, squinting into summer light, had been taken down. The nail was still there, just a nail in the wall where she used to be. So does evidence, I said. I put on my coat, said goodbye to my mother, who kissed my cheek and told me to call more. I did not say what I was thinking. I drove home through the cold with the Christmas lights going past my windows and sat in my parking lot for 4 minutes and then went inside. The hearing was on a gray Tuesday in January. I want to tell you what the room looked like because I think it matters, not the drama of it. The courtroom was ordinary, fluorescent, the furniture, the dark wood of institutional spaces that have hosted 1,000 significant things and recorded none of them. What mattered was the people in it and what they had believed coming in and what they would believe going out. Claire wore white. I noticed this and filed it. The choice of color, the performance of innocence, the belief that presentation would function as argument. My mother cried before anyone spoke. Real tears, I think. Not performed, but also not quite the tears she would have cried if she had understood earlier what Victor had done with her mother's house and her daughter's inheritance. The tears of a woman who was beginning to understand something she had not let herself understand. Victor came in with a lawyer, a man named Gerald Tate, who had the practiced ease of someone used to billing by the hour and winning by outlasting. He sat beside Victor with his briefcase and his confidence, and he looked at Rebecca Zhao across the room with the assessing look of opposing counsel. Rebecca did not look back. She was reading her notes. The judge was the Honorable Patricia Osei, 22 years on the bench, probate and estate division. She had the economy of movement of someone who has presided over enough hearings to know what matters and what doesn't, and the specific quality of attention that makes you understand when it lands on you that you are being fully seen. Rebecca opened the folder. The real will, dated 14 months before my grandmother's death, properly witnessed by 2 individuals whose addresses were verified and whose signatures were confirmed. The medical records documenting my grandmother's physical capacity, specifically the records from the final 3 weeks of her life, documenting the progressive loss of fine motor control that made holding a pen impossible. The deed transfer document, dated 9 days after my grandmother's death, bearing her signature. The forensic document analysis from Dr. Sandra Lim, handwriting specialist, 20 years of expert witness testimony, confirming the signature on the deed was inconsistent with authentic samples of my grandmother's handwriting and consistent with traced reproduction. The power of attorney, which had been issued during my grandmother's illness, and which bore on its face the legal language standard to all such documents. This power of attorney is revoked upon the death of the principal. The date of the estate account transfer, the date of my grandmother's death, the mathematical relationship between them, the notary, Mark's cousin Gary Finch, whose relationship to the groom was documented through public records and whose notary commission had been issued in a county 140 miles away, making his presence at a document signing in this county on that date worthy of explanation. The witness address, the vacant laundromat on Hartfield Road. The records showing it had been unoccupied for 2 years at the time of the signing. Thomas Way's bank fraud report, Detective Park's criminal referral. Every document landed in the room the way Rebecca had said they would, like doors closing, one after another in sequence, each one narrowing the space available to stand in. Judge Osei read the medical report twice. Mrs. Rose Mercer was physically incapable of signing legal documents on the date this deed transfer bears her signature? Yes, Your Honor. The attending physician's documentation is explicit on this point, and the estate funds used for the so-called purchase were transferred from the estate account using a power of attorney that had legally expired at the moment of Mrs. Mercer's death. Correct. The wire transfer occurred 9 days after the principal's death. The power of attorney was void. Across the room, Gerald Tate was writing something on his notepad. He was not looking at Victor. Victor was looking at the table. Claire had gone the color of the walls. Mark was doing something I'd watched him do at the Christmas table. The physical shift of a man adjusting his proximity to the person who has just become a liability, not dramatically, just a centimeter or two. Establishing, in the language of bodies, that he is adjacent to this rather than part of it. My mother had stopped crying. She was looking at Victor with an expression I'd never seen on her face before. Not anger exactly, but the particular expression of someone revising, retroactively, a great many things. The deed is suspended, Judge Osei said. The property at 17 Willow Lane is placed under court supervision pending full probate review. The estate account is frozen. The criminal referral proceeds. Gerald Tate put down his pen. Victor said nothing. He had said nothing for most of the hearing. Not from strategy, I thought, but from the particular particular paralysis of a man who has built a plan on the assumption that a specific person would not push back, and who is now watching that assumption fail in a courtroom, documented on the record, with a judge reading it twice. We walked out into January. Cold air, gray sky, the specific quiet of a morning that has no interest in the significance of what just happened inside the building. Rebecca fell into step beside me. "They thought you were the one with nothing," she said. I turned up my collar against the cold. "They forgot who stayed at the bedside," I said, "and who stayed home counting my grandmother's money." The brass number plate of 17 Willow Lane was still there, on the red door, with the small dent in the bottom left corner of the 5. It had my grandmother's fingerprints on it, worn into the metal from 40 years of Sunday mornings. It was going to be mine.
My nanny taught my daughter to call her mama and me by my first name. I hired Renee when my daughter Olive was 6 months old. I had to go back to work after maternity leave and I needed someone I could trust. Renee came with excellent references and 15 years of experience. She seemed warm and capable, and Olive took to her immediately. I thought I had found the perfect situation. The first year went smoothly. Renee sent me photos throughout the day. She kept detailed notes about naps and feedings. She followed my instructions about routines and schedules. She seemed to genuinely care about Olive, and I was grateful to have her. I paid her well above market rate because I wanted her to stay. I gave her paid holidays and sick days. I bought her birthday gifts and Christmas bonuses. I treated her like family because she was helping me raise my child. Things started to change when Olive began talking. Her first word was Dada, which made my husband cry with happiness. Her second word was supposed to be Mama. I waited for it. I practiced with her every night when I came home from work. I would point to myself and say Mama over and over, hoping she would repeat it. She never did. Instead, Olive's second word was Renee. I told myself it made sense. Renee was with her 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Of course, Olive would learn her name. It stung a little, but I understood. Then one Saturday morning when Olive was about 18 months old, something happened that I will never forget. I was making breakfast and Olive was in her high chair. She looked at me and said very clearly, "Where Mama?" I smiled and said, "I am right here, baby." Olive shook her head. She pointed at the door and said, "No. Mama. Where Mama?" I asked her what she meant. She said, "Renee. Mama Renee." I felt my stomach drop. I asked Olive who I was. She looked at me and said my first name. She said it perfectly, like she had been practicing, like someone had been teaching her. I called Renee that afternoon and asked her to come over. I told her we needed to talk about something important. She arrived an hour later looking confused. I asked her directly if she had been teaching Olive to call her Mama. Renee did not deny it. She said Olive started calling her that on her own, and she did not want to correct her because it might hurt the child's feelings. She said children often called their caregivers Mama, and it was perfectly normal. She said I should not be threatened by it. I asked her why Olive called me by my first name instead of Mama. Renee hesitated. Then she said she thought it would be less confusing if Olive had different names for different people. She said since Olive already called her Mama, it made sense for me to be something else. She said she was just trying to keep things organized. I asked her if she understood that I was Olive's mother. I asked her if she understood that Mama was my title, not hers. I asked her if she understood that she had stolen something from me that I could never get back. Renee rolled her eyes. She actually rolled her eyes at me while I was confronting her about teaching my child to call another woman mother. She said I was overreacting. She said it was just a word. She said plenty of children had multiple mother figures and there was nothing wrong with that. She said I should be grateful that Olive had someone who loved her so much. I fired her on the spot. I told her to leave her key on the counter and never come back. Renee looked shocked. She said I could not fire her over something so small. She said Olive would be devastated. She said I was being emotional and irrational. She said I would regret this when I calmed down. I did not calm down. I opened the front door and told her to leave. Renee gathered her things slowly, like she was waiting for me to change my mind. She said I would never find someone as good as her. She said Olive would forget me even more without her there to bridge the gap. She said some mothers just were not meant to be the primary attachment figure, and I should accept that. I closed the door behind her and locked it. The next few weeks were hard. Olive asked for Mama constantly, and she did not mean me. She cried at the door waiting for Renee to come back. She refused to let me comfort her. She pushed me away and screamed for the woman who had stolen my name. I took time off work. I stayed home with Olive every single day for 2 months. I read to her and sang to her and held her even when she did not want to be held. I taught her that I was Mama. I taught her that I had always been Mama. I taught her that the woman who left was someone who worked for our family and nothing more. It took time, but Olive eventually adjusted. She started calling me Mama again. She stopped asking about Renee. She let me rock her to sleep and kiss her forehead and be her mother. The bond that Renee tried to steal was rebuilt stronger than before. 6 months later, I got a call from a woman named Deborah. She said her name was Deborah and she was calling about a reference for Renee. My stomach twisted into a hard knot. I asked her to repeat that, and she said Renee had given her my number as a reference, and she wanted to ask a few questions before making her final hiring decision. I gripped the phone tighter and stared at the wall. Over a year ago, when I still trusted Renee completely, I had told her she could use me as a reference. I never thought about it again until this exact moment. Now some new mother was about to hire the same woman who stole my daughter from me, and I was the one who helped make it possible. I told Deborah this was not a phone conversation. She sounded confused and asked what I meant. I said we needed to meet in person because what I had to tell her was too important to rush through on a call. She hesitated, and I could hear a baby crying in the background. She said she was pretty busy with the new baby, but maybe we could talk now for just a few minutes. I said no. I said this was serious and she needed to hear the whole story face to face. She agreed to meet me at a coffee shop the next afternoon, and I gave her the address before hanging up. That night I could not sleep. I kept going over what I would say to Deborah, and how I would explain what Renee did without sounding crazy or jealous. Every version I practiced in my head sounded wrong. I got up at 2 a.m. and made tea and sat at the kitchen table writing notes. My husband found me there an hour later, surrounded by crumpled paper. He asked what I was doing, and I told him about the phone call. He sat down across from me and rubbed his eyes. He said I should just tell Deborah the truth straight and not worry about how it sounded. I said the truth made me sound like a paranoid mother who could not handle her nanny bonding with her child. He reached across and squeezed my hand. He said anyone who met me would know I was reasonable, and if Deborah did not believe me, then at least I tried. I went to the coffee shop 30 minutes early the next day. I ordered a coffee I did not drink and sat at a corner table watching the door. Deborah walked in right on time carrying a baby and one of those carrier things strapped to her chest. She looked around and I waved. She came over and sat down heavily in the chair across from me. The baby was maybe 3 months old and sleeping against her chest. Deborah had dark circles under her eyes and her hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail. She looked exactly like I remembered feeling 2 years ago. Tired and desperate and hoping that hiring the right nanny would fix everything. She thanked me for meeting her and said she really appreciated me taking the time. I nodded and asked how old her baby was. She said 3 months and 2 weeks. She said she had to go back to work in a month and she was trying to find someone she could trust. I felt my chest tighten because I knew exactly what she meant. I started talking. I told her everything about Olive and the name changing and how gradual it had been. I explained how Renee taught my daughter to call her mama and me by my first name. I described the moment in the kitchen when I realized what had happened. Deborah listened and her face went through different expressions. First confusion, then disbelief, then something harder that looked like defensiveness. She shifted in her chair and adjusted the baby carrier. She said Renee had mentioned she left her previous family because of some issues with the mother. I felt heat rise up my neck. Deborah said Renee explained that some mothers have trouble when their children bond strongly with the nanny. She said Renee told her that secure parents understand children have room for multiple attachment figures. I realized I was hearing Renee's exact words coming out of this stranger's mouth. My hands started shaking and I put them in my lap. Deborah kept talking. She said Renee had been very upfront about why she left our family, and it actually made her trust Renee more because she was honest about difficult situations. I wanted to scream. Renee had already gotten to this woman and made me into the villain before I even had a chance to tell my side. I asked Deborah if Renee had mentioned teaching Olive to use my first name instead of Mama. Deborah frowned and said no. She said Renee told her the child just naturally started calling her Mama because they spent so much time together. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands. I had saved videos from that time period because I knew I would need proof someday. I found the one where Olive points at the door asking for Mama and then looks at me and says my first name. I turned the phone toward Deborah. She watched the video and her expression shifted slightly but not enough. When it ended, she handed my phone back. She said children get confused about names all the time, especially when they are learning to talk. She said it did not necessarily mean anything sinister. I showed her 2 more videos. One where Olive cries for Mama Renee at bedtime. Another where she calls me by my first name while Renee stands in the background smiling. Deborah watched them both. She said she could see why I was upset, but maybe Olive was just going through a phase. She said her friend's kid called everyone Mama for like 6 months. I put my phone away. I told Deborah she was going to hire Renee anyway, and I could see that. Deborah looked uncomfortable. She said she had already made her decision before coming here, and she just wanted to hear my perspective. She said Renee came with excellent references from 4 other families, and I was the only one with a negative experience. She stood up and thanked me for my time. She said she hoped things were better with my daughter now. Then she left. I sat there for another hour staring at my cold coffee. I had failed. Another mother was going to lose precious time with her baby, and I could not stop it. When I got home, my husband asked how it went. I told him Deborah did not believe me. He said I did what I could, but I could not save everyone from their own choices. That night, I lay awake thinking about Renee working with another family. I thought about all the other families she had worked for over 15 years. I got up and went to my office where I had kept all of Renee's paperwork from when I hired her. I found her reference list with 5 names and phone numbers. I recognized Deborah's name at the bottom where she must have added it recently. I looked at the other 4 names. I decided to call them. The first number was disconnected. The second went to voicemail, and I left a message that was never returned. The third was Harvey Sanderson, and he answered on the second ring. I introduced myself and said I was calling about Renee, who used to work for me. There was a long silence. Then Harvey asked in a careful voice what Renee did to my family. I told him the whole story again. When I finished, Harvey let out a long breath. He said his wife left him 3 years ago and their son calling Renee mama was part of why. He said they thought something was wrong with their son. They took him to doctors and therapists trying to figure out why he would not bond with his own mother. His wife blamed herself and fell into a depression. Then Renee left for another job, and within 3 weeks, their son started calling his mother mama again. Harvey said that was when they realized what had been happening. But by then the damage was done and his wife could not forgive him for not seeing it sooner. I asked why he was still on Renee's reference list. He said his ex-wife wanted to report Renee to some kind of nanny agency, but he just wanted to move on. He said he had been giving neutral references for the past 3 years, hoping no one would actually call. I thanked Harvey and ended the call. My hands shook as I wrote down the name he gave me. Judy Larson. Another mother who went through the same thing. Another family Renee damaged. I waited until the next morning to call because I did not want to sound too desperate. I dialed the number at 9 o'clock after I dropped Olive at her current babysitter. The phone rang 4 times before someone picked up. A woman answered and I asked if this was Judy Larson. She said yes, and I took a breath. I told her my name and said I was calling about Renee, who used to work as her nanny. There was silence on the other end. Then I heard a sound like crying. Judy asked how I got her number and I said Harvey Sanderson gave it to me. She cried harder. She said she thought she was the only one. She said she thought something was wrong with her as a mother. I told her she was not alone, and that Renee did the same thing to my family. Judy kept crying and I waited. She finally said she needed to hear this because she spent years thinking she was crazy or broken or just not good enough. I asked if we could talk about what happened. Judy took a shaky breath and started telling me her story. She said her daughter was 8 now and still sometimes slipped and called her by her first name when she was tired or upset. She said Renee worked for them for 2 years, and by the end her daughter would run past Judy to get to Renee every single day. She said she spent thousands on therapy trying to figure out what she did wrong. She said the therapist kept asking about her relationship with her own mother and whether she felt confident in her parenting. She said she started believing maybe she was not meant to be a mother because her daughter clearly preferred someone else. She said when Renee finally left for another job, her daughter cried for weeks. Then slowly things changed. Her daughter started coming to her for comfort again, started calling her mom again, started choosing her over other people. Judy said that was when she realized it was not her fault. It was what Renee had been doing the whole time. I asked Judy if she would be willing to warn Deborah with me. I told her about the new family Renee was working for and how the mother did not believe me when I tried to tell her. Judy went quiet. Then she said no. She said she could not relive that time period. She said her husband made her promise to stop talking about Renee years ago because it was making her depressed and angry. She said I should let it go too. She said Renee was like a black hole that swallows up your peace and I would never get closure or justice. She said the best thing I could do was move on and be grateful I only lost a year instead of 2 or 3 or more. I thanked Judy and we hung up. I sat in my car outside the babysitter's house and thought about how many mothers Renee had damaged and silenced over 15 years. How many of us were out there thinking we were alone, thinking we were bad mothers, thinking our children did not love us because of something we did wrong. I drove home and tried to focus on work, but I could not stop thinking about Deborah and her baby. 2 weeks went by. I checked my phone constantly waiting for some kind of update. Then one afternoon, Deborah called me. She was crying. She said she started noticing small things. She said Renee would redirect the baby's attention away from her when she came home from work. She said Renee talked about mama this and mama that even though the baby was too young to even understand words yet. She said her husband thought she was being paranoid. She said he told her she was looking for problems because some stranger on the phone scared her. But Deborah said she could not shake the feeling that I was telling the truth. She asked if we could meet. I suggested the park near her house. I told her to bring the baby and I would bring Olive. I wanted Deborah to see Renee with her own eyes and make her own decision. We met on a Saturday morning. The park was crowded with families. I spotted Renee immediately. She was pushing a stroller near the swings. Deborah's baby was inside bundled in a pink blanket. Deborah stood next to me holding a coffee cup. We watched from a distance. Renee took the baby out of the stroller and put her in a baby swing. She pushed gently and talked to the baby. From where we stood, I could not hear what she was saying. Olive was playing on the slide nearby. She went down once, then climbed back up. Then she stopped. She stood at the top of the slide and stared across the playground. I followed her gaze. She was looking at Renee. I held my breath. I did not know what would happen. Would Olive run over? Would she call out for Mama Renee? Would all that work I did to rebuild our bond fall apart right here in this park? Olive stared at Renee for a long moment. Renee did not notice. She was focused on the baby in the swing. Then Olive climbed down from the slide and walked back to me. She tugged on my jacket. She asked if that was the lady who used to play with her. I said yes. Olive looked back at Renee one more time. Then she shrugged. She said okay, and went back to the slide. I felt this huge wave of relief wash over me. Renee did not have power over her anymore. My daughter knew who her mother was. Deborah watched the whole thing. She looked at me and I could see she understood now. That night after Olive was in bed, I sat with my husband in the living room. I told him I wanted to write about what happened. I wanted to post it in the local parenting groups, so other mothers would know to watch for these warning signs. My husband put down his phone. He said I should do what I needed to do. But he warned me it might get messy if Renee found out. He said she might try to sue me or come after me somehow. I said I did not care. I said I was done hiding and being quiet about what she did. I spent the next 3 days writing and rewriting my story. I tried to be fair but honest about what Renee did to multiple families. I included specific examples of the manipulation tactics. I wrote about how she taught Olive to call her mama and me by my first name. I wrote about Harvey's son and Judy's daughter. I wrote about the warning signs to watch for, like redirecting children's attention away from parents and using mama as a title for herself. I wrote advice about checking references thoroughly and trusting your gut when something feels wrong. When I finished, I posted it in 5 different parenting forums using my real name. I was done hiding. My post got shared hundreds of times in the first week. My inbox filled up with messages from other mothers thanking me for speaking up. Some said they had similar experiences with different nannies. Some said they almost hired Renee but decided not to after reading my post. 3 more families reached out privately. They said they had similar experiences with Renee but were too ashamed to talk about it before. They thought they were bad mothers. They thought no one would believe them. One woman said her son still had attachment issues at age 10 because of what Renee did when he was a toddler. Deborah messaged me 4 days after I posted. She said she fired Renee that morning. She said she caught Renee teaching her baby to reach for her instead of Deborah during fussy times. She said when the baby cried, Renee would pick her up immediately and turn away, so Deborah could not see the baby's face. She said she watched through a crack in the door one afternoon and saw Renee holding the baby close and whispering "Mama's here" over and over. Deborah said she felt stupid for not seeing it sooner, but she was grateful she only lost a few weeks instead of years like I did. 2 weeks after I posted my story, I got an email from a woman named Sarah who lived in the town next to mine. She said Renee had applied to work for her family, and she found my post while doing a background check. Sarah thanked me for sharing what happened because she almost hired Renee before reading my warning. She said the references all sounded great and Renee seemed perfect during the interview. But after reading my post, she noticed some red flags in how Renee talked about previous families. Sarah said she asked Renee why she left my family, and Renee claimed I was jealous and unstable. That made Sarah even more suspicious because it matched exactly what I described in my post about Renee rewriting the narrative. 3 days later, another mother named Michelle reached out from a different town. She said the same thing happened with her. Renee applied for a nanny position, and Michelle found my post during her research. Michelle said she reported Renee to a nanny registry database that tracks complaints and concerns about childcare workers. She included screenshots of my post and the other comments from mothers who had similar experiences. Michelle said she hoped it would help protect other families even if Renee moved to a new area. I sat at my kitchen table reading these messages and felt something shift inside me. Maybe sharing my story actually mattered. Maybe speaking up helped prevent other mothers from losing time with their babies the way I lost time with Olive. My husband came home and found me crying at the table with my laptop open. He asked what was wrong and I showed him the emails. He read them quietly, then pulled me into a hug. He said he was proud of me for being brave enough to tell the truth even when it was hard. A week later, an envelope arrived at my house with a law firm's return address. My hands shook as I opened it. Inside was a letter from a lawyer representing Renee. The letter said I was sued for defamation, and that my online post contained false and damaging statements about Renee's professional reputation. The letter demanded I remove all posts immediately and pay $20,000 in damages or face a lawsuit. I called my husband at work and could barely get the words out. He came home early and we sat together reading the letter over and over. That night we had dinner with his cousin who works as a lawyer in family law. I brought the letter and explained everything that happened with Renee. My husband's cousin read the letter carefully, then looked up at me. She said truth is a complete defense against defamation, and I had multiple witnesses who could verify what Renee did. She said Renee's lawyer was probably trying to scare me into silence, but they would have a hard time winning in court. She offered to write a response letter for free explaining why the lawsuit had no merit. 2 months went by and nothing happened. Renee never filed the actual lawsuit. Then Deborah called me one afternoon and said she heard through another mother that Renee moved to a different state. Deborah said word got around in our local parenting community about what Renee did and no one would hire her anymore. She said Renee probably left to start fresh somewhere else where people did not know her history. I still think about Renee sometimes and wonder what drove her to do what she did. Part of me wonders if she genuinely loved the children she cared for, or if it was always about power and control. Did she really believe she was helping by becoming their primary attachment figure, or did she know exactly what she was taking from us mothers? My therapist says it can be both things at once. She says Renee might have truly cared about the children while also needing to be the most important person in their lives. My therapist says that does not make what Renee did any less wrong even if her feelings were real. I am slowly learning to accept that I may never fully understand what motivated Renee, or why she thought it was okay to steal something so precious from multiple mothers. Some questions do not have answers that make sense. Olive is 3 now and doing great. She calls me Mama without any pause or confusion. Sometimes when we are playing, she mentions the lady who used to watch her before her current babysitter. She does not remember Renee's name anymore, and she does not ask about her. Olive just knows there was someone else before, and now there is someone new. Our current babysitter is wonderful and respectful of boundaries. She encourages Olive to talk about Mama and Dada, and makes sure Olive knows who her parents are. I learned to be more careful about who I trust with my daughter. I learned to speak up immediately when something feels wrong instead of waiting and hoping it will get better on its own. I learned that protecting my family sometimes means being uncomfortable and standing up for what is right even when other people think I am overreacting. Our family healed and grew stronger through this whole experience, and I am genuinely happy with where we are now.
My neighbor kept stealing from my Christmas tree farm, so I made sure they stole one that fought back. The first time it happened, I couldn't believe it. We just opened for the season, and my best tree was gone. A beautiful 8-foot Douglas fir. I'd been growing for 7 years. My kids helped me check the security footage. There he was, my neighbor, 2 a.m., backing his truck up to my fence. My youngest asked why someone would steal a Christmas tree. Don't we give people Christmas trees, Dad? I didn't have a good answer, so I made light of it. Maybe they're struggling, I told my kids. Maybe they can't afford a tree and we're their Christmas miracle. I even started leaving the best trees closer to the property line, making it easier. For 5 years, every December, my neighbor would steal my best tree. Always the biggest, fullest specimen on the lot. The ones I'd spent years growing. My wife thought I was too soft, but she loved me for it. Then my daughter got sick. Leukemia. The doctor said she had maybe weeks. She made me promise we'd pick out the most beautiful tree on the farm and decorate it together. We chose a magnificent blue spruce, 9 feet tall, perfectly shaped. She was wrapped in blankets, weak but smiling, as her brothers helped string lights while she directed from her wheelchair. We hung her photo in the center, surrounded by angels. It stood right in the middle of the farm, lit up every night. The last thing we'd done together as a family. It took me 3 days to see what should have been obvious. 9 feet tall, perfectly shaped, right in the middle of the farm. They always took the best one, so I did what I had to do. I walked across the street and knocked. When my neighbor answered, I didn't be around it. I know you've been taking trees from my farm. I said it in the nicest tone possible, but that blue spruce with all the lights is my daughter's memorial. She's dying. Please, any other tree but that one. His face went red. Excuse me? Are you accusing us of stealing? I'm not accusing, I'm just asking. His wife appeared behind him. We don't appreciate being called thieves. I just need you to know that tree means everything to my daughter. He laughed, this short, cold, heartless laugh. His wife smirked. The door slammed in my face. That's when I realized they didn't give a shit, and neither should I. So that night, I went online and ordered 100 praying mantis egg sacs for $19.99. They arrived 2 days later. Small tan foam-like pouches that looked like nothing. I dealt with mantis hatches before. Years ago, hundreds invaded our barn and took us weeks to clear out. Each of these sacs contained 100 to 200 eggs, enough for 10,000 mantises to overrun their entire house. That night, I went to her tree and carefully wired the egg sacs deep into the interior branches, systematically covering every section. From the outside, you couldn't see anything, just a perfect Christmas tree. Then I waited and waited until 4 nights later when I heard the truck engine at 1 a.m. I ran upstairs and woke everyone up. My sons, my daughter, pale and weak. Dad, they're taking my tree. That's okay, sweetie, they can have it. She looked at me confused. Remember that year all those praying mantises hatched in our barn? The ones we spent weeks cleaning out? She nodded slowly. Come watch. You're about to learn what happens when people steal and show no respect. We stood at the window in the darkness as the neighbor backed his truck up to the property line. He and his wife and their 7 little gremlins laughed and cheered as they dragged the tree, my daughter's tree, into the truck bed. We watched the next day through their window as they positioned it, strung their lights, gathered for photos in the living room right next to the fireplace. Perfect incubation temperature. Then it happened. My daughter was struggling to keep her eyes open until she saw the orange glow across the street. Flames, bright and climbing fast, licking out of their living room window. Dad! She yelled. Their house is on fire! We ran to the window. Smoke was pouring out. Then we heard the screaming. The wife, the husband, their kids, all pouring out into the yard in their pajamas, coughing and crying. 30 seconds later, they were pounding on our door. Help! Call 911! The house is on fire! My wife grabbed the phone. I opened the door. The neighbor was covered in soot, eyes wild. There were thousands of them. In the walls, the vents, everywhere. We tried to burn them out and fire trucks screamed down the street. Police right behind them. The firefighters got it under control, but half the house was destroyed. The neighbor was ranting to anyone who'd listen, pointing at me. He did this! That maniac put bugs in our Christmas tree. He knew we'd take it. We've been taking his trees for years, and this time, he stopped. His face went white. The officer turned slowly. You've been stealing trees for years? No, that's not. I pulled out my phone showing 5 years of him stealing my best trees, including the video of him and his wife laughing as they dragged away my daughter's memorial. The officer watched in silence. The tree he stole, did you know it had insects? I just smiled. Officer, praying mantis egg sacs are native here. He stole it from my farm. How would I know? My daughter was next to me on the porch, watching it all. She looked at me and smiled, really smiled. Daddy, are the praying mantises gonna get in trouble? Nope, can't arrest a bug. She started laughing. My daughter passed away 2 weeks later, but she couldn't stop talking about how the praying mantises set the thieves' house on fire.
Neighbor stole my packages for months and actually thanked me for keeping up with the orders. So I ordered a surprise. My neighbor Doug had been stealing my packages since I moved into the duplex last January. I knew it was him because he didn't even try to hide it. The first time it happened, I saw him carrying my Amazon box into his front door while I was pulling into the driveway. When I knocked to ask about it, he shrugged and said, "Finders keepers." I told him that was my package with my name on it. He laughed and said if I wanted it so bad I should have been home to get it. His wife Linda stood behind him nodding like this made perfect sense. After that, Doug got bolder. He would wait by his window for the delivery trucks. The moment they drove away, he would walk over to my porch and take whatever they left. One time I watched him do it from my bedroom window. He didn't even look around first, just walked up, grabbed my box, and strolled back home like he was picking up his morning paper. I complained to Linda once when Doug wasn't home. She told me I was being dramatic about some cardboard boxes. She said Doug was doing me a favor by keeping packages safe from real thieves. I asked if I could have my stuff back then. She closed the door in my face. Doug started bragging to other neighbors about his system. He told Jerry from across the street that he hadn't paid for laundry detergent in months. He told the mailman that living next to an online shopping addict had its perks. He even told me once that I should order nicer things sometime. Maybe some tools or electronics instead of boring household stuff. He said it like he was giving me advice, like I was ordering packages for him and just picking the wrong items. So when I found out about the product testing program
program through my job. I signed up immediately. The deal was simple. A company called Bright Home sent you their products to test for 2 weeks. You filled out a review form, then shipped everything back in the same box. If you didn't return the items within 30 days, they charged you the full retail price. The products were nice too. Kitchen appliances, bedding sets, vacuum cleaners, air purifiers, real quality stuff that I actually wanted to try. The first shipment arrived on a Tuesday. A Kitchen Max blender worth $180. I watched from my window as Doug grabbed it off my porch before I could even get my shoes on. He had it unboxed and sitting on his counter by dinner time. I know because Linda posted about their new blender on the neighborhood Facebook group that night. The next month, Bright Home sent a Cooling Cloud mattress topper, $300 retail. Doug took that one too. Then came a Whisper Quiet air purifier for $275. Gone. Then a stainless steel cookware set for $420. Doug's wife was thrilled about that one. She told everyone at the HOA meeting that Doug had really stepped up his gift giving lately. Doug just smiled and said he knew how to provide for his family. By month 6, Doug had taken 11 Bright Home packages from my porch. He wasn't even pretending anymore. He told me straight to my face that he appreciated me keeping up with the orders. Said his house had never been so well stocked. Said Linda was finally happy with their kitchen setup. He actually thanked me, like I was running a charity for him. I just nodded and went back inside. The Bright Home return deadlines came and went. I never got a single product to review because I never received a single product. I filled out the forms honestly. Package delivered but not received. Stolen from porch. Neighbor took it. I sent these reports every single time. I figured they would just stop sending me stuff eventually, and that would be that. Instead, I got a phone call. A woman named Gail from Bright Home's product recovery department. She said they had received my reports and wanted to investigate the situation. She asked if I knew where the products might be. I told her my neighbor Doug had taken every single one and was currently using them in his home. She thanked me and said someone would be in touch. The following Wednesday, a man in a Bright Home polo shirt knocked on Doug's door. I was getting my mail, so I had a clear view. Doug answered with a big smile, probably thinking it was another delivery. The man introduced himself as Raymond from Product Recovery. He said Bright Home had sent 11 products to this address over the past 6 months, and none of them had been returned. Doug's smile started to fade. He said he didn't know what Raymond was talking about. Raymond pulled out a tablet and started reading the list. 1 Kitchen Max blender, 1 Cooling Cloud mattress topper, 1 Whisper Quiet air purifier. He kept going. Doug's face went pale. Linda stepped into the doorway behind Doug. Her face showed confusion as she looked between her husband and Raymond. Raymond kept his voice steady and professional as he scrolled through his tablet. He explained that all 11 products had been delivered to this address over the past 6 months. The delivery confirmations showed someone at this residence had signed for each package. The testing program agreement required all items to be returned within 30 days. None of these 11 products had come back to Bright Home. Doug's mouth opened and closed like he was trying to find words. He finally managed to say this had to be some kind of mistake. Maybe the delivery company got the addresses wrong. Raymond looked up from his tablet and asked Doug if he was claiming he never received these items. Doug nodded quickly and said exactly. He never got any packages from Bright Home. Raymond pulled out his phone and started swiping through photos. He turned the screen toward Doug and Linda. The first photo showed Doug walking across my porch with a box in his hands. My house number was clearly visible on the doorframe behind him. The second photo showed Doug carrying another package back to his own front door. Raymond swiped to screenshots of Facebook posts. Linda's account with her smiling face next to their new blender. Another post about how Doug surprised her with an amazing mattress topper. A third post showing off their upgraded cookware set. Each post had a date stamp that matched exactly with Bright Home's delivery records. Linda's face went completely white. She grabbed Doug's arm and her voice came out shaky as she asked what he had done. Doug tried to pull away from her, but she held on tight. Raymond explained that based on the evidence, the products were delivered to this address and taken into this residence. Since the items were never returned, Bright Home had charged the full retail value to the account holder who signed up for the testing program. That total came to $2,340. The company was now pursuing recovery from the people who actually possessed the merchandise. Doug's face turned red and his voice got loud as he said he didn't have that kind of money. Linda started crying and asking how this was happening. Raymond remained completely calm. He said Doug had 3 options. First, return all 11 items in resaleable condition, and Bright Home would credit the full amount. Second, pay the $2,340 retail value directly. Third, face a civil lawsuit for theft and conversion of property. Doug and Linda could choose which option worked best for their situation. I stood by my mailbox pretending to sort through junk mail. Linda's crying got louder and turned into yelling. She screamed at Doug about how stupid he was to post everything on Facebook. Doug tried to turn and go back inside his house, but Raymond shifted his position to block the doorway. Raymond said he needed an answer today about how they planned to resolve this. Doug's shoulders slumped and he admitted most of the items were already opened. They had been using the blender for months. The cookware was scratched from regular cooking. The air purifier had been running in their bedroom since spring. Raymond nodded like this was exactly what he expected to hear. He said in that case, Bright Home would accept the $2,340 payment within 30 days. If payment wasn't received, they would file a civil suit. The company would also report the theft to local police for criminal charges. Linda let out a shriek that probably woke up half the neighborhood. She grabbed Doug's shirt and screamed that they didn't have that money. This was going to ruin them. Their credit cards were already maxed out. How were they supposed to come up with over $2,000 in a month? Doug turned his head and looked straight at me across the driveway. His eyes were full of rage and something else. Understanding maybe. He realized I had set this whole thing up on purpose. Every single package I ordered knowing he would take it. Every report I filed documenting exactly what he stole. Every photo I took of him walking across my porch with boxes that had my name on them. He opened his mouth like he wanted to say something to me, but what could he say? He actually did steal everything. Raymond pulled an envelope from his messenger bag and handed it to Doug. He explained it was a formal demand letter with payment instructions and contact information. Doug took the envelope with shaking hands. Raymond walked back to his car parked on the street. Before he got in, he walked over to where I was standing. He thanked me for my detailed documentation throughout the testing program. He said Bright Home appreciated testers who took the reporting requirements seriously. The company had already credited my account in full since I clearly wasn't responsible for the unreturned products. I thanked him, and he drove away. I went inside my half of the duplex. My hands were shaking a little as I locked the door behind me. Part of me felt amazing about finally getting Doug back from months of theft. Another part of me felt nervous about what living next to him would be like now. I made myself dinner and tried to watch TV, but I couldn't focus on the show. Within an hour, I heard voices coming through the wall that separated my place from Doug and Linda's. The duplex walls weren't exactly thick. Their voices got louder and louder until they were full on screaming at each other. Linda's voice was the loudest. She kept demanding to know how they were going to pay this bill. Doug tried to say something, but she talked over him. She brought up the Facebook posts and called him an idiot for documenting everything online. She said everyone in the neighborhood was
was going to know what he did. Their friends would find out he was a thief. The screaming went on for at least 2 hours before it finally got quiet. The next morning, I left for work around 7:30. Jerry from across the street was getting his newspaper from the driveway. He saw me and walked over quickly. His face had this excited look like he had gossip to share. He said Doug had come to his house last night around 9. Doug tried to borrow money from him. When Jerry asked what for, Doug finally admitted he had been stealing my packages for months. Now he was facing a huge bill from the company that sent them. Jerry said Doug looked terrible, like he hadn't slept at all. He asked Jerry not to tell anyone, but Jerry said half the neighborhood probably already knew from all the screaming coming from Doug's place last night. I told Jerry I had to get to work, but I appreciated him letting me know. He said Doug had it coming after bragging about stealing for so long. I got in my car feeling like maybe this whole thing was actually going to work out the way I hoped. Jerry caught me again that afternoon when I got home from work. He was practically speed walking across the street before I even got my car door closed. He said I needed to see what Linda posted on the neighborhood Facebook group. He pulled out his phone and showed me the post. Linda had written this long rant about how unfair it was that they had to pay for products they didn't know were supposed to be returned. She said Bright Home was running a scam by sending expensive items to random addresses and then demanding payment when people kept them. She said the whole system was designed to trap innocent people. Several neighbors had already commented by the time Jerry showed me. One person pointed out that the packages had my name on them, not Doug's. Another person said stealing isn't an accident. Someone else mentioned that Doug had bragged about taking my packages for months. Linda must have seen the comments because the post disappeared while Jerry and I were still looking at his phone. He refreshed the page and it was gone. Jerry said she probably realized how bad it made them look. He said everyone in the neighborhood was talking about it now. The HOA group chat was going crazy with people discussing what happened. Some people felt bad for Doug and Linda having to pay so much money. Most people thought they got what they deserved for stealing. Jerry said Doug's reputation was completely destroyed. Nobody trusted him anymore. I thanked Jerry for showing me and went inside. Over the next week I noticed Doug and Linda changed their whole routine. They used to be outside all the time, working in their yard or sitting on the porch. Now they stayed inside with the curtains drawn. When I pulled into the driveway after work, I would see their curtains move like someone was peeking out. Then I would hear their door lock. One morning I was taking out my trash and Doug came out his front door. The second he saw me, he turned around and went back inside. Linda did the same thing a few days later when I was getting my mail. She was walking to her car, but when she noticed me, she changed direction and went back in the house. The mailman mentioned the change too. He said Doug used to hang around outside every afternoon watching for packages. Now Doug was nowhere to be seen. My packages sat on my porch safely until I got home from work. The mailman said it was nice to finally deliver to my address without someone lurking around waiting to grab boxes. 2 weeks after Raymond's visit, I was driving home and saw a garage sale sign at Doug and Linda's place. They had tables set up in their driveway and front yard covered with stuff. I parked and walked over to look. Most of it was regular household items like books and kitchen gadgets and old clothes, but I recognized some of the products Doug had stolen from me. The Kitchen Max blender was sitting on a table with a price tag of $20. The Whisper Quiet air purifier was marked at $30. The cookware set was split up with individual pots and pans priced at $5 each. Everything was rock bottom cheap. A neighbor I didn't know very well was looking through a box of towels. She asked Linda why they were selling so much nice stuff. Linda said they were downsizing and getting rid of things they didn't need. Her voice sounded tired and stressed. The neighbor picked up the blender and asked if it worked well. Linda said it was barely used and a great deal for $20. The neighbor bought it along with some dish towels. I didn't buy anything. I just looked around for a few minutes and then went home. 3 days later, I got a letter in the mail from Bright Home. It was addressed to me personally and had the product testing program logo on the envelope. Inside was a formal thank you letter for my participation in their testing program. They said they appreciated my detailed reports and honest feedback. They invited me to continue as a tester for future products. The letter also mentioned they had implemented new security protocols for dealing with package theft. They said my case helped them develop better procedures for protecting testers. They included a special tester ID number and said they would be flagging my address for extra delivery precautions going forward. The letter made me feel good about how everything turned out. A month after the confrontation with Raymond, I started noticing Doug's car was gone really early in the mornings. I'm talking 5 in the morning when it was still dark outside. His car would be gone all day and wouldn't come back until after 8 at night. One evening I saw him getting out of his car in work clothes that looked different from his normal office outfit. He was wearing a polo shirt with a logo I didn't recognize. He looked exhausted as he walked to his door. Linda looked just as bad whenever I saw her. She had this worn out expression all the time. Their house had a different feeling to it now. The yard wasn't as neat as it used to be. Mail piled up by their door. The whole place felt chaotic and stressed. Jerry mentioned it to me a few weeks later. He said Doug told him he picked up a second job to help pay off the Bright Home bill. Doug and Linda were making monthly payments, but it was stretching them really thin financially. They had to cut back on everything. No more eating out or buying new stuff. Jerry said the neighborhood was still talking about it. People couldn't believe Doug's free product scheme ended up costing them way more than if he had just bought things normally. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. 3 months later, something interesting started happening with my package deliveries. I ordered stuff online pretty regularly for work and personal use. Every single package arrived safely and sat on my porch until I got home. Delivery drivers started making comments about it. One guy said he'd been delivering to this neighborhood for 2 years and never had a single theft issue at my address. Another driver said my porch must have some kind of invisible force field protecting it. Neighbors made jokes about it too. Someone said my porch was the safest spot in the whole neighborhood now. Everyone knew what happened to Doug. Nobody wanted to risk the same consequences. My address became known as the one place where packages were absolutely safe. I continued testing products for Bright Home and actually enjoyed the program now that I received everything I was supposed to test. The company started sending me higher value items. Kitchen appliances worth $300 or $400, furniture pieces, electronics. They said in their emails that I was one of their most reliable testers with perfect return rates and detailed reviews. I tested everything thoroughly, filled out the review forms honestly, and shipped everything back within the deadline. The program was actually pretty great when it worked the way it was supposed to. Through the duplex walls, I sometimes heard Doug and Linda arguing. Their voices would get loud enough that I could make out what they were saying. Linda's voice was always the loudest. She would bring up the package situation over and over. She called Doug stupid and greedy. She said his idiocy cost them thousands of dollars they didn't have. Doug would try to defend himself, but Linda wouldn't let him finish. She said everyone in the neighborhood knew what he did. Their friends had stopped inviting them to things. People looked at them differently now. The arguments happened at least once a week, sometimes more. 6 months after Raymond's visit, I was getting my mail one afternoon when I saw Doug pulling into his driveway. He was carrying Amazon boxes from
from his car to his front door, but the way he carried them was completely different from before. He clutched them against his chest with both arms wrapped around them tight. He kept looking around like someone might jump out and steal them from him. He rushed from his car to his door as fast as he could and fumbled with his keys to get inside quickly. The complete reversal of his previous behavior would have been funny if the whole situation wasn't so pathetic. Doug went from brazenly stealing packages in broad daylight to acting paranoid about his own deliveries getting stolen. He became the thing he used to do to other people. Watching him hurry inside with his boxes held tight made me think about how much had changed in 6 months. The HOA meeting invitations stopped coming to Doug and Linda's mailbox around September. I noticed because Linda used to post about every neighborhood event on the Facebook group, but her posts got quieter and quieter until they stopped completely. When the annual block party happened in October, everyone on our street got a flyer except them. I saw Linda check her mailbox 3 times that day, looking confused and hurt. Doug pretended not to care, but I caught him watching from his window as the whole neighborhood gathered in Jerry's yard without them. People waved at me when I walked over with a dish to share. Nobody looked toward Doug and Linda's side of the duplex. The shift wasn't dramatic or mean. Everyone stayed polite when they ran into Doug or Linda at the mailboxes or in the driveway, but the invitations dried up. The casual conversations stopped. The neighborhood group chats that used to include them suddenly didn't anymore. They became invisible in a way that was somehow worse than if people had been openly angry. I heard through Jerry that Linda tried joining the neighborhood book club and got told they were full, even though they'd been advertising for new members the week before. Doug's car stopped getting included in the rotation for the neighborhood watch parking schedule. They were still physically here, living right next to everyone, but socially they'd been erased. Sometimes I think about how easily it all could have gone differently if Doug had just stopped after the first package, or apologized, or even just acted embarrassed when he got caught, but he never did. He kept taking and bragging and acting like he'd found some clever loophole in how the world worked. And now my packages sit on my porch untouched, sometimes for hours, because everyone knows exactly what happens to package thieves in this neighborhood. Doug created the safest delivery address in town by becoming the cautionary tale. I still test products for Bright Home every month and I actually enjoy it now. The system works perfectly when people aren't stealing from it. My porch has become legendary among delivery drivers. One told me he'd worked this route for 3 years and never seen a more secure drop-off spot. I didn't have to move or file police reports or install cameras. I just let Doug's own actions catch up with him through a system he never bothered to read the fine print on. Sometimes the best revenge is just watching natural consequences do their work while you sit back and wait for your packages to arrive safely.
My parents changed the locks before Christmas, so I couldn't show up unannounced, so I didn't show up at all. For 12 years, I had a key to my parents' house. I used it to bring groceries when mom was sick, used it to check on the pipes when they went to Florida, used it after my breakup when I needed somewhere to cry that wasn't my apartment. Then Greg happened. Greg didn't like that I had access to his space. He said it was a boundary issue. My mom said I should just text before coming over, so I did. For 3 years, I texted, I called, I asked permission to visit my own mother, and 2 weeks before Christmas, I showed up to drop off presents, and my key didn't work. I stood on that porch like a stranger. My mom cracked the door like I was selling something. The locks got changed, she said. Not, we changed the locks. The locks got changed, like it happened by magic. I asked for a new key. She looked back at Greg on the couch. Let me check if we have extras. They didn't. Funny how that works. I drove home and sat in my car for 20 minutes. 12 years of letting myself in. 3 years of asking permission. And now I needed to be invited like a neighbor borrowing sugar. My best friend Tara called while I was still parked. She could tell something was wrong. I told her what happened. She was quiet for a second and then said, you know you have a key to my place, right? I started crying. Actual tears over a stupid key. But it wasn't about the key. It was about what the key meant. The next week my mom texted me. Christmas is at 2 p.m. Let us know if you're coming. Like nothing happened. Like she hadn't just told me I wasn't welcome without an escort. I stared at that text for a long time. Let us know if you're coming. Not, we'd love to see you. Not, can't wait to have you home. Just a scheduling question. Greg probably told her to send it. I thought about all those years of bringing groceries, checking the pipes, letting myself in to surprise her for Mother's Day. I thought about standing on that porch like a solicitor. I thought about Tara handing me a key to her apartment 2 years ago without me even asking, in case you ever need somewhere to go. That's what family does. They give you a key. They don't take it away and wait to see if you'll still show up. I texted back, I'll let you know, but I already knew. I called Tara, asked what she was doing for Christmas. She said her family does a big potluck thing and I should come. Bring whatever I want. No permission needed. That's when I made my decision. I wasn't going to beg for a seat at a table where I had to knock first. Christmas morning, I woke up at Tara's parents' house. Her mom made pancakes. Her dad gave me a stocking, even though we'd just met. I cried again, but the good kind this time. Around noon, my phone started buzzing. First text from mom, when are you getting here? I didn't answer. Second text, hello? Third text, we're waiting. Fourth text, are you okay? Call me. Then Greg texted. Greg never texts me. Your mother is worried. Where are you? I let them sit. I ate ham and mashed potatoes and laughed at Tara's uncle who does impressions. I helped with dishes. I watched a movie on the couch with people who didn't need me to knock first. Around 4 p.m., my mom called. I let it ring. She called again and again. Then a voicemail. I listened to it later. I don't understand what's happening. You said you'd let us know. We saved you a seat. Greg made extra ham. Why aren't you here? I saved that voicemail. Not because I wanted to remember it. Because I wanted proof that they noticed I was gone. At 6 p.m., my mom finally texted, did something happen? Are you hurt? Please just tell me you're okay. I texted back one word. Fine. She wrote, then where are you? And for the first time in 3 years, I didn't feel like I owed her an explanation. I typed, somewhere I have a key. Then I put my phone on silent and finished my pie. My mom called every day for a week after that. She left voicemails about how she didn't understand and how Greg didn't mean anything by it. She never once offered me a key. I spent New Year's at Tara's too. Her mom gave me one to their house, just in case.
My parents spent years paying my brother's debts. When they retired, they told me it was my turn to fund him. I refused. 2 weeks later, my brother sued me for turning my back on family. I'm Aaron, 31. My family has revolved around my brother Kyle since he was 18, not because he's thriving, because he's freakishly talented at setting money on fire. One scheme fails, he announces the next, and my parents float him again. 3 months ago, my mom called. Aaron, honey, we need to talk. She sighed. Kyle's been having a hard time. I laughed. When isn't he? Then she hit me with my full name. We're retiring next month, she said. Fixed income. We need you to help Kyle, just temporarily, until his new thing takes off. I said, absolutely not. They drained their savings for him and and acted like it was normal. Kyle's last sure thing was a food truck that never opened because he threw a fit and refused delivery. I told my mom, "You raised me to be independent. Maybe it's time he learns that too." They hung up, then they stopped answering. 2 weeks later, an unknown number rang at my desk. "Is this Aaron Brennan? This is Barton and Fields. You're being served." Kyle Brennan filed a civil lawsuit. I went cold. For what? Emotional and financial distress. The papers demanded $47,000 plus legal fees. They claimed I'd verbally agreed to support him. Total lie. My parents stayed silent, which somehow hurt more than the lawsuit. I hired a lawyer, Alyssa Park. She skimmed it and smirked. "This is a shakedown. He wants you scared enough to pay." Then my boyfriend Ben told me Kyle had been working him too. Kyle had borrowed money from Ben for 2 years. Total? I asked. Ben swallowed. "About $4,000. Kyle's line was always the same. "Don't tell Erin, she'll freak out." That same day, Kyle asked Ben for $3,000 to settle the lawsuit Kyle filed. When Ben refused, Kyle tried to detonate us. "Wait until Erin finds out you've been lying," he said. "See if she still wants you." So we blocked him. Minutes later, a new number texted, "You'll regret this. See you in court." Court came fast. I walked in and saw my parents sitting with Kyle. My cousin Paige and her husband Evan were there too. Paige wouldn't meet my eyes. Alyssa stood up with bank records and receipts. The judge looked at Kyle. "Do you have proof of any agreement?" Kyle's lawyer mumbled about family obligations. The judge leaned back. Then she exhaled. Then she raised her hand. Then she said, "Dismissed." Then she stared right at Kyle. Then she added, "File this again and I'll sanction you." Gavel. Done. My parents still rushed to comfort Kyle like he'd been wronged. Outside, my dad grabbed my arm. "I hope you're happy. You humiliated your brother." I pulled free. "No, Dad, he humiliated himself. I just refused to pay for it." Then Paige ran after me, crying. "He made us come," she whispered. "Kyle's been blackmailing us. He knows about Evan's past gambling. He's been taking money for months." My stomach dropped. This wasn't chaos. It was leverage. That night, Ben and I met Paige and Evan and compared notes. Same pattern, small asks, then threats. We pulled statements and screenshots and built a timeline. The next day, I put it all in front of my parents. My mom went pale. My dad went quiet. Then my dad muttered, "The truck. We gave him $12,000 for a business. He bought a boat." Mom started crying. "What have we done?" "You can stop," I said, "but you have to actually stop." 2 days later, they cut him off. No more cash. Only job counseling if he worked. Kyle screamed, called them monsters, then tried one last move. "Fine, I don't need you. Aaron's boyfriend has been paying for years." Dad said, "Ben told us everything. Contact them again and we'll help get a restraining order." Kyle stormed out. 5 quiet weeks. Then a manager from Ridgeway Hardware called. "Your brother listed you as a reference. Is he reliable?" I almost said run. Instead, I said, "He's never had to be. Give him clear rules and zero special treatment." Kyle got the job and somehow kept it. 6 weeks in, he called me, voice smaller. "I'm sorry. For the lawsuit, for Ben, for all of it. I get up at 6. I stock shelves. I earn my money. I didn't hand him forgiveness. I handed him boundaries. But I listened." 3 months later, he was still working and paying Paige and Evan back first. Then Ben in steady chunks. My parents finally took the trip they'd postponed for years. Ben and I moved in together, slower and smarter. If you were in my shoes, would you have stayed firm or would you have paid to keep the peace? Drop your take in the comments. Back wall. While print reporters filled every available seat, I stood at a podium with my lawyer beside me, the stack of evidence documents prominently displayed on the table behind us. I'd changed from my court outfit into one of Rosa's vintage dresses that I'd had altered to fit me, a subtle tribute to the woman who'd truly been my mother. "Thank you all for coming," I began, my voice steady, despite the nerves fluttering in my stomach. "This morning, Judge Morrison dismissed the lawsuit filed against me by Robert and Linda Hartley, my biological parents, who abandoned me in a public park when I was 7 years old, because they decided 3 children were too expensive to raise." I paused, letting the cameras capture my calm demeanor. The Hartleys claimed they never legally relinquished parental rights, and deserved compensation for their emotional suffering. What they didn't know was that my adoptive parents, Carlos and Rosa Delgado, had hired an investigator in 1996, who thoroughly documented the Hartleys' deliberate decision to abandon me as a cost-cutting measure. A reporter in the front row raised his hand immediately. "Miss Ashford, can you describe what was in that investigator's report?" I'd prepared for this question. The report contained interviews with former neighbors, landlords, and financial records showing that my biological parents planned my abandonment over several months. They specifically chose me because I was old enough to be relatively independent, but young enough that my older sister could take over my care responsibilities, making me the most expendable family member from a budgeting perspective. The room erupted with follow-up questions, but I raised my hand for silence. The report also proved that the Hartleys never searched for me despite extensive media coverage of my case. They received notifications from the state, saw newspaper articles with my photo, and had access to televised news stories about the abandoned girl seeking her family. They chose not to respond because they'd already decided I wasn't worth the expense. Another reporter stood. "What about your countersuit? You're seeking $2,100,000? I nodded. "The exact amount they tried to take from me. I believe in proportional consequences. They walked into that courtroom expecting to profit from abandoning me. Instead, they'll pay for that decision in a way that ensures they never forget the cost of throwing away a child." My lawyer interjected smoothly. "The evidence supporting Miss Ashford's countersuit is extensive and includes documented psychological trauma, ongoing therapy costs, and emotional damages spanning 22 years. We're confident the court will rule in her favor." As the press conference continued, I fielded questions about the Delgado restaurants, my adoptive parents' legacy, and my plans for the future. I spoke about Carlos and Rosa with genuine warmth, describing how they'd saved me not just from physical abandonment, but from the psychological damage of believing I was unwanted. The Delgados taught me that family is built through consistent love and daily choices, not biological connection, I explained to one particularly sympathetic reporter. They chose me every single day for 22 years. That's what makes them my real parents. Not the people who contributed DNA and then drove away. After the official press conference ended, several reporters approached me privately with offers for exclusive interviews. The story had apparently struck a nerve with viewers, and my biological parents were quickly becoming symbols of everything wrong with parental negligence. One producer from a national morning show wanted me to appear alongside child advocacy experts to discuss abandonment trauma. I declined politely, explaining that my goal wasn't fame, but justice. The public response to the courtroom revelations came swiftly and brutally. By that evening, my biological parents' names were trending on social media, accompanied by their photos from court and scathing commentary. Someone had dug up their current address and place of employment. My biological father worked in shipping at a warehouse, while my mother was a part-time cashier at a grocery store. Both employers issued statements within hours, announcing that the Hartleys had been placed on immediate administrative leave pending investigation. The court of public opinion was delivering its own verdict, and it wasn't merciful. I watched the news coverage from my apartment that night, a spacious two-bedroom place I'd purchased with my first restaurant management bonus. The local news stations ran segments titled The Abandoned Heir and Parents or Predators, showing courthouse footage of my calm testimony contrasted with my biological father's violent outburst. Legal experts weighed in, universally condemning the Hartleys' lawsuit as frivolous and potentially criminal. Child psychologists discussed the long-term impacts of parental abandonment. Financial analysts calculated that my countersuit had an excellent chance of success. My phone buzzed constantly with messages from friends, distant relatives, and business associates expressing support. The Delgado restaurant employees had created a group chat to share their reactions, many of them posting photos of Carlos and Rosa with captions about real family values. Several longtime customers sent flowers and cards to the flagship location, turning it into an impromptu shrine to my adoptive parents' memory. The outpouring of affection for the Delgados contrasted sharply with the vitriol being directed at the Hartleys, but the most important call came from Jessica. "Isabella," she said when I answered, her voice thick with emotion, "I just watched your press conference. You were amazing. Mom and Dad would have been so proud." We'd started calling them Mom and Dad in our conversations, a shared acknowledgement that the Hartleys didn't deserve those titles. I was terrified the whole time, I admitted, but I kept thinking about what Rosa would do. She never backed down from bullies, and she always said the truth was its own best weapon. Jessica was quiet for a moment. "They called me," she finally said. "Mom and Dad Hartley, I mean." Linda was crying, begging me to make a statement supporting them, saying I owed them loyalty as their daughter. My grip tightened on the phone. "What did you tell them?" Her laugh was harsh. "I told them I already gave my statement to your lawyer, and if they ever contacted me again, I'd file harassment charges." Then I hung up. Robert called back 3 times before I blocked them both. Pride surged through me. Jessica had spent years struggling with misplaced guilt about our biological parents, but she was finally breaking free. "How do you feel about that?" I asked gently. "Liberated," she said simply. "For the first time since I was 17, I don't feel like I owe them anything. Watching you stand up to them in court, using their own actions as weapons against them, it showed me that we have every right to demand better from the people who claim to love us." We talked for another hour, planning a visit where she could finally meet the restaurant staff who'd become my extended family. Jessica lived 3 states away with her husband and 2 kids. Children that the Hartleys had never bothered to meet despite being invited. It was yet another example of their selective interest in family relationships. They only cared when there was something in it for them. The next morning brought another development. My lawyer called with news that the Hartleys' attorney had officially withdrawn from their case, citing irreconcilable differences with his clients. Translation: my lawyer explained with barely suppressed amusement. He realized they'd lied to him about everything, and he doesn't want to be associated with them when the perjury charges hit. He's also probably worried about his own reputation after representing such obviously terrible people. This was excellent news for my countersuit. Without legal representation, the Hartleys would be at a severe disadvantage when we went before the judge next month. I spent the following weeks focused on the restaurants, throwing myself into the work that had always brought me comfort. The Delgado chain had been doing well, but I'd been developing plans for expansion that Carlos and Rosa had approved before their accident. Now seemed like the perfect time to honor their legacy by implementing those plans. I scheduled meetings with contractors, interviewed potential chefs, and scouted locations for an 8th restaurant. The work was exhausting but satisfying, a reminder that I'd built something real and valuable through actual effort, not through manipulative lawsuits. The Hartleys, meanwhile, were discovering just how expensive their greed had become. Their story had gone viral, picked up by national news outlets, and shared millions of times across social platforms. Someone had created a hashtag called genetic material, referencing my biological father's recorded comment about me owing them for DNA. It trended for 3 days, spawning memes and think pieces about parental entitlement. The warehouse where my biological father worked announced his termination after receiving hundreds of complaints from customers threatening boycotts if they continued employing him. My biological mother lost her cashier position when shoppers began deliberately avoiding her register and filming confrontations where they'd ask pointed questions about abandoning children. Their landlord, responding to media pressure and worried about property values, issued an eviction notice citing the negative attention their presence was bringing to the building. Within 2 weeks of the dismissed lawsuit, the Hartleys had lost their jobs, their housing, and any shred of public sympathy. I watched this cascade of consequences with detached interest. Some people on social media accused me of orchestrating a witch hunt, of using my resources to destroy 2 working-class people who'd made a mistake decades ago. But the vast majority recognized the Hartleys' current situation as entirely self-inflicted. They'd chosen to abandon me. They'd chosen to ignore opportunities to reclaim me. They'd chosen to file a frivolous lawsuit seeking millions. Every consequence they faced stemmed directly from those choices. 3 weeks after the court dismissal, my lawyer received a settlement offer from a new attorney the Hartleys had scraped together money to hire. They proposed dropping any future claims to parental rights or inheritance in exchange for me dropping the countersuit. The offer included a written apology and agreement to never contact me or my sister again. My lawyer presented this to me in his office, watching my face carefully for reactions. "It's actually a reasonable offer," he said. "You'd avoid the hassle of a trial, and they'd be permanently out of your life. The written apology could be made public, giving you additional vindication." I read through the proposed settlement carefully, noting the carefully worded apology that somehow managed to avoid actually taking responsibility for abandoning me. It referred to difficult circumstances and regrettable decisions without acknowledging the calculated cruelty of planning my abandonment over months. The financial terms would leave the Hartleys essentially judgment-free, able to rebuild their lives without the massive debt my countersuit would impose. "What would you recommend?" I asked my lawyer. He leaned back in his chair, studying me with the same thoughtful expression Carlos used to wear when teaching me about difficult business decisions. "Professionally, I'd say it's a decent settlement. You get everything you really need. They stay away forever, you get public vindication, and you avoid months of legal proceedings." He paused meaningfully. "Personally, as someone who's read every detail of what they did to you, I'd say they deserve to face the full consequences of their actions in court. But that's not a legal opinion, that's a human one." I set the settlement papers down and smiled. "Then I'll respond as a human, not just as a defendant. Tell their lawyer we reject the settlement. We'll see them in court next month, and I'll be seeking the full $2,100,000 in damages plus legal fees and court costs." My lawyer's answering grin was fierce with approval. "I was hoping you'd say that. And no ability to pay such a judgment seems excessive and punitive rather than compensatory." He gestured toward his clients. "Robert and Linda Hartley have suffered significant consequences already. They've lost their jobs due to media coverage of this case. They've been evicted from their home. They've become pariahs in their community. My clients believe they've already paid a heavy price for their past mistakes, and they humbly request that the court consider their current financial situation when determining any damages award." His strategy was clear: paint the Hartleys as sufficiently punished and make me look like a bully kicking people while they were down. It might have worked if not for the extensive documentation I'd prepared. "Your Honor," I said, standing again without waiting for permission, "may I respond to counsel's characterization of events?" The judge gestured for me to proceed. "Mr. Brennan states that his clients have regretted abandoning me every day for 22 years. I'd like to submit evidence that directly contradicts this claim." My lawyer handed me a folder, and I pulled out documents I'd obtained through Jessica's cooperation. These are birthday cards sent by my older sister Jessica to our biological parents over the years, in multiple cards from when Jessica's children were born. And as they grew older, she explicitly asks why her parents never want to meet their grandchildren, why they never ask about me, and whether they ever regret what they did to me. I read aloud from one card dated 6 years ago. "Mom and Dad, Jamie starts kindergarten next month. He keeps asking why he doesn't have a Grandma Linda and Grandpa Robert like his friends do. What should I tell him? Do you ever think about Isabella and wonder if she's okay? I tried to find her again but couldn't. Love, Jessica." The courtroom was utterly silent as I continued. The response from Linda Hartley, handwritten on the back of a grocery store receipt, says, and I quote, "Tell Jamie we're too busy to be grandparents. As for your sister, she's probably better off wherever she ended up. We did what we had to do and don't need to justify it to anyone. Stop asking about it." End quote. I looked at Linda Hartley, whose face had gone ashen. This doesn't sound like someone who regrets their decision every day. This sounds like someone who actively avoided confronting what they'd done. I presented several more similar examples, each one demolishing the narrative of remorseful parents haunted by their choices. Judge Morrison's expression grew progressively darker as he read through the evidence. Robert Hartley had slumped in his chair while Linda was crying again, but this time the tears looked like defeat rather than manipulation. Furthermore, I continued, regarding their current financial difficulties, I'd like to point out that the defendants lost their employment not because of media coverage, but because of their own actions following that coverage. Linda Hartley was terminated after she was filmed verbally abusing customers who questioned her about abandoning me. Robert Hartley was fired after he created social media accounts where he posted profanity-laden attacks against me and threats toward journalists covering our case. I submitted printouts of Robert's social media posts, highlighting particularly egregious examples where he'd called me a spoiled bitch and suggested I deserved to rot in hell for destroying his family. The judge read these with visible anger. These posts were made 2 weeks ago, I noted, long after their lawsuit was dismissed. They demonstrate ongoing malice and a complete lack of the remorse Mr. Brennan claims they feel. Their lawyer had no effective response. He sat down heavily, whispering urgently to his clients, who both looked like they wanted to disappear. The judge called a brief recess, and I stepped into the hallway where Jessica immediately hugged me tightly. "You're destroying them," she whispered. "Good, they deserve it." When we reconvened, Judge Morrison had clearly made his decision. His voice was firm and cold. "I've reviewed all the evidence presented, and I find Miss Ashford's claims entirely credible and well-documented. The defendants abandoned their 7-year-old daughter through calculated planning, showed no remorse or attempt to locate her over 22 years, and then filed a fraudulent lawsuit seeking to profit from that abandonment." He turned his severe gaze on the Hartleys. "Your own words, preserved in letters and social media posts, demonstrate that you feel no genuine regret for your actions. You're only sorry that your greed and cruelty have finally resulted in consequences you cannot avoid." The judge consulted his notes. "This court awards Isabella Ashford the full requested amount of $2,100,000 in compensatory and punitive damages, plus $97,400 in legal fees and court costs, for a total judgment of $2,197,400. Linda Hartley let out a strangled sob, while Robert simply stared at the table in front of him. Their lawyer made a weak attempt at requesting installment payments, but the judge cut him off. "The defendants have demonstrated no ability or willingness to pay any amount voluntarily. Miss Ashford's legal team may pursue collection through any lawful means, including wage garnishment and asset seizure." But I wasn't finished. I stood once more, drawing confused looks from both the judge and my own lawyer. "Your Honor, if I may, I have one additional request." He raised his eyebrows but nodded. "I'd like to request that the court issue a permanent restraining order preventing Robert and Linda Hartley from contacting me, my sister Jessica, or any member of Jessica's family, including her husband and children. Additionally, I request that they be legally prohibited from giving interviews about this case or me, and that any violation of these restrictions result in immediate contempt charges." The judge's slight smile suggested he approved of my thoroughness. "Granted. The court will issue a permanent restraining order with those exact specifications. Any attempt by the defendants to contact Miss Ashford or her family, or to profit from their story through interviews or book deals, will result in criminal contempt charges carrying potential jail time." Robert Hartley finally found his voice, standing up abruptly despite his lawyer's restraining hand. "This is insane. You're going to ruin us over something that happened 2 decades ago. We can't pay this. We have nothing." The judge's gavel came down sharply. "You have nothing because you spent your lives making selfish, cruel decisions that eventually caught up with you. This court has no sympathy for your situation." He looked at me with something approaching respect. "Miss Ashford, your adoptive parents would be very proud of how you've handled this situation. You've demonstrated both strength and principle." As the bailiff approached to remove Robert, who was still protesting loudly, Linda Hartley turned to look at me one final time. Her face was streaked with tears and makeup, her expression a mixture of hatred and desperation. "I hope you're happy," she said, her voice shaking. "You've destroyed your own parents' lives." I met her gaze steadily, feeling no satisfaction but also no regret. "No," I corrected her quietly. "You destroyed your own lives when you abandoned a 7-year-old child in a park. I'm just making sure you remember that decision for the rest of your days." The courtroom erupted in whispered conversations as the Hartleys were escorted out, their lawyer trailing behind with his briefcase and his dignity both somewhat tattered. Jessica grabbed my hand, squeezing it tightly. "It's really over," she breathed. "They can never hurt us again." But the day held one more surprise. As we gathered our belongings to leave, a woman in her 70s approached from the gallery. She had kind eyes and wore a simple cardigan over a floral dress. "Miss Ashford?" she asked hesitantly. "I'm Eleanor Brennan. I was the Hartleys' landlord in 1995, and I testified in the investigator's report about what I overheard through the apartment walls." I recognized the name immediately. "Mrs. Brennan, thank you so much for your statement. It was crucial to establishing the truth about what happened. She shook her head, fresh tears gathering in her eyes. I've regretted not saying something back then for 22 years. I heard them planning to abandon you. Heard them calculating which child to get rid of, and I convinced myself it wasn't my business to interfere. I should have called child services before they left you in that park. Her voice broke. I'm so sorry. I found myself hugging this stranger who'd carried guilt for over 2 decades. You couldn't have known they'd actually go through with it, I said gently. And your testimony now helped make sure they faced consequences. That matters. She pulled back, studying my face with maternal concern. You turned out well despite them. Your adoptive parents must have been wonderful people. They were, I confirmed, feeling the familiar ache of loss. They saved me in every way that counts. Mrs. Brennan nodded. Satisfied. Good. That's good. The world needs more people like the Delgados and fewer like the Hartleys. She patted my arm once more before walking away, and I watched her go with profound gratitude for the small acts of courage that had brought me justice. Outside the courthouse, the same reporters from the first trial were waiting, but this time I stopped to address them properly. Today, the court awarded me $2,197,400 in damages from the Hartleys, along with a permanent restraining order preventing them from ever contacting my family again. A reporter called out, "Do you think they'll actually be able to pay that amount?" I smiled coldly. Whether they can pay it or not isn't really the point. The judgment will follow them forever. It will prevent them from obtaining credit, owning property, or building any financial security. Every job they get will result in wage garnishment. Any assets they manage to acquire will be subject to seizure. They'll spend the rest of their lives paying for the decision they made to abandon me, which seems appropriate since I spent my childhood paying for that same decision emotionally. Another reporter asked, "Do you feel like you've gotten closure now?" I considered the question carefully. Closure isn't really the right word. What I've gotten is justice and protection. The Hartleys can never hurt me or my sister again. They can't profit from their cruelty, and they'll carry the consequences of their actions for the rest of their lives. That's not closure, that's accountability, and it's exactly what they deserve. As I walked away from the courthouse for the final time, surrounded by Jessica and my chosen family of Delgado employees and friends, I set the settlement papers down and smiled. Then I'll respond as a human, not just as a defendant. Tell their lawyer we reject the settlement. We'll see them in court next month, and I'll be seeking the full $2,100,000 in damages plus legal fees and court costs. My lawyer's answering grin was fierce with approval. I was hoping you'd say that. The rejection of the settlement offer triggered another media cycle. Legal commentators debated whether I was being vindictive or appropriately firm. Child advocacy groups publicly supported my decision, stating that child abandonment should carry severe consequences. The Hartleys' new lawyer released a statement painting his clients as remorseful parents being victimized by their wealthy daughter's need for revenge. The statement backfired spectacularly when a journalist discovered that the Hartleys' apology in the settlement offer had been written by their lawyer, not them personally. When reporters tracked down Linda Hartley and asked her directly about the apology, she'd snapped that she had nothing to apologize for, and that I was an ungrateful opportunist. That soundbite played on loop across every news station, demolishing any remaining public sympathy for my biological parents. Robert Hartley didn't help their cause by creating social media accounts to defend himself. His posts, filled with profanity and accusations that I'd orchestrated their downfall, became instant screenshots shared widely as examples of exactly why I'd been right to refuse reconciliation. As the countersuit hearing date approached, I felt an unexpected sense of peace. The Delgados had taught me that justice sometimes required patience and careful documentation. They'd saved that investigator's report for over 20 years, anticipating that someday I might need it. Rosa's letter, expressing her fears about exactly this scenario, showed remarkable foresight. They'd protected me even after death, and I was honoring their memory by refusing to let the Hartleys profit from their cruelty. The night before the hearing, I visited the graves of Carlos and Rosa Delgado. Their adjoining headstones were simple but elegant, inscribed with their names, dates, and the phrase, "Beloved parents of Isabella." I'd chosen that inscription deliberately, making it clear to anyone who visited that I claimed them as my family by choice. I knelt between their graves, placing fresh flowers on each. "I hope I'm making you proud," I whispered to the cold marble. "You taught me to stand up for what's right, to value family based on love, not biology, and to never let bullies win. Tomorrow, I'm going to show the world exactly how well I learned those lessons." The cemetery was empty except for me and the sounds of evening crickets. I stayed there for an hour, talking to Carlos and Rosa about the restaurants, about Jessica, about all the ways their love continued to shape my life years after they'd gone. When I finally stood to leave, I felt their presence like a warm hand on my shoulder, steady, and reassuring. Whatever happened in court tomorrow, I knew they would have approved of my choices. The Hartleys had thrown me away assuming I was worthless. The Delgados had found me and recognized value that had nothing to do with money. And now the Hartleys were discovering that the child they'd discarded had grown into someone who wouldn't accept being treated as disposable. The drive home took me past the flagship Delgado restaurant, where the evening dinner service was in full swing. Through the large windows, I could see families laughing over meals, servers moving efficiently between tables, and the warm glow of Edison bulbs creating the cozy atmosphere Rosa had always insisted on. This was the legacy worth protecting. Not money, but the love and care that had built something beautiful from nothing. My phone buzzed with a text from Jessica. "Kicking ass tomorrow. Proud to be your sister." I smiled and typed back. "Couldn't do it without knowing you've got my back." She sent back a simple heart emoji, and I felt that surge of gratitude for the family I'd chosen, and who'd chosen me in return. The Hartleys had tried to force their way back into my life through legal manipulation and emotional blackmail. Tomorrow, I would show them exactly why that had been a catastrophic mistake. The evidence was overwhelming, the public support was massive, and most importantly, I had the moral high ground that came from being absolutely, unquestionably in the right. They'd abandoned me to save $18,000 a year. Tomorrow, they would learn that decision had cost them everything. The courtroom was even more packed for the countersuit hearing than it had been for the original case dismissal. Word had spread about my rejection of the settlement offer, and apparently the public's appetite for this story remained insatiable. I arrived 30 minutes early, wearing a navy suit that Rosa had bought me for my college graduation. My lawyer met me at the entrance with a thick briefcase full of additional evidence we'd compiled. Their lawyer tried to file for a continuance yesterday, he informed me as we walked through security. Claimed his clients needed more time to prepare their defense. The judge denied it. Good. The Hartleys had already been given more consideration than they deserved. Inside the courtroom, I saw my biological parents sitting at the defendant's table with their new lawyer, a harried-looking man in his 50s, who kept shuffling papers nervously. Linda Hartley had aged visibly in the 3 weeks since I'd last seen her. Her hair was unwashed, pulled back in a messy ponytail, and she wore a cheap dress that hung awkwardly on her frame. Robert Hartley looked even worse. He'd lost weight, his suit jacket sagging on his shoulders, and he refused to make eye contact with anyone. Their downfall had been swift and thorough, and it showed. The gallery behind them was notably empty compared to my side, where Jessica sat in the front row alongside several Delgado restaurant managers and employees who'd requested time off to support me. The contrast in support systems couldn't have been more stark. Judge Morrison entered, and we all rose. He settled into his chair with an expression of barely concealed distaste as he looked at the Hartleys. "Let's proceed," he said without preamble. "This is a hearing to determine damages in the countersuit filed by Isabella Ashford against Robert and Linda Hartley for emotional trauma resulting from childhood abandonment and malicious prosecution. Miss Ashford, your opening statement." I stood, walking to the center of the courtroom with the confidence that came from having truth on my side. "Your Honor, 22 years ago, Robert and Linda Hartley made a calculated decision to abandon me in a public park because they determined that raising 3 children was $18,000 more expensive per year than raising 2. That decision didn't just leave me waiting by a tree until dark, scared and hungry and confused. It fundamentally altered my understanding of trust, family, and self-worth." I paused, letting my words settle. Fortunately, I was found by park rangers and eventually adopted by Carlos and Rosa Delgado, who spent the next 2 decades proving that family is built through consistent love and daily choice. They gave me everything: stability, education, unconditional acceptance, and most importantly, they taught me that I had inherent value regardless of my biological origins or my cost to maintain. My voice strengthened. The Hartleys recently attempted to exploit the grief of my adoptive parents' deaths by filing a fraudulent lawsuit claiming parental rights and emotional suffering. They sought $2,100,000, exactly half of the inheritance I received from the people who actually raised me. Their lawsuit was dismissed because overwhelming evidence proved they never searched for me, never regretted abandoning me, and only became interested in me when they discovered I had money. I turned to look directly at Robert and Linda Hartley. My countersuit seeks the same amount they tried to take from me, not out of vengeance, but because actions must have proportional consequences. If abandoning a child costs nothing, if attempting to profit from that abandonment costs nothing, then we're sending a message that children are disposable when convenient and valuable only when profitable. I walked back to my table and retrieved a bound document. "I'm seeking $2,100,000 to compensate for documented psychological trauma, ongoing therapy costs, loss of opportunity to form healthy family attachments in childhood, and the emotional distress caused by their recent lawsuit. Additionally, I'm requesting full reimbursement of legal fees and court costs, which currently total $97,400. The specific figures made the request concrete and undeniable. Judge Morrison nodded slowly. Thank you, Miss Ashford. Mr. Brennan, your response on behalf of the defendants? The Hartleys' lawyer stood reluctantly. Your Honor, my clients acknowledged that they made a terrible mistake 22 years ago. They were young, financially stressed, and made a decision they've regretted every day since. I nearly laughed at the blatant lie. The evidence showed they'd celebrated my absence and never attempted to find me. However, Brennan continued, seeking over $2 million in damages from two people who currently have no employment, no assets, and no ability to pay such a judgment seems excessive and punitive rather than compensatory. He gestured toward his clients. Robert and Linda Hartley have suffered significant consequences already. They've lost their jobs due to media coverage of this case. They've been evicted from their home. They've become pariahs in their community. My clients believe they've already paid a heavy price for their past mistakes, and they humbly request that the court consider their current financial situation when determining any damages award. His strategy was clear: paint the Hartleys as sufficiently punished and make me look like a bully kicking people while they were down. It might have worked if not for the extensive documentation I'd prepared. Your Honor, I said, standing again without waiting for permission. May I respond to counsel's characterization of events? The judge gestured for me to proceed. Mr. Brennan states that his clients have regretted abandoning me every day for 22 years. I'd like to submit evidence that directly contradicts this claim. My lawyer handed me a folder, and I pulled out documents I'd obtained through Jessica's cooperation. These are birthday cards sent by my older sister Jessica to our biological parents over the years, in multiple cards from when Jessica's children were born. And as they grew older, she explicitly asks why her parents never want to meet their grandchildren, why they never ask about me, and whether they ever regret what they did to me. I read aloud from one card dated 6 years ago. Mom and Dad, Jamie starts kindergarten next month. He keeps asking why he doesn't have a Grandma Linda and Grandpa Robert like his friends do. What should I tell him? Do you ever think about Isabella and wonder if she's okay? I tried to find her again, but couldn't. Love, Jessica. The courtroom was utterly silent as I continued. The response from Linda Hartley, handwritten on the back of a grocery store receipt, says, and I quote, "Tell Jamie we're too busy to be grandparents. As for your sister, she's probably better off wherever she ended up. We did what we had to do and don't need to justify it to anyone. Stop asking about it." End quote. I looked at Linda Hartley, whose face had gone ashen. This doesn't sound like... That's accountability. And it's exactly what they deserve. As I walked away from the courthouse for the final time, surrounded by Jessica and my chosen family of Delgado employees and friends, I felt the weight of the past 3 months finally lift from my shoulders. The Hartleys had tried to take everything from me twice. Once when they left me in a park, and again when they filed their greedy lawsuit. Both times they'd failed, and this time, they'd paid a price that would haunt them until their last day. Carlos and Rosa had taught me that love was measured in actions, not words or biology. They'd shown me every day for 22 years that I was valuable, wanted, and worth the effort it took to raise a child properly. The Hartleys had shown me the opposite, and now they were learning that some lessons, once taught, can never be unlearned. The media frenzy following the judgment lasted for weeks. My story became a case study in law schools about parental abandonment and the limits of biological parental rights. Child advocacy organizations used the Hartley case as an example in their campaigns for stronger abandonment laws. I gave exactly 2 interviews, both to reporters who'd covered the story fairly, and then I stepped back from the spotlight completely. There was work to do, and I'd spent enough time on the Hartleys. The collection process for the $2 million judgment began immediately. My lawyer hired a forensic accountant to track down every asset the Hartleys might have, though we knew there wasn't much to find. They'd been living paycheck to paycheck before losing their jobs, and their financial situation had only deteriorated since. But financial recovery wasn't really the goal. The judgment itself was the punishment, a permanent stain on their credit reports and public records that would follow them forever. Within the first month, garnishment orders were placed on any future earnings either of them might have. This meant that if they ever found employment again, 25% of their wages would automatically go to paying my judgment. The forensic accountant discovered a small retirement account Robert had through his former employer, approximately $14,000. We seized it immediately. Their 2003 Toyota Camry was repossessed and sold at auction for $3,800. A small savings account Linda had opened years ago, and apparently forgotten about, yielded another $860. In total, we recovered $18,600 in the first 2 months, barely a fraction of what they owed, but symbolically perfect. That was almost exactly the amount they'd hoped to save per year by abandoning me. I instructed my lawyer to donate that initial recovery to a local children's charity that helped kids in foster care. The organization sent me a lovely letter thanking me for the contribution and describing how the money would fund art therapy programs for traumatized children. It felt like the right thing to do, transforming the Hartleys' cruelty into something that helped other abandoned kids heal. Meanwhile, the restraining order proved its worth almost immediately. 3 different tabloid magazines contacted the Hartleys offering money for exclusive interviews. Linda apparently tried to accept one offer, before her lawyer reminded her that doing so would result in contempt charges and possible jail time. Robert attempted to start a crowdfunding campaign to fight against my daughter's vindictive lawsuit, but it was shut down within hours after my legal team sent cease and desist letters. Every attempt they made to profit from their story or to paint themselves as victims was swiftly blocked by the court order. The permanent nature of that restraint gave me peace of mind that they could never use my name or story to rehabilitate their image. Jessica and I grew closer during this period, talking nearly every day as she processed her own complicated feelings about our biological parents' downfall. Sometimes I feel guilty, she admitted during one late-night phone call. Like I should feel bad that they've lost everything. But then I remember how they treated both of us, and the guilt disappears. You don't owe them guilt, I reminded her. They made their choices knowing the risks. Nobody forced them to abandon me or to file that lawsuit. These are natural consequences of their actions, she sighed. I know. It's just hard to reconcile the parents I remember from childhood with the people I've seen them become. Or maybe they were always this way, and I was too young to recognize it. We talked about her memories of our early family life, and I was struck by how many red flags she'd normalized. The constant fighting about money, the way our parents would joke about getting rid of one of us kids, the emotional volatility and manipulation. They abandoned you physically, Jessica observed, but they abandoned me emotionally years before that. I just didn't realize it until recently. The healing process was ongoing for both of us, but having each other made it bearable. The 8th Delgado restaurant opened 4 months after the trial, a sleek modern space in an up-and-coming neighborhood that still honored Carlos and Rosa's commitment to authentic family recipes and warm hospitality. I named it Casa de Rosa, putting my adoptive mother's name on the sign where it belonged. The opening night was packed with friends, employees, loyal customers, and local press. During my speech at the ribbon-cutting ceremony, I spoke about legacy and chosen family. Carlos and Rosa Delgado taught me that family isn't about who gives you life. It's about who makes your life worth living. They took a scared, abandoned 7-year-old and showed her that she was valuable, worthy of love, and capable of building something beautiful. This restaurant honors their memory and their values: quality, authenticity, and treating every customer like family. The crowd applauded, and I saw several people wiping away tears. The Delgado employees had become fiercely protective of me during the trial, and they viewed Casa de Rosa as a collective tribute to the people who'd built this business with love and integrity. One of the longtime chefs, Miguel, approached me after the ceremony. "Miss Isabella," he said, his eyes wet with emotion. "Mr. Carlos and Mrs. Rosa, they would be so proud of you, not just the restaurant, but how you stood up to those people who tried to hurt you. You showed them what real strength looks like." I managed to thank him before my own tears started falling. The Delgados had created more than a business. They'd built a community of people who understood that family could be chosen, earned, and maintained through consistent love and respect. Meanwhile, the Hartleys' situation continued to deteriorate in ways that would have been almost comical if they weren't so deserved. Robert found temporary employment at a fast food restaurant, but quit after 2 weeks when his wages were garnished, and he realized he'd be working essentially to pay me. Linda attempted to work as a house cleaner but struggled to find clients once background checks revealed her identity. Their new apartment, a studio in a rough neighborhood, cost $800 a month, which they could barely afford even with assistance programs. They'd applied for bankruptcy protection, hoping to discharge my judgment, but my lawyer successfully argued that debts arising from willful and malicious conduct weren't dischargeable. The bankruptcy court agreed, meaning the $2 million judgment would follow them even through bankruptcy proceedings. Every financial door they tried to open slammed in their faces, branded with my name and their past actions. 6 months after the judgment, I received an unexpected letter. It had been sent through my lawyer's office to avoid violating the restraining order, and it was from Linda Hartley. My lawyer advised me not to read it, suggesting it was probably manipulation or harassment, but curiosity won out. The letter was handwritten on lined notebook paper, the writing shaky and uneven. "Isabella," it began, "I know I'm not supposed to contact you, so I'm sending this through your lawyer, hoping he'll at least show it to you. I need you to understand something about that day in the park. We were drowning financially. Robert had lost his job. We were 3 months behind on rent, and the baby wouldn't stop crying. Every night felt like we were suffocating under the weight of bills and responsibilities. When we decided to leave you in the park, it wasn't because we didn't love you. It was because we thought you'd be better off in the foster system where the state would pay for your care. We thought they'd place you with a nice family quickly because you were pretty and well-behaved. We thought we were doing the best thing for everyone." The letter continued in this vein for several paragraphs, attempting to reframe abandonment as sacrifice. "When we saw you'd been adopted by wealthy people with restaurants, we felt vindicated. See? We'd told ourselves. She ended up somewhere better than we could have given her. It proved we'd made the right choice. We convinced ourselves that tracking you down would only disrupt your new life, so we stayed away. It wasn't until we were struggling again years later that Robert suggested maybe you'd want to help your biological parents now that you were successful. We thought you'd understand that family helps family, even if we'd been separated for a long time. The final paragraph was the most telling. I'm not asking you to forgive us or to drop the judgment, though obviously that would help. I just need you to know that we're not monsters. We're ordinary people who made a hard choice in a difficult situation, and we've paid for it more than seems fair. We've lost everything. Our jobs, our home, our dignity, our future. We'll probably never recover from this. I hope someday you'll realize that revenge isn't as satisfying as you thought it would be, and that destroying us hasn't healed whatever damage you think we caused. Signed, Linda Hartley. I read the letter 3 times, waiting to feel something. Guilt, pity, anger, anything. Instead, I felt only cold clarity. Linda still didn't understand what she'd done wrong. She viewed abandonment as a practical decision made under financial pressure, not as a fundamental moral failure. She thought apologizing for being ordinary people in a difficult situation somehow absolved her of deliberately leaving a child in a park. And most tellingly, she still believed I was the one who'd destroyed them, not acknowledging that they'd destroyed themselves through their own choices. I wrote a response, knowing my lawyer would ensure it didn't violate the restraining order by being sent through official channels. Mrs. Hartley, I wrote, your letter demonstrates exactly why the judgment was appropriate and necessary. You still don't understand what you did wrong. You abandoned a 7-year-old child not because you had no other options, but because you chose the option that was most convenient for you financially. You could have surrendered me to state custody properly. You could have worked with social services to find family placement. You could have done literally anything other than leaving a small child in a park with instructions to wait for you, knowing you'd never return. That wasn't a hard choice in a difficult situation. That was cruelty disguised as pragmatism. I continued. You claim you thought I'd end up somewhere better, but you never checked. You never called the state to confirm I was safe. You never looked at the news coverage begging for information about the abandoned girl. You made assumptions that justified your decision, and then spent 2 decades avoiding any information that might challenge those assumptions. That's not love or sacrifice. That's willful negligence. My pen moved faster as 22 years of suppressed anger finally found words. You say you're not monsters, just ordinary people. But ordinary people don't abandon their children. Ordinary people face financial hardship and find solutions that don't involve discarding a family member. Millions of parents every day deal with overwhelming stress, crying babies, and financial pressure without resorting to abandonment. You weren't victims of circumstances. You were people who chose the cruelest available option because it was easier than being decent parents. I paused, considering how to end the letter. You claim I've destroyed you through revenge, but examine what actually destroyed you. You lost your jobs because you verbally abused customers and posted threatening social media messages. You lost your home because you couldn't afford rent after losing income from your own actions. You face a massive judgment because you filed a fraudulent lawsuit seeking to profit from the child you abandoned. Every single consequence you're experiencing stems directly from your own decisions, not from my need for revenge. The final paragraph was important. You say we'll never recover from this judgment. Good, that's the point. You threw away a 7-year-old child because you didn't want to spend $18,000 a year on her care. Now you'll spend the rest of your lives paying for that decision. That's not revenge. That's justice. And yes, it is extremely satisfying. I signed it, Isabella Delgado Ashford, deliberately including my adoptive parents' name to remind Linda who my real family was. My lawyer delivered the response through proper legal channels, and I never heard from Linda Hartley again. The restraining order had teeth, and apparently even she could learn when the consequences were immediate and severe. Life moved forward with surprising normality after that. The restaurants thrived, each location developing. Every attempt to rebuild was hampered by my judgment hovering over their financial lives like a permanent shadow. I approved the accountant's recommendation to donate each recovered amount to children's charities, transforming the Hartleys' debt into support for kids who'd experienced abandonment or foster care. Over the next several years, my judgment against the Hartleys funded art therapy programs, educational scholarships, and emergency housing for displaced children. The Hartleys' cruelty was being systematically converted into help for other kids who'd suffered similar trauma. It felt like the most appropriate justice possible. The second anniversary of the trial brought an unexpected phone call. A documentary filmmaker wanted to create a film about parental abandonment, using my case as the central narrative. She'd already interviewed child psychologists, legal experts, and former foster children. She wanted my participation to tell the complete story. I declined, explaining that I'd moved forward with my life and had no interest in reliving the trial. But I did agree to let her use court transcripts and public records with one condition. Any proceeds from the documentary had to go to children's advocacy organizations. She agreed immediately, and the resulting film premiered at a film festival 18 months later to critical acclaim. It won awards for documentary filmmaking and sparked national conversations about strengthening child abandonment laws. I never watched finished it, but I received letters from people who had, thanking me for speaking up and giving them courage to confront their own family traumas. 3 years after the judgment, Jessica called with unexpected news. "Isabella, I need to tell you something, and I don't know how you're going to react." Her nervous tone immediately put me on alert. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong exactly. It's just, well, Linda had a stroke. She's in the hospital, and the doctors say she probably won't fully recover." Robert called me, asking if we'd help with medical expenses. My first instinct was to laugh at the audacity, but Jessica's distress stopped me. "What did you tell him?" "I told him to contact a social worker about Medicaid and hung up." "But Isabella?" Part of me feels guilty. I know she's a terrible person who doesn't deserve help, but she's still our biological mother, and she's suffering. I understood Jessica's conflict. Despite everything, she'd lived with the Hartleys longer than I had, and remembered happier times from early childhood. "Jess, listen to me. Linda made choices that led directly to this situation. She lost her job and income because of her own actions. The reason she can't afford medical care is because she and Robert tried to steal from me and face consequences for that theft. You're not responsible for her well-being. You never were." Jessica was quiet for a moment. "I know you're right. I just needed to hear you say it." We talked for another hour about guilt, family obligations, and the difference between cruelty and boundary setting. By the end, Jessica felt secure in her decision to maintain no contact, and I felt grateful that she'd called me instead of making a decision based on misplaced obligation. Linda Hartley's stroke left her partially paralyzed and unable to work. Robert, now in his 60s with his own health problems, became her primary caregiver, while still trying to earn enough to cover their basic expenses. The garnishment of his wages continued automatically, taking 25% of whatever small amounts he managed to earn. According to the updates my lawyer received, they were living in a trailer park on the outskirts of town, surviving on government assistance and whatever odd jobs Robert could find. Their combined monthly income, after garnishment, was less than $1,500. The life they'd built through their own destructive choices had become exactly as limited and difficult as they'd feared mine would be if they'd kept me. 5 years after the judgment, on a sunny afternoon while I was reviewing menus for the 9th Delgado restaurant location, my lawyer called with news. "Isabella, I wanted to inform you before you hear it elsewhere. Robert Hartley died yesterday. Heart attack. He was found by a neighbor after not being seen for 2 days. Linda is being moved to a Medicaid nursing facility since she can't care for herself." I felt nothing. No satisfaction, no grief, just a neutral acknowledgement of information. "Thank you for letting me know," I said. "Does this affect the judgment at all?" "His death discharges his portion of the debt, but Linda's portion remains. Of course, she has no assets or income to garnish now, so realistically we won't recover anything further. The judgment will remain on record, but collection is essentially impossible." We discussed the logistics briefly before hanging up. I sat at my desk for a long time afterward, thinking about Robert Hartley and the life he'd wasted through his own cruelty and greed. He'd died alone in a trailer, estranged from both his daughters, having destroyed every relationship and opportunity through his own decisions. He'd spent his final years under the shadow of a judgment that ensured he'd never escape the consequences of abandoning his daughter. Was that justice? I thought of Carlos and Rosa, who'd died together in an accident, surrounded by love and leaving behind a legacy of compassion and success. I thought of the hundreds of employees whose lives they'd improved, the thousands of customers who'd enjoyed meals in restaurants built on principles of family and quality. I thought of me, the abandoned child they'd transformed into someone capable of building on their foundation. Yes, Robert Hartley's lonely death in a trailer while owing an unpayable debt was justice. Not because it gave me satisfaction, but because it demonstrated the immutable law that cruelty compounds into isolation, while love compounds into legacy. Linda Hartley would spend her remaining years in a state-funded facility, her stroke having erased much of her memory, but leaving intact, according to reports, her awareness of who I was and what she'd done. The nursing home staff noted she often became agitated when watching television, perhaps triggered by mentions of the restaurant chain, or by memories she couldn't fully access but still felt the weight of. She would never make another choice to hurt me or Jessica. She would never profit from our stories. She would live out her days in the consequences of her decisions, which was exactly what she deserved. I never visited her. Jessica didn't either. We'd both moved forward with our lives, carrying the Delgado's lessons about chosen family and earned love. Robert and Linda Hartley had become footnotes in our personal histories, cautionary tales we occasionally referenced but no longer allowed to occupy space in our daily thoughts. 7 years after the trial, Casa de Rosa expanded to include a charitable foundation in Carlos and Rosa Delgado's name. The foundation's mission was to provide financial support, mentorship, and career training to young adults aging out of foster care, particularly those interested in culinary careers. We offered paid apprenticeships at all 10 Delgado restaurant locations, along with housing stipends and educational support. The program's first class included 8 young people, all of whom had experienced various forms of parental abandonment or neglect. Working with them, seeing their potential bloom under consistent support and high expectations, gave profound meaning to everything I'd survived. Jessica's oldest child, Jamie, was now 15 and had expressed interest in following his aunt into the restaurant business. He spent summer breaks working in the Casa de Rosa kitchen, learning from Miguel and the other chefs who'd known Carlos and Rosa. Watching him carefully prepare mole sauce using Rosa's original recipe, I saw the continuation of a legacy that transcended biology. The Delgados' values lived on not through genetic inheritance, but through taught wisdom and modeled behavior. The Hartley judgment remained on public record, a permanent mark against Linda's name that would outlive her. Occasionally, journalists would contact me for anniversary pieces about the case, and I'd politely decline interviews while directing them to court documents that told the story accurately. The case had apparently influenced several state legislatures to strengthen child abandonment laws and close loopholes that had allowed the Hartleys to avoid criminal prosecution back in 1995. If my experience prevented even one other child from being discarded like garbage, then the pain of reliving it through legal proceedings had been worthwhile. I maintained a sparse file on the Hartleys' current status, updated quarterly by the forensic accountant who still monitored Linda's financial situation. She remained in the nursing facility, her care covered by Medicaid. She had no visitors according to staff reports, no one who called or sent cards. She would die alone, surrounded by strangers, having successfully alienated every person who'd once loved her. Sometimes I wondered if she understood the direct line from abandoning me in a park to her isolated final years. Probably not. People like the Hartleys rarely connected their choices to their outcomes. On the 10th anniversary of the trial, I organized a celebration at the original Delgado restaurant location. All the employees, past and present, were invited, along with Jessica's family, program graduates from our foster care initiative, and the reporters who'd covered the story fairly. During my speech, I talked about justice, legacy, and the difference between biological connection and chosen family. 10 years ago, my biological parents tried to take everything Carlos and Rosa Delgado had built, claiming rights they'd abandoned decades earlier. The court disagreed, and the Hartleys faced consequences that have followed them every day since. But tonight isn't about them. It's about honoring the people who showed me what real family means through 22 years of consistent love and daily choice. I raised my glass to Carlos and Rosa, who proved that family is built through actions, not accidents of biology. To everyone here who's helped build and maintain their legacy, and to all the kids in foster care who are waiting for someone to choose them the way the Delgados chose me. May they find their own Carlos and Rosa, and may they someday pay that gift forward. The room erupted in applause, and several people openly wept. After the formal program ended, people shared their own stories of chosen family, of parental figures who weren't related by blood but who'd made all the difference. The evening became a celebration not just of the Delgados, but of the radical idea that family could be deliberately constructed rather than passively accepted. Later, as I helped clean up after the event, Jessica approached with something in her hand. "I found this in Mom Hartley's things after Dad Hartley died," she said, using the names we'd assigned to make clear they weren't our parents in any meaningful sense. The nursing home sent it with some other items when they cleared out their trailer. "I thought you should have it." She handed me a small photo, faded and creased. It showed 3 children, a 9-year-old girl, a 7-year-old girl, and a baby. Jessica, me, and Michael, taken a few months before they'd abandoned me. In the photo, Jessica had her arm around my shoulders protectively. I was smiling at the camera. The baby was crying. On the back, in faded pen, someone had written, "Our 3 kids, 1995. I stared at the photo for a long moment, studying the face of the 7-year-old girl who'd had no idea what was coming. She looked happy, trusting, normal, exactly like a child should look. "Do you want to keep it?" Jessica asked gently. I thought about it, then shook my head. "No, that girl in the photo doesn't exist anymore. She became someone better, someone stronger. Someone who learned that family is built through love, not obligation." I handed the photo back to Jessica. "You keep it if you want, or throw it away. Either option is fine with me." She studied my face for signs of suppressed emotion, but I felt genuinely at peace with my decision. The past was simply data points that had led to the present. I didn't need a faded photograph to remember where I'd come from, or how far I'd traveled. The following week brought a final update from the forensic accountant. Linda Hartley had died in her sleep at the nursing facility, 7 years almost to the day after Robert's death. She'd been 73 years old, her health having deteriorated steadily after the stroke. She died owing me $1,933,400, the remaining balance after various small collections over the years. The accountant asked if I wanted to pursue the debt against her estate, such as it was. I declined. The judgment had served its purpose. It had followed her every day, preventing her from ever escaping the consequences of her choices, reminding her with every seizure and garnishment that actions have prices. Whether she'd paid that price in full financially was irrelevant. She'd paid it in every way that mattered. I attended neither funeral. The Hartleys had been strangers who shared some DNA with me. Nothing more. Their deaths were simply the natural end of lives lived without love, integrity, or genuine human connection. They'd chosen cruelty and convenience over family, greed over grace, and they'd died alone, having destroyed every relationship they'd ever had. Meanwhile, I stood in restaurants bearing the Delgado name, surrounded by people who'd chosen me and whom I'd chosen in return. I mentored foster kids aging out of the system, giving them the opportunities Carlos and Rosa had given me. I built a legacy based on the values they'd modeled: consistency, quality, generosity, and the radical belief that family was something you created through daily choice rather than accepted through biological accident. The Hartley case occasionally came up in conversations with program participants who'd also experienced parental abandonment. I'd tell them honestly about the long legal fight, the judgment, the consequences that followed my biological parents for the rest of their lives. But I'd always end with the same message: justice matters and accountability matters. But what matters most is what you build after you survive. The Hartleys tried to take what the Delgados built. They failed. They spent their final years in consequences of their own making. I spent those same years expanding restaurants, creating opportunities, and proving that chosen family can be stronger than biological ties. Focus on what you're building, not on making your betrayers pay. The best revenge is actually living well while they inevitably destroy themselves through their own terrible choices. Some people found that advice helpful. Others wanted more explicit vengeance. I understood both responses. The Hartleys were gone now, their names appearing only in legal databases and news archives. Cautionary tales about parental abandonment and the long reach of consequences. I was here, building something lasting, surrounded by people I loved and who loved me in return. Every evening when I locked up whichever restaurant location I'd visited that day, I would pause before leaving and say quietly, "Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Rosa. I hope I'm making you proud." Some might call it silly, talking to people who'd been dead for over a decade, but I knew with absolute certainty that they were proud. They'd raised me to stand up for what was right, to value substance over surface, to understand that family was built through actions, not words. They'd taught me that sometimes the kindest thing you can do is refuse to accept someone's attempt to rewrite history with lies and manipulation. The Hartleys had thrown away a 7-year-old girl because she cost too much to keep. That girl had grown into a woman who knew her own worth, who built something valuable through consistent effort, who transformed their cruelty into motivation to help other abandoned children find their way. They'd intended to save $18,000 a year by discarding me. Instead, their decision led to them owing over $2 million they could never pay, dying in poverty and isolation while I thrived in prosperity and love. The mathematics of karma had worked perfectly. On particularly difficult days, when restaurant operations frustrated me, or when I struggled with trust issues stemming from early abandonment, I would pull up the photos of Carlos and Rosa that I kept on my phone. There they were at my high school graduation, beaming with pride. At my college acceptance, popping champagne. At the opening of restaurant number 5, cutting a ceremonial ribbon. In every photo, their love was visible and uncomplicated. They'd never abandoned me, never betrayed my trust, never made me question whether I was worth keeping. They'd simply loved me, consistently and unconditionally, for 22 years. That was family. That was legacy. That was justice. The Hartleys had tried to steal it, and they'd paid with everything they had. As I prepared to open restaurant number 11, a location that would focus specifically on training program graduates and creating management opportunities for former foster youth, I thought about how far the Delgado legacy had expanded. From 3 small family restaurants to 11 locations employing over 400 people. From personal survival to systematic programs helping hundreds of abandoned kids find their path. From one scared 7-year-old abandoned in a park to a community of chosen families spanning the city. The grand opening invitation for the new location included a dedication. This restaurant is dedicated to Carlos and Rosa Delgado, who proved that the greatest families are built through choice, consistency, and love. And to all the children waiting in parks, literal or metaphorical, for someone to choose them. You are valuable, you are worthy, and somewhere, your Carlos and Rosa are coming. The night before the opening, I visited the Delgados' graves one final time to share the news. Restaurant 11 opens tomorrow, I told their headstones. It's the biggest one yet, and it's going to train foster kids to become chefs and managers. We've already placed 38 program graduates in careers across the restaurant industry. The foundation has helped over 200 kids with housing, education, and job training. I paused, running my fingers over Rosa's name carved in marble. The Hartleys are both gone now. They died owing me almost $2 million. Having lost everything through their own greed and cruelty. Linda spent her final years in a nursing home with no visitors. Robert died alone in a trailer. They destroyed themselves trying to destroy me, and I didn't have to lift a finger beyond defending what was rightfully mine. The cemetery was quiet, except for evening birds and distant traffic. I hope you can see all of this from wherever you are. I hope you know that every good thing I've built, every kid I've helped, every choice I've made to create family instead of accepting biology, all of it comes from what you taught me. You saved me. And now I'm paying that forward to every kid who needs someone to believe they're worth saving. As I drove away from the cemetery, the city lights spread out before me like stars, and I felt profound peace. The Hartleys were gone, reduced to cautionary tales and unpayable debts. The Delgados lived on through restaurants, through programs, through the hundreds of lives they'd touched by choosing love over convenience. I'd been thrown away like garbage at 7 years old. At 36, I owned a multi-million-dollar restaurant empire, ran a foundation helping abandoned children, and lived surrounded by chosen family who valued me exactly as I was. The Hartleys had tried to profit from my success, and instead had paid the ultimate price. They'd lost everything while I kept building. They'd died alone and unmourned while hundreds of people would celebrate the Delgados' memory at tomorrow's opening. Justice wasn't just about legal judgments and financial consequences, though those mattered. Justice was about truth winning, about consistency being rewarded, about cruelty resulting in isolation while love resulted in legacy. The Hartley story ended in a nursing facility and a trailer park, their names spoken only as warnings. Mine was still being written, surrounded by people who'd chosen me and whom I'd chosen in return, building something beautiful from the wreckage they'd tried to create. And that, I decided as I pulled into the parking lot of Casa de Rosa to do final preparations for tomorrow's grand opening of Location 11, was the most satisfying revenge possible. Not that I'd destroyed them, they'd done that themselves, but that I'd transformed their cruelty into something that helped other abandoned children find their way home. Carlos and Rosa would have approved, and in the end, their approval was the only thing that had ever mattered.
My parents told me to show up at my sister's baby shower and be family. 2 days later, my cheating ex-husband showed up at my door crying and asking for a second chance. While my sister was pregnant with his baby, I didn't slap him. I did something worse. I exposed him. 5 years earlier, my parents sent my little sister to live with me for college. I was already settled in a big city. She was 11 years younger than me. My husband was 12 years older than her. I thought he'd see her like a kid. I traveled a lot for work, so I trusted them in my home. I even slipped her cash when she ran short. One night I came home early to surprise my husband. I opened the bedroom door and found them in my bed, not talking, not a mistake, hands everywhere. My sister yelped. My husband went pale. I pointed at the hallway and said, "Out, now." Then I filed for divorce as fast as the courts would let me. My parents were disgusted for a while. Then they started talking to her again because she still needed tuition money. They called me with that soft, careful tone. "We're disappointed, but she's still our daughter." I didn't forgive her. I just didn't want to lose my parents too. I cut my sister and my ex off completely. I skipped family events because I couldn't stand the shame and the stares. And my infertility became this extra cruelty sitting on my chest. Before I caught them, my ex and I had tried for a baby for almost a year. After the divorce, I did IVF alone. 3 cycles, 3 failures. Doctors had no clear reason. I had plenty of rage though. Then my sister announced she was pregnant. An invitation showed up in my mailbox. I didn't reply. My parents admitted the invite was their idea. They wanted one united family for the first grandchild. My mom said, "It's been years. Just bury it." I said, "Are you too high?" They pushed hard. My dad finally said, "This might be our only grandchild." They knew exactly where that knife landed. My voice went flat. So because she got pregnant, I'm supposed to pretend she didn't steal my life? I hung up and blocked them because I couldn't listen to them celebrate my betrayal like a holiday. That night, I messaged my ex for the first time in 5 years. I told him I hoped he and my sister felt the misery they earned. The second it sent, my stomach dropped. I didn't wish anything on the baby. A baby didn't do this, but the message was out there, and he saw it. Then he started texting from random numbers. "Please talk to me. I need to explain. Just one call." I blocked everyone. 2 days later, I opened my front door. He was standing there, older, thinner, shaking. Before I spoke, he grabbed me and hugged me. His face pressed into my shoulder. His body trembled. Then he started sobbing. I didn't hug back. I just said, "Get off me." He slipped inside like he still lived here. He sat on my couch and wiped his eyes. He said, "I came to fix my biggest mistake." I stared at him. He kept talking, like he'd rehearsed it in the car. He said the pregnancy scared him. He said he'd tried with my sister. He said my text proved I still cared. Then he actually asked, "Can we try again?" I laughed once. "No warmth. You slept with my 19-year-old sister in my bed." I told him, "There's no version of hell where I take you back." I told him to leave. He stood up, calm as a man passing off a package, and said, "Tell whoever you want, you'll be doing me a favor." And that's when it clicked. He wanted me to blow up his marriage for him. Again. So I made sure the truth had teeth. I recorded him admitting why he came. I saved my security footage of him walking in and out. Then I sent it to my parents with one line. "This is the family you want me to honor." A few days later, my parents called, tense and embarrassed. My sister had filed for divorce. The baby shower fantasy turned into lawyers and silence. I didn't throw a party. I just felt relief, like my lungs finally had room. Months later, it got messier. When the baby was born, my ex demanded a paternity test. It was his. But that demand cracked my sister, and she confessed she'd been cheating too. Now my parents and my sister don't speak. They don't see their only grandchild. Everyone is furious at everyone, and somehow I'm finally not in the middle. I went to therapy. I stopped carrying their rot like it was mine. And when I tried IVF one more time, it worked. I'm pregnant now, and my parents will never hear about this baby, not after what they asked me to swallow. So tell me, was I wrong for snapping, or was I just done being polite? Drop your thoughts below.
My parents took my passport so I couldn't leave. The country customs officer recognized me anyway. A TSA guy pulled me out of line while my mom screamed, "She's a thief!" My dad demanded airport police arrest me right there. Strangers stopped walking. Phones came out. I didn't look at my parents. I stared at the customs officer approaching, waiting for recognition. 3 weeks earlier, I was their unpaid engine. My parents ran a family catering business. That meant I worked 8 zero-hour weeks and they played bosses. I ran books, prep, service, everything. My younger sister was pregnant and treated like the crown jewel. I was treated like a tool. I saved money on the side by offering corporate clients upgrades my parents couldn't execute. Clients paid me directly. I stacked enough to escape and got into a culinary management program in Italy. One-way ticket, clean break. The night before my flight, my passport vanished from my lockbox. I tore my room apart. Then I walked into the kitchen and saw my mom stirring a pot like nothing happened. She didn't even turn. "You're not leaving," she said. My dad added, "Who's going to run the business?" My flight was in 12 hours. They stole my ID to keep me cooking and cleaning. I remembered the IRS letter my dad had ripped out of my hands days earlier. That's when I stopped feeling panic. Panic is for people with options. I stayed quiet and worked like a robot. Then at 3 a.m., I checked my bank app. Pending transfer. $15,000 to my sister's baby shower fund. My mom was still on an old joint account. So, at sunrise, I went to the bank, killed the transfer, closed the account, and wired every cent into a new one with only my name. Then my estranged sister-in-law sent me an encrypted message. She's a federal auditor. She met me at a coffee truck and said, "Your mom reported your passport stolen. If you fly, you'll get detained." She got me an emergency passport appointment. While I waited, I slipped into my dad's locked office at night. I found the IRS notice addressed to me. I found paperwork listing me as the sole owner of the catering company. My signature was forged. They dumped their sinking debt onto my name, then tried to keep me from leaving the country. I scanned everything and sent it to my sister-in-law. I hired a ruthless attorney. I pulled my credit cards off the vendor accounts. I ordered nothing for the big baby shower. I even made a fake itinerary to New York and accidentally left it where my dad snooped. My sister stormed into the kitchen 2 days before the event. She slammed fabric samples on my cutting board. "I need 10 grand for the nursery," she snapped. My mom slid a handwritten rent contract at me. "Sign over my savings or sleep on the street." I folded it, creased it slow, and tucked it into my apron pocket. My dad tried to break me with isolation. He locked me in a storage room to think. He didn't realize he just gave me quiet. I scheduled the company dissolution for Saturday morning, the same day my real flight left. At 1:45 a.m., I rolled 2 suitcases through the prep kitchen. I wiped the stainless table, then I folded my old apron. Next, I placed her extortion paper underneath it, unsigned. After that, I walked down the driveway. The floodlights snapped on. My dad burst outside yelling, "Halt!" I didn't stop. My ride was waiting. By morning, the accounts froze. The baby shower kitchen was empty. My parents panicked and sprinted to the airport. So back in the terminal, my mom dropped to her knees. She sobbed, loud and performative. "She stole from us. She's unstable." My dad jabbed a finger at my bags. "Search them, arrest her." Then it went slow. An officer told me to step back. I set my suitcases down. I opened my hands. My mom kept wailing. My dad kept pointing. The crowd tightened into a circle. The customs officer took my passport. He opened it. He read my name. Then he looked up. "Wait, you catered our memorial dinner?" he said. "Yes, sir." He raised one gloved hand at my dad. Step back. Then he listened while I handed over my bank history, the scans, and my mom's handwritten extortion. Contract. His jaw tightened. My mom's crying stopped like a switch. He turned to them. "False reports at an international airport are serious," he said. "And identity theft is worse." I picked up my bags and finally looked at my parents. "You wanted me trapped," I said. "Congrats. You're trapped with each other." Then I walked through security and onto my flight to Italy. If your own parents tried to steal your future, what would you do? Drop your take in the comments. My phone lit up on a quiet Tuesday night. My mom texted, "Don't call, don't come over, we're done." Then she added, "And don't even think about the will, sweetie." I froze like she'd slapped me through the screen. A year later, the family legacy she worshipped didn't exist anymore. My dad owned a few restaurants. My brother was the golden heir. I was the spare kid unless they needed money. The funny part is I kept trying to earn a seat anyway. When I got into art school in Chicago, Dad laughed. "Walk away from the restaurants," he said, "and you walk away from our support." Mom just sat there, letting it happen. So I paid my own way while my brother got rewarded for showing up. I built a design firm from a tiny apartment and grew it fast. At family dinners, Dad called my work cute. My brother was always brilliant. I smiled and swallowed it, like I always did, and I kept helping anyway. When Mom got sick, I paid for treatment. When my brother's venture crashed, I wired $30,000. When Dad needed equipment, I covered it. Their demands never ended. Then Dad called a family meeting. We sat at the long table with framed photos of my brother's trophies behind him. I opened my laptop and pitched a sustainability partnership. Lower costs, real clients, a plan. Dad cut me off. "Hotels don't care about recycled wood." My brother snorted. "Stick to decorating." My mom stared at napkins like they were sacred. I said, "It saves money," and Dad folded his arms. "We're not funding your pipe dream. He's opening a new location." I looked at my mom. "You've seen my work." She hesitated, eyes flicking to Dad. "It sounds risky," my brother's wife whispered. "Sustainability is huge." My brother shot her a look and she shut down. Dad waved his hand. Meeting over. As I packed up, my sister-in-law caught my eye and mouthed, "I need to tell you." Outside in the driveway, she was shaking. "He's been taking money," she whispered, "from the restaurants, hiding it." Then I heard Dad inside. "We need to finalize the will. He's the only one keeping this family together." And, colder, she's off doing her own thing. She doesn't care about us. The next morning, my mom's text arrived again. Same lines, same knife. I stared at it, then typed 2 words. Got it. I made tea, opened my banking app, and started clicking. Cancel Mom's payments. Cancel supplier bills. Stop covering my brother's loans. Each tap felt like a lock turning. By noon, my phone was a siren. Mom calling, Dad calling, my brother calling. The texts got ugly fast. "You're tearing the family apart. You'll regret this." Dad left a voicemail. "Fix this. You owe us." My brother followed. "You're selfish." Then my mom, soft and shaking. "Please, don't do this." They didn't miss me. They missed my money. A week later, I met them at a cafe where nobody knew our name. Dad sat with arms crossed. Mom looked pale but composed. My brother kept tapping his phone like it could save him. Dad went straight to business. "Bills are overdue. Vendors are threatening to sue." I set my bag down. "Not my problem." My brother sneered. "You think think you're better than us? Because you play with paint? I kept my voice flat. You stole from the restaurants. Everything slowed. Dad's head turned. What? My brother's jaw locked. She's lying. I said, your wife found the records. Dad looked at my brother. Is that true? My brother shot up, chair scraping. You believe her over me? My mom reached out. Please, I cut in. You texted me, we were done, so we're done. Dad snapped. You've always been too sensitive. I smiled, small and sharp, and you've always called cruelty discipline. Then I pulled out a folder and set it on the table. I sold my sustainability project for $1 million. No loans, no family money, just me. My brother scoffed. So what? I leaned forward. So you don't get to erase me, then demand me. Dad glared. You think money makes you powerful? I stood up. No. Walking away does. My mom's eyes filled. We're still your family. I said, family doesn't use you like an ATM. I walked out. The door chimed behind me like a clean cut. A year later, the restaurants collapsed under debt and lawsuits. My brother's name hit the news next to fraud. His wife left with their kid. My parents sold the house and downsized. My firm kept growing. One afternoon in New York, an unknown Tulsa number lit up my phone. I let it ring out and lifted my tea. Still bitter, just not mine anymore. If you've ever had to cut off family to survive, drop your take in the comments down below. My rich grandmother made a $6.7 million rule at Christmas. If you visit her, you lose it. My entire family disappeared. Grandmother Helen built a chain of boutique hotels over 30 years and sold them at 72 for close to $7 million. She was sharp, independent, and lived alone in a house way too big for one person. For the past year, family members had suddenly become attentive. My uncle Ben started showing up every Sunday. My cousin Natalie was visiting monthly. My sister Claire called twice a week. I'd been visiting every Thursday for years. I run a small nonprofit helping teenagers aging out of foster care, and Grandma had always been interested in my work. At Christmas dinner, Grandma stood up and made an announcement that changed everything. I've updated my will. Anyone who visits me in the next year gets nothing from my estate, not a single dollar. My Uncle Ben laughed. Mom, that doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense. Stay away completely. Don't visit. Don't call. If you do, you lose. The family group chat exploded within an hour. This is genius, Natalie texted. We all just stay away. Easiest inheritance ever, Ben added. I called Grandma that night. I'm still coming over Thursday. Honey, you'll lose everything. I work with kids whose families walked away. I'm not doing that to you for money. She was quiet. Thursday, I'll make your favorite cookies. Natalie called me the next day. What are you doing? You're going to lose. I'm visiting my grandmother. You're ruining this. If you visit, we all have to compete. Then visit her. Natalie didn't visit. None of them did. Over the next year, Grandma transformed. She traveled to Portugal, bought a vintage convertible, started taking painting classes, joined a book club, got a TikTok account posting videos of herself trying new restaurants. I'd visit every Thursday and she'd tell me about her week, the painting drama, the book debates, the restaurants she discovered. Natalie texted asking how I was. She said one Thursday. Didn't visit, just texted. It's checking if you're still alive to stay in the game. She smiled. I'm having the best year of my life because nobody's visiting out of obligation. My family was losing their minds over her TikToks. She's in Vegas? She bought a convertible? Is she spending our inheritance? Claire called me 6 months in. You need to stop visiting. You're making us look bad. Then visit her. My family accused me of manipulation. Sophie's playing the long game. Grandma's going to change the rule because of her. I'd go home to my tiny apartment, help another kid navigate aging out of foster care, and wonder if I'd cost myself everything. Grandmother Helen died peacefully in her sleep at 74. I was visiting that Thursday and found her in her garden chair, book in her lap. The will reading came 2 weeks later. My Uncle Ben, Aunt Diane, cousins Natalie and Claire, all sitting with anticipation. I haven't visited in 13 months, Natalie whispered. I have to have won. The lawyer cleared his throat. Mrs. Helen's estate, valued at $6.7 million, has been distributed as follows. $150,000 to Sophie for her master's degree in social work. Claire's jaw dropped. What? The remaining $6.55 million is to be divided equally among organizations supporting foster youth and the nonprofit Sophie has dedicated her career to. Silence, then chaos. She visited the entire year. Ben stood up. This is fraud. We followed the rule. Diane was crying. Everything to charity. Natalie's voice cracked. The lawyer handed me an envelope. Mrs. Helen requested Sophie read this aloud. To my family who stayed away. I told you visitors would get nothing. You assumed staying away meant you'd win something. I never promised that. You heard what you wanted to hear. To Sophie. You broke my rule because you couldn't abandon someone. The $150,000 covers your degree. The rest goes to the kids you help. You gave me the best final year of my life. Grandma Helen. Claire found her voice. You manipulated her. I visited our grandmother every Thursday while you stayed away. That's not manipulation. You only got $150,000, Natalie said. I got my debt erased, and $6.5 million went to kids who need it. That's winning. They tried to contest it. Grandma's lawyer had documented everything. I finished my degree debt-free. The funding has helped 47 kids transition out of foster care. My family hasn't spoken to me since. Last month, Peter, one of the foster kids I work with, texted me a photo of his first apartment key. Got my own place. Thank you. Turns out, showing up for people is worth more than any amount they could leave you.
My sister announced her pregnancy at my wedding, so I brought in someone she didn't expect. My sister Allison tried to steal my wedding, and she came ready. Jason and I got married after 5 years together, and I knew Allison would hate sharing attention. At my college graduation, she announced her engagement, and at my bridal shower, she showed off a new car like it was her party. So a week before the wedding, when my baker called sounding worried, I listened closely. She said Allison asked for a second cake, and claimed it was my surprise idea. Then she whispered, "It's a pregnancy announcement cake," and she begged me not to tell you. Allison even offered extra money to keep the baker quiet. The baker told me anyway. I told Jason, and he said, "We'll be ready." I didn't uninvite Allison because my parents would have turned it into a war, and she'd play the victim. I wanted whatever happened to happen in front of everyone, so she couldn't twist it later. So I made a plan. I told the baker to make the second cake, and to act surprised when Allison rolled it out. I asked our DJ to keep a mic ready for me, no matter what. And I hired a private investigator, because my gut said there was more going on. A few days later, he sent photos of Allison meeting her ex, Derek, then going into a small hotel with him. Derek was the guy she swore she was done with when she married Mark. The investigator also got messages from last month, where Allison told Derek when Mark would be out, and said she missed him. I saved the clearest ones. Then I messaged Derek myself and said, "Come to my reception. You deserve to hear something in person." He asked if this was a setup. I said, "No, I'm ending a lie." He agreed to come. The night before, at the rehearsal dinner, Allison kept smiling at me and saying, "Just wait, tomorrow is going to be so special." My mom told me, "Don't start anything with your sister. It's your wedding, just ignore her." That was the problem. Everyone always told me to ignore her, and that's why she never stopped. I texted my cousin the plan again and told him, if Derek shows up early, keep him outside until I nod. Derek also texted me that morning, asking where to park, and I told him to stay in his car down the block until he got my message. On the wedding day, the ceremony went great, and for a while, I almost relaxed. At the reception, though, I kept seeing Allison checking her phone like she was counting down. At the reception, Allison tried to grab the mic twice for a quick toast, and the DJ looked at me both times until I shook my head. I watched Mark laughing with my uncles, relaxed, and it made my stomach twist because he had no idea what was coming. Then the DJ called everyone over for the cake cutting. Jason and I stood there with the knife, smiling for photos, and Allison jumped up. She clinked her glass and said, "I have something important to share." She waved at the baker, and a second cake rolled out, huge, covered in blue and pink icing with big baby letters. The room exploded with cheers. People rushed to Allison, congratulating her and Mark. My mom cried tears. My dad hugged Allison like he forgot I existed. Mark stared at the cake and kept saying, "Wait, really?" Allison held her stomach and soaked it all in. Then she turned to me with fake sweetness and said, "Okay, sorry, we can get back to your wedding now." I took the mic from the DJ and smiled. I said, "Allison, congratulations." Her face relaxed, like she expected me to swallow it. Then I said, "But we can't celebrate yet. Someone important is missing." The cheering died so fast it was scary. Forks stopped. People looked around. Allison's smile twitched, and Mark frowned. I nodded toward the door, and my cousin opened it. Derek walked in. Allison went pale, and Mark stared between them like he couldn't breathe. I said, "Derek, thanks for coming. I figured you'd want to hear this baby news too." Allison snapped, "Stop! What are you doing?" I held up my phone and said, "These are your messages from last month, Allison, and these are the photos." I read one line out loud. "Mark thinks I'm at my sister's place." The room made this low, ugly sound, like everyone sucked in air at once. Derek looked shocked and said, "You're pregnant?" Mark stepped closer and said very quietly, "Let me see." I handed him my phone. He scrolled, his face tightening with every swipe. Allison reached for him and said, "Babe, please, I can explain." Mark pulled away. He took off his wedding ring, set it on top of the pregnancy cake, and pressed it down into the icing so hard. Then he turned and walked out, through the crowd, without a word. Allison screamed his name and tried to follow, but she slipped and grabbed the table. My parents rushed toward me instead, yelling that I ruined the family and I should have stayed quiet. My aunt stepped in front of them and said, "No, Allison did this." Jason squeezed my hand, and I lifted the knife and cut into our wedding cake while everyone stood there in shock. Now my parents are blaming me for bringing him in. Was I wrong?
Packing tape. I proceeded to fold sweaters without glancing up. "I don't know, Mom. Not now, maybe not ever. Forgiveness isn't about them deserving it," she explained quietly. "It's about freeing yourself. I am freeing myself. I'm moving to Chicago." Mother sat alongside me on the bed and took my hands in hers. "Running away isn't the same as healing, sweetheart." Tears filled my eyes. "I need space to even begin to heal. Can you understand that?" She nodded and pulled me into a close hug. "Promise you'll call. Promise you won't shut us out completely." "I promise." Saying farewell to my parents was more difficult than I thought. Father held me for longer than usual, his voice rough and emotional. "You show them, kiddo. Build a life so good they'll choke on their regret." My first few weeks in Chicago were lonely and filled with doubt. My small apartment felt sterile and foreign. I worked long hours to avoid arriving home to empty rooms, eating takeaway at my desk, and falling asleep fatigued every night. Then came the news, which pushed the knife deeper. Mother called on Sunday morning, her voice hesitant. "Wendy, I feel you should hear this from me rather than social media. Eudora and Darius got married yesterday." Darius's business ties ensured coverage for the small civil ceremony, which was published in Boston Magazine's Society pages. The accompanying photo showed them beaming outside the courthouse, Eudora in a simple white dress with my former engagement ring proudly visible on her finger. That night was my low point. I drank one entire bottle of wine alone, went through old images of Darius and myself, and cried until my eyes swelled shut. I called in ill for work the next day, unable to face the world. But something changed during those lonely hours alone. As the early light trickled through my blinds, I made a decision. This would be the last day I let them control my happiness. I erased all images of Darius from my phone, blocked both him and Eudora on social media, and took a lengthy shower, picturing my pain dripping down the drain. At work, I refocused on my projects. My employer saw the shift and assigned me to larger clientele. I established a reputation for inventiveness and perseverance, winning respect in my new workplace. Maricel Rowan, our HR director, was my first genuine Chicago friend, and she introduced me to her book club. Through her, I met other ladies and gradually formed a social circle. Maricel repeatedly attempted to set me up on dates, but I declined each time. The idea of romantic vulnerability still unnerved me. 4 months after moving to Chicago, I was assigned to represent our company at a technology conference in San Francisco. On the second evening, I attended a business dinner with possible clients, where I sat next to Zevian Forrester, a tech investor and entrepreneur who had recently migrated from Seattle. Zevian differed from Darius in every way. Zevian was subtle and honest, whereas Darius had been flamboyant and appealing. His gentle assurance and thought-provoking questions pulled people in without demanding attention. When he spoke about his work, his enthusiasm was palpable, but never boastful. He asked for my card after dinner, and I handed it to him with no expectations. To my surprise, he emailed me the next morning and asked if I wanted to continue our discussion about digital marketing trends over coffee. Over the next 3 months, Zevian and I maintained professional communication. He sent clients to my agency, and I connected him to my Chicago business contacts. Maricel spotted our regular business meals and raised her eyebrows. "He likes you, Wendy," she explained. "And not just professionally." "We're just colleagues," I said. "Colleagues don't look at each other the way he looks at you." Zevian eventually invited me to supper at a place unrelated to work. I panicked and nearly canceled twice before forcing myself to go. I experienced a full-blown panic attack 20 minutes into our date, while we were discussing our favorite books. My hands shook, breathing got difficult, and tears filled my eyes. Rather than being ashamed or upset, Zevian sat with me and spoke gently until my breathing returned to normal. He drove me home with no pressure or inquiries. The next day, flowers arrived at my office with a letter saying, "No pressure, no expectations. I hope you're feeling better. Zevian." That evening, I called and told him everything about Darius and Eudora. He listened without interruption, then recounted his own story of heartache from a previous marriage, which ended when his wife left him for his business partner, taking half of their joint firm in the divorce. "Broken trust leaves scars," he remarked. "Anyone worth your time will understand that healing isn't linear." Over the next few months we began by laying the groundwork for our friendship. Zevian never asked for more than I could give, respecting my boundaries while remaining present. For our 5th date, he made dinner at his apartment, rather than taking me to a crowded restaurant, which could cause me worry. When terror flared up, he understood precisely how to help me get through it. For the first time since Darius, I began to believe that trust could be restored. 1 year after arriving to Chicago, I scarcely recognized myself. My promotion to senior marketing director came with a corner office that overlooked the river. My circle of friends had grown beyond Maricel to include a number of close confidants. And most strangely, I had fallen deeply in love with Zevian. Unlike Darius's flamboyant wooing, Zevian's love revealed itself in steady, thoughtful ways. He recalled minor details like my preference for oat milk in my coffee and the true crime podcasts I listened to. He honored my independence while providing unflinching support. Most significantly, he never compared myself to others or attempted to change me. I met Zevian's sister, Giselle, during her visit from Portland. We quickly bonded, swapping phone numbers and creating our own connection, independent of Zevian. She told me stories of their upbringing in Seattle, drawing a picture of the youngster who grew into the guy I fell in love with. My contact with my parents remained from a distance. I contacted Mother on a weekly basis, skillfully shifting the topic away from Eudora. Father periodically joined these talks, his gruff accent softening as he told me how happy he was of my new beginnings. I went twice that year, timing my visits when Eudora and Darius would be away. Mother offered occasional updates on them. Their marriage appeared ideal on social media, with Eudora uploading photographs of luxurious vacations and charity galas. Mother stated that they had purchased a large property on Beacon Hill and were undergoing substantial renovations. "Eudora occasionally inquires about you," Mother said during a phone call. "What do you tell her?" I inquired, stirring the pasta sauce on my burner. "That you're doing well, that you're building a new life." "Does she ever express regret?" Mother sighed. "In her way. She gets quiet when your name comes up." My therapy continued in Chicago, with my new therapist assisting me in processing the betrayal and establishing healthy relationship patterns. I learned how to identify my triggers and communicate effectively. The nightmares involving Darius and Eudora gradually faded. In June, Zevian surprised me with a weekend getaway to Michigan's wine region. We stayed at a lovely bed and breakfast surrounded by vineyards. We spent afternoons wine sampling and evenings viewing the sunset over Lake Michigan. For the first time in years, I felt entirely present and pleased, free of the weight of past betrayal. Zevian paused beneath a trellis covered in climbing roses on our final evening at the Chicago Botanic area, where we were strolling through an early summer blooming area. "Wendy," he replied, grabbing both of my hands in his. "This past year, knowing you has been the greatest gift of my life." When he knelt and pulled a ring box from his pocket, panic flashed briefly. Images from Darius' proposal threatened to eclipse this moment, but staring into Zevian's eyes, All I saw was sincerity and affection. I'm not asking for an answer today, he continued, sensing my uncertainty. I just want you to know that whenever you're ready, whether that's tomorrow or next year, I'll be here. My eyes filled with tears, but not from fear or agony. Yes, I whispered. I'm ready now. The ring looked nothing like the extravagant diamond Darius had given me. A simple emerald with little diamonds on either side, delicate and subtle, much like our love. That night, I called my folks to tell them the news. Mother cried happy tears. He sounds wonderful, darling. When can we meet him? Soon, I assured. Very soon. We planned a small wedding for 30 guests at a historic Chicago venue. At Mother's request, I sent an invitation to Eudora, more as a gesture of healing than an expectation of attendance. Her reaction via email was quick and curt. Congratulations on the engagement. Unfortunately, Darius and I have other engagements on that day. Best wishes for the future. Mother was disappointed but not shocked. Give her time, Wendy. This is progress compared to where you both were. Our wedding day arrived, intimate and joyful, with my parents, new friends and Zevian's relatives there. Father carried me down the aisle, whispering, I haven't seen you this happy in years, kiddo. Zevian's vows reflected our journey. Wendy, I promise to remember that love is both strong and fragile, requiring care and commitment every day. I promise to be worthy of the trust you've given me, knowing how precious and hard-won that gift is. We established our lives together in Chicago, purchasing a brownstone and renovating it together. My career progressed, eventually leading to a vice president post. Zevian's investment firm expanded, focused on female-led technology startups. During a dinner with business associates, I learned something that connected the past and present. A venture capitalist acknowledged working with Darius years ago. Rowan. Yeah, he and Forrester had quite the rivalry in the angel investing space about 7 years back. Forrester backed the right startup. Rowan backed the competitor. Forrester's pick got acquired for millions. Rowan went bankrupt. Later that night, I asked Zevian about the relationship. I was going to tell you eventually, he confessed. I knew who you were when we met at that conference. Not the details of what happened, but that you had been engaged to Rowan. Why didn't you say anything? I wanted you to know me for me, not as someone connected to your past. I was not angry. Somehow the cosmic symmetry felt appropriate. 2 years into our marriage, we started trying for a baby. Months passed without success, prompting fertility specialists and uncomfortable conversations. Zevian was my support through disappointments and medical procedures, embracing me through tears and reminded me that family may take various forms. Then came the tragic news of Mother's cancer diagnosis. Zevian and I flew to Boston right away, meeting with physicians and guiding my parents through treatment options. Mother put up a brave face, but her cancer was severe and had spread. I took a leave from work to care for her, temporarily returning to my boyhood home. Zevian flew in every weekend to support both me and my increasingly frail father. Mother and I had many meaningful chats about life, love and family in her last weeks. One evening, while I adjusted her pillows, she mentioned Eudora. I wish you girls could find peace with each other, she murmured, her voice weak but determined. Life is too short for such distance between sisters. I know, Mom, I said, holding back tears. Promise me you'll try, Wendy. Not for her. But for yourself and maybe a little bit for your old mother. I promised, unsure if I could maintain it, but eager to give her peace. Mother died quietly 3 days later, with Zevian, father and I at her bedside. I immediately contacted Eudora, our first straight connection in years. Mom's gone, I remarked when she responded. Her quick inhale was the sole sound for long seconds. I'll be there in an hour, she finally stated, her voice breaking. We arrived at our parents' house and exchanged brief, awkward hugs before turning our focus to father and funeral arrangements. The real test would be during the funeral, where years of pain and hatred would collide with new sadness and Mother's ultimate desire. The morning of Mother's burial was dark and drizzling, fitting the solemn occasion. I stood in front of the mirror in my childhood bedroom, adjusting my black dress and wondering how I'd get through the day. Zevian stood behind me, attractive in his dark suit, and softly placed his hands on my shoulders. I'm right beside you today, he murmured, matching my gaze in the reflection. Whatever happens. Downstairs, Father sat at the kitchen table, staring at his untouched coffee. The preceding week had hollowed him out, and his lofty form bent in despair. At 72, he appeared to have aged a decade since mother's diagnosis. "Ready, Dad?" I whispered softly, patting his shoulder. He nodded and rose slowly. Alara always said, "Funerals aren't for the dead, they're for the living." Never understood that until now. When we arrived, the funeral home had already filled up with extended family and friends. I stayed close to Father, greeting everyone with fake smiles and accepting condolences from individuals I scarcely knew. Cousins from California, Mother's college companion, and neighbors from my parents' 40-year house. "You look just like Alara at your age," my great-aunt Cheryl murmured, caressing my cheek. "She would be proud of the woman you've become." "How have you been, dear?" Mother asked her friend Junia. "Alara mentioned you moved away. Chicago, was it?" "Yes, almost 5 years now," I said, not mentioning my sister's betrayal as the reason for the move. As I took Father to his place in the front row, Zevian on his opposite side, a murmur echoed across the crowd. I turned to see Eudora and Darius enter, prompting heads to turn and rumors to spread. Eudora wore an elegant black dress that accentuated her tiny frame, with diamond earrings reflecting the sun. Darius appeared uncomfortable in his nicely fitted suit, his arm around my sister's waist in a show of support. Her left hand was conspicuously placed on her pocketbook, making the huge diamond engagement ring and wedding band impossible to overlook. Father stiffened beside me. "Kelsey, breathe," I said, frightened for his heart. They made their way ahead, pausing to chat with other attendees. I kept my gaze fixed on the enormous portrait of Mother displayed alongside her closed casket, her warm smile calming some of my nerves. They eventually reached the front. Eudora hugged Father, who returned it stiffly. Darius shook his hand and received merely a short nod in return. "Wendy," Eudora remarked, turning to me with a look I couldn't read. "It's been a long time." "Yes," I said simply, not trusting myself to say more. Darius nodded hesitantly. "Sorry for your loss." Zevian had moved away to speak with the funeral director, leaving me alone with them. Eudora took the opportunity. "I need to speak with you privately," she explained, gesturing into a side room. Against my better judgment, I followed her, hoping to avoid a scene at Mother's burial. My sister betrayed me and married my millionaire fiancé. 7 years later, she bragged she had it all. I smiled back. "Have you met my husband yet? You know when you're going to face something you fear, but you have a gut feeling that the universe is about to reveal a tremendous, unmistakable truth." That was me standing at my mother's burial, my heart heavy with grief, but a weird disturbing calm washed over me as I prepared for her entrance. 7 years. It's been 7 hard years since Eudora, my own sister, snatched Darius, my betrothed, millionaire, and the man I thought would be my entire future. I haven't seen one of them since that day. But when they eventually stepped in, Eudora flaunting that big diamond ring with her typical smug smile, she had no idea who was there to greet her. And believe me, the expression on her face when she discovered who I had married was priceless. My mother, Alara, was always the center of our family, the glue that held everything together. Growing up in a small house outside of Boston, Mom instilled in me the values of strength and dignity. Our bond was special. It just became deeper with each year. Even after I moved into my own apartment in downtown Boston and began my work as a marketing executive, I contacted her practically daily. She was my confidant, counsel, and biggest booster. So when Mom was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer 8 months ago, my world completely disintegrated. Despite extensive therapies, we realized time was running out. But my mother faced it all with remarkable grace, more concerned with us than her own pain. Her final weeks were spent peacefully, surrounded by loved ones at the home where Mom raised us. She went away, clutching my hand and promising that I would find serenity in my life. 6 years previously, when I was 31, my life appeared to be great on paper. I had a career, friends, and a great apartment. But there was something missing. I worked 62-hour weeks and dated periodically, but nothing substantial ever happened. Then through my college buddy Alina, I met Darius Rowan at a charity event. Darius was engaging, charming, had great teeth, and exuded confidence that permeated the entire room. At 37 years old, he has become a self-made digital millionaire. He was exactly the type of success story that publications coveted. Our connection was instant. We both enjoyed art, traveling, and setting lofty goals. I contacted my mother after our first date, which took place at an expensive restaurant overlooking the water. "Mom," I exclaimed, "I've met someone special." Our romance took off. Weekend vacations to Martha's Vineyard, symphony performances and exclusive dinners. It became our routine. Darius was attentive and generous, constantly bringing lovely gifts and organizing elaborate dates. After 16 months he proposed with a 6-carat diamond ring over a private dinner on a yacht in Boston Harbor. I answered yes without second thought. My parents were overjoyed, particularly my mother. She quickly began picturing the ideal wedding. Darius had the resources to make any dream a reality, and Mom insisted we don't hold back. Then there was my younger sister, Eudora. We were only 2 years younger, yet our relationship had always been complex. Growing up, we were close, but there was always low-level competition. If I had anything, she wanted it. From toys to friends and attention. If I accomplished something, she had to match or even surpass it. Mom always attempted to keep the peace by giving each of us individual time. Regardless of our history, I chose Eudora as my maid of honor. Mom said it would bring us closer, and I wanted to believe that as adults, we had grown beyond juvenile jealousy. When I introduced Eudora to Darius during a family meal, she lavished him with praise. I spotted her caressing his arm while smiling at his quips, but I discounted it as Eudora's typical charming behavior. We hosted our engagement party at my parents' colonial-style home. Eudora assisted Mom with decorations such as hanging fairy lights and arranging flowers. Throughout the evening, I spotted her staring at Darius across the room, but when our gazes met, she would swiftly grin and raise her glass to me. Later that night, as the visitors were leaving, Mom approached me in the kitchen. "Wendy dear," she added, carefully arranging leftover appetizers. "I noticed Eudora seems quite taken with Darius." "She's just being friendly, Mom," I responded, washing champagne flutes. "Besides, she's dating that pharmaceutical rep, Edric." Mom nodded, but did not appear convinced. "Just be careful, honey. You know how your sister can get when she sees something she likes." I kissed her cheek, assuring her that everything was well. "We're adults now, Mom. Eudora's happy for me. I'm sure of it." Oh, how mistaken I was. How awful and devastatingly incorrect. 3 months before our wedding, I began to notice tiny changes in Darius. He started working later, frequently responding texts at unusual hours, always with the excuse of international clients. Our regular Friday date nights were regularly canceled owing to emergency meetings. When we were together, he appeared inattentive, continually checking his phone and giving just partial attention. More disturbing was how he began to criticize aspects of me that he had previously admired. My laughter was suddenly too loud in public. My favorite blue dress, which he had always liked, now made me appear washed out. Even my habit of reading before bed, which he had previously thought sweet, became bothersome due to the light keeping him awake. Meanwhile, Eudora began phoning more frequently, always inquiring about wedding details. "I just want everything to be perfect for my big sister," she'd add, even though Mom was doing the most of the organizing. Eudora even offered to assist with vendor meetings that I couldn't attend due to work responsibilities. Darius and I ate dinner at an upmarket Italian restaurant on a Thursday evening. He hardly made eye contact and responded to my work-related stories with one-word answers. When his phone rang for the 5th time, I had reached my limit. "Is there something more important going on elsewhere?" I inquired, attempting to maintain a pleasant tone despite my mounting displeasure. "Sorry, just work stuff," he said, placing his phone face down. "You know how it is before a product launch." Later in the week, when washing laundry, I detected a strange perfume on Darius's collar. It was flowery and thick, unlike the faint scent I wore. When confronted, Darius explained that he had spent the entire day in meetings with a potential investor, Wendy Mills, who appeared to be wearing strong perfume and embraced him farewell. The explanation appeared plausible. I wanted to believe him. I called my buddy Alina to convey my concerns about coffee the next morning. "Every relationship gets jittery before the wedding," Alina informed me as she stirred her cappuccino. "Parker and I fought constantly the month before our wedding, and now we've been married 5 years. But the knot in my gut refused to release." Mom saw my uneasiness at our weekly meal. "You seem distracted, sweetheart," she murmured, reaching across the table and touching my hand. "Wedding stress, or something else?" I mustered a smile. "Just finishing up the arrangements. Everything is fine." But everything was not fine. I began to exert more effort, wondering that perhaps I had been taking Darius for granted. I scheduled a spa day, purchased new lingerie, and tried preparing his favorite foods. He grew increasingly aloof as I tried harder. Then came the cake tasting appointment, which Darius had been looking forward to for weeks. That morning he called, claiming to have an unexpected meeting with investors. "Eudora can join you," he said. "She knows my preferences anyway." I felt terrible after I hung up. How did my sister know my fiance's cake preferences better than I did? Nevertheless, I accepted her invitation to join me. The next day when cleaning Darius's car before a dinner party, I discovered an earring trapped between the passenger seat and the center console. A dangling silver earring with a little sapphire. I immediately recognized it. It was Eudora's. My sister had worn the same earrings to my engagement party, a gift from our grandma. When I showed Darius the earring that evening, his expression was wonderfully composed. "Oh, your sister must have dropped it when I gave her a ride to the florist last week," his voice rasped. "She mentioned losing an earring." "You never told me you drove Eudora to the florist," I replied, barely above a whisper. "Didn't I?" It must have slipped my mind. It wasn't important. When I contacted Eudora, her statement matched his exactly. Too perfect. "Oh, thank goodness. I've been looking everywhere for that earring. Darius was kind enough to drive me since my car was in the shop." That night I couldn't sleep, my mind racing. Had they prepared their story? Was I paranoid? My weight began to plummet due to stress, and dark bags appeared under my eyes. I started going to a therapist without telling Darius. 3 weeks before the wedding, Darius recommended we postpone. "I'm worried about you, Wendy. You haven't been yourself lately. Maybe we're rushing things." I broke down, imploring him to tell me what was wrong, what I had done, and how I could fix it. He embraced me and assured me that everything was all right, but his eyes were vacant. That night, I awoke at 3 a.m. to discover Darius's side of the bed empty. From the hallway, I could hear his whispered words from the guest bedroom. "Not now. She'll hear us." I know. Soon, I promise." The next day, I planned to surprise Darius with lunch at his office. My father, Kelsey, called while I was leaving my apartment. "Wendy, are you eating properly? Your mother says you've lost too much weight. We're concerned." "I'm fine, Dad. Just pre-wedding jitters. I'm actually bringing Darius lunch right now." "Good. That boy better be treating my daughter like a queen." He would have known. The security man at Darius's building recognized me and waved me through with a smile. On the elevator trip to the 12th floor, I examined my reflection, attempting to smooth the worry creases that had formed between my brows. My lunch bag held Darius's favorite sandwich from the deli across from my workplace. When I arrived at the reception area, Darius' secretary Morel looked up from her computer, her eyes widening in surprise. "Wendy, we weren't expecting you today." Her attention flickered to Darius' closed office door, then back to me. "Darius is in a meeting right now." "That's okay," I responded, lifting the lunch bag. "I just brought him lunch, I can wait." Morel instantly blocked my route. "Actually, he specifically asked not to be disturbed. Perhaps I could let him know you're here." Something about her apprehensive demeanor raised my concerns. "Is he alone in there, Morel?" Her hesitancy revealed all. Before she could react, I moved past her and opened Darius's office door. I'll never forget that scene. Darius leaned against his desk, his hands on my sister's waist, her arms wrapped around his neck, and their lips locked in a passionate kiss. Neither noticed me at first, leaving me several agonizing seconds to process every aspect. Eudora's skirt pushed up, Darius tolued, and the familiarity in their embrace told of countless previous encounters. When the door closed behind me, they sprung apart. 3 frozen faces in a scene of horror. "Wendy," Darius responded immediately, adjusting his tie. "This isn't what it looks like." Eudora didn't even try such a blatant falsehood. Instead, she raised her chin defiantly. "We didn't plan this, it just happened." The peace that flooded over me was unexpected. "How long?" Darius looked at Eudora, then back at me. "Wendy, let's talk about it privately." "How long?" My voice stayed firm. "For months," Eudora said. "Since the engagement party." "For months, nearly half our engagement. While I was picking out wedding invitations and floral arrangements, they had betrayed me." Darius stepped behind his desk, distancing himself physically, as if prepared for a business meeting. "I didn't mean for this to happen, Wendy. Sometimes feelings change. I was going to tell you after." "After what?" "After the wedding? After our honeymoon?" I replied, my voice rising. He was attempting to find the appropriate moment. His voice had the studied smoothness he employed at difficult client meetings. The lunch bag fell from my grasp. "I trusted you both." "Both of you." Eudora had the grace to appear embarrassed. "It just happened, Becca. We tried to fight it." "Don't call me Becca." The childhood nickname seemed like another offense, and nothing just happens. For 5 months you made choices. Every secret call, every lie, every time you looked me in the eye, knowing what you were doing. Darius clicked the intercom button. Morel, please come in. Morel entered moments later, carefully avoiding my eyes. Please escort Wendy out. She's upset. I'm escorting myself out, I answered, my pride intact but feeling devastated inside. You deserve each other. In the elevator, the tears finally flowed. By the time I got to my car, I was hard to breathe through crying. The drive home is a haze. I just recall contacting my mother from my flat, curled up on the bathroom floor and unable to form meaningful sentences due to my crying. My mother and father arrived within an hour, using their emergency key when I couldn't bring myself to open the door. Mother held me while I told them everything, while father paced the living room, his face turning red with each detail. I'll kill him, he murmured, his palm covering his heart. Kelsey, your blood pressure? Mother admonished, while her own face was equally furious. The next few days were spent in a blur of pain. Mother assisted me in contacting vendors to cancel wedding arrangements, while father handled the financial elements. When I returned the engagement ring to Darius's apartment and left it with the doorman, I couldn't stand seeing him. Eudora had already moved in. The majority of her things were there, along with family photos arranged on shelves that used to hold mine. Darius's email about distributing our shared assets was coldly efficient, saying that Eudora had assisted him in cataloging my remaining items. The betrayal went further than I had thought. Through common friends, I discovered that they had been meeting covertly whenever I worked late or traveled for business. Eudora had purposely pursued him, making reasons to visit him alone and sending texts and images while I wasn't around. The scandal immediately spread among our social circles. Some acquaintances supported me, while others backed Darius, noting his power in the business sector. Several people stated that they had spotted Darius and Eudora flirting, but had chosen not to intervene. Their cowardice hurt nearly as much as the treachery. During those dark months, my mother became my lifeline. She gave me food when I couldn't eat, listened to my crying rants, and stayed the night when the loneliness got unbearable. She regularly attempted to arbitrate between Eudora and me, asking us both to family dinners that inevitably resulted in intense silence or bitter fights. Eudora snapped during one of these dinners when I refused to offer her the salt. You always got everything first, Wendy. The grades, the job, the apartment. For once I got something before you did. My fiancé wasn't a prize to be won, I said, my voice cracking. He was the man I loved and trusted. Mother put down her fork. Eudora Marie Thompson, apologize to your sister right now. For what? Being honest? Darius chose me. He loves me now. I stood, a napkin put on my plate. I can't do this anymore, Mom. I'm sorry. This was the last family dinner I attended with Eudora. The stress of his daughter's feud exacerbated the father's cardiac problems, necessitating medication adjustments and further doctor appointments. Mother grew older in months, the lines around her eyes deepening as she desperately strove to keep her family together. 6 months after uncovering Darius and Eudora's deception, I reached rock bottom. My therapist diagnosed me with depression and suggested medication. Work worsened as I struggled to focus, and I eventually lost a large client following a horrible presentation in which I burst into tears. My supervisor recommended a leave of absence, but I realized that staying in Boston, where memories lurked around every corner, would only exacerbate my pain. When a marketing director position arose at our Chicago branch, I applied right away. The interview went fairly well, with my need for change possibly translating as enthusiasm. 2 weeks later, I got the offer. My mother helped me pack my flat, meticulously wrapping photos and souvenirs in tissue paper. As we went through my possessions, determining what to retain and what to donate, she brought up the matter that loomed between us. Will you ever consider forgiving Eudora? She inquired, sealing a box with packing tape. I proceeded to fold sweaters without glancing up. I don't know, Mom. Not now, maybe not ever. Forgiveness isn't about them deserving it, she explained quietly. It's about freeing yourself. I am freeing myself. I'm moving to Chicago. Mother sat alongside me on the bed and took my hands in hers. Running away isn't the same as healing, sweetheart. Tears filled my eyes. I need space to even begin to heal. Can you understand that? She nodded and pulled me into a close hug. Promise you'll call. Promise you won't shut us out completely. I promise. Saying farewell to my parents was more difficult than I thought. Father held me for longer than usual, his voice rough and emotional. portrait of mother displayed alongside her closed casket, her warm smile calming some of my nerves. They eventually reached the front. Eudora hugged father, who returned it stiffly. Darius shook his hand and received merely a short nod in return. "Wendy," Eudora remarked, turning to me with a look I couldn't read. "It's been a long time." "Yes," I said simply, not trusting myself to say more. Darius nodded hesitantly. "Sorry for your loss." Xavian had moved away to speak with the funeral director, leaving me alone with them. Eudora took the opportunity. "I need to speak with you privately," she explained, gesturing into a side room. Against my better judgment, I followed her, hoping to avoid a scene at mother's burial. The small space only had a couple chairs and a box of tissues, which were plainly meant for mourners who needed private moments. Eudora closed the door behind us. Up close, I noticed small creases around her eyes that her expensive cosmetics couldn't hide. "You look thin," she said, her gaze scrutinizing me. "Grief does that," I answered plainly. She fiddled with her ring and twisted it around her finger. "Darius and I bought a summer house on Cape Cod last month. 8 bedrooms, private beach access. We're considering starting a family soon. Darius's company just acquired 2 startups, and we're renovating the 3rd floor for a nursery." "Congratulations," I murmured, my voice free of emotion. "Is there something specific you wanted to discuss about the funeral arrangements?" Her smile became harsh. "I just thought you might want to know how well we're doing." "Poor you, still alone at 38. I got the man, the money, and the mansion." The familiar pain flared quickly, and then disappeared. 6 years ago, her remarks would have crushed me. Today they appeared sad and forlorn. I grinned genuinely. "Have you met my husband yet?" I opened the door to find Xavian standing nearby. "Come meet my sister." As Xavian entered the room, Darius came behind him, apparently having observed our discussion. When the males established eye contact, Darius's face turned pale. "Forrester," he murmured, his confidence fading. "Rowan." Xavian's tone was professional but chilly. "It's been what? 7 years? Not since Macintosh acquired Initech instead of your client Comperve, right?" Darius swallowed visibly. "You two are married?" 2 wonderful years now," I replied, sliding my hand into Xavian's. "Xavian Forrester," Eudora said softly. "As in Forrester Investments?" "The same," Xavian responded. "Wendy and I met at a tech conference in San Francisco." Darius sought to regain his composure. "Forrester, we should catch up sometime. I've been meaning to reach out about potential collaborations." "My schedule is quite full," Xavian said politely but firmly. "But you can contact my office if you'd like." The funeral director appeared and informed us that the service was about to begin. As we returned to the main room, rumors followed us. The connection between Xavian and Darius was well known in business circles. We had scarcely taken our seats when father grasped his chest, his face contorted with pain. "Dad," I shouted, as Xavian instantly called for assistance. We relocated father to a private room, and the funeral was temporarily postponed. A doctor among the attendees checked him and said that the cause was most likely stress rather than another heart attack. Eudora followed us with genuine concern on her face. "Is he okay? Should we call an ambulance?" Her voice trembled slightly. "The doctor says he's stable," I said, taken aback by her truthfulness. "Just overwhelmed." For 20 minutes, we sat there in awkward silence, linked only by our concern for our father. When he insisted on continuing with the service, we returned to the main chamber, with the brief crisis resulting in an unexpected truce. The funeral was both beautiful and tragic. I offered a eulogy that emphasized mother's kindness, courage, and steadfast love for her family. When Eudora rose to speak after me, she hesitated after only a few sentences, her eyes welling with tears. Without thinking, I stepped to her side and rested my hand on her back. "It's okay," I said quietly. "Take your time." She composed herself and finished her homage to our mother with anecdotes from our childhood that elicited tears and soft laughter from the audience. As we placed mother to rest in the cemetery, a gentle rain poured. I noticed Darius standing apart from the rest of the group, checking his watch constantly. Eudora stayed by father's side, her previous swagger replaced by sincere anguish. The reception at my parents' house was filled with people bringing casseroles and sharing memories. Darius drank considerably, and his uneasiness was obvious as numerous business associates engaged Xavian in animated conversation. I overheard pieces of Darius's company failing with recent acquisitions, and wondered whether Eudora's bravado was a mask for financial problems. Throughout the day, I kept the dignity mother would have expected, focusing on supporting father and honoring her memory, rather than lingering on previous scars. As visitors began to leave, I noticed Eudora observing me from across the room, her look unreadable but seemingly softer than before. The day following the funeral, Zevian had an important board meeting in Chicago. "Are you sure you'll be okay if I go?" he said, preparing his overnight bag. "I can reschedule." "Dad needs help sorting through Mom's things," I explained. "I should stay a few more days." "I'll be fine." After dropping Zevian off at the airport, I returned to my parents' house to find Father sitting in Mother's garden with a photo album open on his lap. "She labeled everything," he explained, displaying me Mother's clean handwriting beneath each photo. "Said someday we'd appreciate knowing who is who." That afternoon, I started the unpleasant chore of sorting through Mother's closet. Each dress evoked memories: the blue one from my college graduation, the flowery print she wore to Sunday brunches, and the exquisite gray she chose for my engagement celebration. I found myself talking to her while I worked, telling her about my life in Chicago, my job, and my happiness with Zevian. In her nightstand drawer, I noticed a soft leather-bound journal. Mother has kept a journal inside for the past 10 years. Many people addressed her daughters, her desire for our reunification, and her anguish about the schism between us. The last entry, dated only 2 weeks before her death, read, "My greatest regret is leaving with my girls still estranged. Alara always fixed things, but I couldn't fix this. I pray they find their way back to each other somehow." I was wiping away tears when the doorbell rang. Eudora was standing alone on the porch when I looked out the front window. There's no sign of Darius's car in the driveway. Father had gone to his brother's house for dinner, leaving me alone with my sister. I opened the door, not sure what to expect. "Hi," she said simply. "Can I come in?" In the kitchen, I made coffee while Eudora sat quietly at the table. She appeared different without Darius by her side. Smaller, less fake. "Where's Darius?" I finally asked, setting a mug in front of her. "At home. He doesn't know I'm here." She wrapped her hands around the mug but didn't sip. The stillness stretched between us, years of unspoken words creating a tangible barrier. "I'm sorry about yesterday," she finally said. "What I said in that room at the funeral home, it was cruel and completely inappropriate." I nodded, acknowledging her apologies but not instantly accepting it. "I saw Mom's journal," she added. "Dad showed it to me last night. Her last wish was for us to reconcile." "I found it too," I said. "But reconciliation requires more than just proximity, Eudora. It needs honesty." She looked up, tears in her eyes. "You want honesty? Here's honesty. I'm miserable, Wendy. I have been almost since the beginning." The dam cracked, and words poured forth between sobs. Darius had changed quickly after their wedding, becoming domineering and critical. His company had been failing for years, and each new acquisition was an attempt to save a sinking ship. The mansions, automobiles and holidays were all financed with rising debt. Their marriage was a carefully crafted front for business connections and social status. "He monitors my spending, checks my phone, questions my every movement," she told me. "The Darius you knew doesn't exist anymore. Maybe he never did." "Why stay?" I inquired. "Shame," she replied promptly. "How could I admit what I'd done to you? Destroyed our family for something that turned out to be a mirage. And then there's the prenup. I leave with nothing." I moved Mother's journal across the table. "Read the rest of her entries." Eudora shed more tears as she read. She finally looked up, her face raw with passion. She knew. She saw through everything. Mom always did. I agreed. Eudora murmured. "I have hated myself for years. Every time Mom mentioned you, she gladly highlighted your accomplishments. I felt the consequences of what I'd done. Wendy, I'm intending to leave him. I have been privately consulting a lawyer. My emotions were mixed, with a sense of vindication and unexpected tenderness. The sister who had caused me so much pain was facing consequences that I would not wish on anyone. I do not expect forgiveness," she continued. "I do not deserve it. But I needed to tell you the truth before I blew up my life again." We spent the next several hours together going through Mother's possessions, sharing sad and loving memories. Eudora recalled her mother teaching us how to prepare cookies, and how she never mixed the various batches because I favored chocolate chip and Eudora chose sugar cookies. Eudora remarked, laughing through tears. Remember how she used to leave notes in our lunchboxes? Different messages every day. I nodded. She never repeated one. We were not quickly healed. The wounds were too deep for immediate closure. But when dusk set, something changed between us, with mother's love forming a delicate bridge over years of hurt. What will you do? I inquired as Eudora prepared to depart. File for divorce when my lawyer says the timing is right. Rent a small apartment, start over. She was standing at the entrance. What about you? Will you go back to Chicago? Yes, my life is there now with Zevian. You seem happy, she said, rather than asking a question. I am truly happy. I'm glad, she added. One of us should be. We exchanged quick, awkward hugs before she went. It wasn't forgiveness yet, but it was a start. Back in Chicago, I settled into life with Zevian R. Brownstone and a fulfilling career. 6 months after my mother's passing, I learned I was pregnant. After years of trying, the mother's elation was tinged by regret, knowing she would not be able to meet her grandchild. But I sensed her presence at peaceful moments. Eudora and I maintained careful touch via phone calls. She had filed for divorce and relocated to a modest apartment, working at a tiny marketing agency. The gossip and censure she encountered in Boston's social circles were difficult, but she appeared determined to rebuild authentically. The route that brought me here was not one I would have chosen. Losing Darius looked to be the end of my world, but it was actually the start of a far better one. With Zevian, I discovered not just love, but also partnership, respect, and unfailing support. His success never overwhelmed mine, rather, it complemented it, and we grew stronger together. Mother had been correct in stating that forgiveness is for ourselves, rather than others. The weight of wrath and bitterness had gradually lifted, allowing me to see my past clearly, and my future with optimism. Although the wounds lingered, they no longer defined me. As I sat in our nursery, Zevian painting the walls a soothing green, I considered the things I would eventually teach our child. How loss can lead to finding. How endings make space for new beginnings. How our most difficult experiences frequently lead us to our real path. My life had become richer and more authentic than I could have dreamed during those sad days 6 years ago. Not because of the betrayal, but because it forced me to rebuild with greater insight and aim.
My sister-in-law secretly recorded me in labor and posted it online for money. My sister-in-law Brittany has been obsessed with becoming an influencer for years. 20,000 followers, barely any engagement, constantly begging the family to be in her content. I always refused. I value my privacy, especially when I got pregnant. I made it crystal clear. No photos of me pregnant, no baby shower content, and absolutely no filming during delivery. My husband Kyle backed me completely, and we even chose a hospital with strict no filming policies. Brittany acted disappointed but supportive. Your birth, your rules, she chirped. She even volunteered to wait outside during labor. When my water broke at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday, Kyle called his family while we raced to the hospital. Brittany showed up an hour later with coffee for Kyle. I'll keep everyone updated from the waiting room, she promised. Transition labor hit like a brick wall. Kyle looked pale and overwhelmed, so the nurse suggested he take a 5-minute break. I could barely speak through the pain when Brittany stepped in. I'll stay with her, she said. And she did, holding my hand, encouraging me through contractions. For a moment, I genuinely felt grateful. Labor lasted 18 hours. Brittany rotated in whenever Kyle needed a moment. She saw everything. Me screaming, crying, exposed, begging for it to be over. She saw things most people never want anyone outside their spouse or doctor to witness. Our daughter Jenna was born at 8 p.m. Brittany cried with us, took a few pictures that we approved, and hugged me like she was truly part of something sacred. 3 weeks later, my phone exploded. Missed calls, messages, notifications. My mom's voice was frantic. Have you seen what Brittany posted? My stomach dropped. She promised she didn't film anything. Check TikTok, now. The first thing I saw was Brittany's viral video. Watching my sister-in-law give birth, emotional, gone wrong. I felt the blood drain from my body. She had hidden cameras, one in her purse, another in her coffee cup, a button camera on her shirt. 20 hours of footage turned into a documentary. It showed everything. Me fully exposed, spread open, crowning shots, angles even Kyle hadn't seen. Me sobbing that I wanted to die, screaming at Kyle that labor was his fault. The doctor discussing my 3rd-degree tear in graphic detail. Me defecating while pushing. My body at its most vulnerable moment broadcast to millions. The comments were vicious. People mocking my body, my pain, my performance. Someone screenshot my crowning moment and turned it into a meme. My vagina was literally a meme. But the worst part wasn't the humiliation. She monetized it. She sold unedited footage to a birth fetish website for $49.99 and made over $75,000 in 3 weeks. I called Kyle sobbing. He was already racing home. Don't do anything. I'm handling it. But I couldn't stop watching as Brittany uploaded more videos. Day in the life with my postpartum SIL. She doesn't know I'm filming. Clips of me crying from breastfeeding pain. My bloody postpartum pads in the trash. Shots of me looking exhausted and swollen. When Kyle got home, he slammed the door. I called a lawyer. We're suing her. Everything is coming down. It's too late, I whispered. It's everywhere. Even on porn sites. Then Kyle's mom called. Did you give Brittany permission for the documentary? What documentary? TLC bought the rights for a new show. She says you signed a release. My heart stopped. I never signed anything. She sent a screenshot. A release with my signature dated the day I gave birth. It hit me. During transition, Brittany had shoved a clipboard into my hand. Hospital needs this signed, she said. I was delirious with pain. I signed blindly. Kyle called Brittany and put her on speaker. It's just content, she said cheerfully. You're being dramatic. Everyone gives birth. You filmed her vagina, Kyle yelled. You sold the footage. It's educational content, raising awareness, and she signed the release. She was in labor. It's still legally binding. My lawyer checked. I grabbed the phone. Take it down or I swear. You can't ruin me. The hospital loves the publicity. They made your birth their beautiful birth story of the month. I checked. My exposed body was on the hospital's official webpage. That night I got DMs from strangers. I bought your birth video. You looked prettier pregnant. Those stretch marks though. Yikes. My wife passed out watching you push. Too graphic. My milk dried up. Jenna cried nonstop. Kyle spent hours with lawyers. And Brittany posted a teary video about how we were bullying her for being successful. Her followers attacked us, calling us jealous, abusive, controlling. A week later, my principal called. Parents had seen the videos. I was a kindergarten teacher. I was placed on administrative leave. Then came a registered letter from TLC. They were moving forward with Brittany's show. The contract she signed granted them rights to all footage of the birth mother for 2 years. My lawyer explained the nightmare. The release form is questionable, but it will take years to challenge. And she has text messages claiming you asked her to film. The screenshots showed messages from my number. Make sure you get everything. This will make us famous. Kyle stepped in. These were sent while she was pushing. She couldn't have used her phone. The lawyer nodded grimly. Proving she had your phone is possible, but difficult. That night, the local news aired a segment. Brittany cried on camera, claiming I begged her to film and was now jealous. But then, a nurse from my delivery room spoke out. I saw multiple hidden cameras. The patient had no idea. The hospital brushed it off. They threatened my job for speaking up. We're filing a joint lawsuit. My phone rang again. Unknown number. Is this Jenna's mom? I'm a producer at Netflix. We're doing a documentary on consent and social media abuse. We want to buy exclusive rights to your story and dismantle TLC's claim. I just want the videos gone, I whispered. We can make that happen. But you need to see something first. He emailed screenshots from Brittany's secret Instagram, her Project Birth page. She'd been planning for months, staging everything, including a post that made me physically nauseous. Final phase tomorrow. Slip her the Pitocin during visit. Labor should start within hours. She drugged me. She induced my labor without consent. And the producer added, she's done this before. You weren't her first victim. I stare at the producer's email showing Brittany's secret Instagram page where she'd been planning Project Birth for months, and the words, slip her the Pitocin during visit, make my hands shake so violently I nearly drop my phone. She didn't just violate my privacy. She drugged me to induce my labor without consent so she could film it on her schedule. Kyle reads over my shoulder and his face goes completely white before he grabs his car keys, saying he's driving to Brittany's apartment right now to confront her. I stop Kyle at the door because charging over there angry could hurt our legal case, and we call Brian Austin instead. The privacy attorney the Netflix producer recommended answers, even though it's 9 p.m. and listens to everything. He tells us not to contact Brittany directly, because we need law enforcement involved immediately for the drugging evidence. He says this transforms the case from privacy violation to assault, and he's calling a detective he knows tonight. Detective Ramona Gilmore arrives at our house by 10 p.m. with another officer, and she's all business as she photographs the Instagram screenshots on my phone. She explains that giving someone medication without consent is a serious crime, and combined with the hidden cameras and exploitation, Brittany is facing multiple felony charges. Ramona asks detailed questions about the timeline. When did Brittany visit before my water broke? What did she bring me? Did I eat or drink anything she provided? I remember Brittany bringing me herbal tea that afternoon, claiming it would help with late pregnancy discomfort, and I drank the whole cup because I trusted her completely. Kyle confirms he saw her in our kitchen alone for several minutes, and Ramona notes this as opportunity to tamper with my drink. She bags the teacup that's still in our sink as potential evidence, though she warns that proving what was in it weeks later will be challenging. Ramona contacts the hospital immediately to secure my complete medical records, specifically looking for when contractions started and how quickly labor progressed. She explains that Pitocin typically causes faster, more intense labor than natural onset, and the medical timeline might show suspicious patterns. The hospital initially resists releasing records at night, but Ramona threatens a warrant and they comply within an hour. By midnight, we're reviewing my medical chart with Ramona, and the labor nurse's notes show my contractions went from 0 to active labor unusually fast. The pattern is consistent with artificial induction. There's also a note that I seemed confused about timeline when admitted, thinking my water had broken naturally at home. Ramona circles this as evidence that I didn't understand what was happening to my body, because Brittany had chemically altered it. The next morning, Brian Austin arrives with a forensic tech specialist who examines all of Brittany's posted videos frame by frame. They're looking for evidence of the hidden cameras themselves and timestamps that prove premeditation. The tech finds reflections in windows and mirrors, showing Brittany adjusting her button camera and metadata, revealing she'd been recording for hours before I even knew I was in labor. Brian explains our legal strategy. We'll pursue both criminal charges through Ramona's investigation and civil lawsuits against Brittany, TLC, and the hospital. The criminal case addresses the assault and unauthorized recording, while civil suits target the financial exploitation and institutional negligence. He warns this will take months and be emotionally draining, but the evidence is stronger than most cases he's seen. Kyle's mom, Jacqueline, calls demanding to know why police visited Brittany's apartment that morning with a search warrant. Kyle puts her on speaker and tells her everything. The drugging evidence, the premeditation, the previous victims the producer mentioned. Jacqueline's voice wavers between disbelief and defensiveness, insisting Brittany wouldn't drug anyone, until Kyle asks point blank if she wants to see the Instagram posts where Brittany literally planned it in writing. Jacqueline goes silent for a long moment, then asks to see the evidence herself because she needs to understand what her daughter actually did. We send her screenshots, and an hour later she calls back crying, saying she had no idea Brittany was capable of this level of deception and violation. She promises to cooperate fully with the investigation, though I can hear her heart breaking over the phone as she processes that her daughter is a predator. Ramona called the next morning while I was feeding Jenna. Her voice had that careful tone cops use when they're about to drop something heavy. They'd executed the search warrant at Brittany's apartment at dawn and seized everything: 3 computers, 2 phones, a tablet, and 6 different camera devices. The forensic tech was already pulling files, and what they found made Ramona pause. Folders. Dozens of folders organized by women's names, each containing similar footage to mine. Medical situations, vulnerable moments, intimate procedures. Some dated back 2 years. Brittany hadn't stumbled into this. She'd built an entire business exploiting women when they were too weak or distracted to notice cameras. The fetish website communications showed regular uploads, negotiated pricing, requests for specific types of content. She'd been doing this systematically, targeting women in hospitals, clinics, even a dentist's office where someone was under sedation. My hands shook so badly I had to put Jenna down in her bassinet. Ramona was working to identify the other victims, though many of the folder names were just first names or nicknames. Some women might never know they were filmed. The realization hit me like ice water. Brittany chose me specifically because I was family. She had access other victims wouldn't give a stranger. She could walk into my hospital room, sit beside my bed, hold my hand while secretly recording everything. The trust made her job easier. Kyle came home early from work and found me staring at my phone, Jenna crying because I'd forgotten to burp her. He took the baby and listened while I repeated everything Ramona said. His face went gray when I got to the part about 2 years of victims. His sister hadn't made one terrible mistake. She was a predator who'd refined her methods over dozens of violations. Brian called an hour later with news that moved faster than I expected from the legal system. He'd filed an emergency motion that morning to freeze Brittany's bank accounts, and the judge granted it by noon. The $75,000 she'd made from my footage was now locked down, inaccessible until the criminal case resolved. Brian also filed for an immediate injunction against TLC, demanding they halt all broadcast plans for Brittany's show. TLC's lawyers responded within hours, fighting hard. Their argument was simple. Brittany signed a valid contract. I signed a release form. Everything was legal and binding. But Brian had ammunition now. The criminal investigation changed everything. He told the judge about the drugging evidence, the premeditation, the hidden cameras, the other victims. The judge ordered a hearing for the following week to determine whether TLC's contract was obtained through fraud. Brian sounded almost excited when he explained how corporate stonewalling often backfired once evidence proved wrongdoing. TLC thought they had an airtight contract, but contracts signed under duress or based on fraudulent representations weren't worth the paper they were printed on. Kyle's mom called that evening,
her voice small and broken. She'd been contacted by police as part of their investigation, asked about Brittany's behavior over the past few years. Had Jacqueline noticed anything unusual? Any comments about filming people without permission? Any unexplained income? No. Jacqueline was crying as she asked if we thought Brittany could really be helped, if there was treatment for whatever was wrong with her. Kyle's jaw tightened, but he kept his voice gentle as he explained that Brittany wasn't sick, she was calculating. The Instagram posts proved she'd planned everything methodically. The 2 years of victims proved she knew exactly what she was doing, and chose to do it anyway. Jacqueline went quiet for a long time, then asked if she could see the evidence herself, because she needed to stop defending someone she didn't actually know anymore. I had to return to the hospital the following Tuesday for a 6-week postpartum checkup. Walking through those automatic doors made my chest tighten until breathing felt like work. These were the same hallways where Brittany had violated me, the same nurses' station where staff were ignored Winter's concerns, the same building that put my exposed body on their website for promotional content. My hands were shaking as I checked in, and the receptionist's cheerful greeting felt like she was speaking a foreign language. Winter spotted me in the hallway outside the OB clinic. She looked thinner than I remembered, her scrubs hanging loose like she'd lost weight from stress. She approached carefully, the way you'd approach a scared animal, and asked if we could talk privately. Her voice was nervous but determined, and something in her expression made me agree. We found an empty consultation room down the hall, one of those small spaces with a desk and 2 chairs and motivational posters about healthy pregnancies. Winter closed the door and immediately started apologizing, words tumbling out fast like she'd been rehearsing them. She'd documented everything that day, every hidden camera she spotted, every time she brought concerns to her supervisor, every dismissive response from the hospital administration. She'd kept copies of her nursing notes, screenshots of the emails she sent flagging the suspicious filming, even photos she'd taken of Brittany's button camera when she noticed it during a position change. Winter had been placed on administrative leave after speaking to the news, told she violated patient privacy by discussing my case publicly. But she had everything backed up at home, and she was willing to testify about the hospital's complete failure to protect me. Her voice shook as she apologized for not doing more in the moment, for not physically removing Brittany from the room or calling security. I reached across the desk and squeezed her hand, thanking her for being the only person who even tried. She was the one staff member who saw something wrong and refused to ignore it, even when it cost her job. Winter offered to connect me with the hospital's patient advocate, though she warned me the woman usually protected the institution rather than patients. We walked together to the advocate's office, a corner room with windows overlooking the parking lot and furniture that looked expensive enough to suggest the hospital took patient relations seriously, in theory, if not practice. The advocate, a middle-aged woman in a blazer with a frozen smile, gestured for me to sit. She offered a generic apology about my experience and vague promises of policy review, but refused to admit the hospital did anything wrong. Every sentence was carefully worded to avoid liability. Unfortunate situation, instead of violation. Reviewing protocols, instead of acknowledging failure. When I mentioned that my lawyer was preparing a lawsuit, her smile disappeared completely. She stood up, handed me a business card, and said all further communication needed to go through the hospital's legal department. The meeting lasted less than 10 minutes. Winter walked me back to the elevator, apologizing again for how useless that conversation was. She'd warned me, but experiencing the institutional brush-off firsthand still felt like a slap. The hospital cared more about protecting itself than acknowledging they'd let someone film my birth without interference. Barrett Snyder sent a formal letter 2 days later. The hospital administrator's response was everything Brian had hoped for: defensive, dismissive, and documented. The letter claimed the hospital staff followed all protocols and had no reason to suspect unauthorized filming. It refused to acknowledge Winter's concerns, or explain why they'd featured my birth on their website, without verifying I'd consented to public promotion. The tone was corporate arrogance wrapped in legal language, insisting the hospital bore zero responsibility for what happened in their facility. Brian actually smiled when he read it, explaining that this kind of stonewalling often destroyed defendants in court. Juries hated institutions that refused to admit obvious mistakes, and this letter would look terrible when Winter testified about being silenced. Brian immediately filed subpoenas for all hospital communications about my birth, emails between administrators, staff meeting minutes, any documentation about their decision to use my delivery for promotional content. He was building a case that the hospital not only failed to protect me, but actively profited from my violation by using it for marketing. The TLC hearing arrived the following Thursday at the county courthouse. Kyle and I sat behind Brian at a long table facing the judge, while TLC's legal team filled the opposite side with 3 lawyers in expensive suits. The courtroom was smaller than I expected, wood-paneled and formal, with a bailiff standing near the door and a court reporter typing every word. TLC's lead lawyer stood first, arguing that the release form I signed was legally binding regardless of circumstances. He held up a copy of my signature, pointing out that I was an adult who signed a legal document.
The circumstances of signing didn't matter, only the signature itself. Brian stood for our response, and his voice was calm but sharp as he countered with expert testimony. He'd brought a medical expert who explained capacity to consent during active labor, comparing it to signing contracts under the influence of heavy drugs. The judge watched video clips Brian had prepared, footage of me during transition, clearly delirious with pain, barely able to speak coherent sentences. The judge's expression shifted from neutral to disturbed as she watched me screaming and crying, obviously not in any state to understand legal documents. She leaned forward and asked TLC's lawyer directly how anyone could claim I had the mental capacity to comprehend what I was signing in that condition. TLC's lawyer made a critical mistake then. He argued that birth was a natural process, and I should have expected to be filmed in a hospital setting, that medical facilities were inherently public spaces where privacy expectations were reduced. The judge cut him off mid-sentence, her voice sharp enough to make everyone in the courtroom sit up straighter. She stated clearly that medical procedures required informed consent, and nothing about hidden cameras was standard hospital practice. Patients had every right to expect privacy during vulnerable medical moments, and suggesting otherwise was absurd. She granted our injunction immediately, halting all of TLC's broadcast plans pending resolution of the criminal case against Britney. She also ordered TLC to surrender all footage to the court for safekeeping, ensuring they couldn't edit or distribute it while the case proceeded. Brian squeezed my shoulder as we left the courtroom, and I felt like I could breathe properly for the first time in weeks. TLC's show wasn't happening. The footage was locked away. We'd won something real. Britney's lawyer reached out to Brian that same afternoon, which told us everything about how confident they felt about trial. Lawyers don't ask about plea deals when they think they can win. Brian refused to discuss any deal until we saw the full scope of charges, but he called to tell us the contact had been made. Ramona confirmed later that evening that the district attorney was preparing a multi-count indictment. The charges were stacking up: assault for the drugging, unauthorized recording in a private space, exploitation of intimate images, fraud related to the forged release form, and potentially more depending on what they found in Britney's files about other victims. Chandler Bright, the prosecutor assigned to the case, was known for taking digital exploitation seriously. Ramona said he'd already spent hours reviewing evidence and was building something comprehensive. The criminal case was moving forward with momentum that felt almost frightening after weeks of feeling powerless. Britney was going to face real consequences, and the evidence was strong enough that even her lawyer knew it. Tamara called 3 days later with a formal offer. She wanted to document everything as part of her Netflix series on consent violations in social media. Complete editorial control would stay with us. We'd approve every frame before anything aired. The payment would cover our legal costs and then some. Kyle and I sat at our kitchen table staring at the contract she'd emailed. More cameras felt wrong after what Britney did. The idea of filming anything made my skin crawl. But Brian pointed out something we hadn't considered. Britney was all over social media playing victim. Her followers believed her version, where I was jealous and vindictive. We had no voice in this story she'd created. The documentary could give us that voice. Kyle rubbed his face with both hands. Jenna was asleep in her bassinet next to us. He asked if I could handle being on camera again. I thought about the viral videos, the memes, the comments mocking my body. Strangers had already seen me at my most vulnerable. Maybe controlling the narrative this time would feel different. Maybe taking back the story Britney stole would help me heal. We called Brian and talked through every detail. He reviewed the contract line by line. No footage of Jenna, no recreations of the birth. We approve everything before broadcast. Tamara had included every protection we'd asked for. Brian said it was the most favorable documentary agreement he'd ever seen. We signed it that night. Tamara arrived the following week with a small crew. Just her, a camera operator, and a sound technician. She set up in our living room with soft lighting that didn't feel clinical or harsh. She started by asking us to tell her what happened in our own words. Kyle held my hand as I described trusting Britney during labor. The hidden cameras, the viral videos, finding out she'd drugged me. Tamara didn't interrupt or redirect. She just listened and let me talk. When I got to the part about my crowning moment becoming a meme, my voice cracked. Tamara stopped filming immediately and asked if I needed a break. We sat there for 10 minutes while I collected myself. Then I asked her to start recording again. I wanted to finish. Talking on camera felt different from I'd expected. Not exploitative or invasive. More like reclaiming something that had been taken. Like I was taking back the story Britney had stolen and telling it the way it actually happened. Tamara filmed for 3 hours that first day. She asked about the emotional impact, the professional consequences, the ongoing legal battles. She treated us like people, not content. When she left, Kyle said he actually felt better having talked through it all. I realized I did too. Ramona called 2 days later with news about Britney's seized files. She'd found folders labeled with 3 other women's names. All contained similar footage to what Britney had taken of me. Medical situations, vulnerable moments, hidden camera angles. One woman named Demi Potter had agreed to meet with me.
Ramona gave me her number and said Demi wanted to talk to another victim. I called that afternoon. Demi's voice shook when she answered. We agreed to meet at a coffee shop the next morning. I got there early and sat in a corner booth. Demi walked in 10 minutes later looking around nervously. She was younger than me, maybe mid-20s. Her hands trembled as she sat down. She ordered tea she never drank. Then she told me what Brittany had done to her. Demi had been 16 weeks pregnant when she started bleeding. Brittany had been working as a doula and showed up at the hospital offering support. Demi thought she was there to help. Instead, Brittany filmed everything. The miscarriage. Demi crying. The doctor explaining she'd lost the baby. All of it captured on hidden cameras. Brittany sold that footage to the same fetish website. Demi only found out 6 months later when someone recognized her and sent her the link. Listening to Demi made me physically sick. What Brittany did to me was horrible. But exploiting someone during pregnancy loss felt even more predatory. Demi kept apologizing for crying. I reached across the table and held her hand. She explained that she never reported it because she was ashamed. Brittany was a family friend. Who would believe that someone trusted to support women through childbirth would secretly film their trauma and sell it? But now she wanted to press charges. She wanted Brittany to face consequences for what she'd done. Ramona had already told her this would help both our cases. Pattern evidence showing Brittany had done this multiple times. It proved premeditation and predatory behavior. Demi asked if I thought she was stupid for trusting Brittany. I told her the same thing I kept telling myself. We weren't stupid. Brittany was calculating and manipulative. She targeted vulnerable women during medical crises when we couldn't protect ourselves. That made her a predator, not us victims. Ramona updated us about the other 2 victims later that week. One had moved to another state and wasn't returning calls. The other was too traumatized to participate in prosecution. She'd seen Demi's name in the case files and explicitly said she couldn't handle going through a trial. Ramona respected that decision but said it meant our case relied heavily on me and Demi. We decided to move forward together. Demi texted me that night asking if we could stay in touch. I suggested starting a private group chat where we could vent about the investigation and share coping strategies. She added me immediately. We started messaging daily about everything from dealing with lawyers to managing trauma triggers. Having someone who understood exactly what I was going through made the whole process feel less isolating. Demi got it in a way even Kyle couldn't. She knew what it felt like to have your most vulnerable moment turned into entertainment for strangers. My principal called requesting a meeting about my employment status. The message was formal and cold. I knew what it meant. Parents were still concerned about the videos. The school board was involved now. I asked Brian to come with me as my representative. We arrived at the principal's office on a Tuesday afternoon. She sat behind her desk looking uncomfortable. 2 school board members were there too. The principal explained that parents had been calling constantly. They'd seen the videos online. Some were threatening to pull their kids from my class. The school board was pressuring her to terminate my contract. One board member said they had to consider the children's well-being. Brian didn't let me respond. He calmly laid out evidence on her desk. Police reports. The criminal investigation. Proof that I was a crime victim who'd been drugged and secretly filmed. He explained that I never created adult content or consented to any recording. Then he looked directly at the board members and said that firing me would constitute illegal retaliation against a victim of sexual exploitation. He had case law ready. Precedents where schools had been sued for exactly this kind of discrimination. The room went quiet. The school board scheduled a closed hearing for the following week. I had to explain what happened while a dozen administrators stared at me with varying levels of sympathy and judgment. Some looked genuinely concerned. Others seemed skeptical, like they thought I must have done something to deserve this. I sat at a table facing them and described Brittany's betrayal. The hidden cameras, the drugging evidence, the ongoing criminal investigation. My voice stayed steady even though I was dying inside. Having to justify my right to keep teaching because someone violated me felt like being assaulted all over again. Brian presented Winter's testimony about witnessing the hidden cameras. He showed them the Instagram evidence of Brittany's months of planning. He made it crystal clear that I had zero knowledge or consent. One board member asked if I'd considered how this affected the school's reputation. Brian cut in before I could answer. He pointed out that punishing crime victims for being victimized would damage their reputation far more than supporting a teacher who'd done nothing wrong. The board deliberated for 2 hours while Brian and I waited in the hallway. I could hear muffled voices through the door but couldn't make out words. Brian kept checking his phone and reassuring me that we had a strong case. Finally, they called us back in. The board voted to end my administrative leave and return me to full employment. The principal looked relieved. She apologized for how parents had reacted and promised to send a letter to families clarifying that I was a crime victim. It was a victory. I got to keep my job. But the fact that I'd had to fight for it after being assaulted left me feeling bitter about how victims get treated. Like we have to prove we're innocent of our own violation. Like being exploited somehow makes us less worthy of basic respect. Brian packed up his files and said this outcome would strengthen our civil case. I just felt exhausted.
Returning to my kindergarten classroom felt surreal after everything. 5-year-olds don't know about viral videos or birth exploitation. They just wanted to show me their drawings and hear stories. Their innocence was healing in a way I didn't anticipate. Nobody asked where I'd been. They were just happy I was back. I threw myself into teaching with renewed purpose. Work became the place where I wasn't a victim. Just Ms. Teacher who does silly voices during story time and helps tie shoes and wipes tears over playground disputes. The kids didn't care about anything that happened. They cared about whether we'd do art today and if they could be line leader. That simplicity felt like medicine. Every morning I walked into that classroom and left the legal battles and trauma at the door. For 6 hours a day, I got to be someone other than the woman whose birth went viral. I got to be the teacher who made learning fun. Chandler Bright called wanting to meet about the criminal charges. Kyle and I drove to his office downtown on a Friday afternoon. Chandler was younger than I expected, maybe 40, with sharp eyes that missed nothing. He laid out the indictment he was filing against Brittany. 4 felony counts, 3 misdemeanors, assault for the drugging, unauthorized recording in a private space, exploitation of intimate images, fraud related to the forged release form, potential prison time of 8 to 15 years if convicted on all counts. Chandler was confident about the evidence. The Instagram posts showing premeditation, the forensic analysis proving the drugging, Winter's testimony about the hidden cameras, Demi's case establishing pattern behavior. But he warned us that Brittany's lawyer would try to paint her as a naive influencer who made a mistake, not a calculating predator who'd been running an exploitation business for years. The jury would need to see through that defense. Chandler asked if we were prepared for trial, for having our trauma examined in public, for facing Brittany in court. Kyle squeezed my hand. I told Chandler we were ready. We wanted Brittany to face real consequences for what she'd done. Not just to us, but to Demi and the other victims who couldn't come forward. Chandler nodded and said he'd make sure justice was served. I checked my phone the next morning and found Brittany's TikTok account completely empty. Every single video was gone. Her Instagram showed the same thing, just a blank profile with 20,000 followers and 0 posts. Her lawyer must have told her to shut everything down, which meant she knew how bad this was. But her followers didn't stop. Within hours, they started flooding social media with Free Brittany hashtags, claiming she was attacked for being successful. The comments made me sick. People calling me jealous, saying I was trying to ruin a woman's career out of spite, accusing me of lying about the whole thing. Someone even started a petition demanding charges be dropped. I threw my phone across the couch and watched it bounce off the cushions. Demi texted me 5 minutes later asking if I'd seen the hashtag. I told her I couldn't look at it anymore. She replied immediately, reminding me that none of it mattered. The evidence was what counted, not what random strangers thought on the internet. The jury would see the truth. I knew she was right, but reading those comments still made my chest tight. Kyle's mom called that afternoon. Her voice sounded small and broken when I answered. She asked if she could come visit and meet Jenna. I stood in the kitchen holding the phone, feeling this weird mix of anger and sympathy. Part of me wanted to tell her no, that she raised someone capable of drugging me and filming my birth. But another part remembered that she'd been cooperating with Ramona, that she seemed genuinely horrified by what her daughter did. Kyle took the phone from me and talked to his mom for a few minutes. After he hung up, he said she deserved a chance. She was losing her daughter to prison and just wanted to know her granddaughter. I agreed, but told him there had to be rules. 1 hour at our house. She could see Jenna, but not hold her until I felt ready. Kyle nodded and called his mom back to set it up. Jacqueline arrived Saturday morning carrying 2 gift bags and looking like she'd aged 10 years since I last saw her. Her eyes were red and puffy, and her hands shook when she set the bags down on our coffee table. She started crying the moment she saw Jenna in my arms, apologizing over and over while tears streamed down her face. She tried to explain how she missed the signs, how she never imagined Brittany could do something so cruel. The gifts she brought felt wrong somehow, like she was trying to make up for her daughter's crimes with baby clothes and stuffed animals. I had to keep reminding myself that she was grieving, that she'd lost the daughter she thought she had. Kyle sat next to his mom and put his arm around her shoulders. He told her gently, but firmly, that what Brittany did was unforgivable, that there was no excuse for drugging someone and filming them without consent. Jacqueline nodded and wiped her face with a tissue, saying she knew that she couldn't defend it anymore. She looked at Jenna with such sadness in her eyes, and I realized she was mourning not just her daughter, but also the grandmother relationship she might never fully have. After an hour, I let her hold Jenna for 5 minutes. She cried the whole time. Brian called on Monday with news that made my stomach drop. His team had been digging through Brittany's seized computers and found email exchanges with the fetish website going back almost a year. They'd been planning a birth content partnership long before I even got pregnant. Brittany had pitched herself as someone with special access to pregnant family members, essentially offering to deliver victims for their site. The emails showed her discussing payment structures, video quality requirements, and how to hide cameras effectively. She'd told them she had a sister who was due soon, which meant she'd been targeting me specifically for months. The website operators were now under federal investigation for conspiracy and exploitation. Brian said this added a whole new layer to our case because it proved Brittany wasn't just an influencer who made a bad choice. She was running a criminal operation. I hung up and sat on the floor of Jenna's nursery, trying to process that my sister had planned this for almost a year. Every family dinner, every baby shower, every time she acted supportive, she'd been plotting how to drug me and film my birth for money. Ramona called 2 days later with the forensic results from my teacup. They found traces of synthetic oxytocin, the medical-grade Pitocin used to induce labor. Brittany had somehow gotten her hands on prescription medication and slipped it into my tea without my knowledge. Ramona traced the purchase to a veterinary supply company where Brittany had used fake credentials to order it months earlier. That meant fraud charges on top of everything else, plus illegal possession of prescription drugs. Ramona explained that this evidence destroyed any possible claim that the drugging was accidental, or that I imagined it. There was physical proof that Brittany had chemically altered my body to force labor on her schedule. I asked Ramona how someone could do that to another person, especially family. She said she'd been asking herself the same question since this case started. She'd seen a lot of crimes in her career, but this level of premeditation and betrayal was rare. Tamara scheduled a joint interview with Demi and me for the Netflix documentary the following week. We met at a studio downtown where they'd set up cameras and lighting that felt less intrusive than I expected. Tamara asked us to talk about how Brittany targeted vulnerable women during medical experiences. Demi went first, describing how Brittany had posed as a supportive doula during her miscarriage, and then sold footage of her grief to strangers. Her voice stayed steady, but I could see her hands trembling in her lap. When it was my turn, I talked about the unique violation of having someone you trust exploit your body during the most vulnerable moment imaginable. How it wasn't just about privacy, but about having your physical autonomy stolen during a medical event. Tamara listened carefully and asked follow-up questions that focused on our strength and advocacy, rather than just dwelling on the trauma. By the end, I started seeing how this documentary could actually help other victims recognize when they'd been exploited and know they weren't alone. My therapist helped me work through something I'd been struggling with since Jenna was born. She called it complicated grief, the loss of the birth experience I'd planned, and how Jenna's arrival was now forever connected to Brittany's crimes. I kept telling myself I should just be grateful Jenna was healthy, that the violation didn't matter compared to having my daughter. But my therapist explained that both things could be true. I could love Jenna completely while also mourning that her birth was stolen from me. She helped me practice separating Jenna from the trauma, seeing her as the beautiful outcome even though the day she arrived was ruined. It was slow work that made me cry in every session. Some days I looked at Jenna and only felt joy. Other days I remembered hidden cameras recording me at my most exposed and felt sick. My therapist said healing wasn't linear, that I'd have good days and bad days for a long time. Winter called me in tears one evening. The hospital had cut her shifts in half and moved her to the worst rotation despite her seniority. Other nurses were treating her coldly, and her supervisor had written her up twice for minor things that normally wouldn't matter. She knew it was retaliation for speaking up about the hidden cameras. Brian added her situation to our civil lawsuit against the hospital, arguing they were punishing a whistleblower for exposing their negligence. Winter said she was scared about her career, that she'd worked so hard to become a labor and delivery nurse and now it might all be destroyed. But she also said she'd do it again, that she couldn't have stayed silent after seeing what happened to me. I told her she was braver than anyone I'd ever met, risking everything to support victims she barely knew. She said she just did what any decent person should do, which made me realize how rare that actually was. Brittany's arraignment was scheduled for a cold morning in March. I went with Kyle, Demi, and Ramona, all of us sitting in the back of the courtroom while we waited for the case to be called. When they brought Brittany in, she looked smaller than she did in her social media videos. She wore a conservative navy dress that her lawyer obviously picked out, and she kept her eyes on the floor as she walked to the defendant's table. The judge read the charges out loud. 4 felonies including assault and unauthorized recording, 3 misdemeanors. Potential 15 years in prison if convicted on everything. Brittany's voice was so quiet when she said not guilty that the judge had to ask her to repeat it. I sat there watching her and felt nothing but emptiness. No anger, no satisfaction, just this hollow feeling that this person I'd trusted had destroyed so much. The judge set bail at $100,000. Brittany's parents posted it within an hour using their house as collateral. I watched Jacqueline sign the paperwork with shaking hands, looking devastated as she put her home on the line for someone who'd committed such terrible crimes. For a second, I almost felt sorry for her. Then I remembered she was bailing out someone who drugged me, filmed me without consent, and sold the footage for profit. The judge released Brittany with strict conditions. No social media of any kind, no contact with victims, GPS monitoring bracelet, surrender of passport. Brittany nodded at each requirement, still not looking at anyone. As she left the courtroom with her parents, I realized this was just the beginning. The real trial was still months away. 2 days after Brittany left the courtroom, Brian called asking us to come to his office. Kyle and I drove there in silence, Jenna asleep in her car seat. Brian's assistant led us to a conference room where he had papers spread across the table. He looked tired but focused as he slid a document toward us. The hospital was offering $500,000 to settle the civil suit. Kyle reached for the paper, but Brian put his hand over it. The money came with one condition. We had to sign a non-disclosure agreement. We couldn't talk about what happened, couldn't tell anyone about the hospital's role, couldn't warn other patients. Brian leaned back in his chair and told us to reject it. The evidence we had was strong enough to win much more at trial. But more importantly, an NDA would silence us forever. I stared at the number on the page. $500,000 would change our lives. We could pay off the house, start Jenna's college fund, never worry about medical bills again. But then I thought about Winter losing her job for speaking up. I thought about other women giving birth in that hospital with no idea their privacy could be violated. I pushed the paper back across the table. Kyle nodded and told Brian we were rejecting the offer. Brian smiled and said that was exactly what he hoped we'd say. He started preparing for trial. 3 weeks later, Brian's paralegal came running into his office during a discovery review session. She had found something in the hospital's internal documents. Winter wasn't the first nurse to report concerns about filming in delivery rooms. There had been 3 previous complaints over the past 18 months. Different nurses, different patients, all ignored by administration. Brian spread the documents across the table, his hands shaking with excitement. One nurse reported seeing a visitor with multiple phones positioned around the room. Another noticed a woman adjusting what looked like a camera in her purse. A third documented suspicious behavior from a family member who kept leaving and returning to the delivery room. Every single complaint went to the same administrator, Barrett Snyder. Every single one was dismissed as paranoia or misunderstanding. The hospital had a pattern of ignoring warnings about privacy violations. Brian immediately filed an amended complaint adding systemic negligence charges. Within 48 hours, the hospital's lawyers called requesting another settlement meeting. This time they wanted to negotiate without an NDA. The evidence of ignored complaints changed everything. They knew a jury would crucify them for protecting their reputation over patient safety. Brian told them we'd consider their offer after they fired Barrett and implemented new privacy protocols. They agreed within a week. I was feeding Jenna in the kitchen when Kyle's phone started buzzing with notifications. He picked it up and his face went pale. Brittany had violated her bail conditions. She created a secret TikTok account under a different name and posted videos playing the victim. The posts were cryptic but clear to anyone following the case. She talked about being misunderstood.
My sister invited me to her baby shower, only to publicly announce that my late husband is the father of her baby and demand half of my inheritance. So I showed her some documents that made her turn pale. The invitation arrived in lavender cardstock with gold lettering. You're invited to celebrate baby Reynolds, my sister Claire's baby shower. I held it, feeling the expensive paper, wondering why she'd chosen my late husband's last name. David had been gone for 8 months. Cancer took him at 34, leaving me with grief and a substantial inheritance from his tech company equity. I almost didn't go. Claire and I had never been close. She was the wild child. I was the responsible one, but she was my sister, and this was her first baby. So I showed up with a gift basket and a manufactured smile. The moment I walked in, something felt wrong. The decorations were elegant, the guests abundant, but Claire's eyes tracked me like a predator. She was 7 months pregnant, glowing with something that looked more like triumph than joy. Sarah, she rushed over belly first. I'm so glad you came. We have so much to talk about. The shower proceeded normally at first. Games, gifts, the usual cooing over tiny clothes. Then Claire stood up, tapping her champagne glass. Before we do cake, I have an announcement. My stomach dropped before she even spoke. Many of, my sister, Sarah, lost her husband David earlier this year. She paused for sympathetic murmurs. What you don't know is that David and I had a special connection, a relationship that resulted in this beautiful blessing I'm carrying. The room went silent, every head turned toward me. David is this baby's father, Claire continued, one hand on her belly. Before he died, he wanted to provide for his child. Sarah, I think it's only fair that I receive half of David's estate for his son. The floor tilted. Gasps echoed around the room. My aunt dropped her plate. Claire's smile was venomous. I have texts, photos, everything documented. David loved me, he just felt trapped by his marriage vows. I sat frozen while the room erupted in whispers. My mother-in-law stood up, face red. This is outrageous. Is it? Claire pulled out her phone. I can show everyone the messages right now. Unless Sarah wants to do the right thing and share what's rightfully mine. That's when something cold settled over me because I knew something Claire didn't. I reached into my purse and pulled out a manila folder. Before we look at your messages, why don't I share some documents? Claire's confidence flickered. What documents? I stood slowly opening the folder. First, David's medical records from his cancer treatment, specifically the notes from March 2023, indicating chemotherapy had left him sterile. His oncologist documented it clearly. No viable sperm count. The room went dead silent. Second, I continued, pulling out another page. A certified letter from David's attorney dated 1 month before his death. In it, David explicitly states he had no children and names me as sole beneficiary of his entire estate. Claire's face drained of color. And finally, I said, producing the last document, a cease and desist letter I had prepared yesterday after you sent me a draft of today's little speech via text. Yes, Claire, you accidentally sent it to me instead of your boyfriend, Marcus. Her mouth opened and closed like a fish. Marcus? I said, looking directly at her. 6'2", works in construction, has that distinctive phoenix tattoo you photographed so lovingly. The same Marcus whose social media shows him at your apartment every night for the past 9 months. Someone in the crowd whispered, "Oh my God." "So here's what's going to happen," I said calmly. "You're going to announce to everyone here that you lied, that you invented the story to extort money from a widow, or I'm going to file charges for fraud, defamation, and attempted theft. And I'll make sure Marcus knows you tried pinning his baby on a dead man." Claire was shaking now, mascara running. "You have 10 seconds to decide." She crumbled, tears, apologies the whole performance. But it was too late. I'd already seen who she really was. I left the folder on the table, walked out of that baby shower, and never looked back.
My sister laid down a rule in the family group chat. No store-bought food, only homemade. So I stayed home. At 8:03 p.m. on Thanksgiving, my dad texted, "Where's the turkey? You were supposed to bring it." I'd warned them for weeks I wasn't doing it. I'm Mark, 36, a primary care doctor in the Midwest. I work 60-hour weeks, and my family still treats me like their on-call helper. My sister, stay-at-home mom and self-appointed holiday director, gets called creative. I'm the oldest kid, which somehow means my time is disposable. Now my mom keeps hinting we should reset before next year, like the problem was my tone. It didn't start with a turkey. It was 1,000 little justs. Just pick mom up. Just look at dad's meds. Just answer this rash photo. 5 years ago, dad had a heart attack and I bolted out of clinic, drove too fast, and slept in a plastic visitor chair. Mom thanked me, then praised my sister for keeping the kids calm. Holidays followed the same script. My sister hosted, but execution landed on me. One year I came straight off overnight call with bakery pies because sleep was a fantasy. Mom hugged me and immediately sent me back out for ice and drinks my sister forgot. At dinner, everyone applauded her vision while I ran errands. So when the Thanksgiving chat lit up early, I tried to be realistic. I typed, "I'm on a heavy rotation. I can bring store-bought sides or pay for a catered turkey." My sister responded, "Those are the rules. Homemade only." Her husband added, "It's just one meal. It's family." I stared at just one meal and felt that old anger simmer. When exactly was I supposed to roast a whole bird after 12-hour shifts and an overnight call? I asked it plainly. My sister shot back, "Prep the night before. You're single. You don't have kids." Translation, my time is cheaper. So I set one boundary. I will not cook a homemade turkey. I can buy a high-quality prepared one, or I'll sit this year out. Mom replied, "Don't be dramatic." Dad went quiet. My sister left me on red. I kept wondering if I was really the villain for refusing to set myself on fire. Thanksgiving week hit like a truck. By Thursday afternoon I was wrecked, but weirdly light. I had another plan. My coworkers misfit Thanksgiving for healthcare folks stuck in town. I microwaved chili, pulled on sweatpants, and packed a store-bought pie and salad. Zero guilt. Then came the moment. At 8:03, Dad's text flashed. "Where's the turkey?" After that, Mom called. I let it ring. Next, my sister called. I watched it buzz and stop. Then Dad again, louder, like volume changes reality. So I turned my ringer off. After that, I slid my phone into my jacket, and I walked out the door. At my coworker's place, the living room smelled like real turkey and stuffing. People who actually understand on call shoved a drink into my hand and told me to sit. Later, I checked my phone. It was a wall of rage. "You humiliated us. The kids are crying. Not cool. This isn't how we raised you." Like I'd committed a crime instead of keeping my word. I scrolled up and there it was, in black and white, multiple times. "I won't do a homemade turkey." I took screenshots, not to win, just to remind myself I wasn't imagining things. When I called Dad back, he finally said the quiet part out loud. "We thought you'd do what you always do." Exactly. The story they pushed was that I abandoned them, but my aunt called and asked for my side, so I sent the receipts. Her response was a long pause, then, "Oh, yeah, you warned them." Word traveled. Even the cousin who'd called me extreme texted, "Okay, I take it back." Christmas came and the group chat stayed silent. No assignments, no rules. When Mom finally invited everyone, it was simple Christmas at home. My sister cornered me and said, "You really hurt me." I asked, "Did you tell your kids the truth that I offered to buy the turkey and you said no?" She rolled her eyes. "You're always so literal." I shrugged. Literal keeps people alive. Since then, I've gone low contact in a very boring, very peaceful way. I still answer real medical questions. I don't answer "can you just" texts. And last Thanksgiving, there was a turkey on the table. It was a little dry. The gravy was lumpy. Everyone survived. I didn't sabotage anything. I stopped subsidizing their refusal to plan, and the consequences felt like an emergency to people used to me filling every gap. What would you have done, Cave, again? Or let the empty turkey spot speak for itself?
My sister sat me at the singles table at her wedding, then joked about it in front of everyone. A year later, I was the one flashing a ring, and she had to clap. The twist was that my revenge started as a fake boyfriend in a charcoal suit. I was 32, single, and my sister treated it like a character flaw. At family dinners, she'd tilt her engagement ring toward the light and sigh, "Time's ticking, Hannah." Our mom nodded like she was quoting scripture. I smiled anyway, because pushing back only made her louder. The morning of her wedding, she called with fake concern. "Today might sting for you," she cooed. "Just don't spend the night chatting up the bartender again, okay?" That's when I realized I wasn't invited as family. I was invited as entertainment. At the reception, a bridesmaid met me with a clipboard. "Table 12, she said, already turning away. Table 12 was tucked behind a pillar, right by the kitchen doors. My table mates were a few of my sister's single coworkers and my great aunt who kept asking, "Have you tried lowering your standards?" Then my sister started the tour. She grabbed my arm and dragged me to the groom's relatives like I was a prop. "This is Hannah," she announced. "She's our career girl, still focused on work instead of finding someone." His aunt patted my hand. "Don't lose hope, dear. Try a prayer group." My throat stayed tight, but my smile stayed glued on. The bouquet toss was the public execution. The DJ called for single women, and I tried to hide. A bridesmaid spotted me and shoved me into the crowd. My sister turned, held my gaze, paused, and threw the bouquet the other way. Someone caught it, and my sister laughed into the mic. "Looks like Hannah will be waiting a little longer." I walked back to table 12 with my keys digging into my palm. I grabbed my purse, ready to vanish, when a low voice said, "Act like you're with me." A tall guy in a charcoal suit slid into the chair beside mine like it was his seat. He leaned in and said, "Your sister just told my colleague you're going to die alone." Then he added, "I hate bad sportsmanship." He offered his hand. "I'm Caleb, Mark's cousin, family black sheep." I shook it because I was running on spite and adrenaline. "I'm Hannah," I said. He smirked. "Yeah, tonight's charity case." Caleb draped his arm behind my chair, close enough to sell it. Heads turned. My sister froze across the room, then started
marching toward us in her white gown like a warning sign. She hit us with that polished wedding smile. Hannah, I didn't know you knew Caleb. Caleb covered my hand with his and said, smooth as glass, old friends. She tried to pry. I didn't help her. I keep my private life private, I said. She hated that more than anything. When she finally walked off, Caleb murmured, she looks like she just bit a lemon. I laughed, loud enough for nearby tables to hear. We danced. He kept me close. People who'd pitied me earlier suddenly stared like I'd pulled off a magic trick. And right when my sister couldn't take it anymore, she cut in with poison sugar. Mind if I cut in? Then he spoke, and the room went quiet. After that, he looked her straight in the eye. Next, he said, actually, yes, we're having a moment. Then my sister's smile twitched, just barely. After that, she tried, we're just worried about her. Next, Caleb replied, no, you've been entertaining yourself. Then he added, respect her, or stop talking about her. After that, the groom shifted, uncomfortable, and pulled her away. Next, she walked off, smaller than her own gown. After that, she spent the night watching us like a hawk. Caleb got us moved to a better table with one calm request. The same relatives who gave me pity smiles now asked me questions like I suddenly mattered. I didn't forget how they treated me. I just enjoyed the whiplash. The final stab came at the garter toss. Caleb stepped forward like he was single, and my sister blurted, Caleb, you're not single. He glanced at me and said, we're taking it slow. The garter landed in his hands. The DJ yelled for a volunteer. I sat and Caleb knelt, sliding it onto my leg while my sister watched herself lose. In the parking lot, I finally exhaled. Thank you, I said. I know tonight was an act. Caleb stepped closer. What makes you think it stayed an act? He handed me a card with his number on the back. If you want to see me again, call. Months later, we were actually dating. 1 year after her wedding, he proposed at the same hotel. My sister had to congratulate me with that tight, painful smile. And the real revenge wasn't landing a man. It was realizing I never needed her approval. What would you have done if your sibling pulled this stunt? Drop your take in the comments. My sister screamed, move your crap, and dumped my files onto the floor. Then she pointed at the door and told me to work from Starbucks. I didn't argue. I just walked out of my own $8.7 million building. The next morning at 7:30 a.m., she got an eviction notice. I'm Sarah. In my family, my older sister Jessica was the trophy, and I was the footnote. My parents bragged about her promotions and her big plans. If they mentioned me at all, it was, Sarah still does that coding thing, right? So I learned to smile and disappear. While Jessica chased titles, I took one risky bet. I bought extra options at a startup with almost all my savings. Everyone called it stupid. Then the company got acquired, and my shares turned into millions. I didn't announce it. I hired an advisor and started buying assets. In 2019, I bought a 4-story office building in Mountain View through an LLC. I stayed anonymous on purpose and hired a property manager to run it. The building paid me every month quietly while my family kept assuming I was just an engineer. Then Jessica quit her job to start a wellness brand. It looked shiny online, but the numbers were a mess. Still, she wanted the startup image. So in 2023, she asked if I knew any office space in Mountain View. I told my manager to lease her a unit at market rate and keep my name out of it. She happily signed and joked at dinner. The landlord is some faceless investment company. By late 2023, she started missing rent. One late payment became a pattern. I didn't lecture her. I let my management company send notices like they would for anyone else. At dinner, she'd rant about corporate vultures while I chewed my food and listened to her blame everyone but herself. In March 2024, she stopped paying completely. That night, she called me crying and begged for a loan to buy 30 more days because an investor was coming soon. I told her no. She snapped, some sister you are, and hung up. 2 weeks later, I was at the building for a routine meeting when security called about noise in Jessica's unit. I rode the elevator up and walked into chaos. Boxes everywhere. Products stacked in the conference room. Her office had turned into a warehouse. She was barking orders and shoving someone's desk aside like it was nothing. I pointed at a co-founder's workspace. Whose desk is that? Jessica shrugged. He can work from home. We need storage. I said, that's a lease violation. She laughed. How would you know what the lease says? I took one breath, then I said it slow and clean. Because I own the building. Silence hit like a wall. An employee froze mid-step. Jessica's face twitched like her brain refused the sentence. No, you don't. I nodded. My LLC bought this place. You've been paying rent to me. Her shock flipped into rage. You let me struggle, she hissed. You watched me drown. I said, you signed a contract and didn't pay it. She spat. You're so cold. I said, and you're 3 months delinquent. Then she grabbed my files off the desk. She dumped them onto the floor. Paper scattered like confetti. She screamed, move your crap. Work from Starbucks. And in that second, she wasn't a founder or a visionary. She was just my sister, treating me like I didn't matter. I didn't raise my voice. I said, you have until end of day to remove the inventory. Then I walked out and told my manager, document everything, send the violation notice, proceed with eviction. Jessica showed up the next morning with a cashier's check and tears in the lobby. Too late, the case was already moving, and now she'd handed us a second reason to remove her. My parents tried to turn it into a family meeting. Jessica begged. My mom cried. My dad asked me to be flexible. I finally said what I'd swallowed for 30 years. You were proud of her. I was just there. No one could deny it. The eviction stood. Jessica moved out before the deadline, and her company collapsed a few weeks later. The funniest part? Unit 3B got released almost immediately, for more rent. A few months later, Jessica's husband met me for coffee and admitted quietly, it was dying anyway. He said the office was just a stage set she couldn't afford. My mom eventually called and apologized for not seeing me. It was the first time she asked about my life and actually listened. Jessica still won't speak to me. Fine. Family doesn't get a free pass to exploit you. Love doesn't mean you finance someone's bad choices. And silence isn't weakness. Sometimes it's strategy. What would you have done? Save her anyway, or let the consequences hit?
My sister sent me a photo of her lunch and said, remember this restaurant? We'd never eaten there. I knew exactly what she meant. When we were teenagers, our mom was married to a man who made our lives hell for 4 years. We developed a system. If either of us ever felt unsafe again, we'd send a random food photo and ask if the other remembered eating there. It meant come get me now and don't ask questions. We'd used it twice in high school, both times when mom's boyfriend came home drunk and looking for trouble. That was 16 years ago. My sister Vanessa had been married to Grant for 3 years, and I thought she was happy. They had a nice house, 2 dogs, and she always posted smiling photos on Instagram. But when that text came through at 9 p.m. on a Thursday, my blood ran cold. My hands were already reaching for my keys before I finished reading her message. I texted back, on my way, leave your location on. She replied with a pin drop and nothing else.
everything else. The drive to her house was 40 minutes, and I broke every speed limit. I kept checking my phone, waiting for another message, but nothing came. When I pulled onto her street, I saw Grant's truck in the driveway. I parked 3 houses down and texted her, "I'm outside. Can you get out?" 3 minutes passed. 5. Then my phone buzzed. Back door. 10 minutes. He's in the shower. I crept through the neighbor's yard and found the back gate unlocked. The kitchen light was off, but I could see movement inside. The back door cracked open, and Vanessa slipped out without making a sound. Even in the darkness, I could see her face was swollen. Her lip was split. We didn't speak until we reached my car. She collapsed into the passenger seat and started shaking so hard I thought she was having a seizure. I drove 6 blocks before she said her first words. "He's going to kill me. Not eventually. Soon. He told me tonight." I asked her what happened. She stared straight ahead while she talked. It started small, like it always does, criticizing her clothes, her friends, her cooking. Then he started tracking her phone. Then he took her car keys, so she had to ask permission to leave. Then 3 months ago, he hit her for the first time. She tried to leave once, and he found her at her friend's house within 2 hours. He had software on her phone that showed him everything, every text, every call, every location. Tonight, he'd found a message from a male coworker about a project deadline. Nothing inappropriate, just work stuff. He beat her for 20 minutes and told her if she ever tried to leave again, he'd make sure no one found the body. I drove straight to my apartment and disabled her phone's location services, then turned the whole thing off. At midnight, Grant started calling me. His voice was calm, friendly even, asking if I'd heard from Vanessa because she wasn't feeling well and he was worried. I told him I hadn't talked to her in days. He said that was funny because her phone showed she was at my apartment 30 minutes ago. I said my apartment must be near a cell tower and hung up. He called back 9 times. At 2 a.m., my doorbell camera showed him parked across the street. He sat there for 3 hours just watching. When he finally drove away, Vanessa broke down sobbing. She said he would never stop. He'd told her 100 times that she belonged to him, and death was the only way out. I told her death was definitely an option, just not hers. The next morning, I took Vanessa to file a police report while a friend stayed at my apartment in case Grant came back. The officer was sympathetic but honest. Without documented injuries and evidence of threats, the most they could do was take a report. I showed them screenshots Vanessa had secretly taken over months, texts where Grant described exactly what he'd do to her if she left. The officer's face changed. He made some calls. 2 hours later, we were at a domestic violence advocacy center with a lawyer who specialized in protective orders. Grant showed up to the hearing in a suit, looking like a concerned husband worried about his mentally unstable wife. His attorney argued that Vanessa was prone to exaggeration and had a history of emotional episodes. Then our lawyer presented the screenshots, the medical records from urgent care visits Vanessa had hidden from everyone, and a statement from her coworker who'd witnessed Grant drag her out of an office party by her hair. The judge granted a full protective order and recommended criminal charges. Grant violated the order within 72 hours and was arrested outside my apartment complex with a knife in his glove box. He's awaiting trial now.
My sister spent months secretly feeding my 15-year-old daughter banned diet pills, disguised as special vitamins only successful people know about, while documenting her weight loss for a wellness brand launch. When Emma collapsed and we found the pills, I discovered a folder on her phone called Transformation Project with weekly photos and target weights to make her the face of Lauren's new company. Lauren had always been the sister who made success look as easy as breathing while I struggled through community college with student loans and instant ramen. She'd built her marketing firm from nothing to a 7-figure business by 35 and lived in a downtown condo that cost more than I'd make in 5 years. Kids were never part of her plan because she said they were bad ROI, which should have been my first clue about how she viewed human relationships. Then one Friday, she arrived at our cramped rental with her white Mercedes gleaming in our cracked driveway. "Emma needs guidance," she announced like a general surveying a battlefield. "Let me take her under my wing." My 15-year-old daughter had been struggling with typical teenage invisibility at school. Marcus and I were both working double shifts at our respective jobs just to keep up with bills. When Lauren offered to spend weekends mentoring Emma, we grabbed the lifeline like drowning swimmers. The first few weeks seemed miraculous. Emma came home from their executive aunt weekends with perfect nails and a new confidence that made her stand taller. Lauren bought her clothes that fit properly and taught her about personal branding, which apparently meant knowing your best angles for photos. I was too grateful to question why my sister suddenly cared about the niece she'd previously treated like a holiday obligation. The supplements arrived in the second month. Lauren stocked our kitchen with protein shakes and vitamin packets that looked like they belonged in a pharmacy. "Teenage nutrition is crucial," she explained while Emma nodded eagerly. "You want her to have every advantage, right?" The bottles multiplied weekly with names I couldn't pronounce and promises of enhanced focus and energy. Emma's appetite shrank like a wool sweater in hot water. She pushed food around her plate, claiming she'd eaten with Lauren earlier. Her hands developed a tremor she blamed on pre-test jitters. She started running before dawn because Aunt Lauren says winners make time. When my mother mentioned Emma looked gaunt at Sunday dinner, Lauren pulled out her phone to show fitness tracking apps and optimal BMI charts. I found Emma weighing herself for the 3rd time one morning when she should have been eating breakfast. "Aunt Lauren says I'm so close to my goal weight," she said with eyes that looked too big for her face. The scale had become her altar, and the number her daily prayer. I wanted to intervene, but Lauren reminded me that I'd been too busy to notice Emma needed help, and wasn't I grateful someone was paying attention? Everything unraveled the Saturday Lauren gifted us a spa weekend. She insisted we needed to recharge and practically pushed us out the door. Maya called us 3 hours into our couple's massage, sobbing that Emma had collapsed at their study session. We raced home to find Emma conscious, but shaking on the couch with Maya holding a bottle of pills she'd caught Emma taking. "They're just supplements from Aunt Lauren," Emma insisted, but her dilated pupils told a different story. Maya had already Googled the medication, and her face was ghost white. "These are prescription diet pills," she said, "the dangerous kind they banned last year." Emma broke down crying and admitted Lauren had been supplying them for months, saying they were special vitamins only successful people knew about. I called Lauren demanding she come over immediately. She arrived within 20 minutes, still in her designer gym clothes, acting like we'd interrupted her workout for nothing. "What's all this drama about?" she asked, examining her manicure. When I showed her the pills, she barely glanced at them. Emma must have gotten those herself. You know how teenagers are. That's when Emma pulled out her phone with shaking hands. She'd been documenting everything, including voice recordings of Lauren coaching her on how to hide the pills from us. "Tell them it's for focus," Lauren's recorded voice instructed. "Parents don't understand what it takes to be exceptional." The room went silent, except for Lauren's voice explaining how Emma needed to lose another 10 pounds to be marketable. "Marketable for what?" Marcus asked, but I already knew. Emma showed us the folder on her phone labeled Transformation Project, filled with weekly photos Lauren had taken. taken. Each one had notes about measurements and target weights. The final images showed mock-ups of before and after advertisements with Emma's face and body edited to sell Lauren's new wellness brand launching next month. You were using her as your prototype? I said, feeling sick. Lauren straightened her shoulders and smiled like she was pitching to clients. I was giving her an opportunity. Do you know how many girls would call to be the face of my campaign? I was doing her a favor. She turned to Emma with cold calculation. Tell them how much better you feel. Tell them how the boys finally notice you. Emma stood up on unsteady legs and faced her aunt. I feel like I'm dying, she said. I can't sleep. I can't think about anything but numbers on a scale. You made me hate every part of myself that wasn't shrinking. Her voice grew stronger with each word. You didn't make me special. You made me sick. Lauren's composure finally cracked. You ungrateful little brat. I invested months in you, and I'm not stopping until I get my money's worth. She proceeded to lunge at me and grab my hair. Marcus stepped between us, pulling me back as Lauren's perfectly manicured nails scraped across my scalp. Emma screamed and Maya fumbled with her phone, fingers shaking as she tried to dial 911. I waved her off, knowing police involvement would only complicate things. Lauren had connections everywhere in this town. Lauren smoothed her hair back into place, her chest heaving. The mask of composure she wore like armor had slipped completely. Her eyes darted between Emma and the phone, still playing her recorded voice, calculating her next move like she was strategizing a hostile takeover. She grabbed her designer purse and headed for the door. At the threshold, she turned back with a smile that made my skin crawl. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. The next morning, Emma woke up drenched in sweat, her whole body trembling. Marcus held the trash can while she dry heaved, her stomach long empty of anything but bile. I pressed a cool washcloth to her forehead and tried not to cry. The withdrawal from those pills hit her like a freight train. My phone buzzed with a text from Lauren, a screenshot of Emma's before photo with the caption, "Such potential wasted. I have dozens more where this came from." I showed Marcus the message. His jaw clenched as he read it. Then he took my phone and blocked her number. We did the same on Emma's phone, but we both knew Lauren wouldn't give up that easily. By noon, our doorbell rang incessantly. Through the peephole, I saw a delivery person with an enormous gift basket. The card read, "For my favorite niece's speedy recovery. Love, Aunt Lauren." Inside were more supplements, protein bars, and a bathroom scale wrapped in a pink bow. Marcus carried the whole thing straight to the garbage while Emma watched from the couch, wrapped in blankets despite the warm day. Her hands still shook as she sipped water, trying to keep something down. That evening, my mother called. Lauren had been to see her, crying about how we'd turned Emma against her after everything she'd done for our family. She'd shown our mother edited versions of the recordings, making it sound like Emma had begged for the pills and Lauren had reluctantly agreed. I drove to my mother's house, leaving Marcus with Emma. Mom sat at her kitchen table with photo albums spread out, pictures of Lauren and me as children. She looked up when I entered, her face etched with confusion and hurt. I explained everything, showing her the unedited recordings and the Transformation Project folder. Her face went pale as she scrolled through the documentation of her granddaughter's systematic destruction. When she reached the advertisement mock-ups, she closed her eyes and pushed the phone away. She called Lauren immediately, her voice shaking with rage I'd never heard before. The conversation was brief. Lauren tried her usual manipulation tactics, but our mother cut her off. She told Lauren she was no longer welcome at family dinners until she got help. The line went dead. On the drive home, I noticed a white Mercedes following 3 cars behind. It turned when I turned, maintaining the same careful distance. I took 4 unnecessary detours before it finally peeled off, but the message was clear. Lauren was watching. Emma's recovery progressed in fits and starts. Some days she kept food down and even smiled at Maya's terrible jokes. Other days she stared at her reflection with hollow eyes, pinching skin that wasn't there. We removed every mirror except the one in the bathroom, and Marcus installed a lock so she couldn't spend hours scrutinizing herself. Maya became our lifeline. She came over every day after school, bringing homework and gossip and normalcy. She'd sit with Emma through the worst of the shakes, talking about anything except food or appearance. When Emma finally laughed at a story about their chemistry teacher's latest disaster, it sounded like music. A week into recovery, Lauren escalated. She couldn't contact us directly, so she went after Emma's social media. Fake accounts popped up commenting on every photo Emma had ever posted, pointing out flaws and suggesting improvements. The messages were subtle enough to avoid being flagged as harassment, but vicious in their precision. Emma handed me her phone with trembling hands, showing me the comments. Each one hid a specific insecurity Lauren had cultivated. We reported every account, but new ones appeared within hours. Finally, Emma made the decision herself. She deactivated everything, choosing real recovery over digital presence. Lauren's wellness brand launch approached like a storm on the horizon. Billboards went up around town featuring a model who looked unsettlingly like Emma's edited photos. The tagline read, "Become your best self." Local influencers started posting about exclusive preview events, and Lauren's social media buzzed with countdown posts. We documented everything. Every text from unknown numbers, every gift left on our doorstep, every instance of Lauren's car cruising past our house. Emma insisted on keeping a journal, writing down her memories of Lauren's manipulation while they were still fresh. Some nights I heard her crying as she wrote, but she refused to stop. Marcus installed security cameras after we found our garbage cans overturned 3 mornings in a row. The footage showed nothing conclusive, just a figure in a hoodie who moved like they knew exactly where our cameras pointed. But we all recognized the way she walked, that confident stride that announced she owned whatever ground she stepped on. The security footage became our nightly ritual. Marcus and I would review the day's recordings after Emma went to bed, searching for any sign of Lauren's presence. We spotted her car circling the block at odd hours, always just within legal boundaries but close enough to remind us she hadn't forgotten. Emma's physical withdrawal symptoms peaked during the 2nd week. Her body fought to recalibrate after months of chemical manipulation. I took time off work to stay with her, watching helplessly as she alternated between chills and fever sweats. Marcus picked up extra shifts to cover my lost income, coming home exhausted but still finding energy to sit with Emma through her worst moments. My sister-in-law Catherine called unexpectedly one afternoon. She and Lauren had never been close, but they moved in similar social circles. Catherine warned me that Lauren had been spreading stories at their country club about our family's instability and how we were preventing Emma from achieving her potential. The damage to our reputation was calculated and precise, typical Lauren strategy. Emma's school counselor reached out after noticing her extended absence. I met with her privately, explaining the situation without mentioning the illegal pills. The counselor listened with growing concern, especially when I showed her photos documenting Emma's weight loss over the past months. She promised to support Emma's return when she felt ready, and offered resources for eating disorder recovery. Lauren's next move caught us off guard. She contacted Emma's best friend Maya directly, inviting her to be part of the wellness brand launch as a youth ambassador. Maya's mother called me immediately, confused by the generous offer that included a substantial payment for minimal work. I explained Lauren's connection to Emma's illness, and she declined the offer, but it showed Lauren's willingness to target Emma's support system. The withdrawal symptoms gradually subsided, replaced by the harder work of psychological recovery. Emma struggled with basic meals, her relationship with food poisoned by months of restriction and chemical appetite suppression. We found a therapist who specialized in eating disorders. Though we had to drive 40 minutes each way for appointments our insurance barely covered. During one therapy session, Emma revealed that Lauren had created a private social media account where she posted Emma's progress photos to a select group of potential investors. The violation of privacy made my hands shake with rage. Emma had screenshots she'd taken before Lauren blocked her access, showing her body displayed like a product demonstration with detailed commentary about her transformation. Marcus discovered Lauren had been calling his workplace, speaking to his supervisor about his frequent absences, and questioning his reliability. His boss thankfully dismissed her concerns, but the attempt to sabotage his job showed how far Lauren would go. We started documenting these incidents too, building a file that grew thicker each day. My mother struggled to accept the truth about Lauren. She'd always favored my successful sister, and the revelation of her cruelty toward Emma created a painful cognitive dissonance. She visited us one evening, bringing Emma's favorite homemade soup, and broke down crying when she saw how thin her granddaughter had become. That night shifted something in her, and she became our unexpected ally. Lauren's wellness brand launch event was scheduled for the following month. The marketing campaign intensified, with social media posts featuring before and after photos that looked suspiciously similar to Emma's transformation. We couldn't prove they were edited versions of Emma's photos, but the resemblance was unmistakable. Emma noticed it too, and it set back her recovery by weeks. The therapist suggested we remove all wellness and fitness content from our home. Marcus and I purged magazines, blocked certain TV channels, and created a bubble where Emma could heal without constant triggers. It felt like preparing for siege warfare, battening down against an enemy who knew all our vulnerabilities because she'd helped create them. Emma's first day back at school arrived 3 weeks into recovery. She'd gained back a few pounds, though her clothes still hung loose on her frame. Maya stayed by her side like a bodyguard, deflecting questions and shielding her from curious stares. That afternoon, Emma came home exhausted but proud of herself for making it through. Lauren's harassment evolved into more subtle forms. Anonymous packages arrived containing diet products and workout equipment. Restaurant gift cards appeared in our mailbox for places that only served salads. Each item was carefully chosen to trigger Emma's anxieties while maintaining plausible deniability. We threw everything away, but the psychological impact lingered. My brother-in-law called with disturbing news. Lauren had approached him about investing in her wellness brand, showing him projections that included Emma's before and after photos in the marketing materials. He'd refused and warned her about using Emma's image without permission, but she'd laughed off his concerns, claiming she had verbal consent from her time as Emma's mentor. The therapy sessions revealed the depth of Lauren's manipulation. Emma described how Lauren had taught her to lie to us, creating elaborate deceptions about where they went and what they did during their weekends together. She'd been coached on exactly what to say to avoid suspicion, turning our daughter into an unwitting accomplice in her own destruction. Marcus suggested we move to a different neighborhood, but our finances made that impossible. Instead, we changed our routines, taking different routes to work and school, varying our schedules to become less predictable. It felt like living in witness protection without any actual protection, just a family trying to outmaneuver a predator who shared our DNA. Emma's journal became a powerful tool in her recovery. She wrote letters to her pre-Lauren self, mourning the innocence she'd lost and the trust that had been weaponized against her. Some entries were angry, others heartbreaking, but all showed a growing awareness of how she'd been manipulated and a determination to reclaim her life. Catherine proved to be an unexpected source of intelligence. She attended the same gym as Lauren and overheard her recruiting other young women for her wellness program. The pitch was always the same, targeting insecure teens with promises of transformation and success. Catherine warned the gym management, but without concrete proof of wrongdoing, they couldn't ban her. One morning, we woke to find our front lawn covered in printed flyers for Lauren's wellness brand. The cleanup took hours, with neighbors watching curiously as we filled garbage bags with glossy advertisements featuring that eerily familiar model. Emma helped, turning it into a defiant act of reclamation, though I saw her hands tremble as she crumpled each image. The therapist recommended family sessions to address the trauma we'd all experienced. Marcus initially resisted, uncomfortable with sharing emotions with a stranger, but he came around when he saw how it helped Emma. We learned to communicate better, to recognize the signs of manipulation, and to rebuild trust that Lauren had systematically destroyed. Lauren's business partner reached out through LinkedIn, asking vague questions about Emma's involvement with the brand development. I didn't respond, but the contact suggested cracks in Lauren's professional facade. Perhaps others were beginning to question the ethics of her methods, though I doubted anyone would challenge her directly. Emma's recovery wasn't linear. She had setbacks when she glimpsed herself in store windows, or when well-meaning relatives commented on her appearance. Each time we rallied around her, reminding her that her worth wasn't measured in pounds or inches, but in her courage to fight back against someone who'd tried to consume her. The school counselor became an invaluable ally, checking in with Emma regularly and providing a safe space when anxiety overwhelmed her. She also connected us with other families who dealt with similar situations, though none involved a family member as the perpetrator. Those support group meetings were awkward at first, but eventually became a source of strength. Lauren's escalation continued through intermediaries. Former clients of hers began reaching out with business opportunities for Marcus and me, offers that seemed too good to be true and always required meetings at at locations where Lauren just happened to be. We declined them all, recognizing the bait for what it was, but the constant vigilance was exhausting. Mom finally confronted Lauren directly at a family friend's birthday party we didn't attend. According to witnesses, she told Lauren exactly what she thought of her treatment of Emma, causing a scene that became neighborhood gossip for weeks. I'm really interested in how Catherine became their spy at the gym. How did she know exactly what to listen for when Lauren was recruiting other girls? Lauren left in tears, playing the victim perfectly, but Mom's public stand meant something shifted in our extended family's dynamics. Emma discovered Lauren had been creating fake social media profiles using her photos, posting about fitness journeys and supplement recommendations. We reported each one, but they multiplied faster than we could track. It was like playing whack-a-mole with our daughter's identity. Each fake profile another violation of her privacy and autonomy. The wellness brand launch drew closer, and Lauren's behavior became increasingly erratic. She showed up at Marcus's workplace during lunch, trying to corner him in the parking lot. Security footage showed her waiting by his car for over an hour before he called building security to escort her away. The desperation in her actions suggested her perfect plan was unraveling. Maya's loyalty never wavered. She organized a girls' night for Emma with their close friends, carefully curated to include only those who wouldn't trigger her anxieties. Watching Emma laugh with her peers, eating pizza without calculating calories, felt like witnessing a small miracle. These moments of normalcy became precious victories in our ongoing battle. The therapist helped us understand that Lauren's behavior stemmed from deeper pathology than simple greed. Her need to control and transform Emma reflected her own distorted relationship with success and perfection. Understanding this didn't excuse her actions, but helped us anticipate her moves and protect ourselves better. We learned Lauren had been approaching other vulnerable teens through social media, using Emma's transformation as proof of her method's effectiveness. Catherine helped us identify some of these girls and their families, warning them about Lauren's true nature. Most were skeptical at first, but Emma's willingness to share her story convinced several to block Lauren's advances. The financial strain of therapy, medical bills, and lost wages began to show. We fell behind on car payments and had to negotiate with creditors while maintaining a stable environment for Emma. Lauren surely knew about our struggles, probably saw them as evidence of our inadequacy as parents, but we refused to let financial pressure compromise Emma's recovery. Emma's strength grew daily. She began speaking up in therapy, challenging the negative thoughts Lauren had planted. She started eating regular meals without prompting, even enjoying food again. Her hands stopped shaking, and color returned to her cheeks. Each small victory felt monumental after months of watching her disappear. Lauren made one final attempt at direct contact before her launch. She sent Emma a handwritten letter through a mutual acquaintance, filled with manipulation disguised as concern. She wrote about missed opportunities and disappointed investors, trying to guilt Emma. My sister stole my engagement party to announce her own promotion, so I stole her promotion party to announce her husband's second family. My sister Noelle has always needed to be the center of every room she walks into. It's not a personality quirk, it's a compulsion. When our cousin graduated med school, Noelle stood up during the family toast and announced she'd gotten a new apartment. Nobody asked. Noelle needed the spotlight like oxygen. So when my boyfriend Arlo proposed after 4 years together and my parents threw us an engagement dinner at their house, I should have known what was coming. The night was perfect for about 45 minutes. My dad gave a toast. My mom cried. Arlo's parents flew in from Oregon. Then Noelle clinked her glass and stood up. She said she had an announcement that couldn't wait. She'd been promoted to regional director at her company. The table clapped politely, but she wasn't done. She started giving a full speech about her career journey. 10 minutes. At my engagement dinner, my future mother-in-law leaned over and whispered, "Is this normal?" Arlo squeezed my hand under the table. My dad tried to redirect the conversation twice, but Noelle kept going. After dinner, she pulled me aside and said, "Don't be mad. I just couldn't sit on it any longer. Your engagement will still be here tomorrow." But my promotion was fresh. I told her she was unbelievable. She laughed and said I was being dramatic. The thing is, I might have let it go. I'd been letting things go my whole life with Noelle. But 3 weeks later, something happened that changed everything. I got a call from a woman named Paloma. She said she found my number in her husband's phone. Her husband was Grant. Grant was Noelle's husband. Paloma told me she and Grant had been married for 2 years. They had a 1-year-old daughter. Grant had been living a double life. 3 days with Noelle, 4 days with Paloma. Separate phones, separate apartments, separate families. He told Paloma he traveled for work. He told Noelle the same thing. Paloma had found text messages between Grant and Noelle that didn't add up. When she dug deeper, she found the marriage certificate with Noelle's name on it from 4 years ago. The math was simple. Grant married Noelle first, then married Paloma without divorcing Noelle. Bigamy. I asked Paloma what she wanted. She said she wanted the truth out. She was filing for annulment and pressing charges. She asked if I'd tell Noelle. I thought about it for exactly 1 day. Then I thought about my engagement dinner. I thought about every single moment Noelle had stolen from someone else. I decided the truth would come out. But on my schedule, Noelle's company threw her a promotion party the following Saturday. Catered event at a rooftop restaurant. 50 colleagues, her boss, her husband Grant sitting at the head table looking like the supportive spouse of the year. Noelle gave another speech, this time about work-life balance and how Grant was her rock. I waited until she finished, then I stood up. I said I wanted to toast my sister. Everyone smiled. I said, Noelle has always been incredible at managing multiple things at once, just like her husband. Then I turned to Grant. I asked him how Paloma and the baby were doing. Grant's face went gray. Noelle laughed nervously and said she didn't know what I was talking about. I pulled out my phone and read Paloma's message out loud. Names, dates. The second marriage certificate, the baby's birthday. I kept my voice steady the entire time. The room went dead silent. Noelle grabbed Grant's arm. "Tell them she's lying." Grant didn't speak. He stood up slowly and walked toward the exit. Noelle followed him screaming his name. Her boss watched the whole thing from the bar with her mouth open. I sat back down and finished my drink. Noelle called me 17 times that night. I didn't answer. The next morning she showed up at my apartment crying. She said I ruined her career, her marriage, her reputation. I told her Grant ruined her marriage. Paloma ruined his secret. All I did was pick the venue. She asked why I did it at her work event. I said you picked my engagement dinner for your announcement. I picked your promotion party for mine. She stared at me for a long time, Then she left without saying another word. Grant was arrested 2 weeks later on bigamy charges. Noelle filed for divorce. She hasn't spoken to me since, and I haven't reached out. My mom says I went too far. My dad says Noelle had it coming. Arlo says he's just glad he's only married to one person.
My sister's kids knocked on my door at 2 a.m. Their parents locked them out again. So I taught her a lesson she will never forget. I woke up to frantic knocking at 1:47 a.m. Maggie, 10, and Connor, 7, stood on my doorstep in thin cotton pajamas. No shoes. It was 40 degrees outside. Connor's lips had a faint blue tinge. "Aunt Jessie, we can't get back in," Maggie sobbed, shivering. "The door's locked." I called my sister Natalie 15 times. No answer. Finally, she called back at 4:30 a.m., voice thick with sleep. "Your kids have been here since 2. They were locked out." She laughed. Actually laughed. "We went out for drinks and thought we'd be home before they woke up. Can you keep them a few more hours? We just got to bed." "Natalie, they were terrified." "They're fine now, aren't they? You're so dramatic. We'll pick them up around noon." She hung up. I told myself it was a one-time mistake. Except it happened again 3 weeks later, then twice in July, 3 times in August. By October, I kept the guest room ready with their favorite blankets. Each time followed the same pattern. Desperate midnight knock, unreachable parents, casual pickup the next afternoon with zero apology. Natalie's excuses changed. Concert ran late, dinner party with Brett's colleagues, networking event downtown, but her dismissiveness never did. I tried telling my parents. Mom said Natalie was so responsible, and maybe the kids just liked staying with me. Dad thought I was being dramatic. When I sent Natalie an email documenting my concerns, she replied, "Didn't realize you were keeping score. Maybe if you had your own life, you wouldn't be so obsessed with mine." So I started documenting everything differently. Timestamps, photos of the kids on my doorstep, screenshots of unanswered calls. I kept detailed notes in a password-protected document. The breaking point came on a Friday in November. Maggie and Connor showed up at 2:14 a.m., but this time Connor had a bruise on his forehead and Maggie's knee was bleeding through her pajamas. "We tried to stay inside," Maggie whispered, voice shaking, but Connor had a nightmare and couldn't calm down. He was crying so loud. The front door was locked from the outside, so we climbed out his bedroom window. My hands shook as I cleaned Maggie's knee with 3 butterfly bandages. They jumped from a second-story roof to escape their own house. I called Natalie and Brett over and over, no answer. At 4 a.m., I called Child Protective Services. I gave them dates, times, and details of every incident over 8 months. I sent them all my documentation, photos, recordings, everything. Natalie showed up at my house that Sunday, red with fury. CPS showed up at our house this morning. "What the hell did you do? Get out of my house. You can't be serious." I opened the door. "I documented every single time your kids showed up here, every unanswered call. Last night they climbed out a second-story window because you locked them inside. Connor could have broken his neck. I have photos of everything." Her face went pale. "You've been documenting for how long?" 8 months. I gave it all to CPS. She grabbed the kids and left, but before she walked out, Maggie ran back and threw her arms around me. "Thank you, Aunt Jessie. I love you." Natalie yanked her away roughly. The next 72 hours were hell. My parents called me vindictive and cruel. Natalie's friends attacked me on social media. I lost 3 clients who'd been contacted with concerns about my mental stability, but CPS found evidence supporting everything I'd reported. Natalie and Brett were mandated to attend parenting classes and undergo home visits for 6 months. If another incident happened, the kids would be removed. My family didn't speak to me for months. Thanksgiving and Christmas came without invitations. Then one Tuesday, my dad showed up at my door looking older than I'd ever seen him. "CPS showed us your documentation," he said quietly. "The photos, the recordings, everything. We didn't know. Natalie told us you were exaggerating." "Yeah, I know. I'm sorry for not believing you, for choosing her side without listening to yours." We talked for 3 hours. He told me seeing the evidence had shattered his image of Natalie. Mom came around a few weeks later. Though our relationship is still fractured, Natalie still won't speak to me. In her mind, I'm the villain who destroyed her reputation over nothing. But last week, Maggie texted me, "Mom and Dad are taking us to the movies tomorrow. They asked what we wanted to see. They're actually asking us stuff now." That text was worth losing everything.
My sister's wife is very short and cold with me whenever we're alone, but is super nice to everyone else, and I don't know how to handle it. My sister is a lesbian, and married her wife, 26 female, a year ago. They receive financial support from my parents, they're wealthy and generous, have good jobs, and as such, have decided to have a baby. Currently, her wife is about 6 months pregnant, and the 2 of them are visiting for holidays. I, 19 female, am in college, so I don't see them very often. Yes, my parents give me financial support as well. Everything is fair and square, but I'm really excited for their baby. My sister and her wife had been dating since their senior year of college and were friends since childhood before that. I'm 7 years younger, so I was kind of left out of the loop. I never knew my sister's wife until they got married, and even then, I was swamped with my first year of college, so I didn't really ever get to know her. I was really excited though for this trip, since we'd get some one-on-one time together. Our parents live about 2 hours away from my sister and her wife, and I flew in from across the country. We're all staying with our parents, who are not yet retired. My flight got in yesterday late at night, so I slept in. My parents went to work, my sister went to go do some shopping. My sister-in-law stayed in with me, but I didn't realize she was around until she came downstairs while I was making lunch. She's pretty obviously pregnant, and I haven't seen her since her wedding, so I was really excited to see her. She was not. I said hi, and went to hug her, and she backed away. I apologized, and she just kinda looked at me weird, and went looking through the fridge. I tried to make small talk with her, so I asked when she was due. She gave me a really weird look, like I'd asked what her cup size was, and then just said March and kept making her food. I said I was really excited to have a niece or nephew, then asked if she wanted a boy or girl. She sighed really loudly, said she didn't care, and moved on. My sister had mentioned that her wife had PTSD due to a previous pregnancy, so I worried that might have been it. I tried to shift the subject, and asked how her work was. She set her knife down really loudly, stared at me for 30 seconds, then said fine and went into the dining room without saying anything else. Throughout the day, I kept just trying to interact with her. Offered to get her a drink while I was in the room, she just muttered no, asked what she was watching, you wouldn't know it, it was The Simpsons, said I was really glad she was spending the holidays with us, a very begrudging yeah. Really, I thought this must just be how she is. Then, my parents and sister came home, and she was super cheery and nice to them. My dad was asking if they had names picked out, and she just wouldn't stop chattering on. My sister said she wanted a family name, and her wife insisted on a unique name. My mom pointed out that my name, Anais, isn't very common, but it's also a family name, same as my grandmother, and they should consider it. I said I wouldn't mind having a niece with my same name, and my sister was really enthusiastic about it. Her wife gave me a death glare. I just ended up getting the silent treatment. At dinner, I asked if she would pass the potatoes, and she didn't listen. I repeated myself, she ignored me, and then my sister told her I had asked for her to pass the potatoes. Suddenly, she was all bubbly and giggling, guess I didn't hear. What do I do? Should I tell my sister? Directly challenge her? I have very positive relationships with my parents and my sister, and I want to be really involved with my niece or nephew, so I really don't want to go 100% no contact or anything. How can I try to resolve or at least get over this? Update, as of this morning, so, we all had breakfast together. I sat across from my sister, between my parents, with my sister-in-law kitty corner to me. My sister-in-law actually spoke to me. But it wasn't all that positive. She asked if I was seeing anyone, in kind of a snarky tone. I said no, school was really busy, I just didn't have time, etc. She responded, well, not everyone finds someone. My sister tried changing the subject, asking my parents whether or not they'd gone to their winter home yet, they're those rich people. My sister-in-law was so nice to them. She was saying what a gorgeous house it is, how grateful she was to have been able to take a vacation there with my sister last month. My mom is easily flattered, so once my sister-in-law got started, she started gushing about her, and it was just a mush fest. After breakfast, I offered to go take our dogs for a walk. When I came back, my parents had left with my sister to go shopping again, and my sister-in-law was the only one home. She asked me how I was liking college, and I said I was liking it a lot. I major in pre-dental, started talking about it a bit, and she rolled her eyes. I apologized for oversharing, and she said, no. It's fine. You just have a problem with reading the room, I guess. Then she walked away. When my sister comes home, I'm definitely going to tell her about it. Edit, since some people asked, there are only a couple reasons I can think of that might be the reason she hates me. There was one thing I might be able to think of in terms of her wedding. It was initially scheduled on the day of my finals. This was prior to invitations being produced and mailed, just their idea, so I called my sister to tell her I either wouldn't make it, or the date would have to be changed. She was really upset about it, because she and her wife had wanted a winter wedding, the date seemed perfect for them, etc. I said they didn't have to sacrifice the winter aspect, just maybe move it a day back. There was a kind of big fight, and I can assume my sister-in-law got in on it, but my sister is the kind of person who likes to be liked. Think of her as a human golden retriever, and she didn't want to be mad at me, so we worked through it. Her wedding ended up being the day after my finals, which I was grateful for, and there's been no resentment or hard feelings since. My sister actually laughs at herself for being kind of a jerk. Her choice quote from that time was, "You just don't have to go. It's just a test." I was my sister's maid of honor, and I didn't see much of my sister-in-law prior to the wedding. She'd gotten food poisoning from her bachelorette party, so she was kind of holed up for the majority of the pre-wedding hubbub. During the reception, I made a toast, talked about my sister and her wife's friendship, how we've just been waiting for the two of them to get married, they're a match made in heaven, etc., etc. She teared up, gave me a big hug, and said she was excited to be my sister-in-law. I wanted to talk more with her, but some relatives wanted to ask me why I chose the college I did, so I went to go talk to them. I'm probably going to bring this up with my sister either today, or tomorrow. It all depends on what my sister-in-law is up to. Update 3 days later, so, I didn't get the chance to talk to my sister. When my parents came back from shopping with my sister, my mom started saying how she had the perfect onesie for her granddaughter. Before my sister-in-law could start gushing, I asked what my mom meant. She asked if I hadn't heard I'd be having a niece, and I replied I hadn't. My sister said it was weird, because she'd asked her wife to tell me once they'd gotten the ultrasound. Her wife had zero excuse, and had the most deer-in-the-headlights reaction. There was something that just sort of snapped, and I started crying. I felt kind of spoiled and horrible for it, so I apologized, and went upstairs with the dogs. My parents came upstairs, and my mom went to go ask if I was okay, and my sister and her wife started shouting downstairs. My mom basically said that my sister-in-law does not like me, and that it wasn't really my fault, she's just bad with people she doesn't know, and took it out on me inappropriately. And yes, my sister-in-law was still pissed about the wedding date thing, which just made it worse. I felt really crappy and just like really bad. Part of it wasn't my fault, but part of it was my fault. And apparently my sister knew about both issues beforehand, and had given my sister-in-law directions to try and get along with me. They were still shouting downstairs, and I was kind of bordering on a meltdown, so I asked my mom if we could take the dogs for another walk. We went out the back, and when we came home, my sister had left the house to cool down, and her wife was upstairs. I spent most of the rest of the day downstairs, until my sister came home. She had obviously been crying, and was in a bad mood. My mom took her into the kitchen to try and calm her down, so I kept sitting in the living room. I felt like a bratty little kid again. Like, I genuinely felt like I'd messed up my sister's marriage and probably ruined our relationship in the process too. Everything just felt awful, and when my sister came out of the kitchen, she didn't even look at me, just went storming back upstairs. Her wife started yelling first, and they were fighting for a while before it got quieter upstairs. My mom, dad, and I went out for dinner, and when we came home, my sister-in-law was waiting for us. My sister-in-law apologized to me, saying she had been petty and rude, and that the wedding date thing had been a non-issue. I said it was okay if she was upset about the wedding thing, but I wish she had let me know. She said it wasn't that easy, since my sister would basically take a bullet for me, and it had caused them a big fight before their wedding. I said I had no idea, and that I was sorry to be the source of that tension, and I just wanted to be able to be a good sister-in-law myself, and be a good aunt. My sister-in-law got angry, and said I had ruined the opportunity for the first one, and she wasn't banking on the second one. Then, she stormed upstairs, and she and my sister got into another big fight. I felt awful. The bad feelings manifested physically, and I spent most of the night throwing up while my sister and her wife fought. My mom was really kind to stay up with me, and my dad tried to get my sister and her wife to get off each other's backs. I specifically heard my sister-in-law shouting, "Who would you jump in front of a train for? Me or her?" And my sister responded, without missing a beat, "My sister, no questions asked." They got quieter after that, and my sister-in-law started up the screaming about an hour later saying, "I'd let all my siblings die for you." My sister slept on the couch, and the two of us went out for breakfast in the morning. She basically said that after my sister-in-law gave birth, she and my sister were going to separate. They would try counseling prior to the birth, and afterwards too, but if things weren't getting better, they'd be divorcing. I said that it shouldn't have gotten that far, and I was sorry for pushing the both of them. My sister said that my sister-in-law does this to all my sister's friends, and they've been fighting often. But, she clarified that the way she treated me was a deal-breaker. She said it might have sounded sad, but I was her best friend from birth, and she wouldn't let me not feel welcome like that. I felt really guilty, and started crying again. She kept saying she wanted it this way, their relationship was broken as is, etc. It's been tense and awkward ever since. My sister-in-law won't look at me or speak to me, and I've given up. My sister has been by my side a lot, and has amped up the good sister behavior 10 times. I feel like crap, everything is really terrible, and I'm sure I'm going to be making another post during the actual Christmas bull crap. Not a great update, but there we are.
My son got called to the principal's office for making a girl cry, and I high-fived him in the parking lot. The school called me at work. "Mr. Adler, we need you to come in. There's been an incident involving your son." Those words never get easier. My son Benji is 9 years old. He's the kind of kid who names the spiders in the garage instead of squashing them. So when the school said he made a girl cry, I drove there expecting a misunderstanding. The vice principal, Mrs. Loring, was waiting for me outside the office. "Benji embarrassed another student in front of the entire class," she said. "The girl is very upset. Her parents are on their way." I asked what happened. She said, "He made a presentation that targeted her directly." "A presentation?" Benji's 9. "His last presentation was about frogs." She led me inside. Benji was sitting in a chair that swallowed him, his backpack on his lap, his sneakers barely touching the floor. When he saw me, he didn't look scared or guilty. He looked satisfied. That was new. Before I could ask him anything, the door opened, and in walked a woman who was already yelling, "Where's the boy who humiliated my daughter? Gemma is in the bathroom crying. This is harassment." Behind her was Gemma, red-eyed, arms folded. Her mother demanded the school take disciplinary action. Mrs. Loring turned to Benji. "Tell your father what happened." Benji took a breath. "We had to do a presentation on someone we admire." Gemma went first. Her presentation was about herself. I looked at Mrs. Loring. "That was allowed?" She nodded reluctantly. Benji continued. "Gemma's presentation said she was the best student in the class, and the best at soccer, and the best at everything. She showed a slideshow of her trophies and her report cards. Then at the end she said, 'Some people in this class could learn a lot from someone like me.' And she looked right at Kofi. I didn't know who Kofi was, but I saw Benji's jaw tighten when he said the name. 'Who's Kofi?' I asked. 'Kofi sits next to me. He moved here from Ghana last year. He's still learning English, and Gemma makes fun of him every single day. She copies his accent. She tells him his lunch smells weird. She told him last week that he'd never be as smart as her because he can't even read the textbook properly.' Gemma's mother was quiet for the first time. 'Kofi never tells anyone,' Benji said. 'He just puts his head down. Sometimes I see him erase his answers before turning in tests because Gemma told him they're wrong. She's not even checking. She just says it to mess with him.' I looked at my son. 'So what did your presentation say?' Benji reached into his backpack and pulled out a folded poster. He'd drawn it with markers and glue and cut out photos. The title read, 'The Person I Admire Most, Kofi.' Below it were bullet points in Benji's 9-year-old handwriting. Kofi learned a whole new language in 1 year. Kofi Kofi is the nicest person in our class. Kofi never says mean things, even when people are mean to him. Kofi helps me with math, even though nobody helps him. At the bottom, in big red letters, Gemma says Kofi isn't smart, but Kofi speaks 2 languages. How many does Gemma speak? The room was silent. Gemma was staring at the floor. Her mother's mouth was open, but producing no sound. Mrs. Loring spoke first. While Benji's intentions may have been good, singling out another student in a presentation is not appropriate, and I held up my hand. Has anyone addressed what Gemma has been doing to Kofi? Silence. Has anyone talked to Kofi about being bullied? More silence. So my son used a class assignment to stand up for a kid that nobody in this school has protected, and he's the one sitting in this office? Gemma's mother found her voice. My daughter is not a bully. She's a high achiever, and sometimes other children feel intimidated by— I cut her off. Your daughter told a boy his lunch smells weird, and he can't read. That's not intimidation from achievement. That's cruelty. Mrs. Loring tried to mediate. Perhaps both students could apologize, and Benji looked up. I'm not apologizing. Kofi deserved to hear something nice about himself. Nobody else was going to say it. I looked at my son and felt something shift in my chest. Pride so strong it almost hurt. I turned to Mrs. Loring. Are you disciplining my son? She hesitated. We were considering a note in his file about appropriate presentation topics. I stood up. Put whatever you want in his file. But if I find out Kofi is still being bullied next week and nobody has done anything about it, the next presentation will be mine at the school board meeting, with documentation. Gemma's mother grabbed her daughter and left without another word. In the car, Benji was quiet until we reached the first red light. Am I in trouble? He asked. I turned around and held up my hand. He looked confused. High five, I said. He grinned and slapped my hand so hard it stung.
My son has harassed women his whole life, and my husband supported it, until our housekeeper finally slapped him, and now when a girl asked to date him, I warned her he's a pervert, and now my husband says I ruined our son's life. Tristan is 21. The first time he made a girl cry was in 4th grade. He had snapped a classmate's bra strap so hard the school nurse left a note on the incident report calling it concerning for his age. My husband Royce read the note and said, boys will be boys, and signed it. The second time was 6th grade. A neighbor pulled me aside at a block party and said Tristan had cornered her daughter behind the shed. The girl was 9. My husband told the neighbor she was being dramatic. By 10th grade, I had a folder. I called it household records. Royce thought it was insurance documents. It was every note from every teacher, every text from every mother, every printed Instagram comment a girl had posted before deleting it, every screenshot a friend of mine had quietly sent me from a school group chat. It was 43 pages. By the time Tristan started college locally, the folder was 87 pages. Royce had a different folder, which lived in his head, and it contained the same incidents reframed as misunderstandings, false accusations, and girls trying to get attention. Our housekeeper Esperanza had worked for our family for 9 years. She had watched Tristan grow up. She knew, the way women know. 2 months ago, Tristan came home from a college party and walked past Esperanza in the hallway and reached out and grabbed her. Esperanza did not scream. Esperanza did not call me. Esperanza, who is 53 years old and 4'11", slapped my 21-year-old son across the face hard enough to split his lip on his own teeth. He stood there, stunned, holding his face. Esperanza picked up her bucket and went back to mopping. Tristan ran to his father. Royce fired Esperanza by phone within the hour. He told her she was lucky he didn't press charges. He told me Tristan must have been startled and she had overreacted. I drove to Esperanza's apartment that afternoon with the folder and a check. I told her I believed her. I told her I had believed every woman before her. I told her I was sorry it had taken her slap for me to do anything. Esperanza did not take the check. She took my hand. She said in English, very clearly, he is going to hurt a girl badly one day. Soon. You need to stop him. 3 weeks later, a young woman named Aubrey showed up at our front door holding a small bouquet of grocery store flowers. She was 19. She was in Tristan's economics class. She wanted to meet his parents because that is the kind of girl Aubrey was. Tristan was not home. Royce was at golf. I invited Aubrey into the dining room. I made her tea. I asked her how much she knew about Tristan. She said he was charming, a little intense, and that he had told her his mother was uptight about girls. I went upstairs and brought down the folder. I told her she did not have to read any of it. I told her I would not be offended if she walked out without taking the tea. I told her the only thing I asked was that she let me show her the index. The index was 3 pages. It listed 41 separate incidents by date, by victim's first name only, by category. Restraining orders Royce had paid lawyers to make disappear. A photo a girl named Camille had texted me of a bruise. The school resource officer's notes from when Tristan was 16. A letter from a college dean dated last spring that Royce had thrown away, and I had pulled out of the recycling and dried with paper towels. Aubrey read for 26 minutes. She did not cry. She did not speak. At the end, she asked if she could photograph the index. I said yes. She asked if other women had this. I said no. She asked if I would email her the full folder. I said yes. She left without finishing her tea. Aubrey forwarded that email to her own mother, who forwarded it to a women's advocacy attorney, who forwarded it to 2 of the women named in the index, who forwarded it to 4 more. Within a week, 6 women had spoken to each other for the first time. Within 2 weeks, 3 had filed reports. Within a month, a local journalist had a piece in draft. Royce came home from work the day Aubrey emailed me her thank you note. He had heard from a friend at the club. He stood in the doorway of my office, red in the face, shaking. You ruined his life. I closed my laptop. I told him our son had been ruining girls' lives since he was 9, and someone in this house was finally going to be honest about it. Esperanza was hired back by Aubrey's mother. She makes more now. Tristan is awaiting trial. Royce sleeps in the guest room.
My son's ex-girlfriend is pregnant and is claiming my son is the father, but my son says it's impossible because he never got that far with her. And my wife hates that I believe my son because he has shown to have a tendency to lie in the past, but I believe he's telling the truth this time. My son Everett is 19. He dated a girl named Waverly for about 5 months earlier this year. They met at community college, and from the start, something was off about her. She was clingy in a way that made me uncomfortable. Always at our house, always in his room, always touching him in front of us like she was marking territory. Everett broke up with her in April because she went through his phone and started messaging his female classmates telling them to stay away from her boyfriend. She didn't take it well. showed up crying twice, called his phone 40 times in one night, then went silent for 2 months. 3 weeks ago, she texted Everett, "I'm pregnant and it's yours." He came downstairs white as a sheet. "Dad, that's impossible." "What do you mean? We never had sex. We did stuff but never went all the way. She wanted to, but I wasn't ready. That's one of the reasons things got weird between us." My wife Petra was in the doorway. She crossed her arms. "You dated her for 5 months. She was in your bedroom constantly. You expect us to believe nothing happened?" Here's the thing about my son. He's lied before. At 16, he said he was sleeping at a friend's house and was actually at a concert 2 cities away. At 17, he lied about failing a class until the report card showed up. I know he's not perfect, but I also know the difference between Everett lying and telling the truth. When he lies, he over-explains and gets defensive before anyone accuses him. When he's truthful, he gets still and quiet and looks you in the face. That night he was still and quiet and looking me straight in the face. I believed him. Petra did not. She told me I was being naive and that I'd look like a fool. She called her sister, and I heard her through the wall saying, "He actually believes the boy didn't sleep with her." Can you imagine? It became a full argument between us. Not about Everett exactly, but about what kind of parents we were going to be. She wanted to force him to accept responsibility immediately. I said we should get a paternity test first before committing to anything. A paternity test? She said it like I'd suggested something offensive. Our son got a girl pregnant and you want to play detective? If he says he didn't sleep with her, then a test proves it either way. What's the harm? The harm is you're teaching him that lying works. Waverly came to our house last Tuesday with her mother. Her mom spent the first 10 minutes telling us what a disgrace our son was. Waverly sat on our couch crying and holding her stomach, which was barely showing. She said Everett was the only person she'd been with. She was scared and alone and just wanted him to do the right thing. It was convincing. Petra was practically in tears wanting to comfort this girl. Then I said it. We'd like to request a paternity test. The room went nuclear. Waverly's mother started yelling about how dare we accuse her daughter. Waverly sobbed harder. Petra grabbed my arm and hissed, "What is wrong with you?" But I watched Waverly's face the moment I said paternity test. Before the tears, before the performance, there was a flash of something that lasted half a second. Panic. Pure, unfiltered panic. That told me everything. I held my ground. No commitments until a test confirmed paternity. Waverly's mom dragged her out, calling us every name in the book. Petra didn't speak to me for 2 days. Slept in the guest room. Said I was destroying our family over blind loyalty to a boy who'd proven he couldn't be trusted. 5 days later, Waverly's mom called. Quiet this time. Almost defeated. She's not going to do the test. Why not? Long pause. Because it might not be his. Might not be his. I sat at the kitchen table and let those words ring. When Petra came home, I told her word for word. She stared at me for a long time, then sat down and put her head in her hands. She didn't apologize. Not yet. But the silence said enough. Everett was in his room when I went upstairs. "She's not doing the test." He nodded. "I told you, Dad. I know you did. You were the only one who believed me." He hugged me for the first time in maybe 2 years. Petra and I are still working through it. She's not angry anymore, but I think she's embarrassed she assumed the worst about our son. I don't blame her. His history gave her reasons to doubt, but sometimes the kid who lied about a concert and a report card grows up just enough to tell the truth when it matters most. And sometimes the only thing standing between your child and an unfair life sentence is a parent willing to listen.
My stepfather told me I wasn't his real kid, so he didn't owe me anything for college and that I should figure it out on my own. Years later, I reminded him of that. When did the words "someone used to dismiss you" become the exact words that sealed their fate? My stepfather, Ron, married my mom when I was 7. From day one, he made something crystal clear. His biological son, Kevin, would always come first, and I was just extra baggage that came with the marriage. Kevin got the new bike while I got hand-me-downs. Kevin's baseball games were family events while my dance recitals were too expensive to attend. When I asked for help with homework, Ron would wave me off. "Ask your real father." Oh wait, he left. The breaking point came senior year of high school. I had worked my entire life for good grades, staying up late studying while Kevin played video games. I got accepted to my dream school with a partial scholarship, but still needed help covering the remaining tuition. I gathered my courage and approached Ron at the kitchen table. "Ron, I got into State University. I just need help covering the difference. I will pay you back." He didn't look up from his newspaper. "Why would I pay for your education? You're not my real kid. I don't owe you anything. Kevin's college fund is for Kevin. Figure it out yourself." My mom sat there silently, choosing peace over her daughter. That silence hurt almost as much as his words. But I have lived here for 11 years. I call you Dad. Calling me Dad doesn't make me your father. Blood matters. Kevin is my responsibility. You are your mother's problem. Kevin smirked from the couch, enjoying every second. So I figured it out myself. I worked 2 jobs through college, waitressing and tutoring. I lived in a cramped apartment with 3 roommates. I ate ramen for months while Kevin got care packages and spent money from Ron. I graduated with honors in accounting. No help, no support, just determination and spite. Kevin dropped out sophomore year after failing multiple classes. Ron paid for 2 years of tuition that went straight down the drain. Kevin moved back home to find himself, which apparently meant playing video games in the basement and cycling through minimum wage jobs he quit after a few weeks. I climbed the ladder. Junior accountant, then senior analyst, then financial manager. By 32, I was a regional director making more money than Ron ever did. I bought a beautiful home, invested wisely, and built everything he said I never could. Last month, everything changed. Ron had a heart attack. He survived, but the medical bills were devastating. His insurance covered some of it, but he was staring at years of crushing debt. Kevin couldn't help. He was still in that basement at 31 with absolutely nothing to show for all the investment Ron poured into him. My mom called me sobbing. "Honey, Ron needs help. The bills are overwhelming. Kevin cannot contribute anything. You are doing so well now. Could you help us out just until he recovers? He has been your father for 25 years. I let the silence stretch. Mom, put Ron on the phone. She handed it over. Hello? His voice was weak and humbled in a way I had never heard. "Ron, I heard you need financial help." "Yes." I know we have had our differences, but family helps family. You have done so well. I always knew you had potential. The audacity almost made me laugh out loud. Ron, I am not your real kid. You do not owe me anything, and I do not owe you anything. Blood matters, remember? Heaven is your responsibility. Figure it out yourself. The silence stretched forever. You cannot be serious. I raised you. You housed me. There is a difference. You made sure I understood that difference every single day for 11 years. Please, I am begging you. Ask your real kid for help. Oh wait, he cannot help, can he? I hung up. Mom called me heartless. Kevin posted online about how families should stick together during hard times. I commented, funny, that is not what I was taught growing up, then muted everything. Ron sold his boat and his truck to cover the bills. Kevin had to get a real job for the first time in his adult life. Sometimes I wonder if I was too harsh. Then I remember sitting at that kitchen table at 17, being told I was not worth the investment. I figured it out myself, just like he said. Now he can do the same.
My twin sister and I always knew when the other was in pain until the morning I woke up and felt nothing. Madison and I were born 17 minutes apart, identical twins, but the weird part wasn't how we looked. It was the connection. When she broke her wrist in 3rd grade, I felt it snap in my own arm during recess. When I got my wisdom teeth out at 19, she called me from her college dorm crying because her jaw was throbbing. We couldn't explain it. Doctors said it was psychological, but it was real. If Madison was sad, my chest would get heavy. If I was anxious, she'd text me asking what was wrong. It happened our entire lives. 26 years of knowing exactly when my other half needed me. Thursday morning, I woke up at 6:47 a.m. and felt nothing. Just silence where Madison usually was, like someone had cut a wire in my brain. I figured she was still asleep. But by noon, the silence was so loud I couldn't think. I tried calling. No answer. Texted her. Nothing. She's probably just busy, my boyfriend said. You don't understand. I can't feel her. That's not really a thing, but it was. I called her work. They said she'd called in sick. I called her roommate Jules. Have you seen Madison? Not since yesterday morning. Yesterday? It's 2 p.m. She went hiking. Haven't seen her since. My stomach dropped. What trail? Eagle Point, I think? I hung up and drove straight there. 43 minutes. My hands wouldn't stop shaking on the wheel. I kept trying to feel for her. That familiar tug in my chest that meant she was there. Nothing. The parking lot had 3 cars. One was Madison's blue Honda Civic. I ran to the ranger station. My sister. She came hiking yesterday. She never came back. The ranger's face changed. What's her name? Madison Ellis. Blue jacket, 26 years old. He picked up his radio. We found someone this morning. Female hiker. She's at County Memorial. I don't remember driving to the hospital. I remember my vision going blurry, my throat closing up, the silence in my head getting louder. I ran through the emergency room doors. Madison Ellis. Where is she? The nurse looked at her computer. Her face went soft. ICU, 3rd floor, room 312. I took the stairs, couldn't wait for the elevator. My legs barely worked. Pushed through the ICU doors. Room 312 had a closed curtain. I could hear machines beeping, that steady rhythm. Beep, beep, beep. I pulled back the curtain. Madison was in the bed, tubes in her throat, wires everywhere, a ventilator breathing for her. No. A doctor appeared. Are you family? I'm her twin. What happened? She fell approximately 30 feet. Massive head trauma. We've been trying to reach next of kin. Is she? I couldn't finish. She's breathing with machine assistance, but I need to be honest with you. The brain scans show no activity. We've tested 3 times. The machines kept beeping, her chest rising and falling, but it wasn't her. That's why I couldn't feel her anymore. She's gone? I whispered. I'm so sorry. I sat down next to her bed, held her hand. It was warm. Her fingers looked exactly like mine. Same freckle on the left thumb. Can she hear me? We don't believe so. I stayed there for 4 hours, talking to her, begging her to come back, squeezing her hand and waiting to feel that connection again. Just once. Just a flutter of pain or sadness or anything. Nothing. Just the machines and the silence. Our parents arrived at 8 p.m. Mom collapsed when she saw Madison. Dad had to hold her up. They'd been on vacation in Florida. Didn't even know. The doctor came back at 9:15 p.m. We need to discuss next steps. She's on life support. Legally, you can choose to continue or don't. I said, don't say it. But Mom was already crying harder. She wouldn't want this. She made me promise. If she was ever... Dad's voice cracked. She signed papers. DNR. She told us last year. They turned off the machines at 11:47 p.m. on Friday. I held one hand. Mom held the other. The beeping stopped. Her chest stopped moving. For
My uncle has been telling everyone he's in my grandfather's will, but my grandfather just told me the truth at Thanksgiving. My Uncle Rick is the kind of man who tells you how much his watch cost within 5 minutes of meeting you. He drives a BMW. He leases, but tells people he bought. He wears cologne that arrives before he does. He once corrected a waiter's pronunciation of bruschetta at an Olive Garden. An Olive Garden. You're not in Italy, Rick. You're next to a highway. Rick has been telling the entire family for 10 years that he's the main beneficiary of my grandfather's will. He says it at every holiday, every birthday, every random Tuesday dinner. Dad and I have an understanding. The house is coming to me. We already discussed it. He says this in front of my dad, his own brother. Like my dad is invisible. Like my dad doesn't exist in the inheritance conversation. My dad never responds. He just eats his food and changes the subject. My mom told me once, your father doesn't care about the will. He cares about his dad. That's the difference between my dad and Rick in one sentence. My grandfather is 84. He's sharper than anyone in this family. He does the crossword in pen. He reads 2 newspapers every morning, not on his phone. Actual newspapers. He says the internet is a fad. He's been saying this since 2004. He will die on this hill. Thanksgiving. Big dinner. 22 people. Grandpa is at the head of the table. Rick is 3 seats away and already talking about the house. When I get the property, I'm going to redo the kitchen first. Open concept. Knock out that wall. He's renovating a house he doesn't own. He's planning construction on someone else's property. My grandfather is sitting right there, alive, eating turkey. And Rick is remodeling his house in conversation like the man is already gone. My dad says nothing. Eats his turkey. Passes the gravy. After dinner, Grandpa taps my shoulder. Come to the garage. Bring your jacket. Don't tell anyone. He says it like we're planning a heist. I follow him. him. He closes the garage door and sits on his workbench, the same workbench he built in 1978. He looks at me and says, I need to tell you something about my will and I need you to keep your mouth shut until I'm dead. Heavy opening. I sit down. He pulls a folder from behind a toolbox. Inside are legal documents, updated 6 months ago. I read the first page and my brain short circuits. The house isn't going to Rick. It's going to my dad. Everything. The house, the savings, the property, all of it. My dad, not Rick, not split, not shared. My dad, the man who never once mentioned the will, who never asked for anything, who drives 45 minutes every Saturday to mow Grandpa's lawn, fix the gutters, and watch baseball on the same couch they've shared for 30 years. I look at Grandpa. Does Rick know? Rick knows what Rick wants to know, which is whatever makes Rick feel important. He tells me everything. Rick stopped visiting 2 years ago. He calls once a month. The calls last 6 minutes. Grandpa times them. 6 minutes, once a month. He said, Rick calls me like I'm a subscription he forgot to cancel. But here's the part that made my jaw hit the workbench. In 2018, Rick borrowed $40,000 from Grandpa. He said it was for his daughter's college tuition. Grandpa wrote the check because that's what fathers do. 2 months later, Grandpa drove past the marina and saw a brand new boat with Rick standing on it, holding a beer. The boat's name painted on the side, Family First. Family First. He named the boat Family First with his father's money. That was supposed to be for his daughter's education. He bought a boat with college money and named it after the value he violated to get it. That's not irony. That's a crime against the English language. Grandpa never said anything. He just watched, the way he always does, quietly, from his chair by the window, counting who shows up and who doesn't. My dad shows up every Saturday, without being asked. He mows, he fixes, he sits, he doesn't post about it, he doesn't take photos, he doesn't perform. He just shows up every single week, rain or shine, for 10 years straight. Grandpa said, your uncle performs love. Your father just does it. I've been watching for 10 years and the difference is clear. Rick shows up when there's an audience. Your dad shows up when there's nobody watching. That's how you know. He closed the folder. Then he said something I'll never forget. Rick measured the rooms last Christmas. Did you know that? He brought a tape measure to my house on Christmas Day. He measured the kitchen while I was in the other room. Your aunt told me. He's already planning what he's going to do with my home while I'm still living in it. He measured the rooms at Christmas. While Grandpa was alive and opening presents in the next room, Rick was measuring his future in his father's house with a tape measure and no shame. Grandpa looked at me. I want you to be there when the will is read. I want you to watch Rick's face. He's been performing for 10 years. He can watch the curtain close. I said, Grandpa, that's kind of brutal. He said, I'm 84. I've earned brutal. He went back inside, sat in his chair, ate pie, watched Rick tell Aunt Karen about his plans for the open concept kitchen. Grandpa listened, smiled, ate another bite. That man is playing chess while the rest of us are playing checkers. He's been watching, counting, keeping score, not out of cruelty, out of clarity. He knows who shows up for him and who shows up for the house, and he made his decision accordingly. I haven't told anyone. Not my dad, not my mom, not Rick, especially not Rick. Grandpa said to wait, so I'm waiting. But every time Rick mentions the house, I look at Grandpa, and Grandpa looks at me, and we share a silence that says everything his will eventually will. Rick brought a contractor to Thanksgiving this year to get estimates for a house he will never own. Grandpa shook the contractor's hand and said, nice to meet you. Beautiful work you do. Then he winked at me, 84 years old, eating pie, winning.
My vegan roommate kept insulting me for eating meat, so I bought carnivorous plants and placed them next to hers. I'd lived with Amanda for 3 years in our 2-bedroom apartment. She was vegan since 14, had plants everywhere, and we never had issues. I ate my steaks, she made her quinoa bowls, life was balanced. Amanda was obsessed with her plants. 47 different species across our apartment, succulents on windowsills, ferns hanging from ceilings, some tropical thing in a humidity tent. She named them all. If you bumped one, you got a death stare that could wilt the plants themselves. Then 2 months ago, Amanda went to an animal rights conference, came back a different person, suddenly attending rallies every weekend, wearing aggressive vegan shirts, posting constantly on social media. I came home one Thursday with leftover steak. Amanda walked in and lost it. 10-minute rant about animal suffering. How could I look at myself? Eating meat made me a bad person. I tried laughing it off. We'd always respected each other's choices. She said that was before she saw the light and couldn't stay silent while I participated in murder. This became daily. Every time she saw me eating non-vegan food, she'd make comments. Enjoying your corpse? Or that chicken had a family. It got so bad I started eating breakfast in my car at 5:30 a.m. My coworkers thought I was insane. Why are you eating oatmeal in the parking lot? Because my roommate became the vegan police, that's why. 3 weeks of this. Finally, I told her, if this continues, I'm moving out. She crossed her arms. Good. I'll be glad when I don't have to live with an animal murderer. That's when creative inspiration hit. I mentioned her avocados probably killed more beings through monoculture than my eggs. She exploded, saying I didn't appreciate her efforts to save the planet. We were done. Lease ended in 2 months, but I wasn't leaving quietly. Next day, while she was at a rally, I drove to an exotic plant store 20 minutes away. Asked the owner, what's the most dramatic carnivorous plant you have? He showed me everything. Venus flytraps, pitcher plants, sundews, butterworts. I bought 12 different carnivorous plants. Specialized pots, hanging fixtures, nutrient-poor soil they need. Cost nearly $300. Spent 3 hours setting up. Key detail, didn't touch Amanda's plants. Instead, placed mine directly beside hers. Everywhere she had a plant, mine flanked it. The kitchen became ground zero. Her windowsill herbs, now beside pitcher plants. Her pothos on the fridge, meet Venus flytrap named Ribeye. Her fiddle leaf fig, say hello to sundew called Brisket. Made little name tags. Ribeye, porterhouse, brisket, T-bone, sirloin, bacon. Every carnivorous plant got a meat name. Amanda came home, walked past them, then stopped, turned around, stared. What are those? My new plants. You inspired me. She read the name tags. Face went from confused to furious. Are you mocking me? They're just plants, Amanda. I thought you loved plants. These are carnivorous. They eat living things. So, still plants. Vegan by definition, right? She couldn't argue. I hadn't broken rules. Hadn't touched her stuff. These were my plants. Shared space. Perfectly legal. Here's what I didn't tell her. Carnivorous plants release specific enzymes into the air. They change local humidity and pH levels in ways regular houseplants hate. I'd done my research. 4 days later, her plants looked off. Yellowing leaves. Slowed growth. Her fiddle leaf fig dropped 3 leaves in 1 day. Amanda was frantic. Moved them around. Adjusted watering. Bought new fertilizers. Nothing worked. My meat-named carnivores? Absolutely thriving. Catching fruit flies left and right. Something's wrong with my plants, she kept saying. Weird, I'd reply, watching Porterhouse digest a gnat. Mine Mine are doing great. She tried everything, repotted them, bought a moisture meter, took one to a plant doctor. Nobody could figure it out. 2 weeks in, 12 of her plants were dead. She was nearly crying. I don't understand what's happening. I almost felt bad. Almost. Then I remembered eating breakfast in my car in January because she couldn't respect basic boundaries. Last week she told me she was moving out early, found a place with activist friends, said the energy here had become toxic. She left yesterday, took the 22 surviving plants, left dead ones with a note, "You can throw away what you killed." I didn't kill them. My plants did. Nature's way. Now I have the whole apartment, a thriving carnivorous collection. And the best part? I named my newest pitcher plant Amanda. It's doing beautifully. My wife got another man in the delivery room in place of me while she was giving birth to our baby. Last month, my wife's water broke early. We weren't expecting it for another 3 weeks. The problem was I was already 30 minutes away dealing with my mom, who'd just called saying she'd been in a car accident. Nothing major, but she was really shaken up and alone on the side of the highway. I told my wife to call an ambulance because there was no way I could turn around in time. She completely lost it. Started screaming and crying through the phone about how I was abandoning her in her most vulnerable moment. I tried to calm her down and suggested she call my sister, who only lives 20 minutes away. She could get there faster than me anyway. My wife went completely silent for a few seconds, then just hung up on me. I didn't hear from her for over an hour. I was dealing with my mom, getting her car sorted, making sure she wasn't hurt. Finally checked my phone and saw my sister had sent me a video. My wife was actively in labor, but she wasn't alone. She was holding the hand of Nick, her male friend. The same guy I've always had a weird feeling about, but never said anything because I didn't want to seem controlling or jealous. He was there in the delivery room like he was the father. My sister immediately followed up asking when I'd get there. I ignored that and asked if she drove my wife to the hospital. She said no. I asked who did. Nick drove her. The guy who lives 10 minutes away apparently. I finished helping my mom get home safely and then asked my sister for the full story. Instead of calling my sister or an ambulance like any normal person would, my wife called Nick first. He dropped everything and rushed over to drive her. I told my sister to FaceTime me but keep the phone hidden so no one in the delivery room would notice. I stayed silent on my end, just watching. What I saw made me sick. Nick was rubbing her back between contractions, wiping her tears with a cloth, whispering things in her ear that made her nod, holding her hand while she squeezed it during the painful moments. He was doing everything a husband should be doing. I couldn't take it anymore and ended the call. Told my sister to let my wife know I'd come by after work the next day when she was out of labor. My sister called 2 hours later saying she'd left the hospital and my wife would be staying overnight for observation since it was an early delivery. The next day around 4 p.m. I showed up at the hospital. The room was full of family. My parents, her parents, my sister, a few cousins. My wife wouldn't even look at me. When anyone tried to talk to her, she gave one-word answers with this attitude that filled the entire room. I asked her in front of everyone why she was acting like this. She rolled her eyes hard and told me to leave her the F alone, just like that, in front of our parents. Later, I walked over to see my son for the first time, tried to hold him. She literally snatched him out of my hands before I could even get a good look at his face. Everyone in the room went silent. The tension was suffocating. By 6 p.m., everyone had left, even though visiting hours didn't end until 8. They could all feel something was wrong and wanted to give us space. When we were finally alone, I tried to have an actual conversation about why she was being so cold on what should be the happiest day of our lives. She didn't hold back, started going off about my audacity to miss the birth of our child, and then have the nerve to act confused about why she's angry. How I chose my mother over her and our baby. How I wasn't there when she needed me most. I lost my temper too. Told her I was helping my mother who'd just been in a car accident. A real emergency. And instead of calling my sister who was closer or literally calling 911, she chose to call another man. A man who isn't her husband. A man who took my place in the most important moment of our lives together. Her face changed. Got this look I'd never seen before. Cold, distant. She said something that made my entire world stop. Nick was there when you weren't. That's all that matters now. Maybe he should have been the father too. I just stared at her. Couldn't even process what she just said. The implication behind those words. I grabbed my jacket and walked out without another word. Haven't been back to that hospital since. Haven't answered her calls. Her texts go straight to voicemail. My lawyer says what she said might actually help my case if things go the direction I think they're heading. Says it shows parental alienation and suggests possible infidelity. I don't even know if I want to fight for this anymore. My wife is demanding we change our child's last name to her ex-husband's, so I filed for divorce and she refuses to accept it. 3 weeks after our daughter was born, she kicked me out of our own house. The reason? She wanted our baby to have her dead ex-husband's surname, not mine, his. Her ex died 4 years ago, PTSD after Afghanistan. She has a 12-year-old son from that marriage who lives with us. I've been in his life since he was 6. The kid has his biological father's last name, and so does she. She never changed it after we got married, which honestly should have been my first red flag. But now she's demanding our newborn daughter take that name too. Her logic? If the baby has my surname, her son will feel alienated. Like somehow having different last names means I love one kid less than the other. I tried everything to compromise. I told her that since I'd practically raised her son for 6 years, maybe he could take my name. That way, everyone's together. She lost it. Started crying, saying I was trying to erase his real father's memory. Said I was being selfish and cruel. So I suggested we all take my surname as a family unit. Fresh start. She shut that down immediately. Said her son has had his name his entire life and shouldn't have to change it to appease me. Those were her exact words. The name registration was scheduled for Thursday. By Tuesday, we'd barely spoken in 5 days. The house felt like a tomb. She'd stay in the bedroom with the baby, and I'd sleep on the couch. Every conversation ended in her crying or me walking away. Then her son, this 12-year-old kid, pulled me aside one evening while she was upstairs. He looked nervous but determined. Dad, he said, I don't care if we have different names. You're my dad. He was my father, but you're the one here. I felt this weight lift off my chest. I thought maybe if I told her what he said, she'd finally understand. So that night at dinner, I brought it up as gently as I could. She went pale, then red. Then she started screaming that I had emotionally manipulated her son, that I'd poisoned him against his real father's memory. I hadn't even finished explaining before she threw her glass across the kitchen. Tuesday night, 2 days before the registration, she cornered me in the hallway. Her eyes looked wild. She said if I forced our daughter to have my name, she'd rather take her own life than live with that decision. She said it it twice. I didn't know what else to do. I called the police and told them she'd threatened to harm herself. Told them she might have postpartum depression and wasn't safe around the baby. They came within 20 minutes. She protested the entire time they put her in the car. Kept saying it was just said in anger that she was fine. But they took her anyway for a 72-hour evaluation. Thursday morning, I went to the registry office alone. I chose every name myself. First, middle, and last. All mine. No trace of him anywhere. Friday afternoon, her ex's parents showed up at my door. They had a key from when they used to babysit. They walked right in and tried to take the baby from the nursery. Said my wife had instructed them through her sister to collect both kids until she was released. I blocked the doorway to the baby's room and told them to leave. They threatened to call the police. I said, go ahead. I'm the legal parent here and you have no rights to my daughter. They left with their grandson instead. Packed his stuff while I watched. That weekend, my in-laws came by. Said they wanted to take the baby to see my wife in the hospital. When I said no, they kept pushing. Called me difficult. Said I was being cruel to keep a mother from her child. I told them no 15 times before they finally left. Monday, a health inspector showed up. Clipboard, official badge, the whole thing. Walked through the house, asked about feeding schedules, checked the nursery. She said social services were involved now due to my wife's mental state, but everything looked fine. I was the stable parent. My wife was released Tuesday. She didn't come home. Went straight to her parents' house. She's been there for 2 weeks now. Tried twice to take the baby when I wasn't looking. Once when I was taking out the trash. Once when I was in the shower. I changed all the locks after that. Now she drops off expressed breast milk through her sister 3 times a day. Her sister knocks, leaves the bottles on the porch, and drives away without saying a word. The divorce papers are filed. My lawyer says I'll get primary custody given the circumstances. Health services already sided with me. Her parents called yesterday. Said I'm a monster for keeping their grandchild away. That I'm cruel and vindictive. I told them their daughter chose a dead man over a living one, and she made that choice the day she prioritized his name over mine. The line went quiet. Then her mother said, she'll never forgive you for this. I said, good, that makes 2 of us. My wife left me with our kids for a rich man. I want to try the rich life. 2 years later, she came back expecting me to leave my girlfriend for her. My name's Ruben. This is how my wife traded our family for Instagram stories. Then came back expecting me to put my life on pause. We weren't rich, but we were solid. I worked logistics. Alina did dental scheduling. 2-bedroom apartment where the kids' drawings covered every surface. Then her friend group changed. Women dating finance guys, posting Miami pics on random Wednesdays. Alina started measuring our life against a ruler I didn't know existed. She'd scroll like she'd been living in black and white while everyone else got color. The breaking point came on a Tuesday. I was doing our budget. Alina was on the couch, that Instagram swoosh filling the silence. Then she exploded. This is it. Bills and budgets and nothing exciting ever. How her friends lived real lives. Got surprised with jewelry and trips. I realized she wasn't talking about our marriage. She was talking about a transaction she'd lost out on. She wanted a divorce. Said she'd settled too young. But you can't compete with a fantasy. You can't win against an Instagram feed. So I said, okay, fair custody. My calmness broke something in her. She'd expected a fight. Instead, I was protecting Max and Lily. She moved out within a month. Custody started 50-50, but became 70-30 because she kept having plans. Girls' trips. Dinners that couldn't be rescheduled. The kids came back confused. Mommy's apartment was tiny. No space for toys. She'd let them watch TV instead of homework. I kept detailed records. Every missed pickup. Every schedule change. 3 months later, divorce finalized. She wanted freedom. I kept the only things that mattered. The first 6 months were brutal. Not because I missed her. I was past that. But because I had to be everything for Max and Lily. Up at 6 a.m., school, work, homework, dinner, bath, bedtime, repeat. Around the 1-year mark, I met Vanessa at Max's soccer game. Divorced too. Her ex moved states. We understood each other's exhaustion and determination to show up. She appeared gradually. Carpools, playground Sundays, no drama, just presence. One evening, Lily spiked a 103-degree fever. I was juggling her temperature while making sure Max ate. Vanessa texted asking how Lily was. I admitted I was overwhelmed. She showed up 20 minutes later with soup and medicine. Things developed naturally. Vanessa would help Max with projects, play games with Lily. The kids lit up around her. They were starved for attention their mother wasn't providing. When we had the relationship conversation, it felt less like falling and more like choosing. Choosing someone who showed up for boring Tuesday nights. The kids adjusted fast. Vanessa never tried replacing Alina. They mentioned her casually, like she was part of their world. Life felt manageable. For the first time in 2 years, I could breathe. Then my phone buzzed. Unknown number. We need to talk. I want to come back to the family. I met her at a coffee shop. She walked in looking tired, smiled like we were old friends, rehearsed speech about growth. I want us to try again. I felt nothing. Just certainty she was no longer my problem. That ship sailed when she chose her new life. She was still the kid's mother, but she and I were done. Is there someone else? Yes. Someone who's been there through fevers and homework meltdowns and all the regular moments you decided weren't worth your time. Her face went red. So you replaced me. Vanessa filled the empty space Alina left. Showed up when showing up mattered. Alina tried using the kids as weapons. How they needed their real family together. I showed her my phone. Every missed pickup. Every canceled weekend. Her face went pale. Over the next months, Alina tried buying her way back. Gaming systems. Disneyland promises. Kids came back loaded with toys. Off routine. Max's teacher emailed. He'd stopped assignments. Mommy said homework could wait. The breaking point came when Alina showed up unannounced. She saw Vanessa helping Lily with spelling. Then Lily said, thanks, Mommy, because Vanessa helped her. Alina exploded. How dare I let some woman confuse their children? Vanessa left while I got the kids to their room. Once they were gone, you can't show up sporadically and expect the kids to treat you like you never left. Vanessa earned their affection by being present for the boring parts you decided weren't worth your time. She looked at me like I'd stabbed her. Years later, kids live with me and Vanessa, see their mother every other weekend when she remembers. She still doesn't understand why she couldn't just come back.
grew up broke but married into insanely rich families. What shocked you the most? When I married my wife, Alina, I thought her family was just comfortable. The first time I went to her parents' house for Thanksgiving, I realized I had stepped into a completely different universe. Their driveway looked like a hotel parking lot. Everyone wore clothes without logos, because apparently when people get rich enough, they stop needing to prove it. I remember standing there in the kitchen, holding a paper plate while her uncles argued over which ski house had the better wine cellar, like it was a normal conversation. But the weirdest part wasn't the money. It was how everybody acted around Alina's grandmother, Celeste. The second she entered a room, conversations changed. People laughed harder at her jokes. Her sons suddenly offered to refill her drink before she even touched the glass. One cousin spent 20 minutes showing her photos of a business he clearly didn't care about just because he wanted her approval. It honestly reminded me of employees trying to impress a CEO before layoffs. I found out later, Celeste owned most of the family's company and was worth more money than I could even process in my head. Meanwhile, I spent most holidays sitting on the floor building Lego sets with the younger kids because they looked bored out of their minds. Half the adults barely even noticed their own children unless someone was taking pictures. One night after Christmas dinner, I walked into the backyard to get some air and found Celeste sitting alone on a bench behind the garden. She asked why I always disappeared during family parties. I told her the truth. I said, honestly, I grew up eating noodles 3 nights a week. I still can't tell when rich people are pretending to enjoy themselves. She laughed so hard she nearly spilled her drink. After that, every time there was a family event, she'd randomly sit next to me for an hour or two. Sometimes we talked about sports, sometimes about old jobs I worked growing up. Sometimes she just complained about her relatives treating her like an ATM with a heartbeat. One afternoon, she asked what my parents did for work. I told her my dad drove trucks until his back gave out, and my mom cleaned motel rooms for almost 20 years. She got quiet after that. A couple weeks later, Alina got a call from her mother saying Celeste wanted the whole family at her estate for Sunday dinner. Apparently, it was important. The second we got there, everybody was acting nervous. One uncle kept disappearing outside to rehearse something on his phone. Another cousin brought Celeste some ridiculously expensive watch as a surprise gift, even though it still had the price tag hidden under the box flap. Dinner felt fake from the start. Every single person was trying to position themselves closest to Celeste. People interrupted each other constantly. Her oldest son gave this long emotional speech about protecting the family legacy that sounded rehearsed in a mirror. Meanwhile, Celeste barely touched her food. About halfway through dinner, she suddenly asked me what I thought of the family. The entire table went silent. I remember Alina squeezing my leg under the table because she thought I was about to accidentally ruin everything. But I was tired of the performance by that point, so I shrugged and said, honestly, I think most people here love your money more than they love you. You could have heard a fork hit the floor from across the house. One cousin actually muttered, what the hell? Alina looked horrified. Her mother looked ready to pass out, but Celeste just stared at me for a few seconds before smiling. Not a fake smile either, a real one. Then she asked, and what do you love? I told her, your granddaughter. And honestly, I think you like when somebody talks to you like a normal person. Nobody said another word the rest of dinner. The next morning, I got a call from Celeste asking if I could come by her house alone. When I got there, she was sitting in the garden with 2 coffees already poured. She told me that after her husband died, every conversation in her life became transactional. People either wanted access, money, influence, or approval. She said even her own children stopped talking to her normally years ago. Then she handed me a folder. Inside were documents for a fully paid house under Alina's name and education trusts for every future child we had. I just stared at her because I genuinely didn't know what to say. She smiled and said, you're the first person in 15 years who made me feel richer without asking me for $1.
People who grew up rich. When did you realize you were living in a bubble and not like everyone else? I thought every kid had their birthdays planned by event coordinators until I was 13. Every April, my parents would rent out country clubs or these fancy rooftop venues downtown. They'd hire magicians, ice cream trucks, face painters, and once even this guy who brought parrots that could talk. I'm talking like 60 kids from school showing up, tables covered in those fancy cloth things, and waiters walking around with little appetizers on trays. But here's the weird part. None of the kids ever stayed long. Like, they'd show up, eat some cake, watch the magic show for maybe an hour, then their parents would collect them and they'd leave. And nobody ever brought me actual presents. Just these white envelopes that my mom would grab and stuff into her purse before I could even see what was inside. I didn't think it was strange back then. I figured that's just how birthdays worked. The envelopes probably had money or gift cards or something, right? And maybe other kids just had smaller parties because their parents weren't as organized as mine. Then in 7th grade, this kid Jake from my math class invited me to his birthday party. I was actually pretty excited because Jake was cool and I wanted to be friends with him. My mom dropped me off at this public park, and I was confused because there was no valet or anything, just regular parking spots. When I found Jake's party, my brain basically short-circuited. There was one folding table with a plastic tablecloth, hot dogs cooking on this little portable grill, and a cooler full of sodas. No servers, no fancy decorations, just balloons tied to the table legs. And get this, there was one soccer ball. That was it for entertainment. But all the kids were laughing their heads off. They were playing tag, kicking the soccer ball around, and having these intense conversations about video games and TV shows. Everyone had wrapped presents, actual gifts in colorful paper with ribbons and stuff. Jake opened each one and got genuinely excited about things like Pokemon cards and a new skateboard. The party lasted 4 hours. 4 hours, and nobody wanted to leave. Parents had to literally drag their kids away because it was getting dark. I kept waiting for the real entertainment to start, but this was it. And somehow, it was the most fun I'd ever had at a birthday party. When my mom picked me up, I was buzzing with energy. I couldn't stop talking about how different it was, how the kids actually seemed to like being there. That's when I asked her something that had been bugging me. Mom, how come nobody ever gives me real presents at my parties? Just those envelope things? She looked at me in the rearview mirror like I'd asked her why the sky was blue. Honey, you don't need toys. You have everything already. Those envelopes have checks for your college fund. But Jake got a skateboard and he looked so happy. Oliver, your father spent $8,000 on your last party. Do you think Jake's parents spent $8,000? That's when it hit me. Like, really hit me. My party parties weren't actually for me. They were these weird networking events where my dad's business partners brought their kids and wrote checks to stay on his good side. The kids left early because they were bored out of their minds by the fancy stuff. They wanted to run around and be stupid, not watch some guy make balloon animals while wearing a tuxedo. I started paying attention to other things after that, like how when kids talked about weekend plans, they mentioned going to the movies or the mall. When I talked about weekend plans, it was always some charity gala or dinner party with my parents' friends. Other kids complained about chores and allowances. I had never done a chore in my life because we had housekeepers, and I got money whenever I asked for it. The worst part was realizing that all those kids at my expensive parties probably thought I was some spoiled rich kid who didn't appreciate anything, which, honestly, I kind of was. I had never even thought about how much things cost or where money came from. It just appeared when I needed it. When I turned 14, I asked my parents if I could have a small party, just like 10 friends, pizza, and maybe we could go bowling or something. My mom looked horrified. Bowling? Oliver, what would people think? What people? It's my birthday. Your father's colleagues, the other parents. We have a reputation to maintain. So I got another fancy party with another rented venue and another pile of envelopes from people I barely knew. But this time I actually watched the other kids' faces. They looked as bored as I felt. People who have gotten jumped. What did you do? I was getting my usual caramel latte at the coffee shop when everything went sideways. This guy walked in wearing a blue hoodie and had the same walk as my brother Jake, who disappeared 3 years ago. My heart started racing and I couldn't help staring at him, trying to see if it could actually be him. Jake went missing during a camping trip and we never found out what happened to him. The guy ordered his coffee and turned around, giving me a better look at his face. He had the same crooked nose and dimple on his left cheek. I kept staring because for a second I really thought my brother had just walked back into my life. That's when I noticed the girl sitting next to him giving me the death glare. She had bleached blonde hair and those long acrylic nails that looked like weapons. She stood up so fast her chair scraped against the floor, making everyone look. Before I could even process what was happening, she was in my face, screaming about looking at her man. I tried to back away, but she grabbed my hair and yanked me forward. My coffee went flying and splashed all over some poor kid's laptop. I was trying to explain that I thought he looked like someone, but she wasn't listening. The first punch caught me right in the eye, and I saw stars immediately. I'd never been in a fight before and didn't know how to defend myself. She kept swinging, and her nails scratched deep lines across my cheek. I tried to cover my face, but she was like a wild animal. Other customers were screaming for her to stop, but she just kept going. Her boyfriend just stood there holding his coffee like he was watching TV. Someone finally pulled her off me, but not before she got in one last kick to my ribs. I was on the floor covered in coffee and blood trying to figure out what just happened. My left eye was already swelling shut and I could taste copper in my mouth. The barista was on the phone with 911 while some nice old lady pressed napkins to the cuts on my face. The cops showed up first and immediately arrested the girl who was still trying to get at me. She kept screaming that I was trying to steal her man and that I deserved it. The paramedics came next and said I needed to go to the hospital for my eye. The whole left side of my face was throbbing and I could barely see out of that eye. They loaded me into the ambulance while everyone in the coffee shop stared. At the hospital they did a bunch of tests and the news wasn't good. The girl's punch had damaged something in my eye and I'd lost about 40% of my vision in it. The doctor said it might improve with time, but probably not completely. I also had 3 broken ribs and needed 12 stitches on my face, all because I looked at someone who reminded me of my missing brother. 2 days later, a nurse brought me flowers that someone had left at the front desk. There was a card from the boyfriend saying he was sorry, and that his girlfriend was just upset because he'd cheated on her again the night before. He actually wrote again, like it was no big deal. He said this was the 7th time she'd caught him, and she always got crazy afterward. I threw the flowers in the trash. My parents hired a lawyer as soon as they found out what happened. The girl was facing assault charges, but we were also suing her in civil court. The lawyer said we had a slam dunk case with all the witnesses and my medical records. The coffee shop had security cameras that caught everything, including her throwing the first punch. Even her boyfriend would have to testify about what he saw. The criminal case happened first, and she got convicted of assault. The judge gave her 6 months in jail and 3 years probation. She had to pay for all my medical bills too. During the trial, it came out that she'd been arrested twice before for fighting other girls she thought were looking at her boyfriend. The judge called her a danger to society. The civil case was even easier than my lawyer predicted. We asked for $50,000 for my pain and suffering and permanent vision loss. Her lawyer tried to argue that I provoked her by staring, but the judge shut that down immediately. He said looking at someone in a public place wasn't an invitation for violence. The jury deliberated for less than an hour before awarding me the full amount. I still have problems with my left eye and probably always will. Sometimes I get headaches and have trouble judging distances. The scars on my face faded, but you can still see them in certain light. I never did find out if that guy was related to Jake or just looked like him, but I got $50,000 and she got a criminal record, so I guess I won in the end. Now I just order my coffee to go and try not to look at anyone for too long.
People who work for the super wealthy? What stuff have you seen? I was a manny for this tech executive's family, making $18 an hour watching their 3 kids. The job was supposed to be temporary while I finished my business degree, but it ended up lasting 2 years. The parents were always traveling for work, so I practically raised these kids. Then, one random Thursday in March, the wife Diane pulls me aside while I'm helping her son with homework. She asks if my passport's current. I said, yeah, why? And she goes, we need you in Maui tomorrow through next Friday. The husband's company is doing an executive retreat and we can't find childcare in Hawaii. I'm thinking this is weird, but okay, I'll get like $500 bonus or something. She hands me a thick envelope. I open it in my car and it's $8,000 in cash. That's your spending money for the week, she'd said. $8,000. I made $720 a week before taxes. The next morning, a black car picked me up at 4 a.m. I met the family at a private terminal at the airport. Not like priority boarding, I mean a whole separate building where rich people get on planes. The flight was first class. The mom ordered me a mimosa at 6 a.m. like it was normal. Their youngest kid, Daisy, who was 7, fell asleep on my shoulder and Diane took a photo saying, you're so good with them. We landed and I'm expecting maybe a nice hotel. They drove us to the Four Seasons. My room was on the 8th floor with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the ocean. I looked up the rate later that night. $940 per night for 6 nights, just for me. The family had a 2-bedroom suite that cost more than my parents' mortgage. During the day, I'd take the kids to the beach. We'd build sandcastles, rent surfboards, get smoothies. I kept trying to be careful with money, but everything was so expensive. A kid's meal was was $24. On day 2, I took them to the sea turtle sanctuary, and it cost $90 for the 4 of us to get in. I was starting to panic about the budget. That afternoon, the middle child, Lucas, who was 11, asked if we could get shaved ice. I pulled out a 20 from my own wallet because I'd already spent like $400 of their money. He looked at me confused and said, "Mom gave you the card right." I said, "What card?" He called his mom, who was in a meeting. She answered, and when Lucas explained, she started laughing. Oh my god, I completely forgot. She told me to just charge everything to their room number. Any restaurant, any activity, anywhere on the resort property. Don't even think about it, she said. That night, I ordered a $68 steak from room service because I could. The next day, I took the kids parasailing. $340. Bought them all new swimsuits because Daisy said hers was itchy. $280. Got myself a surf lesson. $175. I kept a detailed list of every purchase because I was terrified, but also kind of amazed. By day 5, I'd spent over $2,000 of their money on top of the original $8,000 they gave me. I tried to give Diane all my receipts when I saw her at dinner. She was wearing a dress that probably cost more than my car. She waved the receipts away without even looking. "It's fine," she said. "We trust you." That's when the oldest daughter, Sophia, pulled me aside. She was 16 and had barely talked to me all week. She'd been quiet, moody, staying in her room. We walked down to the beach and she said, "Can I tell you something?" I said, "Of course." She goes, "My parents are getting divorced." I froze. She said they told us 3 weeks ago. This whole trip, the family time, the resort, it's their goodbye vacation. They wanted one last trip as a family before Dad moves to Singapore for work. Mom's keeping the house and we're staying with her. I suddenly understood why Diane had been taking so many photos, why the dad kept hugging the kids extra long, why they'd insisted on family dinners every single night even though they were usually too busy for that at home. I'd been watching their family fall apart in real time and thought it was a vacation. On the last night, they all had dinner together one final time. I wasn't invited, and I understood why. I sat in my $940 hotel room, eating room service, thinking about how I'd spent their money on shaved ice and surf lessons while they were saying goodbye to each other. When we flew home, I gave Diane back $4,200 of the original $8,000. She looked confused and said you didn't need to do that, but I did. 2 months later, I got invited to Sophia's high school graduation. In her speech, she thanked her parents for always making her feel loved, even when things changed. Then she looked right at me and said, "And thank you to the people who showed up when it mattered." I still have the photo Diane took of Daisy asleep on my shoulder on that flight.
You know what's actually wild? School ends up giving you some of the best memories of your life. Yeah, we all complain about early mornings, homework, and teachers who make time move slower. But when you really think about it, school is kind of special. Every day you're surrounded by your friends, laughing at the dumbest things, joking in class, getting yelled at for talking too much. Those moments don't feel important now, but they're the ones that stick forever. Playing games at lunch, inside jokes nobody else will ever understand. Even those PE classes, where everyone's just vibing and forgetting about everything else. That's real happiness. And then there's the crushes, the random glances across the room. Your friends teasing you nonstop, people shipping you for no reason at all. But secretly you love it. That one smile when your crush looks back at you. That feeling is unmatched. It's that small spark that makes school days hit different. Your friends too, the way you hang out, talk, and just exist together. Life feels lighter with them around. And slowly, you start realizing how much these moments actually matter. One day you're gonna look back and understand. And that school wasn't just about learning. It was about living, making friends, falling in love, creating memories that never leave you, laughing until your stomach hurts, finding people who make you feel like you belong. So yeah, school isn't perfect, but it's where you find love, fun, chaos, and moments that stay with you forever.
She said, I'm pregnant with your baby, then demanded $50K for an abortion, so I agreed and handed her an envelope, so I'm 28. Been casually dating this girl Taylor for maybe 2 months. Nothing serious, just hanging out, grabbing dinner occasionally. Met her on a dating app, seemed normal enough at first. Last week she texted me, we need to talk, it's urgent. Those 5 words every guy dreads hearing. Red flag, but whatever. I meet her at this coffee shop downtown. She sits down, orders the most expensive drink on the menu, no small talk, and drops this bomb. I'm pregnant with your baby. My heart stops. We've been careful, but accidents happen, right? I'm thinking, okay, adult conversation time, let's figure this out together like mature people. Then she hits me with part 2. I want an abortion, but I need $50,000. $50,000 for an abortion. I almost laughed out loud. Taylor, abortions don't cost 50 grand. Maybe a few hundred at most. She gets this serious look like she's about to explain rocket science. Listen, I'll need time off work, therapy sessions, recovery period, plus emotional damages for what you're putting me through. 50,000 is actually being generous. I'm staring at this woman I barely know, demanding 50 grand for a procedure that costs less than a new iPhone. Also, she continues, checking her nails like this is totally normal, I'll need it in cash by Friday, or I'm keeping the baby, and you'll be paying child support for the next 18 years. Your choice. She's completely serious. Not joking, not testing me. Dead serious about extorting $50,000 from me over coffee. Now here's where most guys would either panic, start arguing, or maybe even consider paying just to make the problem go away. Not me. Something felt really off about this whole situation. I just smiled and said, you know what, Taylor? That's completely fair. You're absolutely right. Her eyes light up like she just hit the jackpot at Vegas. Pure greed written all over her face. Really? You're okay with it? Absolutely. Let me get you that money right now. I reach into my jacket, pull out a thick manila envelope I'd prepared earlier, and slide it across the table with the most serious expression I could manage. Taylor, here's your $50,000. She grabs it eagerly with both hands, practically drooling, opens it up, and her face goes completely white, then red, then white again. Inside was a printed screenshot of her Tinder profile from literally last week, clearly showing she was actively dating 3 other guys simultaneously, plus a CVS pharmacy receipt for Plan B from 3 days ago. But wait, there's more. Also included were screenshots of her Instagram stories from the same week, showing her drinking cocktails and partying with friends at some rooftop bar downtown. And the cherry on top? A printed medical article about how pregnancy tests don't show positive results until at least 2 to 3 weeks after conception, highlighting the timeline impossibility. Plus, her Venmo transactions, showing she'd tried this exact same scam on 2 other guys in the past month. Same coffee shop, same story, same 50 grand demand. My buddy Adam, who works as a private investigator, had helped me do some quick research after her initial text seemed suspicious. Best $100 I ever spent. The evidence was overwhelming. Screenshots of her trying the same con on dating apps with different guys, using identical scripts about being pregnant and needing exactly $50,000. Text message threads where she'd literally copy-pasted the same emotional manipulation tactics to multiple victims. Bank records showing deposits from 2 previous guys who had actually fallen for this scam and paid her smaller amounts. Even a Reddit post she'd made asking for advice on how much to charge for emotional trauma from pregnancy scares. There was also a printed conversation where she'd bragged to her friend about milking desperate guys for easy money and how pregnancy scares are gold mines if you play it right. Screenshots of her searching how to fake pregnancy symptoms and pregnancy scam legal consequences on Google, plus a detailed breakdown of her spending habits showing luxury purchases right after her previous successful cons. Good luck with that pregnancy, I said calmly, stood up and walked out. She started yelling something about how I was a terrible person, but I was already gone. 2 days later, she tried calling me 6-7 times. 67.
Single parents. What was the most surprising thing your kid has done? My wife died in childbirth, so it was just me and my son. From the start, we figured things out together, just the 2 of us. I had no idea what I was doing, but he made it easier. He was one of those kids who never needed to be told twice, who just understood things, who somehow had more common sense than me by the time he was 10. We had our routines. Sunday morning pancakes, Friday night horror movies even when he was too young for them, road trips to nowhere in particular just because. He told me everything. His first crush, bad grades, dumb jokes he thought were hilarious. I was his dad, but I was also his best friend. By the time he turned 16, I braced myself for him to pull away. I thought he would start spending all his time with friends, that he would start rolling his eyes when I asked if he wanted to grab food or go for a drive, that one day I would wake up and realize I was not his first call anymore when something happened. But it never really happened. He still sat on the couch after school like he was 5, still tagged along on grocery runs just to talk, still leaned on me like he always had. I figured I just got lucky. One night, I got home late from work, exhausted, ready to scrounge up whatever leftovers we had. Instead, the house smelled amazing, and when I walked into the kitchen, he was at the stove, plating up steak and mashed potatoes like it was nothing. He glanced over like this was a totally normal thing for a 16-year-old to do on a random weeknight. Hey, he said, you looked dead this morning, so I figured you would be too tired to cook. I dropped my bag by the door, shaking my head. Since when do you know how to make steak? He shrugged, setting a plate down in front of me. YouTube. You always make dinner. Figured I should do it at least once. I sat down and took a bite. It was perfect. Better than mine. After we ate, I leaned back in my chair, full and content, feeling the exhaustion from the day start to lift. He was watching me, hesitant, like he was waiting for the right moment to say something. What? I asked. He hesitated, then rubbed the back of his neck. I know you don't like talking about it, but I looked up college costs last week. I frowned, caught off guard. Why? He sighed, choosing his words carefully. I know we are not rich, and I know you always say we will figure it figure it out, but I don't want you stressing about it. He glanced down, picking at the edge of his plate. So I started applying for scholarships. A lot of them. I already got one. For a second, I did not say anything. I wasn't going to bring it up unless I actually got one, he admitted, a little sheepish. But, yeah, I did. He gave me a small grin. Guess I'm not a total idiot. I had to swallow before I could speak. How much? Not full ride or anything, but enough to help. I'll keep applying. I know you'd never ask me to, but I don't want you working yourself into the ground. That was the moment. The moment I realized he wasn't a kid anymore. He saw things I thought I was hiding. The exhaustion. The way I counted bills when I thought he was not looking. The way I always told him not to worry about money because I wanted him to just be a kid. I felt something tighten in my chest, and for a second, I was not sure what to say. So I did what I always did when I had no words. I reached over and ruffled his hair, muttering, "Damn kid," making me emotional over steak. He laughed, but I saw the relief in his face, like he had been worried I would be mad, like he did not just do something incredible. I pulled him into a hug, one of those real ones, the kind that said everything I did not have words for. "I'm proud of you," I told him. "You know that, right?" He huffed, pretending to squirm away. Yeah, but he was smiling.
Students, what's your worst habit that refuses to fail you? I have never studied for a single test in my life, and I mean that literally. Pop quiz, closed book, standardized exam. I show up, I wing it, I pass. My study group stopped inviting me because watching me do nothing and still score higher than them was, quote, demoralizing. My dad once caught me playing video games the night before finals and just left the room without saying a word. The disappointment was loud, but the A- was louder. So when they announced the National Academic Olympiad, I did what I always do. Nothing. This wasn't a classroom quiz. This was a 3-round live elimination competition streamed to every high school in the district. Written exam, oral defense, then a final round where you debate a topic you don't see until 60 seconds before you go on stage. Winner gets a $40,000 scholarship, a feature in the state education journal, and an automatic acceptance letter from the governor's partner university. Lose in round 1, and you go home with a participation certificate and existential dread. My classmate Priya signed up the same day registration opened. She built a color-coded binder system, one for each subject, tabs, subtabs, highlighted summaries, flashcards cross-referenced with QR codes she made herself. She started a study group that met 6 days a week. She ate lunch alone so she could read. She told me she'd gone through 4 highlighters already. 4. The girl color-coded her color coding. I told her I was preparing in my own way. I was not preparing in any way. 6 weeks out, my older brother offered to quiz me. I agreed, genuinely intending to study. He asked me one question. I said I'd look it up later. He closed the book and walked away. 3 weeks out, I downloaded 7 different study apps, customized my profile on every single one, set up daily reminders, chose an avatar, never opened a single lesson. 2 weeks out, I spent a full Saturday organizing my notes. I don't have notes. I organized a blank notebook by color. 1 week out, I sat at my desk for 4 hours and watched documentary compilations on YouTube about subjects completely unrelated to the competition. I learned a fascinating amount about the migration patterns of Arctic terns. Night before, I set 4 alarms to wake up early and study. I slept through all 4. Woke up at 7:52 for an 8:30 competition. I walked into that auditorium still half asleep, hair barely brushed, wearing the first shirt I grabbed, which I only noticed in the building's reflection had a small mustard stain near the collar. Priya was in the corner with her binder open, lips moving silently, testing herself out loud. She looked at me, looked at my shirt, looked back at her binder, and said nothing. The silence was judgment enough. Round 1, written exam. 40 questions, 45 minutes. I read each question, wrote whatever came to mind, and moved on. No second guessing. Finished in 22 minutes. Sat there for the remaining 23 with nothing to do. I noticed the ceiling tiles. There are 96 of them. They posted the round 1 results on a screen. I'd made it through. So had Priya. So had 6 others. Round 2, oral defense. You draw a question from a sealed envelope and have 90 seconds to prepare an answer. I drew mine, read it, had absolutely no structured thoughts, and went up anyway. Talked in circles until something coherent came out near the end. One judge leaned forward when I finished and said, "That was an unusual approach." I still don't know what that meant. I made it to the final round. Me and 2 others. Priya was one of them. They handed us our final debate topic 60 seconds before stage time. I read it, understood the surface of it, had no framework, no argument structure, no evidence memorized, just a general feeling and a functioning mouth. I went last. Priya went second. She was brilliant, structured, evidence cited, composed. A real answer from a real scholar. Then they called me up. I talked about the question like I was explaining it to someone I just met. No jargon, no memorized lines. I contradicted myself once, caught it, and corrected it out loud, which apparently the judges noted as intellectual honesty. I made one judge laugh accidentally. I finished 3 seconds before the timer. Then we waited. Priya looked at me with an expression I will never forget, somewhere between respect and wanting to throw her binder directly at my face. "How?" she said, not a question, just the word. I pointed at the mustard stain on my shirt. "Authenticity," I said. She walked away. I think she retired the binder that day. The wing it method remains 3rd place went to a guy named Dominic who answered like a textbook. 2nd place went to Priya. She gripped her binder so hard her knuckles went white. 1st place, they said my name. $40,000, automatic acceptance, feature in the state journal.
Before the judge could strike the gavel to restore order, a sharp gasp echoed through the quiet courtroom. Courtney brought a hand to her face. When she pulled it away, her fingers were smeared with bright, crimson blood. A thick stream of red was pouring from her left nostril, dripping rapidly down her chin and staining the crisp white collar of her blouse. "Courtney!" Elizabeth screamed, lunging forward. Courtney looked down at her bloody hands, her eyes widening in sudden, primal terror. She tried to stand up, but her knees buckled. She collapsed against the wooden table, sending a stack of legal documents scattering to the floor. The courtroom erupted into chaos. As bailiffs rushed forward and someone yelled to call an ambulance, I stood perfectly still, watching the scene unfold. It had begun. The 3 days were up. Chapter 6. I didn't stay to watch them load Courtney onto the stretcher. I slipped out through the back doors of the courthouse, breathing in the crisp autumn air. My phone vibrated in my pocket. It was Captain Reynolds, Elijah's old commander. "Isabella," his deep, gravelly voice came through the speaker. I saw the live stream of the hearing. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Captain," I said, a genuine smile touching my lips for the first time in weeks. "Everything is going exactly as planned." I pulled some strings and looked into the Smith family like you asked, Reynolds continued, his tone shifting to a professional, hardened edge. You were right. Gerald Smith has been making massive cash withdrawals. And we've flagged a connection between him and an unlicensed medical facility on the outskirts of the city. We have a surveillance team on it right now. My blood ran cold, but a fierce vindication burned in my chest. Even without knowing I was pregnant yet, the Smiths were already preparing the illegal clinic. It was their backup plan, a habit they had cultivated to circumvent medical laws whenever money alone wasn't enough. Keep watching them, Captain. They're going to get desperate very soon. We will. Elijah was one of our best. We won't let anyone lay a finger on you or his child. Call me the second they make a move. By the time I returned home, the internet was ablaze. The video of Courtney's courtroom collapse had gone viral, but the narrative was shifting. Medical professionals online had begun analyzing her pale complexion, the sudden hemorrhage, and the bruising visible on her arms when her sleeves rode up during the fall. Is it just me? Or does the girl look like she's having a leukemia relapse? One highly voted comment read. I made myself a warm cup of milk, sat on the sofa, and waited. It took exactly 4 hours. The heavy, frantic pounding on my front door echoed through the silent house. It wasn't a polite knock. It was the desperate hammering of people who felt entitled to entry. I walked to the door, checking the security monitor. Gerald and Elizabeth were standing on my porch. Elizabeth's makeup was completely ruined, her face red and blotchy from crying. Gerald looked like he had aged 10 years. I pressed the intercom button. You're trespassing. Leave before I call the police. Isabella, please open the door. Elizabeth shrieked, pressing her face against the camera. We need to talk. Please, it's about Courtney. I unlocked the door and pulled it open, leaving the heavy security chain in place. I looked at them through the narrow gap. We have nothing to say to each other. You made your stance perfectly clear in court today. The tests came back, Gerald said, his voice breaking. He gripped the doorframe, his knuckles white. It's a relapse. The leukemia is back. It's aggressive, Isabella. The doctor said she needs a transplant immediately, or she won't make it to the end of the month. I stared at him, my expression blank. That sounds like bad luck. As you said yesterday, one's life is determined by fate. If she can't survive, that just means she's fated to die. Elizabeth let out a wail, falling to her knees on my porch. We were wrong. We were angry and stressed. We didn't mean any of it. Please, Isabella, you saved her once. You're the only perfect match in the registry. You have to save her again. I'm sick, remember? I said, feigning confusion. I have leukemia too. How can I donate? Gerald swallowed hard, his eyes darting nervously. We spoke to your former employer. And we paid a private investigator. You aren't sick, Isabella. You haven't been to an oncologist. You faked it. I slowly closed my eyes, letting the phantom pain of the previous life's surgical table wash over me. The cold metal. The blinding lights. The feeling of my baby slipping away, while they praised their own survival. When I opened my eyes, the mask was gone. I stared at them with absolute, glacial hatred. You're right. I'm not sick. I unlatched the chain and swung the door open fully. I stepped back, letting the porch light illuminate the clear, unmistakable curve of my pregnancy beneath my fitted sweater. I'm pregnant. Just like I asked Courtney in court today. Elizabeth stared at my stomach, the color draining from her face. I'm 3 months along, I said coldly. To donate bone marrow right now would require heavy mobilization drugs and anesthesia. It would terminate my pregnancy. And as your daughter proudly declared on the permanent court record just hours ago, she would never stoop so low as to force a pregnant woman to abort her baby just to give her bone marrow. No, Elizabeth whispered, her hands shaking. Go back to your daughter, I sneered, stepping back to slam the door. And start making funeral arrangements. Chapter 7. The door clicked shut, but the silence didn't last. Gerald began kicking the heavy oak wood, screaming obscenities. You bitch. You planned this. You trapped us. His voice was muffled but filled with venomous rage. You owe us. You owe Courtney. If you don't do this, I swear to God I'll kill you myself. I calmly walked into the kitchen and dialed 911, reporting a violent disturbance outside my home. By the time the patrol cars arrived with sirens blaring, Gerald and Elizabeth had fled. But I knew this wasn't the end. It was the beginning of their desperation. In my past life, they had tried the legal route, then the guilt-tripping route, before finally resorting to violence. This time, I had completely severed their legal and public avenues. They had no choice left but the darkest one. The next morning, I launched my final strike on their public image. I uploaded a video to all my social media platforms. I didn't cry. I didn't act weak. I sat straight, wearing my late husband's police academy sweater. And I played the audio recording from the day they first came to my house. If you're going to die, then just die already. Don't bring your disease in here and make our house filthy. Elizabeth's voice screeched from the speakers. You brought this on yourself. You should just accept your fate. Wouldn't it be better if you just died? Courtney's cruel laughter followed. Then, I spliced in the court transcript audio, culminating in Courtney's declaration that she would never ask a pregnant woman to donate. I looked into the camera. 3 years ago, I underwent painful surgery to save Courtney Smith's life. When I wanted to test if the people I saved would return the favor if I ever fell ill, this was their response. Yesterday, Courtney's leukemia relapsed. Now they are demanding I abort my late husband's child to save her again. I am releasing this because I fear for my life, and for the life of my unborn baby. Within an hour, the internet exploded. The backlash was biblical. The same people who had harassed my workplace were now entirely mobilized against the Smiths. Hashtag Arrest the Smiths began trending globally. Reporters swarmed the hospital where Courtney was admitted. The hospital administration, terrified of the PR nightmare, released a statement distancing themselves from the family, condemning any coercion of donors. I sat back and watched their world burn. But I kept my doors locked and my curtains drawn. A cornered rat is the most dangerous. 2 nights later, the power to my house was cut. The sudden plunge into darkness made my breath hitch. The hum of the refrigerator died. The streetlights outside my window had been shot out. I didn't panic. I reached under the sofa cushion and pulled out Elijah's heavy, standard-issue flashlight. Then, I grabbed my phone and pressed the single speed dial button I had set up. "They're here," I whispered. "We have eyes on them," Captain Reynolds replied instantly. 3 men. They breached your back gate. Gerald is with them. Stay in the safe room, Isabella. We're moving in. I retreated to the hallway bathroom, a room with no windows and a solid core door. I locked it, sank to the floor, and wrapped my arms protectively around my stomach. I heard the sound of glass shattering in the kitchen. Heavy boots crunched over the debris. "Spread out. Find her." Gerald's voice hissed in the dark. "Don't hurt her spine, the clinic needs her intact. Just use the chloroform and get her in the van." Tears pricked my eyes, not from fear, but from the sheer, staggering reality of their evil. They hadn't changed. They were the exact same monsters who had drained the life from my body in my previous life, justifying it with twisted logic while my baby died. Footsteps approached the bathroom door. The handle rattled violently. "She's in here," a gruff voice yelled. A heavy thud shook the doorframe as someone